tracking this storm. Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good Monday morning to you. And California needs it. I mean, we need the rain, we need the snow, but we don't want to have the disruptions that come with it or any of the destruction if it happens, with especially any mudslides and debris flows. But right now, the storm is still plaguing us. It's not even over yet. It's still drifting. You can see the little spin here off the coast of California. We have the moisture plume coming up here through the Rockies. Still plenty of snow coming down. The highest totals are around the Lake Tahoe area. Soda Springs, 5 feet of snow. Tahoe, Donner, 46 inches. Even Ketchum, Idaho got a good dose of snow at us. Pretty much any ski area in the West has really had a ton of snow to start their seasons. It's been an epic beginning. In the Tahoe area alone, 7 feet since the first of this month. That's in 12 days. So the forecast continues to have all of this winter weather heading into the plains. We're going to see the worst today in the Rockies. Tomorrow is when the storm really breaks out. We're going to see a blizzard areas of Wyoming and Montana and South Dakota. Just wait, they're going to have like 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to 2 feet of snow. So we're not done yet.
'Tis the season for all this weather. All right, Bill, thank you. We are learning new details about WNBA star Brittany Griner's release. Negotiated at the top level and resulting in the release of a notorious arms dealer. As Priscilla Thompson reports, Griner's ordeal has brought a new spotlight on the dozens of Americans imprisoned by foreign governments.
A new photo, Brittany Griner in her first moments of freedom.
She called everyone over to take photos with her. It shows you the kind of woman that she is.
Posing with wife Sherelle and U.S. Ambassador Roger D. Carsons, who was with her on that 18-hour flight to Texas. Carson spent months working on the team who negotiated her freedom.
She jumped on the plane and went right to saying hi to everyone, making a personal connection, shaking hands, saying thank you.
Carson says he thought she'd want some space.
And she said, no, I want to talk. I want to relate to people. And I found someone who was just absolutely wonderful, kind, generous, interesting, and above all, authentic.
As the nation celebrates Griner's return, the exchange of Russian arms dealer Victor Bout for her release continues to face fierce criticism from some Republicans.
The Trump administration was always very clear. We weren't going to trade bad guys for celebrities because it creates the wrong incentives for the bad guys.
The White House says a national security assessment found any risk Bout's release might pose is manageable, and that negotiating Griner's release has shed light on what it could take to get another American held captive in Russia, Paul Whelan, out too, charged with spying, which Whelan and the U.S. have denied.
We're more informed. We have a better sense of the context here, where the Russians' expectations are, and we're just going to keep working at it.
Griner now vows to fight for Whelan and others as she returns to the U.S. with new passion and purpose, and with the U.S. State Department estimating some 50 Americans are still wrongfully detained abroad. Back to you.
All right, Priscilla, thank you.
The man accused of building a bomb that killed 270 people in Lockerbie, Scotland, is in U.S. custody. The suspect, a former Libyan intelligence officer seen in this new booking photo, is expected to appear in federal court in Washington, D.C. today. 34 years ago, authorities say a bomb packed into an unaccompanied luggage brought down a plane. It crashed down in the small Scottish town of Lockerbie, killing everyone on board and another 11 people on the ground. The flight was traveling to New York, and 189 Americans were among the victims.
Milwaukee police are investigating a bomb threat that forced Patti LaBelle to rush off the stage in the middle of a concert. Video shows security quickly escorting the iconic singer off the theater stage just a few songs into her show. The whole theater was evacuated. No one was injured and no explosive devices were found. The theater says it's working to reschedule the show.
The basketball world is remembering legendary player and coach Paul Silas. He was a two-time All-Star as a player and won 3 NBA titles in his 16 seasons as a player. In 1980, Silas began a long coaching career with the Hornets, Bobcats, and Cavaliers. And he was LeBron James's first professional head coach. Silas's son, Steven, followed in his father's footsteps and is currently the coach of the Houston Rockets. Michael Jordan said Silas had never-ending positivity and called him one of the all-time great people in basketball. Paul Silas was 79 years old.
Time now for Sunday Night Football and two teams battling for playoff position. The Dolphins played like fish out of water in the first half, but a quick 60-yard strike to Tyreek Hill brought Miami back into the game. The Chargers were able to run out the clock from there, padding their lead with field goals and picking up a crucial win, 23-17. It was a hard-hitting battle in Buffalo where Josh Allen found the end zone through the air and on the ground. The Jets put up a late fight, but the Bills took home the win 20-12. The Jets' loss plus the Chargers' win means Los Angeles holds the final wild card spot in the AFC playoff picture, and the Bills still hold the #1 seed and a first-round bye.
Tom Brady was 23 years old when Brock Purdy was born, but the 49ers quarterback looked pretty good, throwing a pair of first-half touchdowns as San Fran ran away from the Buccaneers 35-7. And now to a rookie making a veteran play early into his NFL career.
Second down and 5, off the fake to Jamal Williams. Goff going deep, wide open, touchdown on his first NFL reception. The rookie out of
Williams injured his knee in January and in December. He scores a touchdown with his first career catch. The Lions roared in the face of the division-leading Vikings to take home their second straight win. Detroit beats Minnesota 34-23. And the Lions are in the hunt for a wildcard spot in the NFC playoffs with just 4 weeks to go. And the Eagles became the first team to clinch a place in the playoffs Sunday after their dominant win over the Giants.
Let's check back with Bill Cairns this morning, who's tracking some rain and snow in the forecast. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, so I gave you the timing of this mess that's going to head into the plains. So the blizzard warnings start later tonight, like 11 p.m. in most areas. And some of these blizzard warnings go all the way out to Thursday morning. So this is going to be a long duration event here for our friends in Nebraska, especially South Dakota. We also have to watch out for severe weather out of this. It looks like we could get isolated severe in areas of Kansas today. Tomorrow is when we could see some strong storms and even severe weather in areas, especially of Louisiana, maybe even a chance of some isolated tornadoes. So, of course, that'll be of grave concern as we go throughout the forecast period tomorrow. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So for today, we still have snow moving through the Intermountain West. We have some warmer temperatures out in the Central Plains. We had our little mini snowstorm in areas yesterday. I know Albany, New York had about 5 to 6 inches of snow. Some school delays are expected. And we have this big storm that's in the middle of the country, and it's coming for the East Coast Friday. I'll tell you what that means coming up.
Okay, we'll be ready for it. Thank you, Bill. Fast forwarding into your Monday, the removal process for the final Confederate monument in Richmond, Virginia begins today. The statue of General A.P. Hill will be relocated to the state's Black History Museum and Cultural Center.
We'll see if red-hot inflation is finally cooling off with the release of the November CPI report tomorrow. The Federal Reserve will also kick off a two-day meeting, which economists predict will end with another rate hike.
And today, the President and First Lady are traveling to Arlington, Virginia, where they will participate in a Toys for Tots event with the Marine Corps. Donated toys will be sorted for families in need. We're back in a minute.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
New this morning, New Yorkers gearing up for a holidays after weed dispensaries were given the green light to deliver to their doorstep. Under the guidelines, dispensaries can fulfill orders from warehouses while they set up their stores. Payments must be made online, and customers will be required to show ID.
It is the most wonderful time of the year, but package thieves, also known as porch pirates, are stealing some of that holiday cheer. Now, many police departments are fighting back with high-tech plans to catch the crooks red-handed. Our Nyla Charles shows us how.
It's holiday cheer upended by holiday crime. Across the country, porch pirates are stealing packages right from your doorstep. Whether it's in Oklahoma City, Rock Island, Illinois, or Austin, Texas, where this thief even tried to make away with Halloween decorations. In the last year, 79% of Americans had a package stolen, the problem most severe in California's Bay Area. Which is why Campbell, California police, like many departments across the country, has gone on offense, putting GPS tracking devices inside bait packages to track down thieves.
From here, dispatch will tell you where to go to find the stolen package.
Absolutely. Basically, the package will move, they'll get an alert, the package will have a ping, they will tell us the direction.
Officer Najib McGee showed us how it works with a demonstration.
It looks like a regular package with a shipping label on it, your normal Priority Mail Express sticker on it.
After a package is placed on the porch, our producer puts it in his car and takes off.
Okay, let's go.
Combination dry copy, Monroe. Often they're going to want to know the fruits of their labor, and they're going to stop somewhere. So you can trace the line here. So it looks like they found their landing spot in a parking lot.
The GPS device brings the cops straight to the crooks.
So think it is a typical car stop. Once we start talking about the package and what they stole, the look on their face is priceless.
Since this program started, you see less people stealing packages.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a direct correlation.
If package thefts are a concern for you, there are ways to protect your holiday gifts.
Leave delivery instructions. A lot of retailers let you leave delivery instructions.
Video monitoring company Ring recommends signing up for alerts so you know exactly when your package is delivered and getting your order sent to a secure location. But if that doesn't work, law enforcement may be watching.
This crime in particular affects a lot of people. It's a thorn.
Making sure your treasure makes it under the tree. Nyla Charles, NBC News, Campbell, California.
All right, still to come, a successful space mission and a historic splashdown for NASA and what it means for getting crews back to the moon.
And Saturday Night Live delivered a father of the bride reunion with some surprising guests.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. Yeah. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Guess what? I'm engaged. Again.
Father of the Bride, Part 8. That's right. 3 decades and 7 divorces later, Annie's back and ready to give marriage an 8th shot.
Annie, what makes you think I can afford an 8th Nancy Myers-style wedding? I'm financially drained.
But, Daddy, I'm your little girl.
You're 52.
Steve Martin and Martin Short reviving a classic with his Father the Bride spoof. There were surprise appearances by Kieran Culkin, who played the brother, plus Selena Gomez as the wedding singer, too.
Now I want them to just make that movie.
So
I'd watch that one as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, NASA's Artemis mission ended with a splash. The Orion capsule dropped back down in the Pacific Ocean yesterday. The 26-day mission was to test NASA's ability to return astronauts to the moon. NBC's Tom Costello has more.
And there it is, high over the Pacific.
12:40 p.m. Eastern Time, 300 miles south of San Diego.
Splashdown.
NASA's uncrewed Artemis mission came to a spectacular bullseye landing in the Pacific Ocean.
The latest chapter of NASA's journey to the moon comes to a close. Orion, back on Earth.
Bobbing in the water, the Orion spaceship that will one day carry astronauts back to the moon, wrapping up a 25-day mission.
3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
It began at Florida's Kennedy Space Center on November 16th as the most powerful rocket ever built came screaming to life. A 268,000-mile test flight, an up-close, high-resolution flyover of the lunar surface, and stunning new photos capturing Orion, the moon, and the Earth far off in the distance. Then 40,000 miles beyond the moon, further than any human-rated spacecraft has ever traveled, before heading back to the moon and a slingshot return to Earth. In 2024, NASA plans to fly astronauts on a lunar test flight, followed by the first humans to land on the moon since Apollo. The Artemis milestone coming on the 50th anniversary of the last Apollo landing. It may look just like the old Apollo space capsule, but Orion is bigger. Instead of carrying 3 astronauts, Orion can carry 4. A critical test of the new heat shield to ensure future astronauts survive re-entry. Orion approached the Earth at 25 times the speed of sound, its shield heating up to 5,000 degrees, half the temperature of the sun. The view looking out an Orion window.
This is the moment of truth for Orion.
To bleed off speed, NASA skipped the spaceship off the atmosphere before dipping back in and slowing from 19,000 miles per hour to a gentle splashdown at just 20 miles per hour. Navy choppers, boats, and divers then moving in to secure Orion and bring it on board the USS Portland.
This time we go back to the moon to learn to live, to work, to invent, to create, in order to go on out into the cosmos to further explore.
As for when we will actually learn which astronauts will be assigned to the lunar missions, NASA says it could make that announcement in just a few weeks. There are now 42 astronauts who could be eligible for a future lunar mission, and NASA says a woman and a person of color will be among the first to actually land on the moon, probably in 2025 or 26. Back to you.
What a coveted job.
Yeah, and it'll be here before you know it. How exciting. Thank you, Tom. We are watching severe winter weather on the move this week. Bill Cairns is back after the break with the latest.
And the storms are stopping fuel from reaching airports. The new warning this morning.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was
you
trying
got
to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Welcome back to Early Today. Let's take you through the week ahead forecast. This is going to be a busy week tracking the storm that's in the west now, all the way through the middle of the country, and then it's going to redevelop off the east coast. So this is the map for today. That storm is exiting the northeast, by the way. That was a separate storm than the one that hit the west. And the clouds will linger, mild weather in the south. As we go throughout tonight into tomorrow, that's when the storm really will blossom into a full-blown huge blizzard. We're going to see snowfall 1 to 2 feet in areas of the plains, travel almost impossible in some areas of Nebraska and also Wyoming. Then we're going to deal Tuesday with some severe weather in the southeast. That'll push into areas through Alabama, Mississippi, even some heavy rain through Tennessee. Finally, by the time we get to Friday, that's when the storm system would play against in the northeast. It looks like inland areas, a better chance of snow, especially higher elevations. But a lot of the cities will be dealing with rainy weather. So a busy week, to say the least.
What a mess. Okay, Bill, thanks. Still ahead, a Texas PE teacher inspires students by fulfilling his dreams this way.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In today's top stories, Orlando Airport is running low on fuel. Severe weather disrupted fuel deliveries to the busiest hub in Florida. Airport authorities say that while they do not expect to run out of fuel outright, they are recommending that airlines have contingency plans.
And now to some groundbreaking leadership in the city of Los Angeles. Karen Bass has officially been sworn in as the first female mayor of LA. Vice President Kamala Harris led the ceremony, inducting the former Democratic congresswoman, which also featured performances from Stevie Wonder, Chloe Bailey, and poet Amanda Gorman. Mayor Bass said her first order of business will be to declare a state of emergency on homelessness.
Now to a teacher who is keeping it cool unlike anyone else in his school district. He is rising up and leading by example for his students while he heads downhill with the U.S. national bobsled team. From our Dallas-Fort Worth station, Noelle Walker has the story.
The students at Annie Webb Blanton Elementary in Dallas know Freddie Harris as Coach Harris. The physical education teacher is teaching his pre-K through 5th grade students by example. Harris has spent the last 2 years chasing a dream that recently became his reality.
I made the USA national team.
The USA national bobsled team.
I have a football background, but past my football years. So I was trying to figure out what else I can compete in. I was like, how can I get to the Olympics? And I seen a video on YouTube about bobsledding. I was like, oh, that looks like fun. It's just like a roller coaster on ice. I could do that, kind of things.
After just 2 years of training, Harris is competing at the elite level, training in Lake Placid. His position is called a pusher.
So once you jump in, you're just along for the ride.
Pretty much. Your head's down and you sink it in. You're connecting with your guys. Very personal, I must say. And you just hold on for the ride. And just
going like this.
Yeah, pretty much praying, crying, screaming, all the above.
At up to 85 miles an hour, down an icy track. Later this month, he'll be back teaching.
I miss my kiddos and ready to get back to them.
So as a teacher, what are you teaching these students through your experience?
I'm teaching them to pursue their dreams. Just if there's something you want to do that maybe no one else has done before, you could be that first person. Dreams are just dreams until you put them to actions and become reality.
Chasing dreams is a slippery slope to success.
Our thanks to Noelle for that report. How amazing is that to just go, hey, I want to jump into that, and he does it so well.
In 2 years, too.
Right? We're rooting for him, as his kids are, too. Thanks for starting your week with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Benita Nair. Have a great Monday.
The West Coast digs out after the region's biggest winter storm of the year. The system also packing heavy rain and powerful winds. Where the storm's heading next, with millions more in its path.
It was the deadliest attack of terror in UK history. Now, more than 30 years later, the man who allegedly played a major role in the Lockerbie bombing is in U.S. custody.
Who needs Netflix when you can pay for a check mark? Twitter relaunches its controversial subscription service, now with a higher price for Apple users.
One giant leap toward the moon. NASA's Artemis capsule splashes back to Earth and charts a new path into the stars.
And cookie bakers give rise to a new movement. How their sweet act of kindness for local heroes went nationwide. Early today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Benita Nair. We begin this morning out west, where a wicked winter storm walloped the region. California was hard hit with massive amounts of snow blanketing the mountains. And cities in the southern part of the state faced flash floodings and heavy winds. Our Gotti Schwartz starts us off.
2 minutes.
The mountains along the West Coast
digging out after a massive storm that brought blizzard-like conditions from Washington down into California. More than 4 feet of snow in parts of the Sierra Nevada. Drone video showing snow up to rooftops. While in metro areas below, rain and strong wind pummeling millions. A system so dangerous. In Orange County, swiftwater rescue crews hoisting a man to safety after a flash flood tore through a drainage channel. In Sacramento County, a woman was trapped in her car for hours after a power line crashed into her windshield, unable to move until the lines all around her could be de-energized. While in higher elevations, zero visibility. Near Lake Tahoe, ski areas grateful for the snow dump, but not for the wind that rocked lift chairs and ground some operations to a halt, like at Palisades Tahoe Resort.
What is the threshold for a shutdown in a storm like this?
It could be either visibility or high winds. We had winds up to 169 miles per hour at the top of our summit. So ultimately, you know, we don't want people to be riding those lifts while it's very windy out there.
Now the powerful system making its way east, passing through the Great Plains and bringing the possibility of tornadoes in states like Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi. While the East Coast could see power outages and winter storms like these, likely late into the week.
And as it stands right now here in Southern California, here in Los Angeles County, we are still under very severe water restrictions, even with all this rain. But we have seen more rain than normal for this time of year, more snow up in the mountains. So there's a chance that some of those restrictions could be easing soon, but only if this type of wet weather continues through the winter. Back to you.
Okay, Gotti, thank you. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking that storm as it heads east towards the plains. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning, guys. And yeah, this is exactly what the West needs. We need these epic storms to come in and build up the snowpack, fill up the reservoirs when it melts in the spring. But again, you get the disruptions of life and travel when we have them. So the storm system is currently now still spinning off the coast of California. There's going to be wet weather plaguing areas from San Francisco southwards during the morning hours. The plume of moisture of the snow well out ahead of it, now over the Wasatch Range, heading up there, snowing pretty good outside of Boise. And the highest totals that we saw were near Tahoe. I mean, it's pretty epic stuff, around 5 feet of snow in Soda Springs. Tahoe Donner, about 46 inches. Even Heavenly and Mammoth both reported about 2.5 feet of snow. So all the ski resorts, I mean, they are looking about as good as it gets as they head towards the holidays here coming up in 2 weeks. So about 9 million people still impacted. This is going to be a heck of a storm. Blizzard warnings are already now from areas in Nebraska into Wyoming. We are going to see blizzard conditions starting as early as midnight tonight. And as we could see about 1 to 2 feet of snow in this huge section here of the northern plains. We'll talk more about that throughout the rest of the show.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit. Thank you, Bill.
The man accused of building a bomb that killed 270 people in Lockerbie, Scotland, is in U.S. custody. The suspect, a former Libyan intelligence officer seen in this new booking photo, is expected to appear in federal court in Washington, D.C. today. 34 years ago, authorities say a bomb packed into an unaccompanied luggage brought a plane crashing down in the small Scottish town of Lockerbie, killing everyone on board and another 11 people on the ground. The flight was traveling to New York, and 189 Americans were among the victims.
New this morning, an American college student from New York State has gone missing in France. The family of 22-year-old Ken Deland say they fear the worst. They last heard from him 2 weeks ago when the exchange student left his host family home, their family's home, and took a train out of town. The last sign of activity on his credit card was a roughly $8 purchase in the town in the south of France on Saturday, December 3rd. But because Ken Deland is an adult, French privacy laws are limiting what information can be released to the family.
New photographs have come out showing Brittany Griner in her first moments of freedom from that Russian jail. Here she is with her wife, Cheryl, and Ambassador Roger D. Carsons. The U.S. Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs describes Griner's first moments back in American custody.
She jumped on the plane and went right to saying hi to everyone, making a personal connection, shaking hands, saying thank you.
The WNBA star's more than 9-month ordeal came to an end Friday morning when she was swapped with convicted Russian arms dealer Victor Bout. Griner was convicted of drug smuggling after a Moscow airport authority found vape cartridges in her luggage containing less than a gram of cannabis oil. The State Department listed Griner as wrongfully detained.
Left behind in Russia, though, Paul Whelan, an American businessman and former Marine, detained for nearly 4 years. He was long expected to be part of the Griner deal, but ultimately Russia chose to keep him. Whelan's lawyer nonetheless says that he is confident his client will be released in the coming months.
Twitter is bringing back its blue check, but if you've got an iPhone, it's going to cost you. They are relaunching the subscription service for $8 a month and $11 for iPhone users. For that price, subscribers will be able to edit tweets, upload high-res videos, and get a blue check mark verifying their account. The company is not explaining why Apple users are being charged more.
Orlando International Airport, the busiest hub in Florida, is running low on fuel after severe weather recently disrupted a major delivery. Airport authorities say that while they do not expect to run out of fuel outright, they are recommending that airlines have contingency plans. For example, inbound international flights might be forced to temporarily land elsewhere and refuel before going on to Orlando.
And now to some groundbreaking leadership in the City of Angels. Karen Bass has officially been sworn in as the first female mayor of Los Angeles. Vice President Kamala Harris led the ceremony inducting the former Democratic Congresswoman, which also featured performances from Stevie Wonder, Chloe Bailey, and poet Amanda Gorman. Mayor Bass said her first order of business will be to declare a state of emergency on homelessness.
NASA's Artemis mission ended with a splash. The Orion capsule dropped back down in the Pacific Ocean yesterday. The 26-day mission was to test NASA's ability to return astronauts to the moon. NBC's Tom Costello has more.
And there it is, high over the Pacific.
12:40 p.m. Eastern Time, 300 miles south of San Diego.
Splashdown.
NASA's uncrewed Artemis mission came to a spectacular bullseye landing in the Pacific Ocean.
The latest chapter of NASA's journey to the moon comes to a close. Orion, back on Earth.
Bobbing in the water, the Orion spaceship that will one day carry astronauts back to the moon, wrapping up a 25-day mission.
3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
It began at Florida's Kennedy Space Center on November 16th as the most powerful rocket ever built came screaming to life. A 268,000-mile test flight, an up-close, high-resolution flyover of the lunar surface, and stunning new photos capturing Orion, the moon, and the Earth far off in the distance. Then 40,000 miles beyond the moon, further than any human-rated spacecraft has ever traveled, before heading back to the moon and a slingshot return to Earth. In 2024, NASA plans to fly astronauts on a lunar test flight, followed by the first humans to land on the moon since Apollo. The Artemis milestone coming on the 50th anniversary of the last Apollo landing. It may look just like the old Apollo space capsule, but Orion is bigger. Instead of carrying 3 astronauts, Orion can carry 4. A critical test of the new heat shield to ensure future astronauts survive re-entry. Orion approached the Earth at 25 times the speed of sound. Its shield heating up to 5,000 degrees, half the temperature of the sun. The view looking out an Orion window.
This is the moment of truth for Orion.
To bleed off speed, NASA skipped the spaceship off the atmosphere before dipping back in and slowing from 19,000 miles per hour to a gentle splashdown at just 20 miles per hour. Navy choppers, boats, and divers then moving in to secure Orion and bring it on board the USS Portland.
This time we go back to the moon to learn to live, to work, to invent, to create, in order to go on out into the cosmos to further explore.
As for when we will actually learn which astronauts will be assigned to the lunar missions, NASA says it could make that announcement in just a few weeks. There are now 42 astronauts who could be eligible for a future lunar mission, and NASA says a woman and a person of color will be among the first to actually land on the moon, probably in 2025 or 26. Back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you.
Let's check back in with NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns, who is tracking some winter storms. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, let's take you through the timing. So we're going to go through this evening, and this is when the storm is going to head out to the plains. This is when the blizzard conditions will begin to develop. We could even see isolated severe weather in western Kansas. We don't think it's going to be very widespread, though. And then as we take this storm into the plains, you notice how quickly all the precipitation really blossoms. By the time we get through Tuesday, that's when it will be almost impossible to travel on the backside of this storm. And out ahead of it, this is when we'll watch the chance of severe weather through southern Arkansas and Louisiana. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So temperatures will be mild out ahead of our storm system, and you can see that cold air on the backside. All our ingredients are in place. We also had that snowstorm we had to clean up from in areas of southern New England yesterday. Areas like Albany, New York picked up about 6 inches. And a lot of people on the East Coast wondering what's going to happen when that storm gets here on Friday. I'll give you those details coming up.
We'll be waiting for it. Thank you, Bill. We got a royal season's greeting from King Charles III and Camilla, the Queen Consort. It is their first Christmas card since Charles ascended to the throne in September. The couple wearing matching outfits as they wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. His coronation ceremony will be in May.
Coming up in 60 seconds, we are remembering 3-time NBA champion player and legendary coach Paul Silas.
Plus, the Chiefs smoke out the Broncos. Your Sunday NFL highlights next.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The basketball world is remembering legendary player and coach Paul Silas. He was a 2-time All-Star as a player and won 3 NBA titles in his 16 seasons as a player. In 1980, Silas began a long coaching career with the Hornets, Bobcats, and Cavaliers, and was LeBron James's first professional head coach. Silas's son, Steven, followed in his father's footsteps and is currently the coach of the Houston Rockets. Michael Jordan said Silas had never-ending positivity and called him one of the all-time great people in basketball. Paul Silas was 79 years old.
Now to Sunday Night Football, and 2 teams battling for playoff position. The Dolphins played like fish out of water in the first half, but a quick 60-yard strike to Tyreek Hill brought Miami back into the game. The Chargers were able to run out the clock from there, padding their lead with field goals and picking up a crucial win, 23-17. Another week, another incredible Patrick Mahomes play. Mahomes drew in a stampede of Broncos defenders, only to flip it to Jerick McKinnon for the easy score. The Chiefs held a lead that the Broncos couldn't come back from. Kansas City wins 34-28. Both the Chargers and Chiefs would represent the AFC West in the playoffs if the season ended today. And in the NFC, a young team is battling for their playoff push.
Second down and 5, off the fake to Jamal Williams. Goff going deep, wide open, touchdown on his first
first NFL reception. The rookie out of bounds.
Jameson Williams injured his knee in January, and in December he scores a touchdown with his first career catch. The Lions roared in the face of the division-leading Vikings to take home their second straight win. Detroit beats Minnesota 34-23. And Tom Brady was 23 years old when Brock Purdy was born, but the 49ers quarterback looked pretty good, throwing a pair of first-half touchdowns as San Fran ran away with the Buccaneers, or from the Buccaneers, 35-7. And despite the losing record, the Bucs still lead the NFC South and hold onto the 4th seed in the playoffs. And with a dominant win over the Giants on Sunday, the Eagles are the first team this season to clinch a place in the postseason.
Still to come, drama in the labor and delivery ward. Several nurses fired from an Atlanta hospital after a viral TikTok mocking patients.
Plus, the one-time capital of the Confederacy gets rid of its last Confederate statue.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Leslie?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Leslie?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fast forwarding into your Monday, the removal process for the final Confederate monument in Richmond, Virginia begins today. The statue of General A.P. Hill will be relocated to the state's Black History Museum and Cultural Center.
We'll see if red-hot inflation is finally cooling off with the release of the November CPI report tomorrow. The Federal Reserve will also kick off a two-day meeting, which economists predict will end in another rate hike.
And today, the president and first lady are traveling to Arlington, Virginia, where they will participate in a Toys for Tots event with the Marine Corps. Donated toys will be sorted for families in need.
4 Atlanta nurses are out of a job after posting a TikTok video mocking patients. The labor and delivery nurses were following a trend and sharing things that annoy them, but they were talking about expecting mothers and their families. One complained about family members coming to the nurses' station too much. In a statement, Emory Healthcare refers to the nurses as former employees, but it's not clear if they were fired as a direct result of the video. Emory said patients should always be treated with care and respect.
Still to come, Bill's got your Monday forecast.
And ahead, how a casual bake-off turned into a nationwide movement.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It looks like Wakanda is staying forever at the top of the box office. The Black Panther sequel took the top spot for a fifth week in a row, earning more than $11 million, with its total global earnings nearing the $1 billion mark. It is now the sixth highest grossing movie of the year.
Let's now check back in with your forecast with NBC meteorologist Bill Carrington. A storm that's headed our way now.
Yeah, it's going to head to the East Coast. It's going to take a while. I mean, this is a big storm. It's going to be a slow mover, and it's going to plague us throughout the plains right till about Thursday at least, and then finally move out by then. So here's how we're looking today. Fine in the east, kind of cloudy and damp still in areas of the south. That storm in the west really won't break into the middle of the country until late tonight. Tomorrow into Wednesday, it's going to be just a really difficult travel conditions here with blizzard and ground blizzard conditions likely. Gusts 55 miles per hour, along with 1 to 2 feet of snow. It's going to be a mess. And then with possibility of severe weather and heavy rain in the south. Then eventually this comes to the east. As of now, it looks like interior New England with snow, not the big cities on the coast.
Hey, good to know. Thank you, Bill. Ahead, how an act of kindness sparked a movement to give back this holiday season.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
A sweet act of kindness is turning into a national movement, and it all started with two friends with a love of baking. NBC's Kate Snow has their story.
All righty. We ready to? I think we're ready.
In this central Pennsylvania kitchen.
Your cookies look a lot more organized than mine. Still taste the same.
Delivering cookies is a year-round labor of love for friends Scott McKenzie and Jeremy Orrick.
Uh-oh. The bell has rung. I think that means it's time.
They're the founders of Cookies for Caregivers, an organization dedicated to giving freshly baked treats to hometown heroes.
Look at this. 3. Perfect. Worked out well.
It's a mission they started during the pandemic in 2020. Scott was temporarily furloughed from his job at the local college, and middle school teacher Jeremy was working from home. How did this happen?
We had a cookie bake-off that our local mayor judged.
This is cookie number 1 right here.
And we left the cookies with the 911 dispatch center and the police officers.
So then Scott created a Facebook group. In a week's time, I think we had close to 100 community members who were willing to bake.
Now there are 35 groups nationwide. In their own town of Huntington, Pennsylvania, they've already given out more than 100,000 cookies. Each week, volunteer bakers like Sandy Morelli.
Are you ready for some cookies?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Drop off the cookies with Scott and Jeremy.
Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it.
It's Christmas every Thursday.
Who then deliver the treats to essential workers.
Hey.
Hello. How are you?
How are you?
They've gone to the local hospital since the beginning.
Oh my gosh, these are so cute.
Early Christmas.
Thank you.
To have the community members still doing this 3 years later, we're just totally amazed.
It sounds like really at its core, it's about showing gratitude.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Our community happens because of a lot of people. There they are.
From the local college.
We appreciate all your efforts. It's definitely a good feeling, and it makes us feel better and wants to be here every day.
Guess what we have?
Looks like cookies.
Looks like cookies.
To the veterinary clinic, employees grateful for the special recognition.
It's almost embarrassing how excited we get when they pull in.
Everybody involved, whether you're baking, delivering, or receiving, there's the human touch. There's a heart that cares about the process and the people, and that's healing.
So wonderful. I know a lot of people who do that when it comes to just the holidays, but for them to make that their thing, right, to constantly be giving.
I also think we're hearing so many more stories about charities needing more donations this year, and that's a good reminder.
We thank you for kicking off your week with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Benita Nair. Have a great Monday.
Good morning, I'm Blaine Alexander.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser. Joe and Savannah have the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, West Coast wallop, a massive winter storm pummeled parts of California, Nevada, and the northern plains with driving winds and multiple feet of snow in some parts. And now it's moving east. This morning, meteorologist Bill Cairns is following it and will have the latest track. In custody, the Libyan bomb maker accused of making the explosive device that killed nearly 300 people on that infamous Pan Am flight over Lockerbie, Scotland decades ago is now on U.S. soil to stand trial. What we know about his first court appearance in Washington. Also this morning, triple threat amid a holiday spike in cases of those so-called triple-demic viruses, RSV, the flu, and COVID. Public health officials in some of America's largest cities are now calling on folks to mask up indoors again. We've got the latest guidance to help keep you and your family safe this holiday season. Plus, down to Earth, a historic splashdown for NASA's next generation mission to the moon. Orion making its return home off the Baja California coast. I was there for its launch, and it is so incredible to see everything go pretty picture perfect.
Absolutely. It is amazing to see, and it's amazing to know that they're getting folks back out into space.
Exactly.
I love watching it.
Inspiring a new generation. Happy to be with you here.
Glad to join you too. First time at the desk, so I'm excited to do this.
We'll have a good show. All right, we're going to begin, though, with that big winter storm moving east after dumping heavy snow in the west this weekend.
Yeah, in the mountains of California, more than 4 feet of snow fell, burying cars and closing down roads. High winds caused power outages across Northern California, while further south, that same system brought flooding in Orange County. In fact, one man had to be pulled from the water after a flash flood. But it wasn't just out west. Snow blanketed parts of the Northeast, leading to dozens of flights being canceled due to weather and leaving many travelers stranded. So let's get the very latest on this powerful storm coming our way. Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, good morning, Blaine. Great seeing you at the desk. And Lindsay, of course. On this Monday, we had a weekend full of heavy snow in the west, a little mini system in the Northeast, and now we're getting ready to watch this storm going, well, pretty much coast to coast. It's actually going to redevelop off the East Coast towards the end of this week. So here's how the map looks this morning. It's not a pretty morning for the early morning commute down the coastline of Southern California. The mountains are getting a little bit of snow. Even Los Angeles is going to deal with rain. And if you've ever driven in LA in the rain, you know what that could be like. So that's going to cause some significant delays during your morning commute. And then the snow plume, the one that dropped the feet of snow over the weekend, that is now heading through the Rockies. So one of the highest totals I've seen was Soda Springs. This is near the Tahoe area. 60 inches of snow. So 5 feet of snow from this storm alone. Other locations were around 3 to 4 feet. Heavenly and Mammoth both about 2.5 feet. Now, what happens from here? Today, we kind of see the storm going through the Intermountain West. Mostly the ski resorts, the high elevations, the Wasatch Range here in Utah, you're getting some snow. Mountains of Colorado will get a little bit. Denver, only 1 to 3 inches for you, so not a huge ordeal by your standards. Then tonight, the storm gets stronger out in the plains. We are going to see a very dangerous and impressive blizzard that's going to last for a couple days. Blizzard warnings are up for areas of Nebraska starting tonight at 11 p.m. all the way till Thursday. So that's going to be a numerous days here in a row where we're going to have to worry about the people going through all the heavy snow and also on the roads. By the time we watch this storm system getting through Tuesday night, severe weather into Wednesday morning is possible throughout the Gulf Coast, and then the storm system will eventually make its way to the East Coast. So we worry about the blizzard in the plains, and then, of course, we have this enhanced risk. We could be dealing with tornadoes by the time we get through Tuesday evening. So, yeah, this storm's not over. By the time it gets here Friday, I'll be done with it. We're going to have like 5-6 days of it. But, yeah, we're going to probably see a nor'easter out of this, too. Not snow in New York or Boston or Philly. It looks like interior sections of the Northeast are going to get their white Christmas.
Not the news anybody wants to hear, Bill, but we know that you will guide us through it. Thanks so much.
All right, health experts in several major cities, including New York, Los Angeles, and Portland, are once again recommending that people mask up as 3 highly contagious respiratory viruses are putting a strain on hospitals this holiday season. The recommendation comes as COVID cases are again on the rise and flu-related hospitalizations are at their highest rate in a decade. So NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel is here to talk to us more about this latest guidance. Dr. Patel, anecdotally, I've started wearing a mask again in certain places. In what situations are public health experts saying people should wear one?
Lindsay, the best analogy I heard from another professor was that think of a mask as an umbrella. You carry the umbrella with you for exactly the following situation. When you know you're going to go into an indoor crowded space, especially with people you don't know very well, think grocery stores, metro transit, even maybe your place of employment if you have to kind of get to your cubicle or area to work. All those places are opportunities. And don't forget the mask, plus also keeping your hands clean. Flu and RSV can stick around on surfaces for several hours, so it's important to do all of those things.
Do you see a scenario in which in certain high-density areas where there are high rates of transmission, masks could become mandatory again in some places like stores or public transit?
You know, it's hard to imagine that masks will become mandatory anywhere, just given the backlash we've seen both politically and I think people are so fatigued. However, you mentioned those metropolitan areas. Lindsay, it's worth noting that those are because the rates are so high and the hospital systems are so strained that that might be a measure they need to put in place. But I haven't seen anybody really advocate for it. What we're trying to do is what we're doing now, just educating individuals so that, like the umbrella in a rainstorm, or unfortunately with the snow around the country, you're just prepared when you need to be.
Let's talk about holiday gatherings, Doctor. Blaine and I both have little ones at home, and we're looking forward to seeing family for the holiday season. I want to know about you and your behavior. Are you changing anything that you're going to do?
So what I've been doing with any family gatherings, I'm smiling because I've got little ones, and they've had various coughs and colds. What I've been doing since the beginning has been to try to, number one, get home testing. Number two, if you're sick, stay at home. Number three, try to make sure that even if you're feeling a sniffle or a cold and you can't get tested, that you too could wear a mask while you're in transit and you can keep your holiday loved ones safe.
Looking forward to it. Thanks for all the advice, Dr. Kavita Patel. Appreciate it.
Well, WNBA star Brittany Griner spent her first weekend back on American soil after being detained in Russia for 10 months. And now we're learning new information this morning about her return home to Texas. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has the very latest.
Hey there, we are getting new images of Brittany Griner's first moments on U.S. soil and learning new details about what that 18-hour plane ride home was like from one of the U.S. officials on board.
A new photo, Brittany Griner in her first moments of freedom.
She called everyone over to take photos with her. It shows you the kind of woman that she is.
Posing with wife Sherelle and U.S. Ambassador Roger D. Carsons, who was with her on that 18-hour flight to Texas. Carsons spent months working on the team who negotiated her freedom.
She jumped on the plane and went right to saying hi to everyone, making a personal connection, shaking hands, saying thank you.
Carsons says he thought she'd want some space.
And she said, no, I want to talk. I want to relate to people. And I found someone who was just absolutely wonderful, kind, generous, interesting, and above all, authentic.
As the nation celebrates Griner's return, the exchange of Russian arms dealer Victor Bout for her release continues to face fierce criticism from some Republicans.
The Trump administration was always very clear. We weren't going to trade bad guys for celebrities because it creates the wrong incentives for the bad guys.
The White House says a national security assessment found any risk Bout's release might pose is manageable, and that negotiating Griner's release has shed light on what it could take to get another American held captive in Russia, Paul Whelan, out too, charged with spying, which Whelan and the U.S. have denied.
We're more informed. We have a better sense of the context here, where the Russians' expectations are, and we're just going to keep working at it.
Griner now vows to fight for Whelan and others as she returns to the U.S. with new passion and purpose, and with the U.S. State Department estimating some 50 Americans are still wrongfully detained abroad. Back to you.
Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much for that report.
The clock is ticking on Capitol Hill for lawmakers to reach a deal on a massive government funding package. Congress has until midnight Friday to reach a deal that would avoid a shutdown. But this morning, Democrats and Republicans are still billions of dollars apart on an agreement to keep the government running. For more, we are joined by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, good to see you. What is the latest on where negotiations stand, and what are the sticking points for both sides?
Yeah, Lindsay and Blaine, good morning to you. Look, not just billions, $26 billion apart, and that's where they have been for over a week now. I'm told that's where they continue to be, even after making some progress this weekend. A Senate Democratic aide telling me overnight that negotiators were actually able to inch a little bit closer, just enough to prevent Democratic appropriators in the House and the Senate from actually releasing their own omnibus funding plan and stopgap funding measure as well. Those plans they had at the end of last week to put pressure on their Republican counterparts as they hit stalemates in negotiating this funding bill. Now, this isn't anything new necessarily. In the 3.5 years I've covered Congress, I've seen this time and time again. When you go down to the wire, politics comes to play, and both sides try to get what they can, especially in these last couple of weeks after a midterm election before a new Congress in which Republicans are set to take control of the House. So a lot at play here. We're hoping in the next couple of days that lawmakers are able to figure it out. But one thing is clear, they won't have time to finish writing a full omnibus bill, even if they have an agreement. So even just a short-term continuing resolution to keep them going while they hammer out those final details will be necessary.
Our colleagues at NBC News saying this is essentially the last train to leave the station in this current Congress. Julie, remind us what's at stake here. Are we talking, if the government is forced to shut down, are we talking about public lands closed, federal employees on hiatus? What does this mean?
Yeah, well, the number one thing here is, first of all, this would be a partial government shutdown, which means that everything that's non-discretionary spending essentially would run out of money. And so that means number one thing for people watching is federal employees, non-essential federal employees would be furloughed, would need back pay then when the government does turn its lights back on. Of course, that always causes a headache, no matter how big or small the shutdown is. And it could affect things from air travel to national parks, especially during a time in the holidays when everybody is trying to travel and get back home to their loved ones. This could be a pain for the government, no matter how many days or weeks this shutdown would last. But there's currently no appetite on either side for that.
It's not just Democrats versus Republicans, Julie, in all of this. There's also a divide within the Republican Party. What can you tell us?
Look, after a less than stellar performance during the midterm elections, House Republicans with a very slim majority next Congress are under a lot of pressure. And their leader, Kevin McCarthy, who is in the political fight for his life, essentially for the speakership gavel, is certainly remembering that in the back of his head. And so for him to please his members, for McConnell to please about 10 or so Republicans in the Senate who are urging them to leave this government funding bill up to the next Congress so Republicans can have more of an input, especially when it comes to deficit spending. Republicans, of course, slamming Democrats for spending billions of dollars in the Inflation Reduction Act and other partisan bills that were passed this year. This is all coming down to politics. So we'll see if Leader McConnell, Leader Kevin McCarthy can withstand that political pressure.
You've mentioned politics. The fate of the bill is also linked to an election overhaul measure that's meant to avoid another January 6th. So what's the latest on that front? And is there any talk of separating that measure, trying to pass it separately?
Lindsay, bottom line, there's just no floor time left this Congress for them to be able to pass this bill, the Election Reform Count Act, and other bills that they're trying to include and jam into these bigger packages. And when I talked to Senator Susan Collins last week, who's one of the top Republicans on this piece of legislation, she told me the conversations now is that they're very hopeful that this bill will be included in the omnibus funding bill. But again, will there even be an omnibus funding bill is the number one question. And certainly a bill like this to prevent another insurrection, another January 6th from happening again. This is really the last shot that they have to do this because, of course, with Republicans controlling the House, it's not likely it'll pass in that chamber next Congress. And so we're really coming down to the wire, of course, as the January 6th Select Committee in the House is working on their parallel investigation of everything that happened that day.
All right, Julie, I'm sure we'll be talking to you and your Capitol Hill team a lot this week. Thanks so much. Turning now to the latest developments surrounding the January 6th Capitol attack. Opening arguments are set today for the second sedition trial against members of the far-right extremist group, the Oath Keepers.
So joining us, of course, now to break it all down, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is joining us now to discuss this. Thank you so much for being here, Danny. Of course. I guess the first question is just walk us through what we can expect through this trial, and also walk us through the prosecution's case. How is this going to be different from what we saw in the previous trial?
It's a lot like the previous trial in that these are a number of defendants who are alleged to have been involved in January 6th. The indictment contains plenty of their messages back and forth to each other, which is why in this modern era, the price of using all this technology is that you amass the government's evidence for the government. This is the kind of thing, had they picked up the telephone, most of this evidence wouldn't be in print right there in the indictment. Now, I have to say this, that when it comes to federal prosecutions, they are ultimately a mixed bag. It's hard to say there are winners and there are losers, except for the vast majority of the time the defendant loses in some sense. And here's what I mean. If you look at the last Oath Keepers trial we just had, you might say, oh, that was a resounding victory for the government. After all, some of the defendants are probably going away forever and ever and ever. But when you look at the seditious conspiracy charges, the government only convicted 2 out of the 5 charged with seditious conspiracy. So what does that tell us about seditious conspiracy as a charge. And really, in the end, does anyone care? Does the government care? Because they know that they can get convictions on other things, like in obstructing an official proceeding, which carries a very serious penalty as well. So again, in federal court, these prosecutions, a mixed bag. It's hard to predict what we'll see this time around.
And this seditious conspiracy charge, it is a rare charge. It goes back to the Civil War era. They did get a conviction for 2. You mentioned the acquittal for the 3. What are the challenges in prosecuting a seditious conspiracy case?
It's interesting. Seditious conspiracy actually is a conspiracy that requires more than your traditional conspiracy. You need a particular number of witnesses. But look, conspiracy charges in general are easier to prove for the government. Conspiracy charges really just require evidence of an agreement. And it doesn't need to be a written out, I agree to storm the Capitol, signed me. The government knows that. Juries know that. Courts know that. You just need this circumstantial evidence that there is an agreement among these people. And just like the last Oath Keepers trial, you can look at some of this text message evidence or this other messaging evidence and say, ooh, this looks really, really bad. Or will a juror see this as, hey, these are just some idiots getting together to rally in D.C.? Yeah, they have some pretty harsh rhetoric, but does it rise to the level of a conspiracy to obstruct a proceeding or seditious conspiracy?
And Danny, we're going to move from that to yet another sedition trial starting later this month against the former Proud Boys national chairman. What can you tell us about that, and what should we expect there?
Again, more of the same. The government needs to prove, of course, beyond a reasonable doubt, with the presumption of innocence, that the elements of the sedition have been met. It's not that easy, and if there's any evidence of that, number one, the government rarely brings these charges, because you need to show that somebody is looking to overthrow by force or otherwise obstruct, and I forget the language of the statute, but it is a difficult burden to meet for the government. That's why they don't charge it very often, and lo and behold, in the last trial, I wouldn't say that the government won the majority of their seditious conspiracy charges. They lost most of them. Now, again, who cares if you're on the government side? These people are going away for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Danny Savalos, lucky as always to have you breaking this down for us. Thanks so much for being here.
Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema's decision to leave the Democratic Party is still sending shockwaves through Washington. Montana Senator John Tester joined Meet the Press to discuss that, and former U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara also joined to talk about the prisoner swap that led to Brittany Griner's release. Here's Meet the Press compressed.
All right, so I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, to complete shock or this is just another day at the office, where do you put the Sinema changing her party affiliation to independent?
Look, I was surprised she made the change, but functionally, I don't think that change is a thing. I think we're going to continue doing the same thing that we were doing, whether she's an independent or part of the Democratic caucus, because she's going to continue to caucus with the Democrats. So we'll still have the committee structures that we've had before, as far as having one more Democrat. And functionally, I don't think it changes a thing. And that's a good thing. So we look forward to working. I look forward to working with her, as I have in the past, to try to get good things done for the country.
I want to talk about that relationship. Look, Arizona Democrats are not happy with her at all. You have a progressive political consultant based in Phoenix, Ian Danley, saying everything she's done has been in service of Kyrsten Sinema. Is that your experience working with her?
No, look, I had a good experience working with Kyrsten on a number of different topics, especially the bipartisan infrastructure package that we put together with 10 folks, 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, of which I was one of the Democrats, and she was too. We worked hard together, we argued, and we fought, and we came up with a pretty darn good bill. And I think that's the process, Chuck. You know that. Your enemy one day is your friend tomorrow, and vice versa. And it's about keeping relationships in Washington, D.C. if you're going to get things done. And I think that Kyrsten Sinema knows that, and I think whether she's a Democrat or she's a Republican, that really doesn't matter. The label doesn't matter. What matters is you got to have somebody in Washington, D.C. that wants to get things done and move things forward.
Let me start with what you can tell us about Victor Bout. How dangerous of a man is he?
Look, everyone is happy, if you're an American or not an American, that Brittany Griner, who is, I think, unfairly and illegitimately detained in Russia, is back home with her family. We're happy for her. We're happy for her family. At the same time, you might imagine that not as just a general prosecutor, but the prosecutor who oversaw the prosecution and conviction of Victor Bout has a view about how dangerous a person he was. He's, as you said, someone who was convicted at trial by unanimous jury of conspiracy to kill Americans. He was convicted of conspiracy to provide material support to terrorists. He's on tape with confidential informants, planning to sell hundreds of surface-to-air missiles to the FARC, also sell 30,000 AK-47s to the FARC for the stated purpose of shooting down American helicopters in Colombia. So he's a dangerous man then. I don't know how dangerous he is now, but I think people of good faith can, in good faith, ask questions and be concerned about it, even when we're very, very happy that Brittany Griner is back in the U.S.
All right, our thanks to Chuck Todd for that report.
Well, coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, in custody.
The man suspected of making the explosive device that killed nearly 300 people in the 1988 Lockerbie bombing is on U.S. soil this morning. What we know about the charges he's facing after the break.
The storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Leslie?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Authorities say a Libyan man accused of making the bomb that brought down a Pan Am flight over the Scottish town of Lockerbie is now in U.S. custody. 270 people died on that day in 1988, most of them Americans, in what is considered the deadliest terror attack on British soil. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more.
Yes, for the router.
A sigh of relief and a step toward justice, decades in the making. 34 years after authorities say a bomb packed into unaccompanied luggage brought Pan Am Flight 103 crashing into the Scottish town of Lockerbie, killing 270 people, mostly Americans. The Justice Department confirms the man charged with building that bomb is in U.S. custody. His name, Abu Aguila Mohammed Masoud Kir al-Marimi, according to the DOJ, a former Libyan intelligence officer under the notorious Gaddafi regime. Bert Ammerman lost his brother Tommy, a father of two, traveling on business.
He was not supposed to be on the flight. He was supposed to leave a day earlier, but the company asked him to stay for one more day, and he told his wife, "What's one more day?"
He booked that flight last minute.
Yep.
This comes 2 years after now former Attorney General Bill Barr charged Massoud, then in custody in Libya, in the deadly plot.
At long last, this man, responsible for killing Americans and many others, will be subject to justice for his crimes.
Dubbed the Lockerbie bombing, the December 21st, 1988 crash killed everyone on board the London to New York flight. 190 of them Americans, including 35 students from Syracuse University returning from a semester abroad. The university calling Massoud's arrest a significant milestone. Kara Weeps's brother Rick was a college junior.
My parents have known their grandson longer than they knew their son. And that's not the way life should be.
Also killed 11 people on the ground. Archive video shows mangled wreckage scattered across a Scottish neighborhood. Later, funerals. The Justice Department saying Massoud will appear in federal court in D.C.
This is something that we have fought for to bring justice and hold those accountable for who murdered our loved ones.
And looking to the road ahead, the families tell us it will likely be long. They're anticipating this trial could go on potentially for years. So in the meantime, they're going to keep on honoring and mourning their loved ones like they always have. In fact, this year's memorial in D.C. on the 21st, the anniversary of the crash, will go on as planned, of course, with renewed hope. Back to you.
Maggie, thanks so much.
Well, now to the war in Ukraine, which has left more than 1 million people without power. All of this as temperatures continue to plummet. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Kyiv, where she spoke with the families about the tough decisions they're now forced to make just to survive the winter.
In Ukraine, night keeps getting darker and the temperature keeps dropping. Ukrainian officials say Russian forces used Iranian-made dive-bombing drones to target energy infrastructure Saturday night. More than 1 million people lost power in Odessa, but targeted attacks aren't the only thing leaving people in the cold. President Zelensky says even if there are no massive missile strikes, this does not mean that there are no problems. Exactly 1 month ago, Ukrainian forces liberated the city of Kherson. But for many, the joy was short-lived. Yuri and Ludmila left Kherson 3 days ago. They had no heat, no electricity, and no running water. Russian forces retreated from the city, but she says they kept shelling it from the other side of the river.
I couldn't stand it for long. My nervous system was exhausted.
For now, they're living at a friend's apartment in Kyiv.
I don't think we're safe here either. There are 25 regions in Ukraine. All of them are under Russian strike now.
Holding the memories of liberation close.
We were jumping, laughing, hugging, and kissing each other. We were shouting glory to Ukraine.
And hoping that one day soon, every light in Ukraine will shine. Ellison Barber, NBC News, Kyiv, Ukraine.
And we are following more international news now. Peru's newest president proposing to move up elections after a week of political turmoil.
Well, NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and much more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, the new president of Peru, Dina Boluarte, has announced that she will propose to move up the date of the general elections following days of violent protest. Now, she replaced the former president, Pedro Castillo, last week after he was arrested for trying to dissolve parliament and replace it with an emergency government. Now, initially, Boluarte said she will finish Castillo's term until 2024, but she gave in to protests and promised to advance the general elections. Let's come back here in Rome, where on Sunday a man opened fire in a cafe, killing 3 women, including a personal friend of Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni. The victims were members of a local residents' committee who were having a meeting in that cafe when the assailant shot them dead. He's believed to be the owner of a property who's been locked in a bitter dispute with the committee. And let's move to Britain, where the country's nurses are expected to go on strike this week in protest to what they say is an insufficient pay rise proposal. It's only the latest of a series of strikes and walkouts by workers in the rail network, the postal service, airports and schools that have crippled the country. But the government has so far refused to budge on pay rise demands and is instead looking to tighten laws to try to stop some of the strikes, guys.
All right, Claudia, thank you.
Absolutely. Well, coming up next, NASA makes history yet again as Orion falls safely back down to Earth.
We'll break down the mission's major successes and where we go from here in our next mission to the moon. That's up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We are back with a look at how police officers are tackling holiday crime. Across the country, the special gifts that families have shipped to their homes for the holidays are being taken by thieves known as porch pirates. NBC News correspondent Nyana Charles has more on what officers are doing to try and correct the issue.
It's holiday cheer upended by holiday crime. Across the country, porch pirates are stealing packages right from your doorstep. Whether it's in Oklahoma City, Rock Island, Illinois, or Austin, Texas, where this thief even tried to make away with Halloween decorations. In the last year, 79% of Americans had a package stolen, the problem most severe in California's Bay Area. Which is why Campbell, California police, like many departments across the country, has gone on offense, putting GPS tracking devices inside bait packages to track down thieves.
From here, dispatch will tell you where to go to find the stolen package.
Absolutely. Basically, the package will move, they'll get an alert, the package will have a ping, they will tell us the direction.
Officer Najib McGee showed us how it works with a demonstration.
It looks like a regular package with a shipping label on it, your normal Priority Mail Express sticker on it.
After a package is placed on the porch, our producer puts it in his car and takes off.
Okay, let's go.
Can't wait to dry copy them around. Often they're going to want to know the fruits of their labor, and they're going to stop somewhere. So you can trace the line here. So it looks like they found their landing spot in a parking lot.
The GPS device brings the cops straight to the crooks.
So they're thinking it's a typical car stop. Once we start talking about the package and what they stole, the look on their face is priceless.
Since this program started, you see less people stealing packages.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a direct correlation.
If package thefts are a concern for you, there are ways to protect your holiday gifts.
Leave delivery instructions. A lot of retailers let you leave delivery instructions.
Video monitoring company Ring recommends signing up for alerts so you know exactly when your package is delivered and getting your order sent to a secure location. But if that doesn't work, law enforcement may be watching.
This crime in particular affects a lot of people. It's a thorn.
Making sure your treasure makes it under the tree. Nyla Charles, NBC News, Campbell, California.
Well, after a 26-day mission on a historic journey around the moon, NASA's next generation Orion capsule has landed back on Earth.
Such good news. The empty spacecraft landed Sunday in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Baja, California. The splashdown marked the end of the space agency's Artemis test flight. So, of course, the question now is, where do we go from here? And for more on that, we're joined by Mike Massimino. He's a former NASA astronaut, also professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University, and senior advisor for space programs at the Intrepid Museum right here in New York. No question we have the right man to answer all of these questions,
so.
Mike.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Good morning to you. I mean, I guess the first place to start is, what are some of your key takeaways from this? And perhaps more importantly, what were some of the biggest things that NASA was hoping to accomplish with this mission?
Thanks for having me, and thanks for covering this. It was very exciting. We were talking earlier. I was in Houston for our astronaut reunion, which we have every few years, and it was very exciting to be there. I got to see the splashdown from the Johnson Space Center and talk to a lot of my friends about it. So I'm very excited about it. What they found out was that the rocket ship worked. If you remember back on November 16th, I think it was, we had the successful launch, that gigantic, colossal rocket that we were waiting to launch, a few months, went off and did really well and got the spacecraft to the moon. We got some awesome pictures. We're still getting more pictures back of the moon and the Earth from that mission, and it returned, as you said, 26 days now successfully. The heat shield worked. They were able to do this a different maneuver instead of just coming straight in, which would have generated a lot of heat. They did like a little skip, new technology now. They didn't do that back 50 years ago. They did a little skip to kind of slow down the entry and less heat, to be gentler with the spacecraft, and recovered it successfully. Now they're going to look at some data. And the next step is to send people, probably about 2 years from now, to do more or less the same thing that this spacecraft did. No landing, do a little orbit around, a big orbit around the moon, and then come back with people inside. So that's the next step. But then there's some really big steps coming up after that.
Wow. Mike, NASA obviously thrilled over the moon, so to speak, here, because as you mentioned, this was a test for everything. The SLS, that skip entry technique, the parachutes, the heat shield, everything. So are they surprised at how well it went? I mean, did it exceed their expectations?
I think they're really pleased the way it went. Now, I think the last piece of this is to get all the data back on the radiation protection, but they are really, really happy. I don't know if it exceeded. They were really hoping that this would happen. I think they were fairly confident. I think they did the right thing by waiting, right? Because now we can talk about good things instead of a problem with the launch vehicle. So I think that was a really good move for them not to rush and launch too early. They waited a little bit longer to get it off right. So yeah, I think they're just thrilled. I think they couldn't be happier. Let's put it that way. They got exactly what they wanted out of this mission so far.
So did we. Look at these pictures.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. And you talk, of course, about the next steps and what this kind of paves the way for the future. The next one is, of course, going to be a manned mission within the next 2 years or so. What will NASA do between now and then to make that a success?
Well, they're going to study everything they can from this mission. I think the rocket ship is ready to go. The spacecraft is just about ready to go as well. And then they got to get the crew ready to go. So they're going to train those folks. I think they probably already started with a lot of astronauts, and then they're going to announce 4 of them that are going to do this. And then it's the looking for, they've got to keep working on the missions after, because that's going to be an orbital flight, a return flight. They're not landing on that one. Artemis 3, they're going to land. That's huge. And then looking forward to Artemis 4 is going to be huge as well. It's going to set up more infrastructure. SpaceX is going to get in the game for Artemis 3. They're going to be supplying the lander. So I think some of the focus now is going to turn to SpaceX, one of the contractors, the big contractor. They're building another gigantic spaceship called Starship. And that's going to take the lander. They're going to put a refueling station in orbit. I mean, this is like science fiction stuff that we were dreaming about for years. And that's what's going to be accomplished. So I think NASA's really happy with their part, with their supplying, and working with their contractor now for the next step, SpaceX. I think that's what they're going to be focusing on, is that part of it.
So many exciting things to watch in the weeks, years to come. Thank you so much, Mike, for breaking it all down.
It's something we've been looking forward to for decades, and the time is now. So, yeah, exciting stuff. Thanks for having me.
Mike, thanks so much.
Pleasure.
Thanks.
Well, the House Oversight Committee has released a report saying oil companies could doom global efforts when it comes to climate change.
Well, in this NBC News exclusive, NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson sat down with Representative Ro Khanna to discuss what he is calling Big Oil's climate information crisis.
Major players in the oil industry accused of greenwashing their public image with clean energy pledges, according to a new report just released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. Internal documents obtained and interpreted by the committee suggest BP, Chevron, Shell, ExxonMobil, and the American Petroleum Institute are, in lawmakers' view, not taking the necessary steps to move away from fossil fuels, despite making public climate pledges.
Talk to me about what you think is the most important thing people should know about your findings.
Hallie, we can't solve the climate crisis if we don't solve the climate misinformation crisis. And these hearings, 2 years where we had the big oil CEOs testifying for the first time in front of Congress, exposed that big oil has been misleading the American public.
The report finding oil and gas execs knew that what they were doing would not meaningfully reduce emissions and kept aggressively investing in fossil fuels. In one instance, the report says Chevron boasted of a $200 billion return in the next 40 years after upscaling oil production off the Australian coast.
They are actually increasing their carbon emissions. The internal documents show that they believe that this is a license to continue the status quo, to entrench the fossil fuel industry while claiming something totally different.
NBC News reached out for comment to the companies named in the final report. They have yet to respond.
Plans through 2025 are consistent with the goals of the Paris Agreement.
At a committee hearing last year, executives from several oil companies listed the steps they've taken to invest in clean energy and decrease carbon emissions.
By 2025, we aim to grow our low-carbon investments to $3 to $4 billion per year.
And they outright denied any allegations they mislead the public.
Any suggestion that Chevron is engaged in an effort to spread disinformation and mislead the public on these complex issues is simply wrong.
ExxonMobil has long recognized that climate change is real and poses serious risks. But there are no easy answers.
These companies have pushed back on some of the claims that are reflected here in this final report.
Well, I'm sure they're talking about it because they know it's good PR. But as the documents show, they're working to have lobbyists kill climate legislation. But they can't have it both ways. They can't call themselves clean companies and then commit to business plans to increase CO2 emission.
But they have not come close to producing the key internal documents.
The report also claims oil companies intentionally obstructed the investigation, with Oversight Chairwoman, Democratic Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney, saying some subpoenaed documents were not sent in and that many that were heavily redacted with no explanation.
Well, none of the companies fully complied with our subpoena, so we have to continue working to get these documents.
Our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report. And Republicans on the House Oversight Committee put out a memo criticizing the report and calling it radical. Well, coming up, an uncertain holiday season for America's former big tech workers. How some of those who were recently laid off are dealing with the stress.
And plus, you may have seen a lot of photos like these popping up all over your social media feeds lately. It's a self-portrait altered entirely by artificial intelligence. It seems fun and harmless enough, but it's the app's fine print that has cybersecurity experts sounding the alarm. We'll explain all of that coming up next.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, welcome back. More than 50,000 tech workers were laid off just last month. And as NBC News correspondent Mara Barrett explains, many are now facing a stressful holiday period, searching for a new job while trying to make ends meet.
Jared Olivas has been steeped in the world of tech his entire life.
I was born and raised in Silicon Valley, so I've always been drawn to the tech industry.
After working in the field for 5 years, he was happy and comfortable as a manager at a software company.
The job security seemed impenetrable.
For most of this year, Jared's DMs and inbox have been full of recruiters offering him higher salaries and bigger titles.
July, August, I think the economy started to turn and you stop seeing as much offers going out and less activity. And then in October, we were seeing like a total nosedive.
Jared became one of the thousands of unemployed tech workers in October when the company announced budget-related layoffs. He was laid off over Zoom and given 2 months severance.
I think in the back of my mind, I'm calculating all my finances and making sure, like, do I have enough runway, to pay my bills, my rent, food. You're planning for the worst.
According to crowdsourced website layoffs.fyi, over 140,000 tech employees have been laid off this year. Just in the past month, Meta, Amazon, Cisco, and Twitter each laid off thousands of employees.
What advice do you have to people that might have been recently laid off?
First, take a moment to pause, gather your thoughts, and think about your next pivot for your career. What type of opportunity is going to help enhance your skill set and make you the most marketable? Second, you've got to get your resume in order. And third, you really do need to think about your online network and your in-person network.
Megan Slabinski is a district president with Robert Half, a human resources consulting firm.
Is there a negative connotation when people are looking at someone that might have been laid off from a previous job?
I think it's important to be able to own the narrative and explain the circumstances surrounding your separation, whether it was your choice or your employer's choice, or if there was really no choice at all. But owning the narrative around your separation is really important.
After the layoff, Jared was comforted that his fiance still had a job, but he's in the tech industry too. And now his company also announced impending layoffs.
I think they were trying to be nice, but a lot of anxiety was caused by that. For me, myself included, especially just what recently happened with Jared. I'm kind of a little nervous to know what's to happen in a couple weeks.
The stress only compounding in an industry not known for its mental health support.
I think one thing that people do, especially in tech, is we don't like to usually broadcast when we're not doing well. Tech workers, I typically don't think would broadcast if they're suffering, and they'll suffer in silence, unfortunately.
But the reality is he's not alone. And as the economy struggles to stabilize in a post-pandemic world, there are likely many more layoffs to come.
I'm 100% hopeful for the future. I definitely think the economy is going to rebound, and I think the tech industry will boom again.
Well, our thanks to Maura Barrett for that story. Now, according to a new report from Challenger, Gray, and Christmas, the total number of layoffs this year is actually the second lowest on record. But still, many people are still feeling that impact this year.
Have you seen those computer-generated portraits on your social media feeds? Well, there are some privacy and security concerns surrounding what has become one of the most popular apps in the world, and the way it uses artificial intelligence to alter your image. Our Savannah Sellers explains.
Stunning! What's with my face? Like, it really looks like me.
It's the hottest app of the moment, #1 on both Apple and Google's charts with 5 million downloads already this month.
How much are you seeing this in your social feed?
Oh, my entire social feed.
Krista Luster loves her magic avatars from Lensa AI, a photo and video editing app with a new viral feature that allows users to upload images of themselves or others, and with the use of artificial intelligence, turn them into this.
I was able to see myself in a light as a creator and as an actress that I'd never seen myself before.
But the avatars aren't the only thing getting people talking. So is number 5 of Lenza's terms of use that says in part, you grant us a perpetual, irrevocable, non-exclusive, royalty-free, worldwide, fully paid, transferable, sub-licensable license to use, reproduce, modify, distribute, create derivative works of your user content.
In plain terms, if you're a user who wants to use Lenza, you agree that any photographs you give to Lenza, they can use it however they want.
And that has cybersecurity experts concerned.
What is the danger in giving this company your face?
Your face is something that is used to identify you and can unlock your identity around the world online.
The app is owned by Prisma Labs, a company whose founders, according to their LinkedIn pages, previously worked in Russia. Prisma, incorporated in the U.S., tells NBC News, we don't have any presence in the Russian Federation. The company also says that photos will be immediately deleted from their servers after the avatars are ready. And fans of those avatars?
They make me feel powerful. They make me feel strong and confident.
Are loving their new looks, regardless of the risk. Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
It's so funny. I see those pictures everywhere.
All the time.
All over my timeline.
Yeah.
Still haven't uploaded yet, though.
I know. No.
Very interesting.
No, I was like, there's some kind of catch.
There's some sort of,
right?
yeah.
All right.
So anyway.
Very interesting.
Well, coming up, we've got a closer look at a sort of stock market for booze.
Investors are shelling out some major cash for the right bottle, and not a drop ever hits a glass. That's up next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, everybody. The season 2 finale of HBO's White Lotus went out with a bang. We mean that literally. We're not going to spoil it for you if you haven't watched yet. Yours truly included. But we knew at the beginning we were going to have to say arrivederci to one of the main characters. So after this season, which was set in Sicily, creator Mike White is already gearing up for season 3, saying he has his sights set on Asia as a possible new location for the next group of White Lotus guests, hoping that Jennifer Coolidge is a part of it. But Blaine, this means you got to get on board.
I absolutely have to. Listen, if I hadn't heard about it before, social media told me everything that I need to know, and you have affectionately sold me on this. So I will certainly be
Where
watching.
I said I can't really explain it or describe it, but it's, I don't know.
Which only piqued my curiosity, so now I have to go back to season 1 and just get on board.
Totally.
All right, Lindsay, I appreciate it. Well, whiskey is in high demand, but we're not talking about holiday drinking. In fact, collectors are investing in rare liquor bottles, and some of them are going for millions of dollars. NBC's Gotti Schwartz got his hands on some of that liquid gold.
Long gone are the days where 2 fingers of whiskey was just a drink of choice. Nowadays, it's the bottle so many are after. as more investors trade stocks by day but collectors booze by night. And the amounts they are paying on rare and fine bottles is staggering, but so are the returns, up 402% over the past decade, beating out luxury cars and fine art.
It's like liquid gold.
Yeah, it really is.
Gold liquid wouldn't even be worth this much, right?
That's probably right, yeah.
Peter Jarjour is the owner of Flask Fine Wine and Whiskey in Los Angeles. And the storefront might look like your ordinary liquor store, but behind the scenes, in a highly secured off-site showroom, you can find some of the most expensive bottles of whiskey in the world.
So how much are you selling this guy for?
It's about $190,000.
$190,000?
Yeah, be careful.
Oh my gosh. Yikes. Here, you take it. I don't.
Thank you.
That makes me very nervous. That is a down payment on a house.
You might think no one buys bottles this expensive, but old whiskeys are now regularly fetching 6 figures at auctions. A report released this year by Scottish investment bank Noble & Co. found that strong investor demand has pushed the value of fine and rare single malt whiskeys up by more than 20% this year.
How often are you selling something like this?
Pretty often. I mean, you know, it is a retail store, so like we're supposed to be selling stuff, but it really kind of breaks my heart when people buy stuff like this because we don't have it anymore.
And as the markets continue their roller coaster ride, rare and fine whiskey could be a tempting investment, rivaling gold and silver.
Whoever bought this off the shelf paid $50 for it, and now it's about $7,500.
That is, if you don't pour yourself a glass first.
So when it comes to whiskey and investments, it's not just buy low, sell high. It's like, don't drink it. Ever.
If you have the willpower, yeah.
Well, that was Gotti Schwartz reporting. Now, according to Wine Enthusiast magazine, the top-rated whiskeys of 2022 are Crown Royal 18 and George Dickel Bottled in Bond.
Finally, this hour, 'tis the season for holiday cookies, pies, really anything you can put sugar in. But the pastry chefs who make these treats are struggling in a tough market for hospitality jobs. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach found out about that and spoke about the art of baking with the former pastry chef at the White House.
He's baked pies for the Pope and quiches for the Queen of England. But for President George W. Bush...
I once overheard a conversation that President Bush was concerned about his weight. He wanted to eat healthier. So for dessert, I made what I called an apple salad. So I was told that President Bush said, apple salad. Apple salad is not a dessert. Apple salad is a salad. So the next day I made a peach pie. All was well.
But the former White House executive pastry chef wouldn't trade his experience for the world.
It was thrilling. It's truly an honor. Like, I only know how to do one thing, and that's bake. So if I could do that in some way in service to my country, I was really proud of that. I still am.
Yassis served the Bush and Obama administrations as lead pastry chef for countless state dinners, family meals, and holiday parties. The two presidents that you worked under could not be more different politically, but they had some similarities when it came to pastries.
Maybe the only thing they agreed on was they both loved like traditional American desserts, pie, cobbler, ice cream, bread pudding, those kind of like homey things that we all like.
We call Bill the crust master because his pies, I don't know what he does, whether he puts crack in them or...
And whether the baking is done at your house or the White House, Bill has some advice for fellow pastry chefs.
Once you have a feeling for the ingredients, for the texture of when it's mixed, when it's too mixed, when it's not mixed enough, that's the art part. And that's when it really gets fun, I think.
But Bill was one of the lucky ones. When the pandemic hit, the leisure and hospitality industry suffered significant losses. In April 2020, more than 7 million Americans lost their jobs in the service industry. 5 million of those jobs were in the food services sector. Johnny Scott, a pastry chef from Arlington, Virginia, was one of the 5 million. She was laid off twice during the pandemic.
When restaurants are doing bad, they're often the first to go because for some reason they're not seen as important as the other cooks and chefs in the positions in the restaurant.
She says pastry chefs have not had it easy for quite some time now.
It's more than what Food Network shows us. It's not all glamorous. You know, there's a lot of very long hours. It's very physically demanding work. I lost a lot of weekends and holidays with my family.
While the leisure and hospitality sector have recovered some of their pre-pandemic losses, they're still not back to pre-pandemic levels. But there is hope restaurant goers will continue to save the best for last. Gary Grumbach, NBC News, Washington.
All right, Gary, thanks. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser.
And I'm Blaine Alexander. Joe and Savannah have the morning off this morning. Well, right now on Morning News Now, winter wipeout. Millions of Americans from the West Coast to the Great Plains are under winter weather alerts this morning. That means snow and rain are already impacting California and the Sierra Nevadas. That's creating a travel mess and knocking out power to thousands. We've got the very latest this morning from the storm zone and where that storm could be headed next. Brought to justice, the suspect accused in making the bomb in the Lockerbie terrorist attack nearly 35 years ago is now in custody and on U.S. soil. What we're learning this morning about the man accused of killing nearly 300 people and what comes next for the families of those who died on that flight. And back at home, Brittany Griner is getting her very first taste of freedom again this morning after being released from a Russian prison. We've got the latest on her trip back to the U.S. and what her counterpart in the prisoner exchange is saying this morning. And all clear from here? Well, inflation certainly took the economy and the stock market on a very wild ride this past year. So are better days ahead for 2023, or is the outlook even more uncertain than before? We'll break down what the new year could bring and what it all means for your bottom line.
Yeah, that's important as so many people look in their wallets right now.
Absolutely.
The holidays approach and wonder what's going to happen for the new year.
And trying to plan for the new year, too.
Exactly.
It was a rough time. But we're beginning with those winter storms expected to hammer the country this week.
Yeah, states from coast to coast are bracing for some pretty tough conditions. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in the Sierra Mountains in California with the latest.
Hey there, I want to show you exactly what the Sierra Nevada is dealing with. This storm system was brutal. It blanketed this area. As a matter of fact, in 48 hours, there was more than 48 inches of snow in some areas. It even shut down Interstate 80, a major thoroughfare across this area. There was concerns about avalanches. And while this certainly looks beautiful, it's also dangerous.
This morning, a relentless storm system powering its way from coast to coast, packing a nasty punch, dumping snow, rain, and ice. Brutal conditions expected to impact more than 50 million people nationwide. It started out west, blanketing parts of the Sierra Nevada mountains with more than 4 feet of snow. Whiteout conditions wreaking havoc at Lassen Volcanic National Park. While torrential rains and heavy winds put millions along the Pacific coast at risk. Water rescue crews in Orange County hoisting a man to safety after a flash flood tore through a drainage canal. High winds also battering the region, with wind gusts reported up to 169 miles an hour at a ski resort near the Nevada border. At this popular lodge in Lake Tahoe, the chairlifts almost taking flight in the wind. Dangerous winds also downing power lines and trapping drivers in their cars in Northern California.
Whatever you do, don't get out of the car.
All of this part of what's called an atmospheric river event, when moisture coming off the Pacific Ocean stays in one area at a time, hammering it with snow or rain. And as that system works its way east, blizzard-like conditions are expected to hit the northern plains, while threats of tornadoes and damaging winds could impact some southern states on Tuesday.
No, I'm not ready for this. I was in Florida yesterday.
Overnight, a separate system bringing snow to parts of the Northeast, including dangerous conditions in eastern Pennsylvania, where there was a rollover accident. This car flipped upside down on the side of the road. And by the end of the week, that same brutal storm system that originated off the Pacific coast could also take aim at the Northeast.
There's another concern looming in this area. All that snow you see on tree branches could snap down some trees onto power lines and create power outages. It's also frigid here, just 12 degrees. All of the problems in this area now headed east. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Wow, well, let's get the very latest on that storm track now, plus your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now for the latest. Good morning, Bill.
Morning. We need to get Miguel a hat. It's 12 degrees and he's not wearing a hat. That was the first thing I noticed. Yeah, winter wonderland, to say the least, in areas of the West. We need the snow. We need the rain. It's just not all at once. And, you know, happening on the weekend, ruining people's plans doesn't help either. So that storm, you notice that the Sierra is now no longer under a winter storm warning. The mountains outside of Los Angeles are under a winter storm warning. They'll be getting some snow at the high elevations during the day today. And then the storm is on the move. All the purple in here that catches your attention? Those are blizzard warnings. So portions of 5 different states under blizzard warnings. And it doesn't look like this will be a big storm for Denver, but this will be a huge storm for areas of western Nebraska, areas of South Dakota, right along the border here of Wyoming, even a little corner of Montana. We may go 2 days or so where the roads will be impassable, where they're going to tell people to stay off of them because of 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1 to 2 feet of snow. So here's the snow forecast. This will go all the way out through Wednesday. You know, today we're getting some of that snow in areas. We've already picked up, Alta already picked up 18 inches of snow outside of Salt Lake City. And then the storm is going to move through the mountains of Colorado. Areas like Steamboat are going to pick up a good 6 to 12 inches, all the way back down towards Durango, Telluride area, also Aspen Vale. Everyone will be skiing in powder come tomorrow. Then the problems will be when the storm really matures and gets stronger and the winds are blowing and it's a light powdery snow. That's why interstates like 80 and 90 here are going to be very treacherous over the next couple of days throughout this region. And you get storms like this and you worry about the livestock too out there, and farmers, you know, and people getting their food to their herds. So there's the timing of it. The other thing we have to watch out carefully too is what happens in the south. It looks like the severe weather will be on Tuesday afternoon and evening, especially through areas of Louisiana. And I know we were talking about what's going to happen with this storm system. We track it towards the East Coast on Friday. I know my kids are already asking me, are we getting a snow day? Are we going to, you know, what's going to happen? Are we getting the first big storm?
No, because everything's virtual now.
Exactly, right?
Right.
That's so cruel, isn't it? That's like a whole different topic. But so here's our map showing the likely areas, moderate and heavy snow as we head towards the, you know, unfortunately for all the city kids from Boston, Hartford, New York, Philly, not a snowstorm for you. But inland areas, we'll be talking about snow. So, you know, not yet for the big cities.
We'll bring you back for another segment on the lack of snow days now.
It's so mean, right? You don't have school. It's a beautiful snow day, but you have to go to school.
That was the benefit of the weather before, right?
That was the whole point of snow day. Oh.
Wiped away.
All right,
You're upsetting me.
We don't need to bring you back. There it was. Bill, thanks so much.
Bill, thanks so much. Well, this morning, a former Libyan intelligence operative accused of making the bomb that destroyed a Pan Am flight over the Scottish town of Lockerbie 34 years ago is now in U.S. custody. That's according to the Justice Department. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has that story.
Good morning, Lindsay and Blaine. Well, following his extradition to the United States, Abu Aghila Mohammed Massoud becomes the first Libyan intelligence operative to face charges on U.S. soil for the bombing of Flight 103. It's one of the worst terrorist attacks in history that killed hundreds of Americans, including 35 Syracuse University students on their way home for Christmas after a semester studying in England. 34 years after the terrorist bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, a former Libyan intelligence operative suspected of making the bomb is in U.S. custody this morning. A Justice Department spokesman announcing the arrest says Abu Aghila Mohammed Massoud will make his first court appearance in Washington today. The U.S. indicted Massoud in connection with the bombing 2 years ago, after officials received a copy of a 2012 interview of Massoud by Libyan law enforcement following the collapse of Muammar Gaddafi's regime. According to an FBI affidavit, in that interview, Massoud admitted building the bomb that brought down the plane and conspiring with 2 other Libyan operatives to carry out the attack. Massoud also said Libyan intelligence ordered the bombing and that Gaddafi thanked him and others in person for conducting it, according to the FBI. On December 21, 1988, Pan Am Flight 103 was 38 minutes out of London, bound for New York, when it exploded over Lockerbie, killing all 259 people on board, including 190 Americans and another 11 on the ground. Mary Kay Stratus lost her husband, Elia, in the attack.
He was only 43 years old, but had lived a very full life.
With Massoud behind bars awaiting trial, Stratus says he must face swift consequences.
It's taken 34 years to get this far. Sadly, many of our family members have passed on, and so we want this justice fast.
Kara Weeps's brother, Rick Manetti, was among the 35 Syracuse University students on board Flight 103, heading home for the holidays. She says Massoud's arrest is a major step forward after 3 decades.
It's surreal. It's overwhelming. I don't even know if I have the exact words at this moment. Is he the only person? No, but is he a key person? Yes.
Massoud is the 3rd former Libyan intelligence operative to face charges in the attack. In 2001, Abdul Baset al-Megrahi was convicted of the bombing in a trial overseen by Scottish judges. He was freed on compassionate grounds 8 years later while suffering from terminal cancer and died in Libya in 2012. Another operative, Lamin Khalifa Fhimah, was acquitted of all charges. Lindsay and Blaine, back to
Andrea,
you.
thank you so much.
This morning, we're learning new details about Brittany Griner's first few hours as a free woman, as one of the officials who took that plane ride from Abu Dhabi to Texas describes her journey home. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is live from Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio, Texas, where Griner still is at this hour. Priscilla, what more are we learning, and what has Griner been up to there?
Hey, Lindsay, good morning. We now know that Griner played basketball for the first time since her detention this past Sunday. Her team says that she also got a haircut and spent time with her family as she continues to take advantage of the resources and support offered at the medical facility and base just behind me. And as we're getting those updates, we're also learning more about what happened on that 18-hour flight home.
This morning, new photos and new details about Brittany Griner's first moments of freedom. Griner standing in front of an American flag. By her side, wife Sherelle and the man who helped bring her home after nearly a year in Russian captivity.
And she called everyone over to take photos with her. It shows you the kind of woman that she is.
U.S. Special Envoy Roger D. Carsons spent months working on the team that negotiated Griner's release and was on board that 18-hour flight to Texas. Carsons says the two-time Olympic gold medalist was eager to connect and chatted for hours.
We actually tried to give her some space. She said, no, I want to talk. I want to relate to people. And I found someone who was just absolutely wonderful, kind, generous, interesting, and above all, authentic.
Surprising many, the first images of Griner showed her with her head shaved. Her attorney telling ESPN that she cut off her locks about 2 weeks ago because of the cold temperatures, saying that they kept freezing after she showered. Griner's return, while celebrated, has ignited a firestorm among some Republicans who say freeing Russian arms dealer Victor Bout jeopardizes national security.
The Trump administration was always very clear. We weren't going to trade bad guys for celebrities because it creates the wrong incentives for the bad guys.
Now in Russia, Bout, who served 11 years in U.S. prison for conspiring to kill Americans, among other charges, is speaking out. Telling Russian state media he fully supports the war in Ukraine and would volunteer if he could. U.S. officials say any threat Bout might pose is manageable and that they're focused on bringing more wrongfully imprisoned Americans abroad, like Paul Whelan, home. A battle Griner is also vowing to fight.
BG and I will remain committed to the work of getting every American home.
And as for what else might come next for Griner, no word yet on whether she plans to play in the upcoming WNBA season. But the Players Association says her health is, of course, their top concern, but they're hopeful that she'll return to the court soon, something I'm sure we would all love to see. Lindsay,
yeah, absolutely.
Blaine?
If she's already able to be on the court, we love to see it. Priscilla, thanks so much.
Well, turning now to the war in Ukraine, fighting has intensified in both the eastern and southern parts of the country as power outages there leave many facing a bitterly cold winter. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the very latest.
Ukraine's President Zelensky is intensifying diplomatic activity, speaking on Monday with President Biden and also on the same day with the presidents of Turkey and France, and says that there could be important results coming in the next several weeks. But in the meantime, Russia is not slowing down its attacks against this country.
If Russian President Vladimir Putin can't have Ukraine for his own, he seems content to destroy it. Russian troops have been stepping up attacks across the frozen east, driving Ukrainians into cellars with only firewood for heat. Russia is raining fire on the south, too, targeting the electrical grid, temporarily blacking out Odessa, firing up to 60 mortars and artillery shells at Kherson. Russia has a special score to settle with this city. Last month, there were victory celebrations in Kherson's main square after Ukrainians drove out Russian troops, ending 8 months of occupation. Now the party's over. The latest Russian attacks have caused rolling blackouts and forced many residents to leave.
But in pop-up warming and charging centers like this one, the mood remains upbeat and optimistic because residents here say the current hardships are still better than living under Russian occupation. These children were only spared from being separated from their friends, caregivers, and country because of lies. They're orphans living in a hospital in Kherson. During the occupation, doctors and nurses told Russian troops the children were all sick with communicable diseases or couldn't be moved, so the soldiers would stay away from them. Russian troops took other orphans to Russia to be given to families. The unions, often shown on Russian TV, to reinforce Moscow's official line that Russia is saving Ukrainians from their supposedly neo-Nazi government. Ukrainian officials say more than 13,000 children have been sent to Russia since the war began. Maya Mendel, a nurse, says, how would Americans feel if some other country was taking American children away? These children will grow up in Russia, raised as Russians. It's a type of genocide, she says. Ukrainians also call it state kidnapping.
Russia is open about its policy and even seems to be proud of it, saying it is designed to rescue children from a war zone.
Richard Engel, thank you so much for that report.
All right, still to come on Morning News Now. NASA's Orion spacecraft made a successful splashdown in the Pacific Ocean yesterday.
And we will take a look at how the Artemis 1 mission is now being received and what the future might hold for our journeys to space. That's coming up next.
Is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back, everybody. After a wild weekend of high-stakes soccer, only 4 teams remain now in the quest to bring home the 2022 World Cup.
But for some, there is a shadow over that excitement this morning as the soccer world is now mourning the shocking loss of a man whose voice helped inform millions of people.
For more, we are joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald in Doha. Megan, good morning.
Ladies, good morning. Good to be with you. I can tell you that the sports world really is grieving the loss of Grant Wahl. I mean, his name is synonymous with U.S. soccer, and we are seeing these tributes just pouring in from celebrity athletes like LeBron James to Megan Rapinoe. Grant Wahl was in his prime.
This morning, shock and devastation fell all throughout the sports world following the unexpected death of 49-year-old Grant Wahl, one of U.S. soccer's most recognizable journalists.
For him to not be with us anymore at such a young age, that's an immense shock.
Wahl collapsed and died while reporting on the Argentina-Netherlands match Friday night. In the days leading up to his death, Wahl talked about his health on a podcast, saying he was dealing with a worsening cold and bronchitis. And there are questions surrounding the circumstances of his death. A reporter from the Sunday Times who was an eyewitness writing, "Why wasn't there a defibrillator?" adding, "Many minutes passed and we kept expecting it to come, but it never did." The Qatari government saying in part he received immediate emergency medical treatment on site, which continued as he was transferred by ambulance to Hamad General Hospital. The sports world remembering Wahl's passion and dedication to the game.
He helped raise the popularity of soccer in the United States to new heights.
Earlier in the tournament, Wahl making global headlines for a different reason after tweeting he had been briefly detained for wearing a rainbow shirt to a match. And over the weekend, riveting action on the pitch, the stuff Wahl's friends say he lived for. Morocco becoming the first African nation to advance to the semifinals after a stunning upset over Portugal. And leaving Cristiano Ronaldo walking off the pitch in tears in what is likely the end to his quest for a World Cup title. And as France eliminated England, a tribute from FIFA honoring Grant Wahl. Telling us here in Qatar, it was his mission to inspire the country to love soccer as he did.
We're just trying to create more and more fans all the time in the United States for soccer.
Now, there are 4 teams left vying for a spot in the finals. Tomorrow, Argentina takes on Croatia. And then on Wednesday, the Cinderella story of Morocco taking on France. And then, of course, the finals kick off on Sunday. Ladies, less than a week away.
So much to watch. Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
Such a loss. Thanks, Megan. Turning now to international headlines. China continues to roll back more of its COVID restrictions.
Well, Claudio Lavanga joins us again from Rome with more on that and much more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, China continues to ease its zero COVID policy. Now, by midnight tonight, the contact tracing app that is being used by the Chinese authorities will cease functioning. Now, the app was used to locate people who will then be forced to quarantine if they happen to be in a pandemic hotspot. It follows the announcement last week that lockdown, testing and travel restrictions were also going to be relaxed. And let's go to Antigua, where a volcano erupted, forcing the closure of the local airport. The volcano is a major attraction in the Caribbean island, but it can also be a deadly one. In 2018, an eruption killed at least 215 people who lived in nearby villages. This time, the authorities say they have learned from that tragedy and that they are ready, but so far, nobody has been evacuated yet. Let's move to Gaza, where more than 60 tombs dating back to the Roman era have been discovered. They were found by authorities in an ancient burial site found by chance last January during the excavation of a housing project. A member of the Ministry of Antiquities and Tourism said that a set of bones and artifacts from at least one of the tombs date back to the 2nd century. Lindsay, Blaine?
Fascinating, Claudio. Yeah. Thanks so much.
All right, well, after nearly 4 weeks in space, the Orion spacecraft made a successful splashdown yesterday into the Pacific Ocean just off of Mexico's Baja Peninsula.
This trip was a critical test for the Artemis mission before NASA puts humans on the next trip to the moon. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins me now with more. All right, so Tom, November 16th, I'll take you back. We were together at the launch, and I actually braced myself against you. It was so powerful. Obviously, full circle now, this splashdown. You have sources in NASA. How do they feel about how it went?
It was a spectacular mission, and you're right. You and I were standing together on top of the NBC building at the Kennedy Space Center a month ago. This was a 25-day mission, and the Artemis Orion vehicle, so Orion is the spaceship on top of Artemis, traveled a total of 1.4 million miles as it orbited the Earth, but mostly the moon, and then went way out deep into deep space. And the whole point of this was to test ride, to shake down the spaceship. Never before flown. And now they are getting ready for humans, astronauts, to be on board. And that could happen within 2 years, ladies. But importantly here, they say that at every turn, at every moment, this spaceship and all of the engineering that went into it performed perfectly. And we need to stress it's not just an American spaceship. The Europeans built the crew module. So at every turn, it performed flawlessly. And now they're getting ready to put humans on board.
I've got to say that I'm so jealous of the two of you for actually being there for that launch. You know, Tom, I'm fascinated by so many aspects of this, but let's talk about these high-tech mannequins that were on board. There were no humans on board, but what can you tell us about these test dummies that were on board, and what is NASA hoping to learn about how these humans might experience space in the future?
Yeah, the Moonican is what they're calling one of the big mannequins, and it was loaded up with sensors to detect exactly how much radiation somebody might experience if they are on board. Also, the G-forces, the heat inside the spacecraft itself, just the overall stress. Because, again, nobody's ever been on board one of these particular missions, and they hope to put humans on board in 2 years, so the end of 2024, and then landing on the moon in 25. I think it's going to be 26 because they're a little behind schedule, guys. It also depends on SpaceX coming up with a lander down to the moon. But on that moon mission, landing on the surface of the moon, it will include a woman and a person of color, and for the first time ever. So making history at every turn.
And I mean, Tom, we know that NASA really wanted to test every system to its brink to make sure that it could withstand human space flight, from the heat shield to the parachutes to that new skip entry technique. And now their work isn't done because they're going to bring the Orion capsule back to the vehicle assembly building at Kennedy, right, and study it.
I love that Lindsay does deep dives on this stuff because she's as much of a space geek as I am. But you're absolutely right. And one of the most important points that they need to examine microscopically is going to be that heat shield that you mentioned underneath the Orion spaceship. Because when Orion came back in, it came in at 25,000 miles per hour. And when it hit the atmosphere, the heat shield heated up to 5,000 degrees. That's half the temperature of the sun. So it was never before have we experienced this kind of heat, this kind of speed, and so they wanted to make sure that the shield held because, of course, future astronauts' lives depend on it. It appears it did, in fact, hold perfectly, but they now want to go over it microscopically to look for any problems at all in that heat shield. Can I make one other point? Because you talked about it, and I think this is super cool. You know when you skip a rock across the surface of the water, sometimes it'll do a couple of hops? NASA did this on the spaceship. As it re-entered, it decided to bleed off some speed by having it skip off the atmosphere. And that allowed it to slow down from 25,000 miles per hour. And then as it went into the atmosphere, of course, the parachutes deployed, and it landed at 20 miles per hour in the ocean. So I love that kind of that skip analogy of the rock across the water.
Yeah, the first time ever for a human spacecraft. Tom, we often say what we do isn't rocket science. It's wonderful to actual talk literal rocket science with you. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. See ya.
Oh, fascinating stuff there. I love to see it. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, growing concerns now over an unprecedented flu season.
Cases are surging and creating a real issue for hospitals already dealing with COVID and RSV infections. We're going to have the latest on the growing triple-demic and how you can stay safe when we come back.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back, everybody. According to a CDC report, about 25% of tests for the flu are coming back positive, and the number of hospitalizations are at the highest level in a decade.
Well, all of this as COVID cases are starting to climb and cold and flu medicine supplies are running low. NBC News national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Hey there, with the temperatures dropping and people planning their holiday trips, we are seeing high seasonal flu activity from coast to coast. All this comes amid calls to mask up and fears over a potential medicine shortage. With the holidays bringing people together, new concerns this morning as hospitalizations for both COVID and flu are on the rise.
When you think about like some of the winter and spring Omicron surges where it was just going crazy and we have like 100,000 plus cases, 1 million cases a day, we have higher hospitalizations now, which is mind-boggling.
According to the CDC, flu hospitalizations rose 32% from last week's report, with nearly 26,000 admissions, the highest in a decade, while COVID hospitalizations are up 14% week to week. In New York, health officials are renewing the call to mask up, indoors, on public transportation, and in crowded outdoor settings, as flu cases spike 64% from last week.
This is an unusual flu season, and it's being impacted by the fact that most Americans have been traveling and with cold weather have been indoors in smaller spaces and not wearing masks or taking the precautions that we did to keep flu numbers really low over the last 2 years.
For Kelly Trout, a mother of 2 toddlers in Virginia, flu season has already been a challenge for her family.
We had the flu last weekend, but before that, we'd been sick on and off, mostly on, for about 2 months.
She says she's thankful the kids were able to get their flu shots in time for the holidays, but worries about potential shortages of over-the-counter medicine.
We really don't have a plan, but probably after one more illness, I'll be scouring, the internet, trying to find a stockpile.
In a statement, Johnson & Johnson recognizing the high demand for children's Tylenol and Motrin, writing in part, while products may be less readily available at some stores, we are not experiencing widespread shortages.
We don't have the kind of shortages where we need to get manufacturers to make more. We need to just make sure they end up in the right places.
Amid these shortages, the makers of Tamiflu are also saying their medicines are readily available for pharmacies to order. So if you're in need of certain medicine that appears to be in short supply, our experts advise calling around. Odds are somewhere in your region, they'll have it. Back to you.
A great tip. Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much.
Turning now to the new details in the quadruple homicide in Idaho. Police are still searching for answers in the brutal killings of 4 University of Idaho students, as tomorrow marks 1 month since the investigation began. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now for the latest. Steve, good morning.
Lindsay, good morning. The University of Idaho campus is now largely deserted because winter break is underway. The university had its commencement ceremony on Saturday. It was a poignant day because one of the victims should have been walking in it.
It's been a tough few weeks for our community.
A subdued and somber ceremony over the weekend. Pomp and circumstance mixed with grief at the University of Idaho's winter commencement.
Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves were taken from us far too soon by a senseless act of violence.
The victims honored with a moment of silence. One of them, Kaylee Gonsalves, should have been crossing the stage to receive her diploma. And on what was supposed to be a joyful weekend, fears that a killer could be walking among them. The police issued a warning to the commencement crowd, urging the community to stay vigilant and travel in groups.
We're going to have a lot of officers around. We're going to have a lot of Idaho State Police around. You'll see us both at the commencement as well as just around town providing safety.
Police are still searching for any suspects and murder weapon responsible for the murder of 4 students in their bedrooms almost a month ago. Officials have said they're looking for more information about a white Hyundai Elantra that they believe was near the house around the time the murders were committed. Moscow police saying the FBI is vetting the influx of tips related to the car. The campus quieter than ever as winter break begins. For those remaining in downtown Moscow, a struggle to regain some semblance of normalcy.
How does the town heal from this?
Time is a big thing for sure, but also just like embracing the community of Moscow.
For a community still waiting for justice, a cold winter settling in.
So officials say they are determined this case will not grow cold. There are almost 50 FBI agents working the case, and local police insist they still have the same amount of staff assigned. And those tips, by the way, continue to flood in without any indication that momentum is slowing down. Lindsay.
Pomp and circumstance mixed with grief. So poignant, Steve. Thank you.
Well, coming up, we're taking a look back at the very wild ride the economy and the stock market took in 2022.
And with all the ups and downs along the way, what can we expect in the new year? We're going to break it down when we come back.
The storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back, everybody. Well, accused of targeting underage users, e-cigarette company Juul has agreed on a lump sum settlement to resolve several of these claims out of court.
CNBC's Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with that and other stories. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning. So Juul Labs has reportedly agreed to pay $1.2 billion to resolve thousands of lawsuits targeting the company as a major cause of the youth vaping epidemic. Just last week, Juul said it had settled with about 10,000 plaintiffs covering more than than 5,000 cases in California. The settlement comes about a month after the e-cigarette maker secured funding from some early investors to help its business stay afloat. Apple will no longer bar employees from speaking out about workplace harassment and discrimination. The news comes after a review of Apple's non-disclosure agreements. Apple shareholders voted for the review in March after the company failed to make suggested changes to those contract clauses just last year. They had drawn scrutiny after a former Apple engineer accused the company of engaging in coercive and suppressive activity. If at first you don't succeed, try, and then try again. Twitter will attempt to relaunch its premium subscription service today, a month after previous efforts failed. Users can buy Twitter Blue to get a blue checkmark and access special features such as seeing fewer ads, posting longer videos, and having tweets featured more prominently. The checkmark was originally given to companies, celebrities, governments, and journalists verified by the platform, and now anyone can get one for $8 a month for web users and $11 a month for iPhone users. Guys?
All right, Christina, thanks so much.
Well, of course, it has certainly been a very tough year for the economy, and so many people trying to navigate the record inflation, the rising interest rates, and, of course, the growing fears of recession have left a lot of us wondering what the future holds for our wallets.
So we brought in Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here to discuss what we can expect. So let's talk about what everybody wants to know. Inflation and what we can expect, when we might see it start to come down in the new year, and also when the Fed meets again, what they're going to do.
Yeah, huge week this week for the economy. Maybe the biggest week of the year. I don't want to get crazy about it, but we do have the CPI report, that's Consumer Price Index, out tomorrow. That's the last one of the year for November. Then the Fed meets this Tuesday and Wednesday on interest rates. The likelihood is that the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates 0.5 percentage point this week, and they'll probably do it again when they meet in about 6 or 8 weeks. So huge week this week, plus a budget deal that comes due at the end of the week.
Remind us, the CPI report, what does that show us?
Consumer Price Index, that's a basket of goods that we spend on as consumers. That's everything from groceries to gas to home heating oil to the goods that we buy. So big report, and we've been watching that slowly start to come down. Hopefully we get another low report yesterday.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, Caleb. Kind of some practical advice for people who are watching. You know, one of the biggest things that people talk about when it comes to the economy is grocery prices. When you talk to voters, when you talk to folks, they say the prices at the store are going up. What should people know to prepare for next year, especially as they're kind of getting to the end of the year, tweaking their budgets for next year? Are we going to see a lot of changes there and some relief in that aspect?
We probably will, but I would expect gas prices, which have really come way down now since those highs back April, they may go up again. Oil prices may go up again. We have a lot of instability still with Russia and Ukraine and supply, so I would expect that to kind of remain high. Food prices are very volatile, so those may remain high. You got to have that budget. You got to know what you spend. How much does it cost to be you? How much does it cost to be you in your household, and have that budget going into those stores, because food and gas prices are still going to be volatile next year.
And we know wages aren't keeping up with those increases. So, Caleb, all right, let's talk about you and your colleagues at Investopedia. You've come up with your big list of terms for this year. So walk us through some of them.
Yeah, we look at what readers are looking at. We got about 13 million readers a month coming and looking for something specific. So we were looking at the terms that had the biggest spikes throughout the year. Some of them you can imagine. Poison pill, that was our number one. Thank you to Elon Musk. That's when he went to go buy Twitter. Twitter executives tried to bid up the stock price to dissuade him. That didn't work. He now owns Twitter, as we know. Recession, that's been on everybody's mind. That'll be a big term next year. Hostile takeover. Thank you again, Mr. Musk. He made a hostile takeover for Twitter. Bear market, we've been talking about that. We've been in one for the S&P 500 in cold storage. That's because of those hacks into those cryptocurrency platforms. If you had your money or your Bitcoin in cold storage, you might have been better off.
You know, you touched on Wall Street for just a second, but let's stay there for a minute. What is this next year going to look like for the stock market? It was pretty turbulent, of course, this year. What should investors expect in the year ahead?
Well, this is going to be a very interesting year, 2023. Why? Because the Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates, and at some point, hopefully they may stop or slow down the pace, but we also have high inflation. Those two are kind of kryptonite for the stock market. We've seen it this year. That said, we've been in a bear market. The year after a bear market, stocks usually go up somewhere between 20 and 30%. Not a guarantee, but usually the other side of a bear market and getting through a recession is good news for investors. I would stay invested because we've come through a lot. This is the time you want to be building and buying stocks at a discount.
Yeah, when that bear market ends, though, that's the key. All right, Caleb Silver, thank you so much.
All right, well, with just 2 weeks now until Christmas, food banks and toy drives are struggling with a shortage of donations this holiday season, and some are worried about not having enough to give those in need. Our Savannah Sellers spoke with organizers about some of the challenges they're facing.
important, right? Look, I want you to see it from this view. Look.
2 years ago, the stage, the pews, almost every corner of Another Chance Church in Chicago filled with toys. But this year,
Pastor, this looks like a pretty good start, but is it?
It's not nearly enough for the people that's going to be standing in these long lines for hours.
they barely have enough to cover half the stage.
We have less money than we've ever had in our history.
We visited Pastor Kenyatta Smith last year when donations were down significantly.
Yes, less than 1,200 toys here.
But with just weeks to go to Christmas this year,
what are you seeing so far right now with donations?
Really slim to none.
Tanisha Reynolds comes here every year to get Christmas toys for her 4 children.
What's it been like to see that moment for them, the joy it brings?
It's amazing. It's amazing just to see the smiles on their face.
Food banks are feeling the strain as well.
So here we're stepping into the food pantry right now. I mean, these shelves look pretty bare.
Yes. On the other side of Chicago, at the Salvation Army's Community Center, they're struggling to help those in need.
How dire of a situation is this right now?
Well, we have some emergency food on hand for those who are completely out of food.
Captain Dalvius King Harvey said they're set to restock these shelves, but it won't be enough.
What does it look like at the holidays? Is the need even greater?
Oh, it's extremely... It's almost overwhelming because we do rely on the generosity of the public.
Families who used to come once a month, now coming twice as often. Rising inflation isn't just squeezing those in need, but also those who often give. Here's a snapshot of that. The group Charity Navigator found that on Giving Tuesday, people gave less than they did last year. The average donation dropped from $129 to $118.
One of the challenges I think that's facing all of us is the uncertainty. And so people are being maybe more conservative in their giving.
And with rising prices, each dollar donated buys less, making it harder for toy drives and food pantries.
What's your wish for these families this holiday season?
That they can make it through.
That simple.
That's simple.
A simple wish getting harder to grant. Savannah Sellers, NBC News, Chicago.
All right, now for the story of a mom who started a jump rope team in honor of her son who was fatally hit by a car. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt reports on how it's inspiring kids to literally aim higher.
Timing is key when it comes to double dutch.
I like to do double dutch tricks, cartwheels, and push-ups.
The hardest part is just trying to get on the rope, because most people get scared of getting hit on the rope.
Here, inside this Jersey City community center, these kids are quite literally learning the ropes and a whole lot more.
It's more of a family. It's a safe zone. Here in Jersey City, where we are from, it's tough on our streets. So if I can provide a place to keep them safe, just knowing that they're safe the times they're with me, I sleep well at night.
Kimberly Princella started the nonprofit Jump for Jerry a few years ago after her son was fatally hit by a car. Jerry was just 8. He loved double dutch. Now she's honoring him the best way she knows how.
We honor Jerry legacy by enabling children of different ages, different background, to build life skills, confidence, strong character, and to realize their potential as leaders.
A sport building confidence.
It's fun, and you get a lot of workout from it, and you should try it.
And a team hoping to inspire other kids to jump a little higher in life.
Try it, like express yourself and open up to new things. It's not that hard.
Thanks to Lester for that reporting. Kimberly hopes that more double dutch teams in New Jersey can be created and continue to boost that confidence and inspire leaders in their children's community.
What a talented group of kids. Wow.
So incredible to see them. Good and yeah, talented and inspiring.
I love their spirit too. Yeah. I love that. All right, well, coming up, the spirit of giving is in full swing for the holidays.
We're going to share the story of one man who's built an entire business dedicated to giving back to our veterans. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, welcome back. The nominations for the 80th Golden Globe Awards are in. Battling it out for the Best Picture Drama Award are Avatar, The Way of the Water, which opens this week, Elvis, starring Austin Butler, Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans, Tar, starring Cate Blanchett, and the summer's big hit, of course, Top Gun Maverick. This year's ceremony follows a year where the ceremony was not broadcast after the Hollywood Foreign Press Association faced criticism over its diversity and ethics. Well, you can catch the Golden Globes on January 10th on NBC. It's hosted by comedian Jared Carmichael. So, do you have any that you're rooting for?
Blaine, I got a lot to catch up on. You know, we got a little one. We don't have a lot of time for movies.
As I ticked through all those movies, I was like, I haven't seen that, got to catch up on that.
Saw Top Gun. That was good. All right, thanks. This holiday season, a Massachusetts man is finding a special way to give back to our nation's heroes. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart brings us the story on the gifts he's giving to offer some joy this time of year.
At Hanscom Air Force Base near Boston, a mission of joy.
Do you like that one better?
Free Christmas trees for active duty service members, veterans, and their families.
Oh, it feels great.
This made my day right here. It's one of the many ways Joe Fermani and his volunteers throughout Massachusetts say thank you to those who serve.
How many trees are you giving out this year?
We're gonna easily do 1,200 this year.
This has become for you a year-round passion project.
It absolutely is. As many as we can give them.
A passion project started 12 years ago with just 20 trees. Since then, it's grown into a full-time nonprofit called Operation Service. For Joe, it's personal. His dad was in the Navy and had a grandfather in the Army.
What message do you have for military families this Christmas?
The program was never meant as a handout. It was meant as a thank you.
So nice to meet you guys.
A thank you honoring couples like Senior Airman John Knight and his wife Candace.
Ornaments I've had for almost 5 years.
Their tree, a comfort while they're far away from family back in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
There she goes.
Yep, I like it.
It really feels like home. Honestly, it brings back so many memories of what me and my dad would go do. We'll go out and go find that Christmas tree.
He's really doing this to provide that hope and love in everybody's home.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for coming out today.
That gesture of love showing military families just how much they matter.
What you guys do is important to us, and we want to recognize that.
No matter where they are, the United States community is thinking of them. They're not out there alone. They're not doing what they're doing in vain. They're doing it, and we appreciate it.
Our thanks to Jose Diaz-Balart for that report. And as part of their mission statement, Operation Service strives to educate the youth about sacrifices made by those who serve.
Well, finally, we end this hour with a little Sunday night football. Last night, the Miami Dolphins faced off against the LA Chargers in a nail-biter of a game that left them just shy of victory. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff got the inside scoop on the technology that the Dolphins are using to help them stay ahead of the pack this season.
The Miami Dolphins say their not-so-secret weapon is their speed.
To the 10, the 5, touchdown.
The speed for you, one of the top metrics for you as an NFL player.
Speed is definitely a top metric for me.
Raheem Mostert and his teammates Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are three of the fastest players in the NFL, regularly hitting 21, 22, even 23 miles per hour on the gridiron.
That's how fast I drive when my children are in my car. That's how fast you run.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You're able to track the miles per hour and see how fast you're going.
The Dolphins' head strength and conditioning coach, Dave Paloka, says those incredible speeds are just one of the many data points gathered by small radio frequency ID chips affixed to players' jerseys and pads.
This is the tag. That's what it looks like.
This is it.
And you can feel how light that is.
That's crazy. Here's a quarter. Here's the tag. Almost exactly the same size.
On game days, all 32 teams in the NFL are tracked by sensors embedded in pads, pylons, even the ball. But only about a third of the teams use the technology during practice, including the Dolphins.
Why are the Dolphins all in on this technology?
It just makes sense. It's a no-brainer, you know, when it comes to being able to see what they're doing out in the field, how they're responding to the stresses of practice, and then how we can tweak things to make sure that they're performing on an optimal level.
Miami's coaches and an analytics team monitor about 108,000 data points in real time.
Where guys are at compared to their averages during practice, speeds that's being hit, distance that's being covered. It's like putting a tracker on your car, knowing how many miles you covered in a day.
Coach Paloka says the information's just one part of the equation.
The information is not anything secretive, really. It's really how you execute it, and it's really how you are able to communicate with players and to get them to buy in and understand the why behind what you're trying to get them to do. You can have all the information in the world. If you can't communicate it effectively to these guys, and if they don't trust you, it's going to be useless.
And while speed's an important factor, Paloka says it's not everything.
We're looking at a ton of other metrics to be able to say, you know, okay, this guy is doing a little too much, maybe we should pull back, or is not doing enough.
Might the guys ever push themselves too hard because they have access to all this data?
Sure. Yeah, and we want that. We want to be the ones to have to pull them back. But we also have to be smart. And so for a guy like Raheem, if he's doing too much, we might want to pull back a little bit because we still got a few more days and, you know, we want to get him to Sunday.
For Mostert, he says the data fuels some healthy competition and prevents him from getting injured.
I think a lot of people would feel nervous if there was a chip tracking their every movement and their speed. You like it.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I go up to the guys that are running a laptop and ask them, hey, you know what I get? And they'll be like, yeah, you got 18. So that's when I try to, you know, ramp up in practice. You want to get as much as you possibly can, but still preserving your body leading up into the game. And then when the game comes, that's when you have to let it fly.
Really interesting stuff there. Thanks to Jacob Soveroff for that report. Coach Dave Paloka really believes that this data gives his team a competitive edge, but he says he doesn't want to keep it a secret. He says that this data can go a long way in stopping his players from getting injured, and that's something that he hopes to see for all teams across the league.
Yeah, a lot of technology going in to make sure that those players can stay safe. Absolutely. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Blaine Alexander.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser. Joe and Savannah have the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, West Coast wallop, a massive winter storm pummeled parts of California, Nevada, and the northern plains with driving winds and multiple feet of snow in some parts. And now it's moving east. This morning, meteorologist Bill Cairns is following it and will have the latest track. In custody, the Libyan bomb maker accused of making the explosive device that killed nearly 300 people on that infamous Pan Am flight over Lockerbie, Scotland decades ago is now on U.S. soil to stand trial. What we know about his first court appearance in Washington. Also this morning, triple threat amid a holiday spike in cases of those so-called triple-demic viruses, RSV, the flu, and COVID. Public health officials in some of America's largest cities are now calling on folks to mask up indoors again. We've got the latest guidance to help keep you and your family safe this holiday season. Plus, down to Earth, a historic splashdown for NASA's next generation mission to the moon. Orion making its return home off the Baja California coast. I was there for its launch, and it is so incredible to see everything go pretty picture perfect.
Absolutely. It is amazing to see, and it's amazing to know that they're getting folks back out into space.
Exactly.
I love watching it.
Inspiring a new generation. Happy to be with you here.
Glad to join you too. First time at the desk, so I'm excited to do this.
We'll have a good show. All right, we're going to begin though with that big winter storm moving east after dumping heavy snow in the west this weekend.
Yeah, in the mountains of California, more than 4 feet of snow fell, burying cars and closing down roads. High winds caused power outages across Northern California, while further south, that same system brought flooding in Orange County. In fact, one man had to be pulled from the water after a flash flood. But it wasn't just out at west. Snow blanketed parts of the Northeast, leading to dozens of flights being canceled due to weather and leaving many travelers stranded. So let's get the very latest on this powerful storm coming our way. Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, good morning, Blaine. Great seeing you at the desk, and Lindsay, of course. On this Monday, we had a weekend full of heavy snow in the west, a little mini system in the Northeast, and now we're getting ready to watch this storm going, well, pretty much coast to coast. It's actually going to redevelop off the East Coast towards the end of this week. So here's how the map looks this morning. It's not a pretty morning for the early morning commute down the coastline of Southern California. The mountains are getting a little bit of snow. Even Los Angeles is going to deal with rain, and if you've ever driven in LA in the rain, you know what that could be like. So that's going to cause some significant delays during your morning commute. And then the snow plume, the one that dropped the feet of snow over the weekend, that is now heading through the Rockies. So one of the highest totals I've seen was Soda Springs. This is near the Tahoe area. 60 inches of snow. So 5 feet of snow from this storm alone. Other locations were around 3 to 4 feet. Heavenly and Mammoth both about 2.5 feet. Now, what happens from here? Today, we kind of see the storm going through the Intermountain West. Mostly the ski resorts, the high elevations, the Wasatch Range here in Utah, you're getting some snow. Mountains of Colorado will get a little bit. Denver, only 1 to 3 inches for you, so not a huge ordeal by your standards. Then tonight, the storm gets stronger out in the plains. We are going to see a very dangerous and impressive blizzard that's going to last for a couple days. Blizzard warnings are up for areas of Nebraska starting tonight at 11 p.m. all the way till Thursday. So that's going to be a numerous days here in a row where we're going to have to worry about the people going through all the heavy snow and also on the roads. By the time we watch this storm system getting through Tuesday night, severe weather into Wednesday morning is possible throughout the Gulf Coast, and then the storm system will eventually make its way to the East Coast. So we worry about the blizzard in the plains, and then, of course, we have this enhanced risk. We could be dealing with tornadoes by the time we get through Tuesday evening. So, yeah, this storm's not over. By the time it gets here Friday, I'll be done with it. We're going to have like 5-6 days of it. But, yeah, we're going to probably see a nor'easter out of this, too. Not snow in New York or Boston or Philly. It looks like interior sections of the Northeast are going to get their white Christmas.
Not the news anybody wants to hear, Bill, but we know that you will guide us through it. Thanks so much.
All right, health experts in several major cities, including New York, Los Angeles, and Portland, are once again recommending that people mask up as 3 highly contagious respiratory viruses are putting a strain on hospitals this holiday season. The recommendation comes as COVID cases are again on the rise, and flu-related hospitalizations are at their highest rate in a decade. So NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel is here to talk to us more about this latest guidance. Dr. Patel, anecdotally, I've started wearing a mask again in certain places. In what situations are public health experts saying people should wear one?
Lindsay, the best analogy I heard from another professor was that think of a mask as an umbrella. You carry the umbrella with you for exactly the following situation. When you know you're going to go into an indoor crowded space, especially with people you don't know very well, think grocery stores, metro transit, even maybe your place of employment if you have to kind of get to your cubicle or area to work. All those places are opportunities. And don't forget the mask, plus also keeping your hands clean. Flu and RSV can stick around on surfaces for several hours, so it's important to do all of those things.
Do you see a scenario in which in certain high-density areas where there are high rates of transmission, masks could become mandatory again in some places like stores or public transit?
You know, it's hard to imagine that masks will become mandatory anywhere, just given the backlash we've seen both politically and I think people are so fatigued. However, you mentioned those metropolitan areas. Lindsay, it's worth noting that those are because the rates are so high and the hospital systems are so strained that that might be a measure they need to put in place. But I haven't seen anybody really advocate for it. What we're trying to do is what we're doing now, just educating individuals so that, like the umbrella in a rainstorm, or unfortunately with the snow around the country, you're just prepared when you need to be.
Let's talk about holiday gatherings, Doctor. Blaine and I both have little ones at home, and we're looking forward to seeing family for the holiday season. I want to know about you and your behavior. Are you changing anything that you're going to do?
So what I've been doing with any family gatherings, I'm smiling because I've got little ones and they've had various coughs and colds. What I've been doing since the beginning has been to try to, number one, get home testing. Number two, if you're sick, stay at home. Number three, try to make sure that even if you're feeling a sniffle or a cold and you can't get tested, that you too could wear a mask while you're in transit and you can keep your holiday loved ones safe.
Looking forward to it. Thanks for all the advice, Dr. Kavita Patel. Appreciate it.
Well, WNBA star Brittany Griner spent her first weekend back on American soil after being detained in Russia for 10 months. And now we're learning new information this morning about her return home to Texas. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has the very latest.
Hey there, we are getting new images of Brittany Griner's first moments on U.S. soil and learning new details about what that 18-hour plane ride home was like from one of the U.S. officials on board. A new photo, Brittany Griner in her first moments of freedom.
She called everyone over to take photos with her. It shows you the kind of woman that she is.
Posing with wife Sherelle and U.S. Ambassador Roger D. Carsons, who was with her on that 18-hour flight to Texas. Carsons spent months working on the team who negotiated her freedom.
She jumped on the plane and went right to saying hi to everyone, making a personal connection, shaking hands, saying thank you.
Carsons says he thought she'd want some space.
And she said, no, I want to talk. I want to relate to people. And I found someone who was just absolutely wonderful, kind, generous, interesting, and above all, authentic.
As the nation celebrates Griner's return, the exchange of Russian arms dealer Victor Bout for her release continues to face fierce criticism from some Republicans.
The Trump administration was always very clear. We weren't going to trade bad guys for celebrities because it creates the wrong incentives for the bad guys.
The White House says a national security assessment found any risk Bout's release might pose is manageable, and that negotiating Griner's release has shed light on what it could take to get another American held captive in Russia, Paul Whelan, out too. Charged with spying, which Whelan and the U.S. have denied.
We're more informed. We have a better sense of the context here, where the Russians' expectations are, and we're just going to keep working at it.
Griner now vows to fight for Whelan and others as she returns to the U.S. with new passion and purpose, and with the U.S. State Department estimating some 50 Americans are still wrongfully detained abroad. Back to you.
Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much for that report.
The clock is ticking on Capitol Hill for lawmakers to reach a deal on a massive government funding package. Congress has until midnight Friday to reach a deal that would avoid a shutdown. But this morning, Democrats and Republicans are still billions of dollars apart on an agreement to keep the government running. For more, we are joined by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, good to see you. What is the latest on where negotiations stand, and what are the sticking points for both sides?
Yeah, Lindsay and Blaine, good morning to you. Look, not just billions, $26 billion apart, and that's where they have been for over a week now. I'm told that's where they continue to be, even after making some progress this weekend. A Senate Democratic aide telling me overnight that negotiators were actually able to inch a little bit closer, just enough to prevent Democratic appropriators in the House and the Senate from actually releasing their own omnibus funding plan and stopgap funding measure as well. Those plans they had at the end of last week to put pressure on their Republican counterparts as they hit stalemates in negotiating this funding bill. Now, this isn't anything new necessarily. In the 3.5 years I've covered Congress, I've seen this time and time again. When you go down to the wire, politics comes to play, and both sides try to get what they can, especially in these last couple of weeks after a midterm election before a new Congress in which Republicans are set to take control of the House. So a lot at play here. We're hoping in the next couple of days that lawmakers are able to figure it out. But one thing is clear, they won't have time to finish writing a full omnibus bill, even if they have an agreement. So even just a short-term continuing resolution to keep them going while they hammer out those final details will be necessary.
Our colleagues at NBC News saying this is essentially the last train to leave the station in this current Congress. Julie, remind us what's at stake here. Are we talking, if the government is forced to shut down, are we talking about public lands closed, federal employees on hiatus? What does this mean?
Yeah, well, the number one thing here is, first of all, this would be a partial government shutdown, which means that everything that's non-discretionary spending essentially would run out of money. And so that means number one thing for people watching is federal employees, non-essential federal employees would be furloughed, would need back pay then when the government does turn its lights back on. Of course, that always causes a headache, no matter how big or small the shutdown is. And it could affect things from air travel to national parks, especially during a time in the holidays when everybody is trying to travel and get back home to their loved ones. This could be a pain for the government, no matter how many days or weeks this shutdown would last. But there's currently no appetite on either side for that.
It's not just Democrats versus Republicans, Julie, in all of this. There's also a divide within the Republican Party. What can you tell us?
Look, after a less than stellar performance during the midterm elections, you know, House Republicans with a very slim majority next Congress are under a lot of pressure. And their leader, Kevin McCarthy, who is in the political fight for his life, essentially for the speakership gavel, is certainly remembering that in the back of his head. And so for him to please his members, for McConnell to please about 10 or so Republicans in the Senate who are urging them to leave this government funding bill up to the next Congress so Republicans can have more of an input, especially when it comes to deficit spending. Republicans, of course, slamming Democrats for spending billions of dollars in the Inflation Reduction Act and other partisan bills that were passed this year. This is all coming down to politics. So we'll see if Leader McConnell, Leader Kevin McCarthy can withstand that political pressure.
You've mentioned politics. The fate of the bill is also linked to an election overhaul measure that's meant to avoid another January 6th. So what's the latest on that front? And is there any talk of separating that measure, trying to pass it separately?
Lindsay, bottom line, there's just no floor time left this Congress for them to be able to pass this bill, the Election Reform Count Act, and other bills that they're trying to include and jam into these bigger packages. And when I talked to Senator Susan Collins last week, who's one of the top Republicans on this piece of legislation, she told me the conversations now is that they're very hopeful that this bill will be included in the omnibus funding bill. But again, will there even be an omnibus funding bill is the number one question. And certainly a bill like this to prevent another insurrection, another January 6th from happening again. This is really the last shot that they have to do this because, of course, with Republicans controlling the House, it's not likely it'll pass in that chamber next Congress. And so we're really coming down to the wire, of course, as the January 6th Select Committee in the House is working on their parallel investigation of everything that happened that day.
All right, Julie, I'm sure we'll be talking to you and your Capitol Hill team a lot this week. Thanks so much. Turning now to the latest developments surrounding the January 6th Capitol attack. Opening arguments are set today for the second sedition trial against members of the far-right extremist group, the Oath Keepers.
So joining us, of course, now to break it all down, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is joining us now to discuss this. Thank you so much for being here, Danny. Of course. I guess the first question is just walk us through what we can expect through this trial, and also walk us through the prosecution's case. How is this going to be different from what we saw in the previous trial?
It's a lot like the previous trial in that these are a number of defendants who are alleged to have been involved in January 6th. The indictment contains plenty of their messages back and forth to each other, which is why in this modern era, the price of using all this technology is that you amass the government's evidence for the government. This is the kind of thing, had they picked up the telephone, most of this evidence wouldn't be in print right there in the indictment. Now, I have to say this, that when it comes to federal prosecutions, they are ultimately a mixed bag. It's hard to say there are winners and there are losers, except for the vast majority of the time the defendant loses in some sense. And here's what I mean. If you look at the last Oath Keepers trial we just had, you might say, oh, that was a resounding victory for the government. After all, some of the defendants are probably going away forever and ever and ever. But when you look at the seditious conspiracy charges, the government only convicted 2 out of the 5 charged with seditious conspiracy. So what does that tell us about seditious conspiracy as a charge? And really, in the end, does anyone care? Does the government care? Because they know that they can get convictions on other things, like in obstructing an official proceeding, which carries a very serious penalty as well. So again, in federal court, these prosecutions, a mixed bag. It's hard to predict what we'll see this time around.
And this seditious conspiracy charge, it is a rare charge. It goes back to the Civil War era. They did get a conviction for 2. You mentioned the acquittal for the 3. What are the challenges in prosecuting a seditious conspiracy case?
It's interesting. Seditious conspiracy actually is a conspiracy that requires more than your traditional conspiracy. You need a particular number of witnesses. But look, conspiracy charges in general are easier to prove for the government. Conspiracy charges really just require evidence of an agreement. And it doesn't need to be a written out, I agree to storm the Capitol, signed me. The government knows that. Juries know that. Courts know that. You just need the circumstantial evidence that there is an agreement among these people. And just like the last Oath Keepers trial, you can look at some of this text message evidence or this other messaging evidence and say, ooh, this looks really, really bad. Or will a juror see this as, hey, these are just some idiots getting together to rally in D.C.? Yeah, they have some pretty harsh rhetoric, but does it rise to the level of a conspiracy to obstruct a proceeding or seditious conspiracy?
And Danny, we're going to move from that to yet another sedition trial starting later this month against the former Proud Boys national chairman. What can you tell us about that, and what should we expect there?
Again, more of the same. The government needs to prove, of course, beyond a reasonable doubt, with the presumption of innocence, that the elements of the sedition have been met. It's not that easy, and if there's any evidence of that, number one, the government rarely brings these charges, because you need to show that somebody is looking to overthrow by force or otherwise obstruct, and I forget the language of the statute, but it is a difficult burden to meet for the government. That's why they don't charge it very often, and lo and behold, in the last trial, I wouldn't say that the government won the majority of their seditious conspiracy charges. They lost most of them. Now, again, who cares if you're on the government side? These people are going away for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Danny Savalos, lucky as always to have you breaking this down for us. Thanks so much for being here.
Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema's decision to leave the Democratic Party is still sending shockwaves through Washington. Montana Senator John Tester joined Meet the Press to discuss that, and former U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara also joined to talk about the prisoner swap that led to Brittany Griner's release. Here's Meet the Press compressed.
All right, so I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, to complete shock or this is just another day at the office, where do you put the Sinema changing her party affiliation to independent?
Look, I was surprised she made the change, but functionally, I don't think that change is a thing. I think we're going to continue doing the same thing that we were doing, whether she's an independent or part of the Democratic caucus, because she's going to continue to caucus with the Democrats. So we'll still have the committee structures that we've had before, as far as having one more Democrat. And functionally, I don't think it changes a thing. And that's a good thing. So we look forward to working. I look forward to working with her, as I have in the past, to try to get good things done for the country.
I want to talk about that relationship. Look, Arizona Democrats are not happy with her at all. You have a progressive political consultant based in Phoenix, Ian Danley, saying everything she's done has been in service of Kyrsten Sinema. Is that your experience working with her?
No, look, I had a good experience working with Kyrsten on a number of different topics, especially the bipartisan infrastructure package that we put together with 10 folks, 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, of which I was one of the Democrats, and she was too. We worked hard together, we argued, and we fought, and we came up with a pretty darn good bill. And I think that's the process, Chuck. You know that. Your enemy one day is your friend tomorrow, and vice versa. And it's about keeping relationships in Washington, D.C. if you're going to get things done. And I think that Kyrsten Sinema knows that, and I think whether she's a Democrat or she's a Republican, that really doesn't matter. The label doesn't matter. What matters is you got to have somebody in Washington, D.C. that wants to get things done and move things forward.
Let me start with what you can tell us about Victor Bout. How dangerous of a man is he?
Look, everyone is happy, if you're an American or not an American, that Brittany Griner, who is, I think, unfairly and illegitimately detained in Russia, is back home with her family. We're happy for her. We're happy for her family. At the same time, you might imagine that not as just a general prosecutor, but the prosecutor who oversaw the prosecution and conviction of Victor Bout has a view about how dangerous a person he was. He's, as you said, someone who was convicted at trial by unanimous jury of conspiracy to kill Americans. He was convicted of conspiracy to provide material support to terrorists. He's on tape with confidential informants, planning to sell hundreds of surface-to-air missiles to the FARC, also sell 30,000 AK-47s to the FARC for the stated purpose of shooting down American helicopters in Colombia. So he's a dangerous man then. I don't know how dangerous he is now, but I think people of good faith can, in good faith, ask questions and be concerned about it, even when we're very, very happy that Brittany Griner is back in the U.S.
All right, our thanks to Chuck Todd for that report.
Well, coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, in custody.
The man suspected of making the explosive device that killed nearly 300 people in the 1988 Lockerbie bombing is on U.S. soil this morning. What we know about the charges he's facing after the break.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of a training pressure. How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of a training pressure. How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Authorities say a Libyan man accused of making the bomb that brought down a Pan Am flight over the Scottish town of Lockerbie is now in U.S. custody. 270 people died on that day in 1988, most of them Americans, in what is considered the deadliest terror attack on British soil. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more.
Yes, for the router.
A sigh of relief and a step toward justice, decades in the making. 34 years after authorities say a bomb packed into unaccompanied luggage brought Pan Am Flight 103 crashing into the Scottish town of Lockerbie, killing 270 people, mostly Americans. The Justice Department confirms the man charged with building that bomb is in U.S. custody. His name, Abu Aguila Mohammed Masoud Kir al-Marimi, according to the DOJ, a former Libyan intelligence officer under the notorious Gaddafi regime. Bert Ammerman lost his brother Tommy, a father of two, traveling on business.
He was not supposed to be on the flight. He was supposed to leave a day earlier, but the company asked him to stay for one more day, and he told his wife, what's one more day?
He booked that flight last minute.
Yep.
This comes 2 years after now former Attorney General Bill Barr charged Masoud, then in custody in Libya, in the deadly plot.
At long last, this man, responsible for killing Americans and many others, will be subject
to justice for his crimes.
Dubbed the Lockerbie bombing, the December 21st, 1988 crash killed everyone on board the London to New York flight. 190 of them Americans, including 35 students from Syracuse University returning from a semester abroad. The university calling Masood's arrest a significant milestone. Kara Weeps's brother Rick was a college junior.
My parents have known their grandson longer than they knew their son. And that's not the way life should be.
Also killed 11 people on the ground. Archive video shows mangled wreckage scattered across a Scottish neighborhood. Later, funerals. The Justice Department saying Masood will appear in federal court in D.C.
This is something that we have fought for to bring justice and hold those accountable for who murdered our loved ones.
And looking to the road ahead, the families tell us it will likely be long. They're anticipating this trial could go on potentially for years. So in the meantime, they're going to keep on honoring and mourning their loved ones like they always have. In fact, this year's memorial in D.C. on the 21st, the anniversary of the crash, will go on as planned, of course, with renewed hope. Back to you.
Maggie, thanks so much. Well, now to the war in Ukraine, which has left more than 1 million people without power. All of this as temperatures continue to plummet. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Kyiv, where she spoke with the families about the tough decisions they're now forced to make just to survive the winter.
In Ukraine, night keeps getting darker and the temperature keeps dropping. Ukrainian officials say Russian forces used Iranian-made dive-bombing drones to target energy infrastructure Saturday night. More than 1 million people lost power in Odessa, but targeted attacks aren't the only thing leaving people in the cold. President Zelensky says even if there are no massive missile strikes, this does not mean that there are no problems. Exactly 1 month ago, Ukrainian forces liberated the city of Kherson. But for many, the joy was short-lived. Yuri and Ludmila left Kherson 3 days ago. They had no heat, no electricity, and no running water. Russian forces retreated from the city, but she says they kept shelling it from the other side of the river.
I couldn't stand it for long. My nervous system was exhausted.
For now, they're living at a friend's apartment in Kyiv.
I don't think we're safe here either. There are 25 regions in Ukraine. All of them are under Russian strike now.
Holding the memories of liberation close.
We were jumping, laughing, hugging, and kissing each other. We were shouting glory to Ukraine.
And hoping that one day soon, every light in Ukraine will shine. Ellison Barber, NBC News, Kyiv, Ukraine.
And we are following more international news now. Peru's newest president proposing to move up elections after a week of political turmoil.
Well, NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and much more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, the new president of Peru, Dina Boluarte, has announced that she will propose to move up the date of the general elections following days of violent protest. Now, she replaced the former president, Pedro Castillo, last week after he was arrested for trying to dissolve parliament and replace it with an emergency government. Now, initially, Boluarte said she will finish Castillo's term until 2024, but she gave in to protests and promised to advance the general elections. Let's come back here in Rome, where on Sunday, a man opened fire in a cafe, killing 3 women, including a personal friend of Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni. The victims were members of a local residents' committee who were having a meeting in that cafe when the assailant shot them dead. He's believed to be the owner of a property who's been locked in a bitter dispute with the committee. And let's move to Britain, where the country's nurses are expected to go on strike this week in protest to what they say is an insufficient pay rise proposal. It's only the latest of a series of strikes and walkouts by workers in the rail network, the postal service, airports and schools that have crippled the country. But the government has so far refused to budge on pay rise demands and is instead looking to tighten laws to try to stop some of the strikes, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you.
Absolutely. Well, coming up next, NASA makes history yet again as Orion falls safely back down to Earth.
We'll break down the mission's major successes and where we go from here in our next mission to the moon. That's up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We are back with a look at how police officers are tackling holiday crime. Across the country, the special gifts that families have shipped to their homes for the holidays are being taken by thieves known as porch pirates. NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles has more on what officers are doing to try and correct the issue.
It's holiday cheer upended by holiday crime. Across the country, porch pirates are stealing packages right from your doorstep. Whether it's in Oklahoma City, Rock Island, Illinois, or Austin, Texas, where this thief even tried to make away with Halloween decorations. In the last year, 79% of Americans had a package stolen, the problem most severe in California's Bay Area. Which is why Campbell, California police, like many departments across the country, has gone on offense, putting GPS tracking devices inside bait packages to track down thieves.
From here, dispatch will tell you where to go to find the stolen package.
Absolutely. Basically, the package will move, they'll get an alert, the package will have a ping, they will tell us the direction.
Officer Najib McGee showed us how it works with a demonstration.
It looks like a regular package with a shipping label on it, your normal Priority Mail Express sticker on it.
After a package is placed on the porch, our producer puts it in his car and takes off.
Okay, let's go.
Often they're going to want to know the fruits of their labor, and they're going to stop somewhere. So you can trace the line here. So it looks like they found their landing spot in a parking lot.
The GPS device brings the cops straight to the crooks.
So think it is a typical car stop. Once we start talking about the package and what they stole, the look on their face is priceless.
Since this program started, you see less people stealing packages.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a direct correlation.
If package thefts are a concern for you, there are ways to protect your holiday gifts.
Leave delivery instructions. A lot of retailers let you leave delivery instructions.
Video monitoring company Ring recommends signing up for alerts so you know exactly when your package is delivered and getting your order sent to a secure location. But if that doesn't work, law enforcement may be watching.
This crime in particular affects a lot of people. It's a thorn.
Making sure your treasure makes it under the tree. Nyala Charles, NBC News, Campbell, California.
Well, after a 26-day mission on a historic journey around the moon, NASA's next generation Orion capsule has landed back on Earth.
Such good news. The empty spacecraft landed Sunday in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Baja California. The splashdown marked the end of the space agency's Artemis test flight. So, of course, the question now is, where do we go from here? And for more on that, we're joined by Mike Massimino. He's a former NASA astronaut, also professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University, and senior advisor for space programs at the Intrepid Museum right here in New York. No question we have the right man to answer all of these questions, Mike.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Good morning to you. I mean, I guess the first place to start is, what are some of your key takeaways from this? And perhaps more importantly, what were some of the biggest things that NASA was hoping to accomplish with this mission?
Thanks for having me, and thanks for covering this. It was very exciting. We were talking earlier, I was in Houston for our astronaut reunion, which we have every few years, and it was very exciting to be there. I got to see the splashdown from the Johnson Space Center and talk to a lot of my friends about it. So I'm very excited about it. What they found out was that the rocket ship worked. If you remember back on November 16th, I think it was, we had the successful launch, that gigantic, colossal rocket that we were waiting to launch, a few months, went off and did really well and got the spacecraft to the moon. We got some awesome pictures. We're still getting more pictures back of the moon and the Earth from that mission, and it returned, as you said, 26 days now successfully. The heat shield worked. They were able to do this a different maneuver instead of just coming straight in, which would have generated a lot of heat. They did like a little skip, new technology now. They didn't do that back 50 years ago. They did a little skip to kind of slow down the entry and less heat, to be gentler with the spacecraft, and recovered it successfully. Now they're going to look at some data. And the next step is to send people, probably about 2 years from now, to do more or less the same thing that this spacecraft did. No landing, do a little orbit around, a big orbit around the moon, and then come back with people inside. So that's the next step. But then there's some really big steps coming up after that.
Wow. Mike, NASA obviously thrilled over the moon, so to speak, here, because as you mentioned, this was a test for everything. The SLS, that skip entry technique, the parachutes, the heat shield, everything. So are they surprised at how well it went? I mean, did it exceed their expectations?
I think they're really pleased the way it went. Now, I think the last piece of this is to get all the data back on the radiation protection, but they are really, really happy. I don't know if it exceeded. They were really hoping that this would happen. I think they were fairly confident. I think they did the right thing by waiting, right? Because now we can talk about good things instead of a problem with the launch vehicle. So I think that was a really good move for them not to rush and launch too early. They waited a little bit longer to get it off right. So yeah, I think they're just thrilled. I think they couldn't be happier. Let's put it that way. They got exactly what they wanted out of this mission so far.
So did we. Look at these pictures.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. And you talk, of course, about the next steps and what this kind of paves the way for the future. The next one is, of course, going to be a manned mission within the next 2 years or so. What will NASA do between now and then to make that a success?
Well, they're going to study everything they can from this mission. I think the rocket ship is ready to go. The spacecraft is just about ready to go as well. And then they got to get the crew ready to go. So they're going to train those folks. I think they probably already started with a lot of astronauts, and then they're going to announce 4 of them that are going to do this. And then it's the looking forward. They've got to keep working on the missions after, because that's going to be an orbital flight, a return flight. They're not landing on that one. Artemis 3, they're going to land. That's huge. And then looking forward to Artemis 4. Is going to be huge as well. It's going to set up more infrastructure. SpaceX is going to get in the game for Artemis 3. They're going to be supplying the lander. So I think some of the focus now is going to turn to SpaceX, one of the contractors, the big contractor. They're building another gigantic spaceship called Starship. And that's going to take the lander. They're going to put a refueling station in orbit. I mean, this is like science fiction stuff that we were dreaming about for years. And that's what's going to be accomplished. So I think NASA's really happy with their part, with their supplying, and working with their contractor now for the next step, SpaceX. I think that's what they're going to be focusing on, is that part of it.
So many exciting things to watch in the weeks, years to come. Thank you so much, Mike, for breaking it all down.
It's something we've been looking forward to for decades, and the time is now. So, yeah, exciting stuff. Thanks for having me.
Mike, thanks so much.
Pleasure.
Thanks.
Well, the House Oversight Committee has released a report saying oil companies could doom global efforts when it comes to climate change.
Well, in this NBC News exclusive, NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson sat down with Representative Ro Khanna to discuss what he is calling Big Oil's climate information crisis.
Major players in the oil industry accused of greenwashing their public image with clean energy pledges, according to a new report just released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. Internal documents obtained and interpreted by the committee suggest BP, Chevron, Shell, ExxonMobil, and the American Petroleum Institute are, in lawmakers' view, not taking the necessary steps to move away from fossil fuels, despite making public climate pledges.
Talk to me about what you think is the most important thing people should know about your findings.
Hallie, we can't solve the climate crisis if we don't solve the climate misinformation crisis. And these hearings, 2 years where we had the big oil CEOs testifying for the first time in front of Congress, exposed that big oil has been misleading the American public.
The report finding oil and gas execs knew that what they were doing would not meaningfully reduce emissions and kept aggressively investing in fossil fuels. In one instance, the report says Chevron boasted of a $200 billion return in the next 40 years after upscaling oil production off the Australian coast.
They are actually increasing their carbon emissions. The internal documents show that they believe that this is a license to continue the status quo, to entrench the fossil fuel industry while claiming something totally different.
NBC News reached out for comment to the companies named in the final report. They have yet to respond.
Plans through 2025 are consistent with the goals of the Paris Agreement.
At a committee hearing last year, executives from several oil companies listed the steps they've taken to invest in clean energy and decrease carbon emissions.
By 2025, we aim to grow our low-carbon investments to $3 to $4 billion per year.
And they outright denied any allegations they mislead the public.
Any suggestion that Chevron is engaged in an effort to spread disinformation and mislead the public on these complex issues is simply wrong.
ExxonMobil has long recognized that climate change is real and poses serious risks. But there are no easy answers.
These companies have pushed back on some of the claims that are reflected here in this final report.
Well, I'm sure they're talking about it because they know it's good PR. But as the documents show, they're working to have lobbyists kill climate legislation. But they can't have it both ways. They can't call themselves clean companies and then commit to business plans to increase CO2 emission.
But they have not come close to producing the key internal documents.
The report also claims oil companies intentionally obstructed the investigation, with Oversight Chairwoman, Democratic Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney, saying some subpoena documents were not sent in and that many that were heavily redacted with no explanation.
Well, none of the companies fully complied with our subpoena, so we have to continue working to get these documents.
Our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report. And Republicans on the House Oversight Committee put out a memo criticizing the report and calling it radical. Well, coming up, an uncertain holiday season for America's former big tech workers. How some of those who were recently laid off are dealing with the stress.
And plus, you may have seen a lot of photos like these popping up all over your social media feeds lately. It's a self-portrait altered entirely by artificial intelligence. It seems fun and harmless enough, but it's the app's fine print that has cybersecurity experts sounding the alarm. We'll explain all of that coming up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
It's kind of training regimen.
How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Well, welcome back. More than 50,000 tech workers were laid off just last month. And as NBC News correspondent Mara Barrett explains, many are now facing a stressful holiday period, searching for a new job while trying to make ends meet.
Jared Olivas has been steeped in the world of tech his entire life.
I was born and raised in Silicon Valley, so I've always been drawn to the tech industry.
After working in the field for 5 years, he was happy and comfortable as a manager at a software company.
The job security seemed impenetrable.
For most of this year, Jared's DMs and inbox have been full of recruiters offering him higher salaries and bigger titles.
July, August, I think the economy started to turn and you stop seeing as much offers going out and less activity. And then in October, we were seeing like a total nosedive.
Jared became one of the thousands of unemployed tech workers in October when the company announced budget-related layoffs. He was laid off over Zoom and given 2 months severance.
I think in the back of my mind, I'm calculating all my finances and making sure, like, do I have enough runway, to pay my bills, my rent, food. You're planning for the worst.
According to crowdsourced website layoffs.fyi, over 140,000 tech employees have been laid off this year. Just in the past month, Meta, Amazon, Cisco, and Twitter each laid off thousands of employees.
What advice do you have to people that might have been recently laid off?
First, take a moment to pause, gather your thoughts, and think about your next pivot for your career. What type of opportunity is going to help enhance your skill set and make you the most marketable? Second, you've got to get your resume in order. And third, you really do need to think about your online network and your in-person network.
Megan Slabinski is a district president with Robert Half, a human resources consulting firm.
Is there a negative connotation when people are looking at someone that might have been laid off from a previous job?
I think it's important to be able to own the narrative and explain the circumstances surrounding your separation, whether it was your choice or your employer's choice, or if there was really no choice at all. But owning the narrative around your separation is really important.
After the layoff, Jared was comforted that his fiancée still had a job. But he's in the tech industry too. And now his company also announced impending layoffs.
I think they were trying to be nice, but a lot of anxiety was caused by that. For me, myself included, especially just what recently happened with Jared. I'm kind of a little nervous to know what's to happen in a couple weeks.
The stress only compounding in an industry not known for its mental health support.
I think one thing that people do, especially in tech, is we don't like to usually broadcast when we're not doing well. Tech workers, I typically don't think would broadcast if they're suffering, and they'll suffer in silence, unfortunately.
But the reality is he's not alone. And as the economy struggles to stabilize in a post-pandemic world, there are likely many more layoffs to come.
I'm 100% hopeful for the future. I definitely think the economy is going to rebound, and I think the tech industry will boom again.
Well, our thanks to Maura Barrett for that story. Now, according to a new report from Challenger, Gray, and Christmas, the total number of layoffs this year is actually the second lowest on record. But still, many people are still feeling that impact this year.
Have you seen those computer-generated portraits on your social media feeds? Well, there are some privacy and security concerns surrounding what has become one of the most popular apps in the world and the way it uses artificial intelligence to alter your image. Our Savannah Sellers explains.
Stunning! What's with my face?
Like, it really looks like me.
It's the hottest app of the moment, #1 on both Apple and Google's charts with 5 million downloads already this month.
How much are you seeing this in your social feed?
Oh, my entire social feed. Krista Luster loves her magic avatars from Lensa AI, a photo and video editing app with a new viral feature that allows users to upload images of themselves or others, and with the use of artificial intelligence, turn them into this.
I was able to see myself in a light as a creator and as an actress that I'd never seen myself before.
But the avatars aren't the only thing getting people talking. So is #5 of Lensa's terms of use that says in part, you grant us a perpetual, irrevocable, non-exclusive, royalty-free, worldwide, fully paid, transferable, sub-licensable license to use, reproduce, modify, distribute, create derivative works of your user content.
In plain terms, if you're a user who wants to use Lensa, you agree that any photographs you give to Lensa, they can use it however they want.
And that has cybersecurity experts concerned.
What is the danger in giving this company your face?
Your face is something that is used to identify you and can unlock your identity around the world online.
The app is owned by Prisma Labs, a company whose founders, according to their LinkedIn pages, previously worked in Russia. Prisma, incorporated in the U.S., tells NBC News, we don't have any presence in the Russian Federation. The company also says that photos will be immediately deleted from their servers after the avatars are ready. And fans of those avatars?
They make me feel powerful. They make me feel strong and confident.
Are loving their new looks, regardless of the risk. Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
It's so funny. I see those pictures everywhere.
All the time.
All over my timeline.
Yeah.
Still haven't uploaded yet, though.
I know. No.
Very interesting.
No, I was like, there's some kind of catch.
There's some sort of,
right?
yeah.
All right.
So anyway.
Very interesting.
Well, coming up, we've got a closer look at a sort of stock market for booze.
Investors are shelling out some major cash for the right bottle, and not a drop ever hits a glass. That's up next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff, and let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, everybody. The season 2 finale of HBO's White Lotus went out with a bang. We mean that literally. We're not going to spoil it for you if you haven't watched yet. Yours truly included. But we knew at the beginning we were going to have to say arrivederci to one of the main characters. So after this season, which was set in Sicily, creator Mike White is already gearing up for season 3, saying he has his sights set on Asia as a possible new location for the next group of White Lotus guests, hoping that Jennifer Coolidge is a part of it. But Blaine, this means you got to get on board.
I absolutely have to. Listen, if I hadn't heard about it before, social media told me everything that I need to know, and you have affectionately sold me on this. So I will certainly be
when
watching.
I said I can't really explain it or describe it, but it's, I don't know.
Which only piqued my curiosity, so now I have to go back to season 1 and just get on board.
Totally.
All right, Lindsay, I appreciate it. Well, whiskey is in high demand, but we're not talking about holiday drinking. In fact, collectors are investing in rare liquor bottles, and some of them are going for millions of dollars. NBC's Gotti Schwartz got his hands on some of that liquid gold.
Long gone are the days where 2 fingers of whiskey was just a drink of choice. Nowadays, it's the bottle so many are after. As more investors trade stocks by day, but collectors booze by night. And the amounts they are paying on rare and fine bottles is staggering, but so are the returns. Up 402% over the past decade, beating out luxury cars and fine art.
It's like liquid gold.
Yeah, it really is.
Gold liquid wouldn't even be worth this much, right?
That's probably right, yeah.
Peter Jarjour is the owner of Flask Fine Wine and Whiskey in Los Angeles. The storefront might look like your ordinary liquor store, but behind the scenes, in a highly secured off-site showroom, you can find some of the most expensive bottles of whiskey in the world.
So how much are you selling this guy for?
It's about 190,000.
190,000?
Yeah, be careful.
Oh my gosh. Yikes. Here, you take it. I don't.
Thank you.
That makes me very nervous. That is a down payment on a house.
You might think no one buys bottles this expensive, but old whiskeys are now regularly fetching 6 figures at auctions. A report released this year by Scottish investment bank Noble & Co. found that strong investor demand has pushed the value of fine and rare single malt whiskeys up by more than 20% this year.
How often are you selling something like this?
Pretty often. I mean, it is a retail store, so like we're supposed to be selling stuff, but it really kind of breaks my heart when people buy stuff like this because we don't have it anymore.
And as the markets continue their roller coaster ride, rare and fine whiskey could be a tempting investment, rivaling gold and silver.
Whoever bought this off the shelf paid $50 for it, and now it's about $7,500.
That is, if you don't pour yourself a glass first.
So when it comes to whiskey and investments, it's not just buy low, sell high. It's like, don't drink it. Ever.
If you have the willpower, yeah.
Well, that was Gotti Schwartz reporting. Now, according to Wine Enthusiast magazine, the top-rated whiskeys of 2022 are Crown Royal 18 and George Dickel Bottled in Bond.
Finally, this hour, 'tis the season for holiday cookies, pies, really anything you can put sugar in. But the pastry chefs who make these treats are struggling in a tough market for hospitality jobs. NBC News reporter Gary Grombach found out about that and spoke about the art of baking with the former pastry chef at the White House.
He's baked pies for the Pope and quiches for the Queen of England. But for President George W. Bush...
I once overheard a conversation that President Bush was concerned about his weight. He wanted to eat healthier. So for dessert, I made what I called an apple salad. So I was told that President Bush said, apple salad. Apple salad is not a dessert. Apple salad is a salad. So the next day I made a peach pie. All was well.
But the former White House executive pastry chef wouldn't trade his experience for the world.
It was thrilling. It's truly an honor. Like, I only know how to do one thing, and that's bake. So if I could do that in some way in service to my country, I was really proud of that. And still am.
Yassis served the Bush and Obama administrations as lead pastry chef for countless state dinners, family meals, and holiday parties.
The 2 presidents that you worked under could not be more different politically, but they had some similarities when it came to pastries.
Maybe the only thing they agreed on was they both loved like traditional American desserts, pie, cobbler, ice cream, bread pudding, those kind of like homey things that we all like.
We call Bill the crust master because his pies, I don't know what he does, whether he puts crack in them or...
And whether the baking is done at your house or the White House, Bill has some advice for fellow pastry chefs.
Once you have a feeling for the ingredients, for the texture of when it's mixed, when it's too mixed, when it's not mixed enough, that's the art part. And that's when it really gets fun, I think.
But Bill was one of the lucky ones. When the pandemic hit, the leisure and hospitality industry suffered significant losses. In April 2020, more than 7 million Americans lost their jobs in the service industry. 5 million of those jobs were in the food services sector. Johnny Scott, a pastry chef from Arlington, Virginia, was one of the 5 million. She was laid off twice during the pandemic.
When restaurants are doing bad, they're often the first to go because for some reason they're not seen as important as the other cooks and chefs and the positions in the restaurant.
She says pastry chefs have not had it easy for quite some time now.
It's more than what Food Network shows us. It's not all glamorous. You know, there's a lot of very long hours. It's very physically demanding work. I lost a lot of weekends and holidays with my family.
While the leisure and hospitality sector have recovered some of their pre-pandemic losses, they're still not back to pre-pandemic levels. But there is hope restaurant goers will continue to save the best for last. Gary Grumbach, NBC News, Washington.
All right, Gary, thanks. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser.
And I'm Blaine Alexander. Joe and Savannah have the morning off this morning. Well, right now on Morning News Now, winter wipeout. Millions of Americans from the West Coast to the Great Plains are under winter weather alerts this morning. That means snow and rain are already impacting California and the Sierra Nevadas. That's creating a travel mess and knocking out power to thousands. We've got the very latest this morning from the storm zone and where that storm could be headed next. Brought to justice, the suspect accused in making the bomb in the Lockerbie terrorist attack nearly 35 years ago is now in custody and on U.S. soil. What we're learning this morning about the man accused of killing nearly 300 people and what comes next for the families of those who died on that flight. And back at home, Brittany Griner is getting her very first taste of freedom again this morning after being released from a Russian prison. We've got the latest on her trip back to the U.S. and what her counterpart in the prisoner exchange is saying this morning. And all clear from here? Well, inflation certainly took the economy and the stock market on a very wild ride this past year. So are better days ahead for 2023, or is the outlook even more uncertain than before? We'll break down what the new year could bring and what it all means for your bottom line.
Yeah, that's important as so many people look in their wallets right now.
Absolutely.
The holidays approach and wonder what's going to happen for the new year.
And trying to plan for the new year, too.
Exactly.
It was a rough time. But we're beginning with those winter storms expected to hammer the country this week.
Yeah, states from coast to coast are bracing for some pretty tough conditions. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in the Sierra Mountains in California with the latest.
Hey there, I want to show you exactly what the Sierra Nevada is dealing with. This storm system was brutal. It blanketed this area. As a matter of fact, in 48 hours, there was more than 48 inches of snow in some areas. It even shut down Interstate 80, a major thoroughfare across this area. There was concerns about avalanches. And while this certainly looks beautiful, it's also dangerous.
This morning, a relentless storm system powering its way from coast to coast, packing a nasty punch, dumping snow, rain, and ice. Brutal conditions expected to impact more than 50 million people nationwide. It started out west, blanketing parts of the Sierra Nevada mountains with more than 4 feet of snow. Whiteout conditions wreaking havoc at Lassen Volcanic National Park. While torrential rains and heavy winds put millions along the Pacific coast at risk. Water rescue crews in Orange County hoisting a man to safety after a flash flood tore through a drainage canal. High winds also battering the region, with wind gusts reported up to 169 miles an hour at a ski resort near the Nevada border. At this popular lodge in Lake Tahoe, the chairlifts almost taking flight in the wind. Dangerous winds also downing power lines and trapping drivers in their cars in Northern California.
Whatever you do, don't get out of the car.
All of this part of what's called an atmospheric river event, when moisture coming off the Pacific Ocean stays in one area at a time, hammering it with snow or rain. And as that system works its way east, blizzard-like conditions are expected to hit the northern plains, while threats of tornadoes and damaging winds could impact some southern states on Tuesday.
No, I'm not ready for this. I was in Florida yesterday.
Overnight, a separate system bringing snow to parts of the Northeast, including dangerous conditions in eastern Pennsylvania, where there was a rollover accident. This car flipped upside down on the side of the road. And by the end of the week, that same brutal storm system that originated off the Pacific coast could also take aim at the Northeast.
There's another concern looming in this area. All that snow you see on tree branches could snap down some trees onto power lines and create power outages. It's also frigid here, just 12 degrees. All of the problems in this area now headed east. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Wow, well, let's get the very latest on that storm track now, plus your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now for the latest. Good morning, Bill.
Morning. We need to get Miguel a hat. It's 12 degrees and he's not wearing a hat. That was the first thing I noticed. Yeah, winter wonderland, to say the least, in areas of the West. We need the snow. We need the rain. It's just not all at once. And, you know, happening on the weekend, ruining people's plans doesn't help either. So that storm, you notice that the Sierra is now no longer under a winter storm warning. The mountains outside of Los Angeles are under a winter storm warning. They'll be getting some snow at the high elevations during the day today. And then the storm is on the move. All the purple in here that catches your attention, those are blizzard warnings. So portions of 5 different states under blizzard warnings. And it doesn't look like this will be a big storm for Denver, but this will be a huge storm for areas of western Nebraska, areas of South Dakota, right along the border here of Wyoming, even a little corner of Montana. We may go 2 days or so where the roads will be impassable, where they're going to tell people to stay off of them because of 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1 to 2 feet of snow. So here's the snow forecast. This will go all the way out through Wednesday. You know, today we're getting some of that snow in areas we've already picked up. Alta already picked up 18 inches of snow outside of Salt Lake City. And then the storm is going to move through the mountains of Colorado. Areas like Steamboat are going to pick up a good 6 to 12 inches, all the way back down towards Durango, Telluride area, also Aspen Vale. Everyone will be skiing in powder come tomorrow. Then the problems will be when the storm really matures and gets stronger and the winds are blowing and it's a light powdery snow. That's why interstates like 80 and 90 here are going to be very treacherous over the next couple days throughout this region. And you get storms like this and you worry about the livestock too out there, and farmers, you know, and people getting their food to their herds. So there's the timing of it. The other thing we have to watch out carefully too is what happens in the south. It looks like the severe weather will be on Tuesday afternoon and evening, especially through areas of Louisiana. And I know we were talking about what's going to happen with this storm system. We track it towards the East Coast on Friday. I know my kids are already asking me, are we getting a snow day? Are we going to, you know, what's going to happen? Are we getting the first big storm?
No, because everything's virtual now.
Exactly, right.
Right.
That's so cruel, isn't it? That's like a whole different topic. But so here's our map showing the likely areas, moderate and heavy snow as we head towards the, you know, unfortunately for all the city kids from Boston, Hartford, New York, Philly, not a snowstorm for you. But inland areas, we'll be talking about snow. So, you know, not yet for the big cities.
We'll bring you back for another segment on the lack of snow days now.
It's so mean, right? You don't have school. It's a beautiful snow day, but you have to go to school.
That was the benefit of the weather before, right?
That was the whole point of snow day. Oh.
Wiped away.
All right,
You're upsetting me.
We don't need to bring you back. There it was. Bill, thanks so much.
Bill, thanks so much. Well, this morning, a former Libyan intelligence operative accused of making the bomb that destroyed a Pan Am flight over the Scottish town of Lockerbie 34 years ago is now in U.S. custody. That's according to the Justice Department. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has that story.
Good morning, Lindsay and Blaine. Well, following his extradition to the United States, Abu Aghila Mohammed Massoud becomes the first Libyan intelligence operative to face charges on U.S. soil for the bombing of Flight 103. It's one of the worst terrorist attacks in history that killed hundreds of Americans, including 35 Syracuse University students on their way home for Christmas after a semester studying in England. 34 years after the terrorist bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, a former Libyan intelligence operative suspected of making the bomb is in U.S. custody this morning. A Justice Department spokesman announcing the arrest says Abu Aghila Mohammed Massoud will make his first court appearance in Washington today. The U.S. indicted Massoud in connection with the bombing 2 years ago, after officials received a copy of a 2012 interview of Massoud by Libyan law enforcement following the collapse of Muammar Gaddafi's regime. According to an FBI affidavit, in that interview, Massoud admitted building the bomb that brought down the plane and conspiring with 2 other Libyan operatives to carry out the attack. Massoud also said Libyan intelligence ordered the bombing and that Gaddafi thanked him and others in person for conducting it, according to the FBI. On December 21, 1988, Pan Am Flight 103 was 38 minutes out of London, bound for New York, when it exploded over Lockerbie, killing all 259 people on board, including 190 Americans and another 11 on the ground. Mary Kay Stratus lost her husband, Elia, in the attack.
He was only 43 years old, but had lived a very full life.
With Massoud behind bars awaiting trial, Stratus says he must face swift consequences.
It's taken 34 years to get this far. Sadly, many of our family members have passed on, and so we want this justice fast.
Kara Weeps' brother, Rick Manetti, was among the 35 Syracuse University students on board Flight 103, heading home for the holidays. She says Massoud's arrest is a major step forward after 3 decades.
It's surreal. It's overwhelming. I don't even know if I have the exact words at this moment. Is he the only person? No, but is he a key person? Yes.
Massoud is the 3rd former Libyan intelligence operative to face charges in the attack. In 2001, Abdel Basset al-Magrahi was convicted of the bombing in a trial overseen by Scottish judges. He was freed on compassionate grounds 8 years later while suffering from terminal cancer and died in Libya in 2012. Another operative, Lamin Khalifa Fhimah, was acquitted of all charges. Lindsay and Blaine?
Andrea, thank you so much.
This morning, we're learning new details about Brittany Griner's first few hours as a free woman, as one of the officials who took that plane ride from Abu Dhabi to Texas describes her journey home. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is live from Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio, Texas, where Griner still is at this hour. Priscilla, what more are we learning, and what has Griner been up to there?
Hey, Lindsay, good morning. We now know that Griner played basketball for the first time since her detention this past Sunday. Her team says that she also got a haircut and spent time with her family as she continues to take advantage of the resources and support offered at the medical facility and base just behind me. And as we're getting those updates, we're also learning more about what happened on that 18-hour flight home. This morning, new photos and new details about Brittany Griner's first moments of freedom. Griner standing in front of an American flag. By her side, wife Sherelle and the man who helped bring her home after nearly a year in Russian captivity.
And she called everyone over to take photos with her. It shows you the kind of woman that she is.
U.S. Special Envoy Roger D. Carsons spent months working on the team that negotiated Griner's release and was on board that 18-hour flight to Texas. Carsons says the 2-time Olympic gold medalist was eager to connect and chatted for hours.
We actually tried to give her some space. She said, no, I want to talk. I want to relate to people. And I found someone who was just absolutely wonderful, kind, generous, interesting, and above all, authentic.
Surprising many, the first images of Griner showed her with her head shaved. Her attorney telling ESPN that she cut off her locks about 2 weeks ago because of the cold temperatures, saying that they kept freezing after she showered. Griner's return, while celebrated, has ignited a firestorm among some Republicans who say freeing Russian arms dealer Victor Bout jeopardizes national security.
The Trump administration was always very clear. We weren't going to trade bad guys for celebrities because it creates the wrong incentives for the bad guys.
Now in Russia, Bout, who served 11 years in U.S. prison for conspiring to kill Americans, among other charges, is speaking out. Telling Russian state media he fully supports the war in Ukraine and would volunteer if he could. U.S. officials say any threat Bout might pose is manageable and that they're focused on bringing more wrongfully imprisoned Americans abroad, like Paul Whelan, home. A battle Griner is also vowing to fight.
BG and I will remain committed to the work of getting every American home.
And as for what else might come next for Griner, no word yet on whether she plans to play in the upcoming WNBA season. But the Players Association says her health is, of course, their top concern, but they're hopeful that she'll return to the court soon, something I'm sure we would all love to see. Lindsay,
yeah, absolutely. If she's already able to be on the court, we love to see it. Priscilla, thanks so much.
Well, turning now to the war in Ukraine, fighting has intensified in both the eastern and southern parts of the country as power outages there leave many facing a bitterly cold winter. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the very latest.
Ukraine's President Zelensky is intensifying diplomatic activity, speaking on Monday with President Biden and also on the same day with the presidents of Turkey and France, and says that there could be important results coming in the next several weeks. But in the meantime, Russia is not slowing down its attacks against this country.
If Russian President Vladimir Putin can't have Ukraine for his own, he seems content to destroy it. Russian troops have been stepping up attacks across the frozen east, driving Ukrainians into cellars with only firewood for heat. Russia is raining fire on the south, too, targeting the electrical grid, temporarily blacking out Odessa, firing up to 60 mortars and artillery shells at Kherson. Russia has a special score to settle with this city. Last month, there were victory celebrations in Kherson's main square after Ukrainians drove out Russian troops, ending 8 months of occupation. Now the party's over. The latest Russian attacks have caused rolling blackouts and forced many residents to leave. But in pop-up warming and charging centers like this one, the mood remains upbeat and optimistic because residents here say the current hardships are still better than living under Russian occupation. These children were only spared from being separated from their friends, caregivers, and country because of lies. They're orphans living in a hospital in Kherson. During the occupation, doctors and nurses told Russian troops the children were all sick with communicable diseases or couldn't be moved, so the soldiers would stay away from them. Russian troops took other orphans to Russia to be given to families. The unions, often shown on Russian TV, to reinforce Moscow's official line that Russia is saving Ukrainians from their supposedly neo-Nazi government. Ukrainian officials say more than 13,000 children have been sent to Russia since the war began. Maya Mendel, a nurse, says, how would Americans feel if some other country was taking American children away? These children will grow up in Russia, raised as Russians. It's a type of genocide, she says. Ukrainians also call it state kidnapping.
Russia is open about its policy and even seems to be proud of it, saying it is designed to rescue children from a war zone.
Richard Engel, thank you so much for that report.
All right, still to come on Morning News Now. NASA's Orion spacecraft made a successful splashdown in the Pacific Ocean yesterday.
And we will take a look at how the Artemis 1 mission is now being received and what the future might hold for our journeys to space. That's coming up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
Kind of training regimen.
How you doing, Lester?
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen?
How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training mission? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back, everybody. After a wild weekend of high-stakes soccer, only 4 teams remain now in the quest to bring home the 2022 World Cup.
But for some, there is a shadow over that excitement this morning as the soccer world is now mourning the loss of the shocking loss of a man whose voice helped inform millions of people.
For more, we are joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald in Doha. Megan, good morning.
Ladies, good morning. Good to be with you. I can tell you that the sports world really is grieving the loss of Grant Wahl. I mean, his name is synonymous with U.S. soccer, and we are seeing these tributes just pouring in from celebrity athletes like LeBron James to Megan Rapinoe. Grant Wahl was in his prime.
This morning, shock and devastation fell all throughout the sports world following the unexpected death of 49-year-old Grant Wahl, one of U.S. soccer's most recognizable journalists.
For him to not be with us anymore at such a young age, that's an immense shock.
Wahl collapsed and died while reporting on the Argentina-Netherlands match Friday night. In the days leading up to his death, Wahl talked about his health on a podcast, saying he was dealing with a worsening cold and bronchitis. And there are questions surrounding the circumstances of his death. A reporter from the Sunday Times who was an eyewitness writing, "Why wasn't there a defibrillator?" adding, "Many minutes passed and we kept expecting it to come, but it never did." The Qatari government saying in part he received immediate emergency medical treatment on site, which continued as he was transferred by ambulance to Hamad General Hospital. The sports world remembering Wahl's passion and dedication to the game.
He helped raise the popularity of soccer in the United States to new heights.
Earlier in the tournament, Wahl making global headlines for a different reason after tweeting he had been briefly detained for wearing a rainbow shirt to a match. And over the weekend, riveting action on the pitch, the stuff Wahl's friends say he lived for. Morocco becoming the first African nation to advance to the semifinals after a stunning upset over Portugal. And leaving Cristiano Ronaldo walking off the pitch in tears in what is likely the end to his quest for a World Cup title. And as France eliminated England, a tribute from FIFA honoring Grant Wahl. Telling us here in Qatar, it was his mission to inspire the country to love soccer as he did.
We're just trying to create more and more fans all the time in the United States for soccer.
Now, there are 4 teams left vying for a spot in the finals. Tomorrow, Argentina takes on Croatia. And then on Wednesday, the Cinderella story of Morocco taking on France. And then, of course, the finals kick off on Sunday. Ladies, less than a week away.
So much to watch. Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
Such a loss. Thanks, Megan. Turning now to international headlines. China continues to roll back more of its COVID restrictions.
Well, Claudio Labanga joins us again from Rome with more on that and much more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, China continues to ease its zero COVID policy. And now, by midnight tonight, the contact tracing app that is being used by the Chinese authorities will cease functioning. Now, the app was used to locate people who will then be forced to quarantine if they happen to be in a pandemic hotspot. It follows the announcement last week that lockdown, testing and travel restrictions were also going to be relaxed. And let's go to Antigua, where a volcano erupted, forcing the closure of the local airport. The volcano is a major attraction in the Caribbean island, but it can also be a deadly one. In 2018, an eruption killed at least 215 people who lived in nearby villages. This time, the authorities say they have learned from that tragedy and that they are ready, but so far, nobody has been evacuated yet. Let's move to Gaza, where more than 60 tombs dating back to the Roman era have been discovered. They were found by authorities in an ancient burial site found by chance last January during the excavation of a housing project. A member of the Ministry of Antiquities and Tourism said that a set of bones and artifacts from at least one of the tombs date back to the 2nd century. Lindsay, Blaine?
Fascinating, Claudia. Thanks so much.
All right, well, after nearly 4 weeks in space, the Orion spacecraft made a successful splashdown yesterday into the Pacific Ocean just off of Mexico's Baja Peninsula.
This trip was a critical test for the Artemis mission before NASA puts humans on the next trip to the moon. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins me now with more. All right, so Tom, November 16th, I'll take you back. We were together at the launch, and I actually braced myself against you. It was so powerful. Obviously, full circle now, this splashdown. You have sources in NASA. How do they feel about how it went?
It was a spectacular mission, and you're right. You and I were standing together on top of the NBC building at the Kennedy Space Center a month ago. This was a 25-day mission, and the Artemis Orion vehicle, so Orion is the spaceship on top of Artemis, traveled a total of 1.4 million miles as it orbited the Earth, but mostly the moon, and then went way out deep into deep space. And the whole point of this was to test ride, to shake down the spaceship. Never before flown. And now they are getting ready for humans, astronauts, to be on board. And that could happen within 2 years, ladies. But importantly here, they say that at every turn, at every moment, this spaceship and all of the engineering that went into it performed perfectly. And we need to stress it's not just an American spaceship. The Europeans built the crew module. So at every turn, it performed flawlessly. And now they're getting ready to put humans on board.
I've got to say that I'm so jealous of the two of you for actually being there for that launch. You know, Tom, I'm fascinated by so many aspects of this, but let's talk about these high-tech mannequins that were on board. There were no humans on board, but what can you tell us about these test dummies that were on board, and what is NASA hoping to learn about how these humans might experience space in the future?
Yeah, the Moonican is what they're calling one of the big mannequins, and it was loaded up with sensors to detect exactly how much radiation somebody might experience if they are on board. Also, the G-forces, the heat inside the spacecraft itself, just the overall stress. Because, again, nobody's ever been on board one of these particular missions, and they hope to put humans on board in 2 years, so the end of 2024, and then landing on the moon in 25. I think it's going to be 26 because they're a little behind schedule, guys. It also depends on SpaceX coming up with a lander down to the moon. But on that moon mission, landing on the surface of the moon, it will include a woman and a person of color, and for the first time ever. So making history at every turn.
And I mean, Tom, we know that NASA really wanted to test every system to its brink to make sure that it could withstand human space flight, from the heat shield to the parachutes to that new skip entry technique. And now their work isn't done because they're going to bring the Orion capsule back to the vehicle assembly building at Kennedy, right, and study it.
I love that Lindsay does deep dives on this stuff because she's as much of a space geek as I am. But you're absolutely right. And one of the most important points that they need to examine microscopically is going to be that heat shield that you mentioned underneath the Orion spaceship. Because when Orion came back in, it came in at 25,000 miles per hour. And when it hit the atmosphere, the heat shield heated up to 5,000 degrees. That's half the temperature of the sun. So it was never before have we experienced this kind of heat, this kind of speed, and so they wanted to make sure that the shield held because, of course, future astronauts' lives depend on it. It appears it did, in fact, hold perfectly, but they now want to go over it microscopically to look for any problems at all in that heat shield. Can I make one other point? Because you talked about it, and I think this is super cool. You know when you skip a rock across the surface of the water, sometimes it'll do a couple of hops? NASA did this on the spaceship. As it re-entered, it decided to bleed off some speed by having it skip off the atmosphere. And that allowed it to slow down from 25,000 miles per hour. And then as it went into the atmosphere, of course, the parachutes deployed, and it landed at 20 miles per hour in the ocean. So I love that kind of that skip analogy of the rock across the water.
Yeah, the first time ever for a human spacecraft. Tom, we often say what we do isn't rocket science. It's wonderful to actual talk literal rocket science with you. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. See ya.
Oh, fascinating stuff there. I love to see it. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, growing concerns now over an unprecedented flu season. Cases are surging and creating a real issue for hospitals already dealing with COVID and RSV infections. We're going to have the latest on the growing triple-demic and how you can stay safe when we come back.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back, everybody. According to a CDC report, about 25% of tests for the flu are coming back positive, and the number of hospitalizations are at the highest level in a decade.
Well, all of this as COVID cases are starting to climb and cold and flu medicine supplies are running low. NBC News national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Hey there, with the temperatures dropping and people planning their holiday trips, we are seeing high seasonal flu activity from coast to coast. All this comes amid calls to mask up and fears over a potential medicine shortage. With the holidays bringing people together, new concerns this morning as hospitalizations for both COVID and flu are on the rise.
When you think about like some of the winter and spring Omicron surges where it was just going crazy and we had like 100,000 plus cases, 1 million cases a day, we have higher hospitalizations now, which is mind-boggling.
According to the CDC, flu hospitalizations rose 32% from last week's report, with nearly 26,000 admissions, the highest in a decade, while COVID hospitalizations are up 14% week to week. In New York, health officials are renewing the call to mask up, indoors, on public transportation, and in crowded outdoor settings, as flu cases spike 64% from last week.
This is an unusual flu season, and it's being impacted by the fact that most Americans have been traveling and with cold weather have been indoors in smaller spaces and not wearing masks or taking the precautions that we did to keep flu numbers really low over the last 2 years.
For Kelly Trout, a mother of 2 toddlers in Virginia, flu season has already been a challenge for her family.
We had the flu last weekend, but before that, we've been sick on and off, mostly on, for about 2 months.
She says she's thankful the kids were able to get their flu shots in time for the holidays, but worries about potential shortages of over-the-counter medicine.
We really don't have a plan, but probably after one more illness, I'll be scouring, the internet, trying to find a stockpile.
In a statement, Johnson & Johnson recognizing the high demand for children's Tylenol and Motrin, writing in part, while products may be less readily available at some stores, we are not experiencing widespread shortages.
We don't have the kind of shortages where we need to get manufacturers to make more. We need to just make sure they end up in the right places.
Amid these shortages, the makers of Tamiflu are also saying their medicines are readily available for pharmacies to order. So if you're in need of certain medicine that appears to be in short supply, our experts advise calling around. Odds are somewhere in your region, they'll have it. Back to you.
A great tip. Stephanie Goss, thank you so much.
Turning now to the new details in the quadruple homicide in Idaho. Police are still searching for answers in the brutal killings of 4 University of Idaho students, as tomorrow marks 1 month since the investigation began. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now for the latest. Steve, good morning.
Lindsay, good morning. The University of Idaho campus is now largely deserted because winter break is underway. The university had its commencement ceremony on Saturday. It was a poignant day because one of the victims should have been walking in it.
It's been a tough few weeks for our community.
A subdued and somber ceremony over the weekend. Pomp and circumstance mixed with grief at the University of Idaho's winter commencement.
Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves were taken from us far too soon by a senseless act of violence.
The victims honored with a moment of silence. One of them, Kaylee Gonsalves, should have been crossing the stage to receive her diploma. And on what was supposed to be a joyful weekend, fears that a killer could be walking among them. The police issued a warning to the commencement crowd, urging the community to stay vigilant and travel in groups.
We're going to have a lot of officers around. We're going to have a lot of Idaho State Police around. You'll see us both at the commencement as well as just around town providing safety.
Police are still searching for any suspects and murder weapon responsible for the murder of 4 students in their bedrooms almost a month ago. Officials have said they're looking for more information about a white Hyundai Elantra that they believe was near the house around the time the murders were committed. Moscow police saying the FBI is vetting the influx of tips related to the car. The campus quieter than ever as winter break begins. For those remaining in downtown Moscow, a struggle to regain some semblance of normalcy.
How does the town heal from this?
Time is also is a big thing for sure, but also just like embracing the community of Moscow.
For a community still waiting for justice, a cold winter settling in.
So officials say they are determined this case will not grow cold. There are almost 50 FBI agents working the case, and local police insist they still have the same amount of staff assigned. And those tips, by the way, continue to flood in without any indication that momentum is slowing down. Lindsay.
Pomp and circumstance mixed with grief. So poignant, Steve. Thank you.
Well, coming up, we're taking a look back at the very wild ride the economy and the stock market took in 2022.
And with all the ups and downs along the way, what can we expect in the new year? We're going to break it down when we come back.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, accused of targeting underage users, e-cigarette company Juul has agreed on a lump sum settlement to resolve several of these claims out of court.
CNBC's Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with that and other stories. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning. So Juul Labs has reportedly agreed to pay $1.2 billion to resolve thousands of lawsuits targeting the company as a major cause of the youth vaping epidemic. Just last week, Juul said it had settled with about 10,000 plaintiffs, covering more than 5,000 cases in California. The settlement comes about a month after the e-cigarette maker secured funding from some early investors to help its business stay afloat. Apple will no longer bar employees from speaking out about workplace harassment and discrimination. The news comes after a review of Apple's non-disclosure agreements. Apple shareholders voted for the review in March after the company failed to make suggested changes to those contract clauses just last year. They had drawn scrutiny after a former Apple engineer accused the company of engaging in coercive and suppressive activity. If at first you don't succeed, try, and then try again. Twitter will attempt to relaunch its premium subscription service today, a month after previous efforts failed. Users can buy Twitter Blue to get a blue checkmark and access special features such as seeing fewer ads, posting longer videos, and having tweets featured more prominently. The checkmark was originally given to companies, celebrities, governments, and journalists verified by the platform, and now anyone can get one for $8 a month for web users and $11 a month for iPhone users. Guys?
All right, Christina, thanks so much.
Well, of course, it has certainly been a very tough year for the economy and so many people trying to navigate the record inflation, the rising interest rates, and of course, the growing fears of recession have left a lot of us wondering what the future holds for our wallets.
So we brought in Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here to discuss what we can expect. So let's talk about what everybody wants to know. Inflation and what we can expect, when we might see it start to come down in the new year, and also when the Fed meets again, what they're going to do.
Yeah, huge week this week for the economy.
maybe the biggest week of the year. I don't want to get over crazy about it, but we do have the CPI report, that's Consumer Price Index, out tomorrow. That's the last one of the year for November. Then the Fed meets this Tuesday and Wednesday on interest rates. The likelihood is that the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates 0.5 percentage point this week, and they'll probably do it again when they meet in about 6 or 8 weeks. So huge week this week, plus a budget deal that comes due at the end of the week.
Remind us, the CPI report, what does that show us?
Consumer Price Index, that's a basket of goods that we spend on as consumers. That's everything from groceries to gas to home heating oil to the goods that we buy. So big report, and we've been watching that slowly start to come down. Hopefully we get another low report yesterday.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, Caleb. Kind of some practical advice for people who are watching. You know, one of the biggest things that people talk about when it comes to the economy is grocery prices. When you talk to voters, when you talk to folks, they say the prices at the store are going up. What should people know to prepare for next year, especially as they're kind of getting to the end of the year, tweaking their budgets for next year? Are we going to see a lot of changes there and some relief in that aspect?
We probably will, but I would expect gas prices, which have really come way down now since those highs back April, they may go up again. Oil prices may go up again. We have a lot of instability still with Russia and Ukraine and supply, so I would expect that to kind of remain high. Food prices are very volatile, so those may remain high. You got to have that budget. You got to know what you spend. How much does it cost to be you? How much does it cost to be you in your household, and have that budget going into those stores, because food and gas prices are still going to be volatile next year.
And we know wages aren't keeping up with those increases. So, Caleb, all right, let's talk about you and your colleagues at Investopedia. You've come up with your big list of terms for this year. So walk us through some of them.
Yeah, we look at what readers are looking at. We got about 13 million readers a month coming in looking for something specific. So we were looking at the terms that had the biggest spikes throughout the year. Some of them you can imagine. Poison pill, that was our number one. Thank you to Elon Musk. That's when he went to go buy Twitter. Twitter executives tried to bid up the stock price to dissuade him. That didn't work. He now owns Twitter, as we know. Recession, that's been on everybody's mind. That'll be a big term next year. Yeah. Hostile takeover. Thank you again, Mr. Musk. He made a hostile takeover for Twitter. Bear market, we've been talking about that. We've been in one for the S&P 500 in cold storage. That's because of those hacks into those cryptocurrency platforms. If you had your money or your Bitcoin in cold storage, you might have been better off.
You know, you touched on Wall Street for just a second, but let's stay there for a minute. What is this next year going to look like for the stock market? It was pretty turbulent, of course, this year. What should investors expect in the year ahead?
Well, this is going to be a very interesting year, 2023. Why? Because the Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates, and at some point, hopefully they may stop or slow down the pace, but we also have high inflation. Those two are kind of kryptonite for the stock market. We've seen it this year. That said, we've been in a bear market. The year after a bear market, stocks usually go up somewhere between 20 and 30%. Not a guarantee, but usually the other side of a bear market and getting through a recession is good news for investors. I would stay invested because we've come through a lot. This is the time you want to be building and buying stocks at a discount.
Yeah, when that bear market ends, though, that's the key. All right, Caleb Silver, thank you so much.
All right, well, with just 2 weeks now until Christmas, food banks and toy drives are struggling with a shortage of donations this holiday season, and some are worried about not having enough to give those in need. Our Savannah Sellers spoke with organizers about some of the challenges they're facing.
Right? Look, I want you to see it from this view. Look.
2 years ago, the stage, the pews, almost every corner of Another Chance Church in Chicago filled with toys. But this year,
Pastor, this looks like a pretty good start, but is it?
It's not nearly enough for the people that's going to be standing in these long lines for hours.
They barely have enough to cover half the stage.
We have less money than we've ever had in our history.
We visited Pastor Kenyatta Smith last year when donations were down significantly.
Yes, less than 1,200 toys here.
But with just weeks to go to Christmas this year,
what are you seeing so far right now with donations?
Really slim to none.
Tanisha Reynolds comes here every year to get Christmas toys for her 4 children.
What's it been like to see that moment for them, the joy it brings?
It's amazing. It's amazing just to see the smiles on their face.
Food banks are feeling the strain as well.
So here we're 7 into the food pantry right now. I mean, these shelves look pretty bare.
Yes. On the other side of Chicago, at the Salvation Army's Community Center, they're struggling to help those in need.
How dire of a situation is this right now?
Well, we have some emergency food on hand for those who are completely out of food.
Captain Dalvius King Harvey said they're set to restock these shelves, but it won't be enough.
What does it look like at the holidays? Is the need even greater?
Oh, it's extremely it's almost overwhelming because we do rely on the generosity of the public.
Families who used to come once a month, now coming twice as often.
Rising inflation isn't just squeezing those in need, but also those who often give. Here's a snapshot of that. The group Charity Navigator found that on Giving Tuesday, people gave less than they did last year. The average donation dropped from $129 to $118.
One of the challenges I think that's facing all of us is the uncertainty. And so people are being maybe more conservative in their giving.
And with rising prices, each dollar donated buys less, making it harder for toy drives and food pantries.
What's your wish for these families this holiday season?
That they can make it through.
That simple.
That's simple.
A simple wish getting harder to grant. Savannah Sellers, NBC News, Chicago.
All right, now for the story of a mom who started a jump rope team in honor of her son who was fatally hit by a car. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt reports on how it's inspiring kids to literally aim higher.
Timing is key when it comes to double dutch.
I like to do double dutch tricks, cartwheels, and push-ups.
The hardest part is just trying to get in the rope, because most people get scared of getting hit with the rope.
Here, inside this Jersey City community center, these kids are quite literally learning the ropes and a whole lot more.
It's more of a family. It's a safe zone.
Here in Jersey City, where we are from, it's tough on our streets. So if I can provide a place to keep them safe, just knowing that they're safe the times they're with me, I sleep well at night.
Kimberly Princella started the nonprofit Jump for Jerry a few years ago after her son was fatally hit by a car. Jerry was just 8. He loved double dutch. Now she's honoring him the best way she knows how.
We honor Jerry's legacy by enabling children of different ages, different background, to build life skills, confidence, strong character, and to realize their potential as leaders.
A sport building confidence.
It's fun, and you get a lot of workout from it, and you should try it.
And a team hoping to inspire other kids to jump a little higher in life.
Try it, like express yourself and open up to new things. It's not that hard.
Thanks to Lester for that reporting. Kimberly hopes that more double dutch teams in New Jersey can be created and continue to boost that confidence and inspire leaders in their children's community.
What a talented group of kids. Wow.
So incredible to see them. Good and yeah, talented and inspiring.
I love their spirit too. Yeah. I love that. All right, well, coming up, the spirit of giving is in full swing for the holidays.
We're going to share the story of one man who's built an entire business dedicated to giving back to our veterans. That's next.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, welcome back. The nominations for the 80th Golden Globe Awards are in. Battling it out for the Best Picture Drama Award are Avatar, The Way of the Water, which opens this week, Elvis, starring Austin Butler, Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans, Tar, starring Cate Blanchett, and the summer's big hit, of course, Top Gun Maverick. This year's ceremony follows a year where the ceremony was not broadcast after the Hollywood Foreign Press Association faced criticism over its diversity and ethics. Well, you can catch the Golden Globes on January 10th on NBC. It's hosted by comedian Jared Carmichael. So, do you have any that you're rooting for?
Lindsay, I got a lot to catch up on. You know, we got a little, we don't have a lot of time for movies.
As I ticked through all those movies, I was like, I haven't seen that, got to catch up on that.
Saw Top Gun. That was good. All right, thanks. This holiday season, a Massachusetts man is finding a special way to give back to our nation's heroes. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart brings us the story on the gifts he's giving to offer some joy this time of year.
At Hanscom Air Force Base near Boston, a mission of joy.
Do you like that one better?
Free Christmas trees for active duty service members, veterans, and their families.
Oh, it feels great.
This made my day right here. It's one of the many ways Joe Fermani and his volunteers throughout Massachusetts say thank you to those who serve.
How many trees are you giving out this year?
We're gonna easily do 1,200 this year.
This has become for you a year-round passion project.
It absolutely is. As many as we can give them.
A passion project started 12 years ago with just 20 trees. Since then, it's grown into a full-time nonprofit called Operation Service. For Joe, it's personal. His dad was in the Navy and had a grandfather in the Army.
What message do you have for military families this Christmas?
The program was never meant as a handout. It was meant as a thank you.
So nice to meet you guys.
A thank you honoring couples like Senior Airman John Knight and his wife Candace.
Ornaments I've had for almost 5 years.
Their tree? A comfort while they're far away from family back in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
There she goes.
Yep, I like it.
It really feels like home. Honestly, it brings back so many memories of what me and my dad would go do. We would go out and go find that Christmas tree.
He's really doing this to provide that hope and love in everybody's home.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for coming out today.
That gesture of love showing military families just how much they matter.
What you guys do is important to us, and we want to recognize that. No matter where they are, the United States community is thinking of them. They're not out there alone. They're not doing what they're doing in vain. They're doing it, and we appreciate it.
Our thanks to Jose Diaz-Balart for that report. And as part of their mission statement, Operation Service strives to educate the youth about sacrifices made by those who serve.
Well, finally, we end this hour with a little Sunday night football. Last night, the Miami Dolphins faced off against the LA Chargers in a nail-biter of a game that left them just shy of victory. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff got the inside scoop on the technology that the Dolphins are using to help them stay ahead of the pack this season.
The Miami Dolphins say their not-so-secret weapon is their speed.
With running room to the 10, the 5, touchdown.
The speed for you, one of the top metrics for you as an NFL player.
Speed is definitely a top metric for me.
Raheem Mostert and his teammates Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are three of the fastest players in the NFL, regularly hitting 21, 22, even 23 miles per hour on the gridiron.
That's how fast I drive when my children are in my car. That's how fast you run.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You're able to track the miles per hour and see how fast you're going.
The Dolphins' head strength and conditioning coach, Dave Paloka, says those incredible speeds are just one of the many data points gathered by small radio frequency ID chips affixed to players' jerseys and pads.
This is the tag. That's what it looks like.
This is it.
And you can feel how light that is.
That's crazy. Here's a quarter. Here's the tag. Almost exactly the same size.
On game days, all 32 teams in the NFL are tracked by sensors embedded in pads, pylons, even the ball. But only about a third of the teams use the technology during practice, including the Dolphins.
Why are the Dolphins all in on this technology?
It just makes sense. It's a no-brainer, you know, when it comes to being able to see what they're doing out in the field, how they're responding to the stresses of practice, and then how we can tweak things to make sure that they're performing on an optimal level.
Miami's coaches and an analytics team monitor about 108,000 data points in real time.
Where guys are at compared to their averages during practice, speeds that's being hit, distance that's being covered. It's like putting a tracker on your car and knowing how many miles you covered in a day.
Coach Poloka says the information's just one part of the equation.
The information is not anything secretive, really. It's really how you execute it, and it's really how you are able to communicate with players and to get them to buy in and understand the why behind what you're trying to get them to do. You can have all the information in the world. If you can't communicate it effectively to these guys, and if they don't trust you, it's going to be useless.
And while speed's an important factor, Poloka says it's not everything.
We're looking at a ton of other metrics to be able to say, you know, okay, this guy is doing a little too much, maybe we should pull back, or is not doing enough.
Might the guys ever push themselves too hard because they have access to all this data?
Sure. Yeah, and we want that. We want to be the ones to have to pull them back. But we also have to be smart. And so for a guy like Raheem, if he's doing too much, you might want to pull back a little bit because we still got a few more days and, you know, we want to get him to Sunday.
For Mostert, he says the data fuels some healthy competition and prevents him from getting injured.
I think a lot of people would feel nervous if there was a chip tracking their every movement and their speed. You like it.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I go up to the guys that are running a laptop and ask them, hey, you know what I get? And they'll be like, yeah, you got an 18. So that's when I try to, you know, ramp up in practice. You want to get as much as you possibly can, but still preserving your body leading up into the game. And then when the game comes, that's when you have to let it fly.
Really interesting stuff there. Thanks to Jacob Soveroff for that report. Coach Dave Poloka really believes that this data gives his team a competitive edge, but he says he doesn't want to keep it a secret. He says that this data can go a long way in stopping his players from getting injured, and that's something that he hopes to see for all teams across the league.
Yeah, a lot of technology going in to make sure that those players can stay safe.
Absolutely.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser.
And I'm Blaine Alexander. Joe and Savannah have the morning off this morning. Well, right now on Morning News Now, winter wipeout. Millions of Americans from the West Coast to the Great Plains are under winter weather alerts this morning. That means snow and rain are already impacting California and the Sierra Nevadas. That's creating a travel mess and knocking out power to thousands. We've got the very latest this morning from the storm zone and where that storm could be headed next. Brought to justice, the suspect accused in making the bomb in the Lockerbie terrorist attack nearly 35 years ago is now in custody and on U.S. soil. What we're learning this morning about the man accused of killing nearly 300 people and what comes next for the families of those who died on that flight. And back at home, Brittany Griner is getting her very first taste of freedom again this morning after being released from a Russian prison. We've got the latest on her trip back to the U.S. and what her counterpart in the prisoner exchange is saying this morning. And all clear from here? Well, inflation certainly took the economy and the stock market on a very wild ride this past year. So are better days ahead for 2023, or is the outlook even more uncertain than before? We'll break down what the new year could bring and what it all means for your bottom line.
Yeah, that's important as so many people look in their wallets right now. The holidays approach and wonder what's going to happen for the new year.
And trying to plan for the new year, too.
Exactly.
It was a rough time. But we're beginning with those winter storms expected to hammer the country this week.
Yeah, states from coast to coast are bracing for some pretty tough conditions. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in the Sierra Mountains in California with the latest.
Hey there, I want to show you exactly what the Sierra Nevada is dealing with. This storm system was brutal. It blanketed this area. As a matter of fact, in 48 hours, there was more than 48 inches of snow in some areas. It even shut down Interstate 80, a major thoroughfare across this area. There was concerns about avalanches. And while this certainly looks beautiful, it's also dangerous.
This morning, a relentless storm system powering its way from coast to coast, packing a nasty punch, dumping snow, rain, and ice. Brutal conditions expected to impact more than 50 million people nationwide. It started out west, blanketing parts of the Sierra Nevada mountains with more than 4 feet of snow. Whiteout conditions wreaking havoc at Lassen Volcanic National Park. While torrential rains and heavy winds put millions along the Pacific coast at risk. Water rescue crews in Orange County hoisting a man to safety after a flash flood tore through a drainage canal. High winds also battering the region, with wind gusts reported up to 169 miles an hour at a ski resort near the Nevada border. At this popular lodge in Lake Tahoe, the chairlifts almost taking flight in the wind. Dangerous winds also downing power lines and trapping drivers in their cars in Northern California.
Whatever you do, don't get out of the car.
All of this part of what's called an atmospheric river event, when moisture coming off the Pacific Ocean stays in one area at a time, hammering it with snow or rain. And as that system works its way east, blizzard-like conditions are expected to hit the northern plains, while threats of tornadoes and damaging winds could impact some southern states on Tuesday.
No, I'm not ready for this. I was in Florida yesterday.
Overnight, a separate system bringing snow to parts of the Northeast, including dangerous conditions in eastern Pennsylvania, where there was a rollover accident. This car flipped upside down on the side of the road. And by the end of the week, that same brutal storm system that originated off the Pacific coast could also take aim at the Northeast.
There's another concern looming in this area. All that snow you see on tree branches could snap down some trees onto power lines and create power outages. It's also frigid here, just 12 degrees. All of the problems in this area now headed east. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Wow, well, let's get the very latest on that storm track now, plus your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now for the latest. Good morning, Bill.
Morning. We need to get Miguel a hat. It's 12 degrees and he's not wearing a hat. That was the first thing I noticed. Yeah, winter wonderland, to say the least, in areas of the West. We need the snow. We need the rain. It's just not all at once. And, you know, happening on the weekend, ruining people's plans doesn't help either. So that storm, you notice that the Sierra is now no longer under a winter storm warning. The mountains outside of Los Angeles are under a winter storm warning. They'll be getting some snow at the high elevations during the day today. And then the storm is on the move. All the purple in here that catches your attention, those are blizzard warnings. So portions of 5 different states under blizzard warnings. And it doesn't look like this will be a big storm for Denver, but this will be a huge storm for areas of western Nebraska, areas of South Dakota, right along the border here of Wyoming, even a little corner of Montana. We may go 2 days or so where the roads will be impassable, where they're going to tell people to stay off of them because of 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1 to 2 feet of snow. So here's the snow forecast. This will go all the way out through Wednesday. You know, today we're getting some of that snow in areas. We've already picked up, Alta already picked up 18 inches of snow outside of Salt Lake City. And then the storm is going to move through the mountains of Colorado. Areas like Steamboat are going to pick up a good 6 to 12 inches, all the way back down towards Durango, Telluride area, also Aspen Vale. Everyone will be skiing in powder come tomorrow. Then the problems will be when the storm really matures and gets stronger and the winds are blowing and it's a light powdery snow. That's why interstates like 80 and 90 here are going to be very treacherous over the next couple days throughout this region. And you get storms like this and you worry about the livestock too out there, and farmers, you know, and people getting their food to their herds. So there's the timing of it. The other thing we have to watch out carefully too is what happens in the south. It looks like the severe weather will be on Tuesday afternoon and evening, especially through areas of Louisiana. And I know we were talking about what's going to happen with this storm system. We track it towards the East Coast on Friday. I know my kids are already asking me, are we getting a snow day? Are we going to, you know, what's going to happen? Are we getting the first big storm?
No, because everything's virtual now.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Right.
That's so cruel, isn't it? That's like a whole different topic. But so here's our map showing the likely areas, moderate and heavy snow as we head towards the, you know, unfortunately for all the city kids from Boston, Hartford, New York, Philly, not a snowstorm for you. But inland areas, we'll be talking about snow. So, yeah, not yet for the big cities.
We'll bring you back for another segment on the lack of snow days now.
It's so mean, right? You don't have school. It's a beautiful snow day, but you have to go to school.
That was the benefit of the weather before, right?
That was the whole point of snow day. Oh.
Wiped away.
All right,
You're upsetting me.
We don't need to bring you back. There it was. Bill, thanks so much.
Bill, thanks so much. Well, this morning, a former Libyan intelligence operative accused of making the bomb that destroyed a Pan Am flight over the Scottish town of Lockerbie 34 years ago is now in U.S. custody. That's according to the Justice Department. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has that story.
Good morning, Lindsay and Blaine. Well, following his extradition to the United States, Abu Aghila Mohammed Massoud becomes the first Libyan intelligence operative to face charges on U.S. soil for the bombing of Flight 103. It's one of the worst terrorist attacks in history that killed hundreds of Americans, including 35 Syracuse University students on their way home for Christmas after a semester studying in England.
34 years after the terrorist bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, a former Libyan intelligence operative suspected of making the bomb is in U.S. custody this morning. A Justice Department spokesman announcing the arrest says Abu Aghila Mohammed Massoud will make his first court appearance in Washington today. The U.S. indicted Massoud in connection with the bombing 2 years ago, after officials received a copy of a 2012 interview of Massoud by Libyan law enforcement following the collapse of Muammar Gaddafi's regime. According to an FBI affidavit, in that interview, Massoud admitted building the bomb that brought down the plane and conspiring with 2 other Libyan operatives to carry out the attack. Massoud also said Libyan intelligence ordered the bombing and that Gaddafi thanked him and others in person for conducting it, according to the FBI. On December 21, 1988, Pan Am Flight 103 was 38 minutes out of London, bound for New York, when it exploded over Lockerbie, killing all 259 people on board, including 190 Americans and another 11 on the ground. Mary Kay Stratus lost her husband, Elia, in the attack.
He was only 43 years old, but had lived a very full life.
With Massoud behind bars awaiting trial, Stratus says he must face swift consequences.
It's taken 34 years to get this far. Sadly, many of our family members have passed on, and so we want this justice fast.
Kara Weeps's brother, Rick Minetti, was among the 35 Syracuse University students on board Flight 103, heading home for the holidays. She says Massoud's arrest is a major step forward after 3 decades.
It's surreal. It's overwhelming. I don't even know if I have the exact words at this moment. Is he the only person? No, but is he a key person? Yes.
Massoud is the 3rd former Libyan intelligence operative to face charges in the attack. In 2001, Abdul Baset al-Magrahi was convicted of the bombing in a trial overseen by Scottish judges. He was freed on compassionate grounds 8 years later while suffering from terminal cancer and died in Libya in 2012. Another operative, Lamin Khalifa Fima, was acquitted of all charges. Lindsay and Blaine, back to
Andrea,
you.
thank you so much.
This morning, we're learning new details about Brittany Griner's first few hours as a free woman, as one of the officials who took that plane ride from Abu Dhabi to Texas describes her journey home. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is live from Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio, Texas, where Griner still is at this hour. Priscilla, what more are we learning, and what has Griner been up to there?
Hey, Lindsay, good morning. We now know that Griner played basketball for the first time since her detention this past Sunday. Her team says that she also got a haircut and spent time with her family as she continues to take advantage of the resources and support offered at the medical facility and base just behind me. And as we're getting those updates, we're also learning more about what happened on that 18-hour flight home.
This morning, new photos and new details about Brittany Griner's first moments of freedom. Griner standing in front of an American flag. By her side, wife Sherelle and the man who helped bring her home after nearly a year in Russian captivity.
And she called everyone over to take photos with her. It shows you the kind of woman that she is.
U.S. Special Envoy Roger D. Carsons spent months working on the team that negotiated Griner's release and was on board that 18-hour flight to Texas. Carsons says the 2-time Olympic gold medalist was eager to connect and chatted for hours.
We actually tried to give her some space. She said, no, I want to talk. I want to relate to people. And I found someone who was just absolutely wonderful, kind, generous, interesting, and above all, authentic.
Surprising many, the first images of Griner showed her with her head shaved. Her attorney telling ESPN that she cut off her locks about 2 weeks ago because of the cold temperatures, saying that they kept freezing after she showered. Griner's return, while celebrated, has ignited a firestorm among some Republicans who say freeing Russian arms dealer Victor Bout jeopardizes national security.
The Trump administration was always very clear. We weren't going to trade bad guys for celebrities because it creates the wrong incentives for the bad guys.
Now in Russia, Bout, who served 11 years in U.S. prison for conspiring to kill Americans, among other charges, is speaking out. Telling Russian state media he fully supports the war in Ukraine and would volunteer if he could. U.S. officials say any threat Bout might pose is manageable and that they're focused on bringing more wrongfully imprisoned Americans abroad, like Paul Whelan, home. A battle Griner is also vowing to fight.
BG and I will remain committed to the work of getting every American home.
And as for what else might come next for Griner, no word yet on whether she plans to play in the upcoming WNBA season. But the Players Association says her health is, of course, their top concern, but they're hopeful that she'll return to the court soon, something I'm sure we would all love to see. Lindsay,
yeah, absolutely.
Blaine?
If she's already able to be on the court, we love to see it. Priscilla, thanks so much.
Well, turning now to the war in Ukraine, fighting has intensified in both the eastern and southern parts of the country as power outages there leave many facing a bitterly cold winter. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the very latest.
Ukraine's President Zelensky is intensifying diplomatic activity, speaking on Monday with President Biden and also on the same day with the presidents of Turkey and France, and says that there could be important results coming in the next several weeks. But in the meantime, Russia is not slowing down its attacks against this country.
If Russian President Vladimir Putin can't have Ukraine for his own, he seems content to destroy it. Russian troops have been stepping up attacks across the frozen east, driving Ukrainians into cellars with only firewood for heat. Russia is raining fire on the south, too, targeting the electrical grid, temporarily blacking out Odessa, firing up to 60 mortars and artillery shells at Kherson. Russia has a special score to settle with this city. Last month, there were victory celebrations in Kherson's main square after Ukrainians drove out Russian troops, ending 8 months of occupation. Now the party's over. The latest Russian attacks have caused rolling blackouts and forced many residents to leave. But in pop-up warming and charging centers like this one, the mood remains upbeat and optimistic because residents here say the current hardships are still better than living under Russian occupation. These children were only spared from being separated from their friends, caregivers, and country because of lies. They're orphans living in a hospital in Kherson. During the occupation, doctors and nurses told Russian troops the children were all sick with communicable diseases or couldn't be moved, so the soldiers would stay away from them. Russian troops took other orphans to Russia to be given to families. The unions, often shown on Russian TV, to reinforce Moscow's official line that Russia is saving Ukrainians from their supposedly neo-Nazi government. Ukrainian officials say more than 13,000 children have been sent to Russia since the war began. Maya Mendel, a nurse, says, how would Americans feel if some other country was taking American children away? These children will grow up in Russia, raised as Russians. It's a type of genocide, she says. Ukrainians also call it state kidnapping.
Russia is open about its policy and even seems to be proud of it, saying it is designed to rescue children from a war zone.
Richard Engel, thank you so much for that report.
All right, still to come on Morning News Now. NASA's Orion spacecraft made a successful splashdown in the Pacific Ocean yesterday.
And we will take a look at how the Artemis 1 mission is now being received and what the future might hold for our journeys to space. That's coming up next.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training, Rich? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back, everybody. After a wild weekend of high-stakes soccer, only 4 teams remain now in the quest to bring home the 2022 World Cup.
But for some, there is a shadow over that excitement this morning as the soccer world is now mourning the loss of the shocking loss of a man whose voice helped inform millions of people.
With more, we are joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald in Doha. Megan, good morning.
Ladies, good morning. Good to be with you. I can tell you that the sports world really is grieving the loss of Grant Wahl. I mean, his name is synonymous with U.S. soccer, and we are seeing these tributes just pouring in from celebrity athletes like LeBron James to Megan Rapinoe. Grant Wahl was in his prime.
This morning, shock and devastation fell all throughout the sports world following the unexpected death of 49-year-old Grant Wahl, one of U.S. soccer's most recognizable journalists.
For him to not be with us anymore at such a young age, that's an immense shock.
Wahl collapsed and died while reporting on the Argentina-Netherlands match Friday night. In the days leading up to his death, Wahl talked about his health on a podcast, saying he was dealing with a worsening cold and bronchitis. And there are questions surrounding the circumstances of his death. A reporter from the Sunday Times who was an eyewitness writing, "Why wasn't there a defibrillator?" adding, "Many minutes passed and we kept expecting it to come, but it never did." The Qatari government saying in part he received immediate emergency medical treatment on site, which continued as he was transferred by ambulance to Hamad General Hospital. The sports world remembering Wahl's passion and dedication to the game.
He helped raise the popularity of soccer in the United States to new heights.
Earlier in the tournament, Wahl making global headlines for a different reason after tweeting he had been briefly detained for wearing a rainbow shirt to a match. And over the weekend, riveting action on the pitch, the stuff Wahl's friends say he lived for. Morocco becoming the first African nation to advance to the semifinals after a stunning upset over Portugal. and leaving Cristiano Ronaldo walking off the pitch in tears in what is likely the end to his quest for a World Cup title. And as France eliminated England, a tribute from FIFA honoring Grant Wall. Telling us here in Qatar, it was his mission to inspire the country to love soccer as he did.
We're just trying to create more and more fans all the time in the United States for soccer.
Now, there are 4 teams left vying for a spot in the finals. Tomorrow, Argentina takes on Croatia. And then on Wednesday, the Cinderella story of Morocco taking on France. And then, of course, the finals kick off on Sunday. Ladies, less than a week away.
So much to watch. Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
Such a loss. Thanks, Megan. Turning now to international headlines. China continues to roll back more of its COVID restrictions.
Well, Claudio Labanga joins us again from Rome with more on that and much more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, China continues to ease its zero COVID policy. Now, by midnight tonight, the contact tracing app that is being used by the Chinese authorities will cease functioning. Now, the app was used to locate people who will then be forced to quarantine if they happen to be in a pandemic hotspot. It follows the announcement last week that lockdown, testing and travel restrictions were also going to be relaxed. And let's go to Antigua, where a volcano erupted, forcing the closure of the local airport. The volcano is a major attraction in the Caribbean island, but it can also be a deadly one. In 2018, an eruption killed at least 215 people who lived in nearby villages. This time, the authorities say they have learned from that tragedy and that they are ready, but so far, nobody has been evacuated yet. Let's move to Gaza, where more than 60 tombs dating back to the Roman era have been discovered. They were found by authorities in an ancient burial site found by chance last January during the excavation of a housing project. A member of the Ministry of Antiquities and Tourism said that a set of bones and artifacts from at least one of the tombs date back to the 2nd century. Lindsay, Blaine.
Fascinating, Claudio. Thanks so much.
All right, well, after nearly 4 weeks in space, the Orion spacecraft made a successful splashdown yesterday into the Pacific Ocean just off of Mexico's Baja Peninsula.
This trip was a critical test for the Artemis mission before NASA puts humans on the next trip to the moon. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins me now with more. All right, so Tom, November 16th, I'll take you back. We were together at the launch, and I actually braced myself against you. It was so powerful. Obviously, full circle now, this splashdown. You have sources in NASA. How do they feel about how it went?
It was a spectacular mission, and you're right. You and I were standing together on top of the NBC building at the Kennedy Space Center a month ago. This was a 25-day mission, and the Artemis Orion vehicle, so Orion is the spaceship on top of Artemis, traveled a total of 1.4 million miles as it orbited the Earth, but mostly the moon, and then went way out deep into deep space. And the whole point of this was to test ride, to shake down the spaceship. Never before flown. And now they are getting ready for humans, astronauts, to be on board. And that could happen within 2 years, ladies. But importantly here, they say that at every turn, at every moment, this spaceship and all of the engineering that went into it performed perfectly. And we need to stress it's not just an American spaceship. The Europeans built the crew module. So at every turn, it performed flawlessly. And now they're getting ready to put humans on board.
I've got to say that I'm so jealous of the two of you for actually being there for that launch. You know, Tom, I'm fascinated by so many aspects of this, but let's talk about these high-tech mannequins that were on board. There were no humans on board, but what can you tell us about these test dummies that were on board, and what is NASA hoping to learn about how these humans might experience space in the future?
Yeah, the Moonican is what they're calling one of the big mannequins, and it was loaded up with sensors to detect exactly how much radiation somebody might experience if they are on board. Also, the G-forces, the heat inside the spacecraft itself, just the overall stress. Because, again, nobody's ever been on board one of these particular missions, and they hope to put humans on board in 2 years, so the end of 2024, and then landing on the moon in 25. I think it's going to be 26 because they're a little behind schedule, guys. It also depends on SpaceX coming up with a lander down to the moon. But on that moon mission, landing on the surface of the moon, it will include a woman and a person of color, and for the first time ever. So making history at every turn.
And I mean, Tom, we know that NASA really wanted to test every system to its brink to make sure that it could withstand human space flight, from the heat shield to the parachutes to that new skip entry technique. And now their work isn't done because they're going to bring the Orion capsule back to the vehicle assembly building at Kennedy, right, and study it.
I love that Lindsay does deep dives on this stuff because she's as much of a space geek as I am. But you're absolutely right. And one of the most important points that they need to examine microscopically is going to be that heat shield that you mentioned underneath the Orion spaceship. Because when Orion came back in, it came in at 25,000 miles per hour. And when it hit the atmosphere, the heat shield heated up to 5,000 degrees. That's half the temperature of the sun. So it was never before have we experienced this kind of heat, this kind of speed, and so they wanted to make sure that the shield held because, of course, future astronauts' lives depend on it. It appears it did, in fact, hold perfectly, but they now want to go over it microscopically to look for any problems at all in that heat shield. Can I make one other point? Because you talked about it, and I think this is super cool. You know when you skip a rock across the surface of the water, sometimes it'll do a couple of hops? NASA did this on the spaceship. As it re-entered, it decided to bleed off some speed by having it skip off the atmosphere. And that allowed it to slow down from 25,000 miles per hour. And then as it went into the atmosphere, of course, the parachutes deployed, and it landed at 20 miles per hour in the ocean. So I love that kind of that skip analogy of the rock across the water.
Yeah, the first time ever for a human spacecraft. Tom, we often say what we do isn't rocket science. It's wonderful to actual talk literal rocket science with you. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. See ya.
Oh, fascinating stuff there. I love to see it. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, growing concerns now over an unprecedented flu season.
Cases are surging and creating a real issue for hospitals already dealing with COVID and RSV infections. We're going to have the latest on the growing triple-demic and how you can stay safe when we come back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back, everybody. According to a CDC report, about 25% of tests for the flu are coming back positive, and the number of hospitalizations are at the highest level in a decade.
Well, all of this as COVID cases are starting to climb and cold and flu medicine supplies are running low. NBC News national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Hey there, with the temperatures dropping and people planning their holiday trips, we are seeing high seasonal flu activity from coast to coast. All this comes amid calls to mask up and fears over a potential medicine shortage. With the holidays bringing people together, new concerns this morning as hospitalizations for both COVID and flu are on the rise.
When you think about like some of the winter and spring Omicron surges where it was just going crazy and we have like 100,000 plus cases, 1 million cases a day, we have higher hospitalizations now, which is mind-boggling.
According to the CDC, flu hospitalizations rose 32% from last week's report, with nearly 26,000 admissions, the highest in a decade, while COVID hospitalizations are up 14% week to week. In New York, health officials are renewing the call to mask up, indoors, on public transportation, and in crowded outdoor settings, as flu cases spike 64% from last week.
This is an unusual flu season, and it's being impacted by the fact that most Americans have been traveling and with cold weather have been indoors in smaller spaces and not wearing masks or taking the precautions that we did to keep flu numbers really low over the last 2 years.
For Kelly Trout, a mother of 2 toddlers in Virginia, flu season has already been a challenge for her family.
We had the flu last weekend, but before that, we'd been sick on and off, mostly on, for about 2 months.
She says she's thankful the kids were able to get their flu shots in time for the holidays, but worries about potential shortages of over-the-counter medicine.
We really don't have a plan, but probably after one more illness, I'll be scouring, the internet, trying to find a stockpile.
In a statement, Johnson & Johnson recognizing the high demand for children's Tylenol and Motrin, writing in part, while products may be less readily available at some stores, we are not experiencing widespread shortages.
We don't have the kind of shortages where we need to get manufacturers to make more. We need to just make sure they end up in the right places.
Amid these shortages, the makers of Tamiflu are also saying their medicines are readily available for pharmacies to order. So if you're in need of certain medicine that appears to be in short supply, our experts advise calling around. Odds are somewhere in your region, they'll have it. Back to you.
A great tip. Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much.
Turning now to the new details in the quadruple homicide in Idaho. Police are still searching for answers in the brutal killings of 4 University of Idaho students, as tomorrow marks 1 month since the investigation began. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now for the latest. Steve, good morning.
Lindsay, good morning. The University of Idaho campus is now largely deserted because winter break is underway. The university had its commencement ceremony on Saturday. It was a poignant day because one of the victims should have been walking in it.
It's been a tough few weeks for our community.
A subdued and somber ceremony over the weekend. Pomp and circumstance mixed with grief at the University of Idaho's winter commencement.
Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves were taken from us far too soon by a senseless act of violence.
The victims honored with a moment of silence. One of them, Kaylee Gonsalves, should have been crossing the stage to receive her diploma. And on what was supposed to be a joyful weekend, fears that a killer could be walking among them. The police issued a warning to the commencement crowd, urging the community to stay vigilant and travel in groups.
We're going to have a lot of officers around. We're going to have a lot of Idaho State Police around. You'll see us both at the commencement as well as just around town providing safety.
Police are still searching for any suspects and murder weapon responsible for the murder of 4 students in their bedrooms almost a month ago. Officials have said they're looking for more information about a white Hyundai Elantra that they believe was near the house around the time the murders were committed. Moscow police saying the FBI is vetting the influx of tips related to the car. The campus quieter than ever as winter break begins. For those remaining in downtown Moscow, a struggle to regain some semblance of normalcy.
How does the town heal from this?
Time is also is a big thing for sure, but also just like embracing the community of Moscow.
For a community still waiting for justice, a cold winter settling in.
So officials say they are determined this case will not grow cold. There are almost 50 FBI agents working the case, and local police insist they still have the same amount of staff assigned. And those tips, by the way, continue to flood in without any indication that momentum is slowing down. Lindsay?
Pomp and circumstance mixed with grief. So poignant, Steve. Thank you.
Well, coming up, we're taking a look back at the very wild ride the economy and the stock market took in 2022.
And with all the ups and downs along the way, what can we expect in the new year? We're going to break it down when we come back.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, accused of targeting underage users, e-cigarette company Juul has agreed on a lump sum settlement to resolve several of these claims out of court.
CNBC's Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with that and other stories. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning. So Juul Labs has reportedly agreed to pay $1.2 billion to resolve thousands of lawsuits targeting the company as a major cause of the youth vaping epidemic. Just last week, Juul said it had settled with about 10,000 plaintiffs, covering more than 5,000 cases in California. This settlement comes about a month after the e-cigarette maker secured funding from some early investors to help its business stay afloat. Apple will no longer bar employees from speaking out about workplace harassment and discrimination. The news comes after a review of Apple's non-disclosure agreements. Apple shareholders voted for the review in March after the company failed to make suggested changes to those contract clauses just last year. They had drawn scrutiny after a former Apple engineer accused the company of engaging in coercive and suppressive activity. If at first you don't succeed, try, and then try again. Twitter will attempt to relaunch its premium subscription service today, a month after previous efforts failed. Users can buy Twitter Blue to get a blue check mark and access special features such as seeing fewer ads, posting longer videos, and having tweets featured more prominently. The check mark was originally given to companies, celebrities, governments, and journalists verified by the platform, and now anyone can get one for $8 a month for web users and $11 a month for iPhone users. Guys?
All right, Christina, thanks so much.
Well, of course, it has certainly been a very tough year for the economy and so many people trying to navigate the record inflation, the rising interest rates, and of course, the growing fears of recession have left a lot of us wondering what the future holds for our wallets.
So we brought in Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here to discuss what we can expect. So let's talk about what everybody wants to know. Inflation and what we can expect, when we might see it start to come down in the new year, and also when the Fed meets again, what they're going to do.
Yeah, huge week this week for the economy. Maybe the biggest week of the year. I don't want to get crazy about it, but we do have the CPI report. That's Consumer Price Index out tomorrow. That's the last one of the year for November. Then the Fed meets this Tuesday and Wednesday on interest rates. The likelihood is that the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates 0.5 percentage point this week, and they'll probably do it again when they meet in about 6 or 8 weeks. So huge week this week, plus a budget deal that comes due at the end of the week.
Remind us, the CPI report, what does that show us?
Consumer Price Index, that's a basket of goods that we spend on as consumers. That's everything from groceries to gas to home heating oil to the goods that we buy. So big report, and we've been watching that slowly start to come down. Hopefully we get another low report yesterday.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, Caleb. Kind of some practical advice for people who are watching. You know, one of the biggest things that people talk about when it comes to the economy is grocery prices. When you talk to voters, when you talk to folks, they say the prices at the store are going up. What should people know to prepare for next year, especially as they're kind of getting to the end of the year, tweaking their budgets for next year? Are we going to see a lot of changes there and some relief in that aspect?
We probably will, but I would expect gas prices, which have really come way down now since those highs back April, they may go up again. Oil prices may go up again. We have a lot of instability still with Russia and Ukraine and supply, so I would expect that to kind of remain high. Food prices are very volatile, so those may remain high. You got to have that budget. You got to know what you spend. How much does it cost to be you? How much does it cost to be you in your household, and have that budget going into those stores, because food and gas prices are still going to be volatile next year.
And we know wages aren't keeping up with those increases. So, Caleb, all right, let's talk about you and your colleagues at Investopedia. You've come up with your big list of terms for this year, so walk us through some of them.
Yeah, we look at what readers are looking at. We got about 13 million readers a month coming in looking for something specific. So we were looking at the terms that had the biggest spikes throughout the year. Some of them you can imagine. Poison pill, that was our number one. Thank you to Elon Musk. That's when he went to go buy Twitter. Twitter executives tried to bid up the stock price to dissuade him. That didn't work. He now owns Twitter, as we know. Recession, that's been on everybody's mind. That'll be a big term next year. Hostile takeover. Thank you again, Mr. Musk. He made a hostile takeover for Twitter. Bear market, we've been talking about that. We've been in one for the S&P 500 in cold storage. That's because of those hacks into those cryptocurrency platforms. If you had your money or your Bitcoin in cold storage, you might have been better off.
You know, you touched on Wall Street for just a second, but let's stay there for a minute. What is this next year going to look like for the stock market? It was pretty turbulent, of course, this year. What should investors expect in the year ahead?
Well, this is going to be a very interesting year, 2023. Why? Because the Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates, and at some point, hopefully they may stop or slow down the pace, but we also have high inflation. Those two are kind of kryptonite for the stock market. We've seen it this year. That said, we've been in a bear market. The year after a bear market, stocks usually go up somewhere between 20 and 30%. Not a guarantee, but usually the other side of a bear market and getting through a recession is good news for investors. I would stay invested because we've come through a lot. This is the time you want to be building and buying stocks at a discount.
Yeah, when that bear market ends, though, that's the key. All right, Caleb Silver, thank you so much.
All right, well, with just 2 weeks now until Christmas, food banks and toy drives are struggling with a shortage of donations this holiday season, and some are worried about not having enough to give those in need. Our Savannah Sellers spoke with organizers about some of the challenges they're facing.
Right? Look, I want you to see it from this view. Look.
2 years ago, the stage, the pews, almost every corner of Another Chance Church in Chicago filled with toys. But this year,
Pastor, this looks like a pretty good start, but is it?
It's not nearly enough for the people that's going to be standing in these long lines for hours.
They barely have enough to cover half the stage.
We have less money than we've ever had in our history.
We visited Pastor Kenyatta Smith last year when donations were down significantly.
Yes, less than 1,200 toys here.
But with just weeks to go to Christmas this year,
What are you seeing so far right now with donations?
Really slim to none.
Tanisha Reynolds comes here every year to get Christmas toys for her 4 children.
What's it been like to see that moment for them, the joy it brings?
It's amazing. It's amazing just to see the smiles on their face.
Food banks are feeling the strain as well.
So here we're stepping into the food pantry right now. I mean, these shelves look pretty bare.
Yes.
On the other side of Chicago, at the Salvation Army's Community Center, they're struggling to help those in need.
How dire of a situation is this right now?
Well, we have some emergency food on hand for those who are completely out of food.
Captain Dalvius King Harvey said they're set to restock these shelves, but it won't be enough.
What does it look like at the holidays? Is the need even greater?
Oh, it's extremely, it's almost overwhelming because we do rely on the generosity of the public.
Families who used to come once a month, now coming twice as often.
Rising inflation isn't just squeezing those in need, but also those who often give. Here's a snapshot of that. The group Charity Navigator found that on Giving Tuesday, people gave less than they did last year. The average donation dropped from $129 to $118.
One of the challenges I think that's facing all of us is the uncertainty. And so people are being maybe more conservative in their giving.
And with rising prices, each dollar donated buys less, making it harder for toy drives and food pantries.
What's your wish for these families this holiday season?
That they can make it through.
That simple.
That's simple.
A simple wish getting harder to grant. Savannah Sellers, NBC News, Chicago.
All right, now for the story of a mom who started a jump rope team in honor of her son who was fatally hit by a car. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt reports on how it's inspiring kids to literally aim higher.
Timing is key when it comes to double dutch.
I like to do double dutch tricks, cartwheels, and push-ups.
The hardest part is just trying to get on the rope, because most people get scared of getting hit on the rope.
Here, inside this Jersey City community center, these kids are quite literally learning the ropes and a whole lot more.
It's more of a family. It's a safe zone.
Here in Jersey City, where we are from, it's tough on our streets. So if I can provide a place to keep them safe, just knowing that they're safe the times they're with me, I sleep well at night.
Kimberly Princella started the nonprofit Jump for Jerry a few years ago after her son was fatally hit by a car. Jerry was just 8. He loved double dutch. Now she's honoring him the best way she knows how.
We honor Jerry's legacy by enabling children of different ages, different background, to build life skills, confidence, strong character, and to realize their potential as leaders.
A sport building confidence.
It's fun, and you get a lot of workout from it, and you should try it.
And a team hoping to inspire other kids to jump a little higher in life.
Try it, like express yourself and open up to new things. It's not that hard.
Thanks to Lester for that reporting. Kimberly hopes that more double dutch teams in New Jersey can be created and continue to boost that confidence and inspire leaders in their children's community.
What a talented group of kids. Wow.
So incredible to see them. Good and yeah, talented and inspiring.
I love their spirit too. Yeah. I love that. All right, well, coming up, the spirit of giving is in full swing for the holidays.
We're going to share the story of one man who's built an entire business dedicated to giving back to our veterans. That's next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. An insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, welcome back. The nominations for the 80th Golden Globe Awards are in. Battling it out for the Best Picture Drama Award are Avatar, The Way of the Water, which opens this week, Elvis, starring Austin Butler, Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans, Tar, starring Cate Blanchett, and the summer's big hit, of course, Top Gun Maverick. This year's ceremony follows a year where the ceremony was not broadcast after the Hollywood Foreign Press Association faced criticism over its diversity and ethics. Well, you can catch the Golden Globes on January 10th on NBC. It's hosted by comedian Jared Carmichael. So, do you have any that you're rooting for?
Blaine, I got a lot to catch up on. You know, we got a little one. We don't have a lot of time for movies.
As I ticked through all those movies, I was like, I haven't seen that, got to catch up on that.
I saw Top Gun. That was good. All right, thanks. This holiday season, a Massachusetts man is finding a special way to give back to our nation's heroes. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart brings us the story on the gifts he's giving to offer some joy this time of year.
At Hanscom Air Force Base near Boston, a mission of joy.
Do you like that one better?
Free Christmas trees for active duty service members, veterans, and their families.
Oh, it feels great.
This made my day right here.
It's one of the many ways Joe Fermani and his volunteers throughout Massachusetts say thank you to those who serve.
How many trees are you giving out this year?
We're gonna easily do 1,200 this year.
This has become for you a year-round passion project.
It absolutely is.
As many as we can give them.
A passion project started 12 years ago with just 20 trees. Since then, it's grown into a full-time nonprofit called Operation Service. For Joe, it's personal. His dad was in the Navy and had a grandfather in the Army.
What message do you have for military families this Christmas?
The program was never meant as a handout. It was meant as a thank you.
So nice to meet you guys.
A thank you honoring couples like Senior Airman John Knight and his wife Candace.
Ornaments I've had for almost 5 years.
Their tree? A comfort while they're far away from family back in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
There she goes.
Yep, I like it.
It really feels like home. Honestly, it brings back so many memories of what me and my dad would go do. We'll go out and go find that Christmas tree.
He's really doing this to provide that hope and love in everybody's home.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for coming out today.
That gesture of love showing military families just how much they matter.
What you guys do is important to us, and we want to recognize that.
No matter where they are, the United States community is thinking of them. They're not out there alone. They're not doing what they're doing in vain. They're doing it, and we appreciate it.
Our thanks to Jose Diaz-Balart for that report. And as part of their mission statement, Operation Service strives to educate the youth about sacrifices made by those who serve.
Well, finally, we end this hour with a little Sunday night football. Last night, the Miami Dolphins faced off against the LA Chargers in a nail-biter of a game that left them just shy of victory. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff got the inside scoop on the technology that the Dolphins are using to help them stay ahead of the pack this season.
The Miami Dolphins say their not-so-secret weapon is their speed.
speed for you one of the top metrics for you as an NFL player?
Speed is definitely a top metric for me.
Raheem Mostert and his teammates Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are three of the fastest players in the NFL, regularly hitting 21, 22, even 23 miles per hour on the gridiron.
That's how fast I drive when my children are in my car. That's how fast you run.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You're able to track the miles per hour and see how fast you're going.
The Dolphins' head strength and conditioning coach, Dave Paloka, says those incredible speeds are just one of the many data points gathered by small radio frequency ID chips affixed to players' jerseys and pads.
This is the tag. That's what it looks like.
This is it.
And you can feel how light that is.
That's crazy. Here's a quarter. Here's the tag. Almost exactly the same size.
On game days, all 32 teams in the NFL are tracked by sensors embedded in pads, pylons, even the ball. But only about a third of the teams use the technology during practice, including the Dolphins.
Why are the Dolphins all in on this technology?
It just makes sense. It's a no-brainer, when it comes to being able to see what they're doing out in the field, how they're responding to the stresses of practice, and then how we can tweak things to make sure that they're performing on an optimal level.
Miami's coaches and an analytics team monitor about 108,000 data points in real time.
Where guys are at compared to their averages during practice, speeds that's being hit, distance that's being covered. It's like putting a tracker on your car, knowing how many miles you covered in a day.
Coach Paloka says the information's just one part of the equation.
The information is not anything secretive, really. It's really how you execute it, and it's really how you are able to communicate with players and to get them to buy in and understand the why behind what you're trying to get them to do. You can have all the information in the world. If you can't communicate it effectively to these guys, and if they don't trust you, it's going to be useless.
And while speed's an important factor, Paloka says it's not everything.
We're looking at a ton of other metrics to be able to say, okay, this guy is doing a little too much, maybe we should pull back, or is not doing enough.
Might the guys ever push themselves too hard because they have access to all this data?
Sure. Yeah, and we want that. We want to be the ones to have to pull them back. But we also have to be smart. And so for a guy like Raheem, if he's doing too much, we might want to pull back a little bit because we still got a few more days and, we want to get him to Sunday.
For Mostert, he says the data fuels some healthy competition and prevents him from getting injured.
I think a lot of people would feel nervous if there was a chip tracking their every movement and their speed. You like it.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I go up to the guys that are running a laptop and ask them, hey, know what I get? And they'll be like, yeah, you got an 18. So that's when I try to, ramp up in practice. You want to get as much as you possibly can, but still preserving your body leading up into the game. And then when the game comes, that's when you have to let it fly.
Really interesting stuff there. Thanks to Jacob Soveroff for that report. Coach Dave Paloka really believes that this data gives his team a competitive edge, but he says he doesn't want to keep it a secret. He says that this data can go a long way in stopping his players from getting injured, and that's something that he hopes to see for all teams across the league.
Yeah, a lot of technology going in to make sure that those players can stay safe.
Absolutely.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now.
Good Monday. We are so happy to be with you. I'm Morgan Radford.
It's a Monday.
It's a Monday.
It's a Monday. I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, December 12th. Pre-holiday storms, snow, rain, and strong winds pounding the West Coast over the weekend, with more severe weather rolling through parts of the South tonight.
Mask comeback with flu and COVID hospitalizations on the rise and a potential medicine shortage looming. Some public health officials are calling on people to wear face coverings indoors.
And shot at the goal with only 4 teams left in the World Cup. We'll soon find out the top 2 teams who will face off in the final.
Glitz and glam after a year of controversy. The Golden Globes are making a comeback in 2023. We will show you all the history-making nominations and snubs.
Thank you so much for joining us this Monday. It's our pleasure to be with you. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with states all across the country really bracing for those heavy winter storms. From coast to coast, snow, rain, ice expected to impact more than 50 million people.
Wow. Well, it all started out west where the Sierra Mountains saw at least 4 feet of snow on Sunday. But beginning tonight, there's a multi-day severe storm threat that stretches from Kansas to the Florida Panhandle. We have team coverage of the ongoing storms. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns will bring us the latest forecast. But first, NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is live in the northern Sierras of California. Hey, Miguel.
Hey guys, this winter storm just walloped the west. I want to show you what it looks like here in the Sierra Nevada. They were expecting heavy snowfall, and that's exactly what they got. About 48 inches in about 48 hours. In some areas, it even topped 5 feet of snow. Now, this storm really started on Saturday and was just nonstop. As a matter of fact, the snow didn't taper off until earlier today. Some areas are still digging out at this hour. The wind speeds here in the mountains actually hit 169 miles per hour. That made for whiteout conditions. Cars that were traveling from California to Nevada on the widely popular I-80 couldn't even make it across the roadway. That popular freeway was shut down for several hours. Drivers were stuck in their cars for hours as they tried to navigate the incredibly dangerous roads. Local officials here told everyone to hunker down and stay home. That's how bad this storm was. And over in the Bay Area, just a few hours from where I'm standing, they got upwards of 5 inches of rain in some area. They also got a couple of inches in Southern California. That created flash flooding, even mudslides in the areas, especially where there's been burn scars or wildfires recently. Back here in the snow, I want to show you just how much snow has accumulated. If you look up into these trees, you'll see nearly all of the branches are covered in thick, heavy snow. Now, the concern over the next 24 to 48 hours is going to be these branches coming down because of the weight of the snow and snapping power lines below. That would be awful news here, adding more misery to folks as they dig out of here. It's about 9-10 degrees out here in Truckee, California. So if they lose power and heat, that'll be a whole nother problem they're facing, guys.
Speaking of that, Miguel, I mean, there's a separate storm system that hit parts of the Northeast with snow. So how are those states sort of coping with those storms? And then could the East Coast see even more severe weather?
Yeah, the states that were hit out east also just got walloped. We saw cars that were overturned in the Pennsylvania area. That was a dangerous storm that also wreaked havoc across the roadways there. They had some thunder snow out in some parts of that region. And as this storm system hits this area and begins to slowly move to the east, it's going to bring those same dangerous conditions we saw here to the Plain States, also kind of to the broader Midwest, and eventually even to the East Coast. So the storm system here certainly not finished, at least not yet, guys.
All right, NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer. Good to see you, Miguel. Thank you.
Well, those blizzard-like conditions are expected to hit the northern plains, while threats of tornadoes and damaging winds could hit some southern states as early as tomorrow. So joining us now, we have NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who is tracking everything for us. Bill, it's good to see you this Monday. First off, who is getting hit the hardest, and when are these storms finally going to move on out?
Yeah, this storm's going to be with us all week. I mean, right through about Saturday when it finally exits the Northeast. Overnight, the heaviest snow shifted from California into the mountains of Utah. Alta picked up 18 inches of snow, and it's still snowing pretty hard through the Intermountain West. But these aren't even close to the high totals that we saw over the weekend. Not far from where Miguel was located in Tahoe, Soda Springs specifically had 5 feet of snow. And by the way, they've had 7 feet total since December 1st. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. It makes for horrendous traffic, but we desperately need this water in California to fill up the reservoirs when all this snow melts. So this is needed, but again, it causes problems when it happens. The next story, the next chapter of this storm will be tonight into tomorrow into the northern plains. The purple on this map shows you blizzard warnings. It covers portions of 5 different states. It's western portions of Nebraska, South Dakota, eastern Wyoming, and a little sliver there of Montana, and also northeast Colorado. That is where we're going to see winds up to 60 miles per hour for 2 days, and the possibility of 1 to 2 feet of snow. We're going to have snow drifts of 4 to 5 feet in this area. That's why Interstate 80 and especially Interstate 90 at times are going to be impassable. They're worried about drivers and trucks getting stuck on these roads. And of course, when we get storms like this and blizzards, we worry about all the cattle and any of the farmers that are out there trying to feed their livestock. It gets very difficult to do in these conditions. We've had storms like this before where we've had a lot of starvation issues from livestock. So that's another
story to watch. As far as severe weather goes, this storm's going to have it all, maybe even a couple nocturnal thunderstorms with tornadoes. That's in areas from Shreveport to Alexandria, possibly even Baton Rouge into New Orleans. Again, all of Louisiana, eastern Texas, and a little sliver there of southern Arkansas and Mississippi. So here's how the storm goes. Today, it's in the Rockies. Tonight, tomorrow, into Wednesday, we take the storm with the blizzard conditions in the northern plains. We get all that heavy rain, severe storms in the southeast. And then Thursday into Friday, it pushes into the mid-Atlantic and eventually the northeast. This will be our first nor'easter of the season. You hear nor'easter, you're like, uh-oh, someone's going to get a lot of snow. This does not look like a nor'easter for D.C., Philly, New York, Hartford, and Boston, Providence. This will be mostly a rainstorm. But interior New England will likely have areas getting up to a foot of snow on Friday.
Wow, a foot of snow already. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you.
Well, Morgan, the recent surge in cases of COVID, flu, and RSV has some public health officials rethinking masking guidelines. A handful of major cities are now recommending people mask indoors to fight an uptick in cases as healthcare systems nationwide are becoming overwhelmed. Joining us now is NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, good to see you. So we are seeing these cities urging people to mask, but they're stopping short of making a mandate. So do you think, as a doctor, that we should start masking again? And when should people mask?
And Vic, I definitely think we should start masking up again, especially in certain situations. And what we do know is masking is one of the tools we have that can help prevent these viruses. You know, vaccines being number one, we have that for flu and COVID, but masking for all three of the viruses of the tridemic, as we're calling it. And the important thing to remember is it's going to be dependent on where you live and what you're doing at the time. So if you're going into a crowded situation, if you're going to a concert, if you're going to a public event, whether it's high levels or not of COVID, you want to think about masking because flu is here as well. And we're seeing flu spread across the country. And it is very high or high in most areas of the country. So even though the community levels of COVID might be high or might be low, the flu levels are high. And so you want to think about masking that situation, especially if you have pre-existing conditions or around somebody that might have pre-existing conditions, elderly or the very young, because they are the most vulnerable.
Dr. Torres, I want to ask you about this. So here in New York, this is one of the major metropolitan areas recommending masks, and they're also urging masking in school, too. What is your take on that, especially when it comes to kids inside the classroom for the winter?
And Vicki, one of the things we found out through the pandemic is that COVID did not spread in schools as much as we thought it would. But one of the other things we know is that flu tends to be driven by school children coming back home from getting flu at school. And so, again, you want to think about that, especially in areas where flu is high, COVID is high, and you're concerned about it. Now, one thing to remember is masking, what we call unilateral masking, you wearing one but nobody else wearing it, still gives you a good benefit of preventing as much as possible. And so even if other people aren't wearing it, think about wearing one in situations like that. Again, especially if there's more vulnerable people at home. That's an important point to remember, Vicki.
On that note, before I let you go, Dr. Torres, we have the winter holidays starting next week with Hanukkah. We're going to see people getting together with families indoors again. So what is your advice for how to manage that risk? Should we be planning around the youngest, the oldest, the people who may be the most vulnerable in our families?
And Vicki, it's going to depend on a couple of things. One, your community levels. If they're high for flu or COVID, then you definitely want to think about doing that. Also, who you're going to be meeting with in this gathering, who's going to be there, how many people are going to be there, what's the ventilation like in the area? If it's good ventilation, you don't have to worry about it quite as much. Are there people more vulnerable? In cases like that, you might want to think about it. But the important thing is to remember, we're coming into our holiday seasons. We need to celebrate holiday with family and loved ones. Let's just make sure we do it safely, Vicki, and I think that's the bottom word.
As always, really valuable advice for us. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres, thank you.
Well, Vicki, you know what time it is. It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Twitter is relaunching its subscription service today, and it's called Twitter Blue, but it's actually charging Apple users more money. So if you use Twitter's iPhone app to sign up, you'll be charged $11 per month, and that's compared to just $8 when you subscribe on Twitter's website directly.
What gives with that? Joining us now, CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. So what is the deal? Why are Apple users being charged more?
Well, Vicki Morgan, it looks like Twitter is charging more for iPhone signups because Apple takes 30% of any revenue generated by Twitter's iOS app. So we expect Apple will get $3.30 of that $11, leaving Twitter with $7.70. That is still 30 cents less than the web price. Apple's fee, it's 15% for smaller developers and 30% for big companies. That is a very sore point with Elon Musk and a lot of other iPhone app makers. Apple says that it is the price of making sure dangerous apps do not get onto your phone. Another difference this time around, Twitter will be verifying those blue checks, but isn't saying how beyond checking the phone number. Also, Amgen is paying more than $26 billion for Horizon Therapeutics. The biotech company focuses on treatments for rare autoimmune diseases. And for the third straight year, guys, this is an interesting story. Microsoft tops the Drucker Institute's annual list of nation's best managed companies. It's followed by Apple and IBM, but other companies, especially in tech, have dropped in the rankings, allowing GM and Whirlpool to rise into the top 5. Maybe a hangover from the pandemic times. You need a good washing machine. Good customer service.
Still a fair number of tech companies on that list, though. Really interesting. CNBC's Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thank you.
Well, Brittany Griner's freedom flight straight ahead. What the U.S. diplomat who sat next to her on that 18-hour trip says about her journey home. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
New questions today surrounding the untimely death of one of soccer's most recognizable voices. Journalist Grant Wahl suddenly collapsed while covering the Argentina-Netherlands match in Doha. This happened Friday night. Now there are growing concerns about his treatment in his final moments. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Doha. Megan, Wahl revealed shortly before his death that he was dealing with some health issues. He hadn't been feeling well, but there are a lot of questions surrounding his health as well as how he was treated in those moments right after his collapse. What can you tell us?
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. And he was very vocal about that. In the days leading up to the tournament, he wasn't feeling well. Once he arrived here in Qatar, he talked about on his podcast, on his website, how his health sort of started to deteriorate. But it was the Netherlands versus the U.S. game. It was that night where he said that his condition worsened. So he went to the clinic here in Doha several times. He was diagnosed with bronchitis. And then here's the thing, on Thursday, he takes the entire day off. He clears his schedule. He rests because he was just feeling awful. Goes to the game on Friday night, the Argentina game. And that is where he sadly passed away. You know, we had an opportunity to speak to his longtime friend and agent. And I want you to hear just a little of our conversation.
No doubt his impact on the sport of soccer is writ large. He will be remembered as someone that cared deeply and fought for all the issues, whether it was the women's or men's, and he fiercely promoted the game and the sport in the U.S. And Grant will be forever linked with that.
Yeah, so Grant Wall is synonymous with U.S. soccer. I mean, he is such an advocate for the sport. And so we are seeing these tributes really just pouring in from celebrity athletes like LeBron James, some of soccer's biggest stars like Megan Rapinoe, just expressing their condolences and sadness over his untimely death. Vicki?
It is just so stunning and so sad. Our thoughts really are with his family and his loved ones. Let's talk a little bit about this run-up. The Final Four we are down to in the World Cup here. It's sort of a David Goliath versus matchup in both of those games. Talk to us about what to expect this weekend, Megan.
Yeah, absolutely. So tomorrow we have Argentina taking on Croatia. Keep in mind, Argentina is a team that was upset in the first round by Saudi Arabia, and then they narrowly beat the Netherlands. And then, of course, on Wednesday, we're going to see Morocco take on France. The finals on Sunday. It's going to be less than a week away before we find out who's going to be head-to-head in the last game, guys.
And Megan, we'll be there to report it all for us. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. Megan, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, WNBA star Brittany Griner is recovering at a military medical facility in Texas after nearly 10 months imprisoned in Russia. For the first time since the prisoner swap just last week, Griner's attorney is now speaking out. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from San Antonio. Marissa, it's good to see you this Monday. We know that you spoke directly with Brittany Griner's lawyer. What did she tell you about her current condition? How is she coping now that she's back home? And what did she say about how she was treated while she was in that Russian penal colony?
Right. So she actually saw Brittany in person at that penal colony just 3 weeks ago. She sat down with her for several hours because Brittany was understandably nervous and anxious about adjusting. There was not only the language barrier, there's strict rules at these penal colonies, which are hard to follow when you don't understand the language. But then there was the harsh, bitter cold. So as you probably noticed in the photos of Brittany, she ended up cutting off her dreadlocks. And that was out of survival. She said that when she tried to take a shower, her dreads would freeze. And so she cut them out of necessity. And really, this is just a sign that while Brittany was optimistic that she would get released, she was mentally preparing to be there through the harsh Russian winter. But on a brighter note, her lawyer also told me that it was Brittany's optimistic disposition, her friendliness, that actually contributed to her getting better treatment, even by detention guards.
So a lot of people want really to help her. Even Victor Bout, in his first interview, he said that when they were crossing in Abu Dhabi, from one plane to another, Brittany was smiling. She just looked very friendly. So, I mean, that's Brittany. Huh?
And Morgan, something that is so remarkable here, we're talking about how her life looked just a few weeks ago. Well, we're learning for the very first time in nearly a year, Brittany Griner was able to play basketball this weekend, just yesterday, here at the Brooke Army Medical Center campus.
Unbelievable. You imagine having that spirit when literally the world around you just feels like it's crumbling. That is an incredible sign of resilience. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra for us. Marissa, thank you.
Well, we are less than a month from the start of a brand new year, but you can still boost your bottom line right now. Straight ahead, the major money moves to make as the year winds down. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
All right, so get this. They're total strangers united by a life-saving bond.
Yes, this man's selfless act saved an Illinois mother. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz shows us the moment they first met.
In a Utah canyon straight out of a postcard.
It's beautiful. Oh, my gosh.
Maggie Cambora and Ron Wardley are just getting to know each other.
It's all sinking in now. It hasn't sank in before.
A new friendship that almost didn't happen.
You go from being a healthy mom to
being on your deathbed. It sounds morbid, but it's true.
A mother of two and hairdresser from Illinois, Maggie was 38 when she was diagnosed with cancer.
It was a downward spiral, very, very quick. And the ER doctor, she came in and she's like, you know, we ran some tests and I saw blasts in your blood and your bone marrow. She's like, and honey, I believe you have leukemia. And I looked at her and I'm like, what? I'm like, that's a childhood cancer.
Maggie was treated for acute myeloid leukemia, but after 3 rounds of chemo and 1 stem transplant, nothing worked. Her only hope, finding another stem donor that would hopefully be a better match.
And the doctors pretty much told my husband that there was nothing that they could do. And I remember laying on my side, just praying so hard that there was a donor out there that could save my life, because there's no way I could leave this planet.
And when that light finally came, what did it look like?
I think they said, we found a donor. We found a perfect donor. We found a 10 out of 10. His DNA is so close to yours, he could be your brother.
That transplant worked, and within days, Maggie's body accepted the stem cells, which began making new blood free of cancer. But as she started to heal, what Maggie wanted more than anything was to meet the person who saved her life.
Here we go.
Now, 19 months after that life-saving donation, Maggie is meeting that man for the very first time.
Hi. Oh my God.
But how the lives of these two strangers became so intertwined is a miracle that began like any other day for Ron.
How did you get involved?
DKMS did a donor drive, and they were signing people up, which is just an easy cheek swab. And I have a close family friend that suffered and passed away from leukemia, so for me it wasn't a question in my mind to sign up.
3 years later, Ron got the call that he was a DNA match.
At first I was like, wow, you almost forgot that you registered. But at the same time, it wasn't really a question or hesitation for me. Like, if I can help somebody, I will.
Through a process that extracts stem cells from a series of blood draws, Ron was able to donate 21 million cells that were immediately flown to Maggie 2,000 miles away.
What was it like seeing it?
What do you say to the person who saved your life besides thank you? It's the most selfless act you could ever. He's not only saved me, he saved my family.
There's no words that need to be said. Like, we just embraced and we both knew, you know.
And you just have that connection. And we're always going to have that connection for the rest of our lives.
I know you're a man of few words.
That's just because it's not about me. It's not my story. This is about Maggie.
But this is about you. You took the time to do it, and if you hadn't, I wouldn't be here. And my children, they wouldn't have a mom, and my husband wouldn't have a kid.
Any words?
I would do it again.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
The man accused of making the bomb that brought down Pan Am Flight 103 that killed hundreds of Americans is now finally in U.S. custody. Coming up, what the victims' families are saying about that arrest 34 years in the making. You're watching NBC News Daily.
celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back, and thank you so much for joining us this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
So good to be with you. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Making news right now. An American college student has gone missing while on a study abroad trip in France. 22-year-old Ken DeLand Jr. was expected to return home for the holidays, but he has not been heard from since November 27th. DeLand was last seen entering a sports store in the southeast of France on December 3rd. A missing persons report was filed by his family members here back home, and an investigation is now underway.
Meanwhile, Los Angeles has a new mayor. Former House member Karen Bass was sworn in Sunday night with a ceremonial oath of office. Now, she promised to tackle the city's issues head on and said she would declare a state of emergency on homelessness during her very first day on the job.
Virginia has removed its last Confederate monument from the state's capital. The statue of General A.P. Hill was taken down Monday morning after a motion to keep the statue was rejected by a Richmond Circuit judge. The southern city began removing many of its Confederate monuments after racial justice protests following the murder of George Floyd in 2020.
Within the hour, we'll see one of the Lockerbie bombing suspects make his initial court appearance in D.C. The former Libyan intelligence operative is accused of building the actual bomb that brought down a Pan Am flight, killing 270 people, and that was 34 years ago just this month.
Wow. NBC News foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has covered this story from the very beginning. She's here now with our report.
Following his extradition to the United States, Abu Aghila Mohammed Massoud becomes the first Libyan intelligence operative to face charges on U.S. soil for the bombing of Flight 103. It's one of the worst terrorist attacks in history that killed hundreds of Americans, including 35 Syracuse University students on their way home for Christmas after a semester studying in England. 34 years after the terrorist bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, a former Libyan intelligence operative suspected of making the bomb is in U.S. custody. A Justice Department spokesman announcing the arrest says Abu Aghila Mohammed Massoud will make his first court appearance in Washington today. The U.S. indicted Massoud in connection with the bombing 2 years ago, after officials received a copy of a 2012 interview of Massoud by Libyan law enforcement following the collapse of Muammar Gaddafi's regime. According to an FBI affidavit, in that interview, Massoud admitted building the bomb that brought down the plane and conspiring with 2 other Libyan operatives to carry out the attack. Massoud also said Libyan intelligence ordered the bombing and that Gaddafi thanked him and others in person for conducting it, according to the FBI. On December 21, 1988, Pan Am Flight 103 was 38 minutes out of London, bound for New York, when it exploded over Lockerbie, killing all 259 people on board, including 190 Americans and another 11 on the ground. Mary Kay Stratus lost her husband, Elia, in the attack.
He was only 43 years old, but had lived a very full life.
With Massoud behind bars awaiting trial, Stratus says he must face swift consequences.
It's taken 34 years to get this far. Sadly, many of our family members have passed on, and so we want this justice fast.
Kara Weeps' brother, Rick Minetti, was among the 35 Syracuse University students on board Flight 103, heading home for the holidays. She says Massoud's arrest is a major step forward after 3 decades.
It's surreal. It's overwhelming. I don't even know if I have the exact words at this moment. Is he the only person? No, but is he a key person? Yes.
Massoud is the 3rd former Libyan intelligence operative to face charges in the attack. In 2001, Abdel Bassat El Magrahi was convicted of the bombing in a trial overseen by Scottish judges. He was freed on compassionate grounds 8 years later, while suffering from terminal cancer, and died in Libya in 2012. Another operative, Lamin Khalifa Fima, was acquitted of all charges. Back to you.
Andrea, thank you. It is time now to talk money moves. December is a critical month for financial planning since a lot of us do some major spending during the holidays. So what can you actually do now to have a major impact on your overall budget next year?
That's right. From work to your savings and investments to spending and even giving back, there are some pretty key moves you should consider before 2023. So with Here on Those Money Moves, we have CNBC senior personal finance correspondent, Ms. Sharon Epperson. Sharon, it is great to see you this Monday. Thanks for joining us. A big time of year. To say this past year was challenging is sort of an understatement for a lot of people. I mean, people are really trying to figure out how to make those pennies go. So what can people do at work to make sure that their savings can then last?
One of the things that's very important to do is figure out how much tax has been taken out of your paycheck and make sure you have not underpaid. Because if you have, you will have to pay interest, penalties, and fees that you don't want to have to pay. So. Good rule of thumb, look at what you paid in 2021. Make sure you're paying at least that much, that you've had that much taken out for your taxes. Or go to the IRS website and go to their tax withholding calculator. If you have underpaid, make that estimated payment to the IRS directly before January 17th.
Really?
Because if you've underpaid after January 1st, they're going to charge you 7% interest on
7%.
whatever you've underpaid.
Oh my, okay. Well, that is actually really good advice and a good reminder in these few remaining days before January 1st. So it's obviously easy for people to go overboard this time of year, to overspend. So what can we do to try to stay on budget?
One of the important things to do is plan on how you're going to spend that money. Are you going to use cash? Are you going to use a credit card? Are you going to use a digital payment app? Are you going to use buy now, pay later? Understand what some of the issues are with each of those. Cash, of course, or digital payment app may keep you on track to budgeting better than anything else because the money's going to be gone. Credit cards, recognize that a low interest rate or a 0% interest introductory offer on a card, best way to go. Store credit card, know that you could be paying 30% interest. And if you don't pay that balance in full, February, March, April, you're paying 30% interest. So you really, really want to be careful and plan ahead of how you're going to pay for whatever you buy. And think of gifts that are financially savvy, that have a long life. And I'm thinking about stocks. People may think, who wants to give somebody in the down market a stock gift? But you're looking at giving a gift that's going to last over time. So it could be from a stock that you have. It could be a stock that you purchase for someone. And it could also be a fraction of a stock. You can't afford Starbucks that's over $100 a share, but you can afford a $50 gift card. What about a fractional share of Starbucks? Let them own that company instead.
That's a great idea.
Wow, that is
I like
a great
that
idea.
a lot.
I'm trying to figure out how I'd feel if I got that Starbucks fractional share or enough for that chai latte. I might just take the $5 chai latte. Sharon, look, a lot of people are talking about donations this time of year. People are interested in giving back to charities and causes that are important to them. How can you donate even if you are on a tight budget?
Well, it's difficult to do on a tight budget. A lot of people say, well, I'm going to give because at least I get a tax deduction. That's something you need to be careful about, too, because you're not going to be able to just write off a certain amount like you did the last year or so. You have to itemize your deductions in order to take a charitable deduction. And the standard deduction is so high, it might not make sense for you to itemize. But that does not mean you shouldn't give. You're not giving because you're taking something off on your taxes. You're giving because so many charities need it. So if you have any money to give, stocks to give, goods to give, clothing, furniture, do that. And if you can't figure out what to give and you really don't have any money to give your time. Volunteer for a charity and use your network, your social media network. Tell people why this charity is important to you and to other people. What have they done? What good works can you share? And that's for free, but you've reached so many people, your whole network. So do that.
The why is almost just as important as the what.
Yeah,
absolutely.
All right, CNBC Sharon Epperson for us. Thank you so much, Sharon. And for more of Sharon's advice and Money 101 tips, you can go to cnbc.com/personal-finance. Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you. Well, we are about a month away from the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, closing its open enrollment period for 2023. If you really aren't sure what to sign up for, we want to go over what coverage could look like for you.
Yeah, this is really important, especially for Gen Z and millennials who I can say we might get a little confused on the jargon when it comes to medical insurance. So joining us now, we have Dr. Bayo Curry-Winchell. She is an urgent care medical director and family medicine physician. Doctor, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate your time and your expertise. First off, the big picture, what is the difference between paying a premium and a deductible? I mean, how often are you paying it, and does the premium actually help pay the deductible?
So these words are so confusing. So it's important to break it down. A deductible is what you're paying in advance, and, before your insurance company kicks in. A premium is often that monthly amount that you're paying to be covered. So when you think about it like that, it's easy to kind of decide what is the best plan for you.
Dr. Curry-Winchell, when you are signing up for the Affordable Care Act, does it make more sense to sign up for a plan that has bigger overall costs but smaller copays, or the opposite? Sort of like, why did the chicken cross the road, right? How do you do the math? Right, exactly. Yeah. How do you do the math to figure out which plan is actually going to work better for you?
So you really have to look at what is best for your financial budget for your family. So when you look at a high deductible, you have to think about, would I be able to pay that if an emergency happened? And then thinking about those low premiums, which are often really sought after, but if an emergency happens, can you pay that high deductible? So those are the things to really look at as you're making those plans for your family.
And what about if someone is switching from their parents' insurance to, say, their own personal insurance? What should they do at that point?
So you really want to look at, prescriptions that you're taking, physicians that you've been seeing. Can you still see those doctors or have those same medications covered when you get off your, your plan with your parents? Because those are the things that often we want to continue. We don't want to have a disruption in that. So that's something that can help you make sure that you continue with the health plan that you have.
Yeah, so compare before switching. And finally, Dr. Curry-Winchell, what is the difference between a flexible spending account and a health savings account, the FSA versus the HSA, and when do you use them?
So they are both great options. However, there are some differences. So when you look at them, especially the FSA, there are some penalties or the inability to withdraw money in advance. And often you're kind of stuck in a situation where you can't really have that flexible piece. Versus an HSA allows you to be able to spend money, whether it's a specialty care or prescription. You have more options. So you have to look at, what are your plans for the future? If you are expecting like a birth of a child or a surgery, what plan would be best for you? And so thinking about that in advance can be so helpful.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the HSA actually rolls over year to year, which is a big difference between the FSA. All right, urgent care medical director and family medicine physician, Dr. Bayo Curry-Winchell, thank you so much.
Well, China is removing its travel tracing requirement as the country continues to ease COVID restrictions. A smartphone app designed to track residents' recent trips will actually stop functioning tonight, really limiting the possibility of being forced into quarantine for traveling to pandemic hotspots.
This change in policy, it follows the government's decision to end many of its strict zero COVID restrictions that led to lockdowns and mass protests in the nation's capital. China, though, is still grappling with uncertainty surrounding its growing number of COVID cases. Well, all right, selfies made with artificial intelligence are filling our feeds. I've been seeing these. But they do come at a cost. So we're going to take you inside the privacy and security concerns you might not be thinking about. That's coming up straight ahead. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here?
But our top story tonight.
You guys okay?
Yeah. What kind of training resume?
How you doing, Lester?
All right, so you've probably seen photos like this popping all up over your social media. They're made with artificial intelligence, and they're taking social media by storm. But what seems like a harmless new trend could actually be putting you at risk. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers takes us inside the privacy and the security concerns.
Stunning! What's with my face? Like, it really looks like me.
It's the hottest app of the moment, #1 on both Apple and Google's charts with 5 million downloads already this month.
How much are you seeing this in your social feed?
Oh, my entire social feed.
Krista Lester loves her magic avatars from Lensa AI, a photo and video editing app with a new viral feature that allows users to upload images of themselves or others, and with the use of artificial intelligence, turn them into this.
I was able to see myself in a light as a creator and as an actress that I'd never seen myself before.
But the avatars aren't the only thing getting people talking. So is #5 of Lensa's terms of use that says in part, you grant us a perpetual, irrevocable, non-exclusive, royalty-free, worldwide, fully paid, transferable, sub-licensable license to use, reproduce, modify, distribute, create derivative works of your user content.
In plain terms, if you're a user who wants to use Lensa, you agree that any photographs you give to Lensa, they can use it however they want.
And that has cybersecurity experts concerned.
What is the danger in giving this company your face?
Your face is something that is used to identify you and can unlock your identity around the world online.
The app is owned by Prisma Labs, a company whose founders, according to their LinkedIn pages, previously worked in Russia. Prisma, incorporated in the U.S., tells NBC News, we don't have any presence in the Russian Federation. The company also says that photos will be immediately deleted from their servers after the avatars are ready. And fans of those avatars?
They make me feel powerful. They make me feel strong and confident.
Are loving their new looks, regardless of the risk. Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
That is some fine print. All right. Well, the 80th annual Golden Globe Awards will return to their full glitz and glam in 2023. Some welcome news after the live broadcast and red carpet were canceled for the last year. NBC's Mark Barger has all the hits, misses, and history makers from the nominations today.
Good morning.
The Golden Globes took another step in its comeback this morning. The Hollywood Foreign Press Association announcing nominations for the Globe's 80th edition. That's after scandal and boycotts over diversity and alleged ethical improprieties within the HFPA knocked the award show off NBC earlier this year.
I think a lot of the more up-and-coming nominees will certainly show up because they'll want to have that moment. The big question is what's going to happen with the big established stars.
That includes Tom Cruise, whose Top Gun Maverick is among the nominees for Best Drama, along with Avatar, The Way of Water, Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans, and Elvis, which earned an acting nomination for Austin Butler, and Tar, which brought one for Cate Blanchett.
She's had a career filled with impressive performances, but I think this one tops them all. I just don't see a world in which she does not win.
I just don't like you no more.
The Banshees of Inisherin led all films with 8 nominations overall, including Best Musical or Comedy. Its competition includes Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, which scored a Best Actress nod for Michelle Yeoh.
There's just something about this year for Michelle Yeoh. It's been a real career-capping performance and experience for her.
The 1920s Hollywood tale Babylon is among the other contenders for Best Musical or Comedy, along with Glass Onion, A Knives Out Mystery, and Triangle of Sadness. The awards will be handed out January 10th. Mark Barger, NBC News.
Is it bad? I have hardly seen any of those films, Morgan.
I know. We've been under a rock. We do too much news.
I know, that's true. That's true. Well, you can watch the 80th Annual Golden Globe Awards on January 10th, 2023 at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, right here on NBC. We'll also be streaming it for you on Peacock.
Well, overseas, people in Guatemala are keeping an anxious eye on the Fuego volcano. The eruption is forcing the airport in Antigua to close.
Yeah, the volcano is a major attraction there, but it can also be a deadly one. In 2018, an eruption killed at least 215 people. So far, no evacuations have been put into place, but officials are monitoring the activity of the volcano and the risks of ash, landslides, and lava flowing down to nearby villages.
Yeah.
Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Well, the Miami Dolphins fell short of a victory against the Los Angeles Chargers on Sunday Night Football, but their speed was on full display.
Sure was. NBC News correspondent Jacob Sobroff has the inside scoop on the cutting-edge technology Miami is using to stay a step ahead.
The Miami Dolphins say their not-so-secret weapon is their speed. Raheem Mostert and his teammates Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are three of the fastest players in the NFL, regularly hitting 21, 22, even 23 miles per hour on the gridiron.
That's how fast I drive when my children are in my car. That's how fast you run.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You're able to track the miles per hour and see how fast you're going.
The Dolphins head strength and conditioning coach Dave Paloka says those incredible speeds are just one of the many data points gathered by small radio frequency ID chips affixed to players' jerseys and pads.
This is the tag. That's what it looks like.
This is it.
And you can feel how light that is.
That's crazy. Here's a quarter. Here's the tag. Almost exactly the same size.
On game days, all 32 teams in the NFL are tracked by sensors embedded in pads, pylons, and even the ball. But only about a third of the teams use the technology during practice, including the Dolphins.
Why are the Dolphins all in on this technology?
It just makes sense. It's a no-brainer, you know, when it comes to being able to see what they're doing out in the field, how they're responding to the stresses of practice, and then how we can tweak things to make sure that they're performing on an optimal level.
Miami's coaches and an analytics team monitor about 108,000 data points in real time.
Where guys are at compared to their averages during practice, speeds that's being hit, distance that's being covered. It's like putting a tracker on your car, knowing how many miles you covered in a day.
Coach Poloka says the information's just one part of the equation.
The information is not anything secretive, really. It's really how you execute it, and it's really how you are able to communicate with players and to get them to buy in and understand the why behind what you're trying to get them to do. You can have all the information in the world. If you can't communicate it effectively to these guys, and if they don't trust you, it's going to be useless.
And while speed's an important factor, Poloka says it's not everything.
We're looking at a ton of other metrics to be able to say, okay, this guy is doing a little too much, maybe we should pull back, or he's not doing enough.
Might the guys ever push themselves too hard because they have access to all this data?
Sure. Yeah, and we want that. We want to be the ones to have to pull them back. But we also have to be smart. And so for a guy like Raheem, if he's doing too much, we might want to pull back a little bit because we still got a few more days and, we want to get him to Sunday.
For Mostert, he says the data fuels some healthy competition and prevents him from getting injured.
I think a lot of people would feel nervous if there was a chip tracking their every movement and their speed. You like it?
Oh, yeah, I love it. I go up to the guys that are running a laptop and ask them, hey, what I get? And they'll be like, yeah, you got an 18. So that's when I try to, ramp up. In practice, you want to get as much as you possibly can, but still preserving your body leading up into the game. And then when the game comes, that's when you have to let it fly.
And that was NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff for us. Well, some of the most vulnerable victims of the war in Ukraine are getting life-saving treatment right here in the U.S.
That's right. The nonprofit St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital in Memphis is treating Ukrainian children who have cancer. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden and St. Jude National Outreach Director Marlo Thomas even greeted some of the first patients to arrive back in March.
We hugged, and they were so excited when they realized that they didn't have to pay anything, and they were crying, and I was crying, and somebody said to me, well, what did they say to you? Of course, we didn't speak the same language, so we had an interpreter. And I said, you don't really need to have an interpreter to understand gratitude and to understand compassion.
Through its global partnership, St. Jude has helped more than 730 Ukrainian children with cancer safely move to other hospitals across Europe and Canada. Such important work that they do.
Really important and inspiring. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily. Also, you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can do this wherever you stream. That includes everything you see on your screen there. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. We got Pluto, Tubi, Plex, Zumo, all the choices.
Wow, you really named them.
You
really went deep there, girl.
They don't know when you get the love, okay?
She said Pluto too. Wow, okay. All right.
We want them to see us, Morgan.
That's right.
The news continues after this.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everyone. So glad you could be with us this Monday. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be with you. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, December 12th. Coast to coast, a major winter storm is now moving east after pummeling California this weekend with more than 4 feet of snow hitting the Sierra Nevada mountains. The south and northeast are now bracing for severe weather.
Back on the court, WNBA star Brittany Griner reconnecting with loved ones and with her love of basketball as her lawyer gives NBC News new details about her release from Russian custody.
High alert with COVID and flu cases surging. Many hospitals are overwhelmed with patients. Public health officials are now making new recommendations on how we can stay safe.
New year, new budget. After high inflation and big holiday spending, December can be a great time to decide how you want to spend and invest in 2023. We've got the money moves you need to consider right now.
That's important stuff. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with the severe winter weather slamming the U.S. from coast to coast, impacting tens of millions of Americans. Heavy snowfall, torrential rain, and strong winds triggered flash flood warnings, road closures, and downed power lines out west this weekend.
And in the Northeast, a separate storm system caused a number of crashes across Massachusetts, with dozens of flight delays in Boston.
We have team coverage of the ongoing storms. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns will bring us the latest forecast. But first, NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is live in the northern Sierras of California. Hey, Miguel.
Hey guys, this winter storm just walloped the west. I want to show you what it looks like here in the Sierra Nevada. They were expecting heavy snowfall, and that's exactly what they got. About 48 inches in about 48 hours. In some areas, it even topped 5 feet of snow. Now, this storm really started on Saturday and was just nonstop. As a matter of fact, the snow didn't taper off until earlier today. Some areas are still digging out at this hour. The wind speeds here in the mountains actually hit 169 miles per hour. That made for whiteout conditions. Cars that were traveling from California to Nevada on the widely popular I-80 couldn't even make it across the roadway. That popular freeway was shut down for several hours. Drivers were stuck in their cars for hours as they tried to navigate the incredibly dangerous roads. Local officials here told everyone to hunker down and stay home. That's how bad this storm was. And over in the Bay Area, just a few hours from where I'm standing, they got upwards of 5 inches of rain in some area. They also got a couple of inches in Southern California. That created flash flooding, even mudslides in the areas, especially where there's been burn scars or wildfires recently. Back here in the snow, I want to show you just how much snow has accumulated. If you look up into these trees, you'll see nearly all of the branches are covered in thick, heavy snow. Now, the concern over the next 24 to 48 hours is going to be these branches coming down because of the weight of the snow and snapping power lines below. That would be awful news here, adding more misery to folks as they dig out of here. It's about 9-10 degrees out here in Truckee, California. So if they lose power and heat, that'll be a whole nother problem they're facing, guys.
Speaking of that, Miguel, I mean, there's a separate storm system that hit parts of the Northeast with snow. So how are those states sort of coping with those storms? And then could the East Coast see even more severe weather?
Yeah, the states that were hit out east also just got walloped. We saw cars that were overturned in the Pennsylvania area. That was a dangerous storm that also wreaked havoc across the roadways there. They had some thunder snow out in some parts of that region. And as this storm system hits this area and begins to slowly move to the east, it's going to bring those same dangerous conditions we saw here to the Plain States, also kind of to the broader Midwest, and eventually even to the East Coast. So the storm system here certainly not finished, at least not yet, guys.
All right, NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer. Good to see you, Miguel. Thank you. While parts of the south and northeast brace for more brutal weather, blizzard-like conditions are also expected to hit the northern plains today. Joining us now is NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Hey, Bill, good to see you. So let's talk about who's getting hit the hardest and also when will these storms eventually move out?
Yeah, I'm looking at the storm in four pieces. The one piece was what happened over the weekend with everything you just saw there in California. Tomorrow is going to be in the plains. Then we're going to go into the south with severe weather threat. And we finish this storm system up with a possible nor'easter in New England on Friday. So let me take you into the first piece that we're going to deal with. The rest of today, just snow moving through the Intermountain West. Great for all the ski resorts heading into the holidays. But if you're traveling through the region, not the easiest. And unusually, we finally have had some rain in Southern California between Los Angeles and San Diego. And in the higher terrain outside of San Diego, even Southern California, are getting snow at the highest elevations. But your eyes are immediately drawn up to that purple color. We have blizzard warnings in place for about 5 different states, portions of them. The worst of it's expected to be near the Black Hills around Rapid City all the way through western Nebraska. In total, we have about 10 million people under some sort of winter weather alerts. And the heaviest snow totals are expected in the plains. And when you get in the flat areas and we get high winds, there's going to be a lot of blowing and a lot of drifting of the snow. We're very concerned with people getting stranded on the roads. We're talking about 18-wheelers or just regular cars. Interstates I-25 through Wyoming, 80 through Nebraska, 90 also we're concerned with. And those areas locally could get up to 2 feet of snow with wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour. This starts later tonight and will continue all day tomorrow, even portions of Wednesday. Some of these blizzard warnings don't expire till Thursday morning. Now for the severe weather piece. We could have isolated severe today in western Kansas. It looks like Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening, the height of our severe weather outbreak, if we have one, will be in mostly Louisiana, a little sliver there of East Texas. We do have the possibility of some supercells with isolated strong tornadoes. These would likely be nocturnal tornadoes at night. And of course, those are the ones that are very dangerous and tend to be the most deadly. So we'll keep an eye on that. So here's how we track the storm. So there's the piece today, the plains blizzard tomorrow into Wednesday, the southeast storms Tuesday to Wednesday, and then we take this to the East Coast Thursday, Friday. Not a lot of ice. This looks mostly to be either a rain or snow event, depending on where you are and depending on your elevation. The latest kind of consensus of all of our computer forecasts have the storm coming off the Delmarva, moving almost over Long Island and then over Boston. That's a rain forecast for the I-95 corridor. But ladies, it looks like inland, this could be a significant snow event. And if you're thinking about the mountains of New England and also the Poconos and the Catskills, this could be great for those ski areas, just like the West has been all winter long.
I know we woke up to a little bit of a white Christmas month this morning. It was a shocker. All right, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you.
But we are finally hearing from Brittany Griner's lawyer for the very first time since her release from Russian captivity. The WNBA star has spent the past couple of days undergoing evaluation at a military medical facility in Texas. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now live from San Antonio. Morgan, it's good to see you this Monday. First off, just tell us more about what we actually heard today from BG's lawyer.
Now, Morgan, good afternoon. What we've heard is just added context and details about what the past 10 months in Russian captivity have been like for Brittany Griner. The attorney sharing the struggle that it's been, not just for Brittany on the inside, but those helping groups on the outside trying to make sure that she got back to the U.S. safe and sound. And through all of this, she made sure to say that Brittany remained upbeat and positive, even in the darkest of times. And there was a moment where really the future was very unknown. And while she couldn't go into specific detail, she said there was some sort of a shift within the last few weeks in which Brittany felt increasingly more hopeful that she would finally be able to come back to the United States, to her loved ones. And here's what she said earlier today when she spoke to NBC. Take a listen.
There were various signs, and one of the key signs was that Brittany called and said that she has very hopeful and that there are signs. So that's what the moment when we realized that apparently this day is coming.
Of course, on top of getting sick inside that penal colony, we also heard that the temperature, of course, was an added hurdle as everything became so cold there that Brittany decided to cut her hair, saying that it would actually freeze once it got wet. One more reason that she is glad to be back home, currently in San Antonio, Texas, at this Brooke Army Medical Center behind me, where she is continuing to recover. Morgan.
And Morgan, former Ambassador Bill Richardson, who's been enlisted by the government to actually help broker these deals, he came on our show just last week, and I do want to play you a bit of sound about what he said about the potential release and release date of former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. Take a listen.
I'm optimistic. I think I predicted we'd get both back before the end of the year. I still predict that.
I mean, I think Vicky and I were both surprised. You could kind of see at the end of that clip there that he said before the end of the year. Is that realistic based on your reporting? I mean, what could that deal potentially look like?
Certainly an optimistic news for the family of Paul Whelan. We do know that there had been an offer from Russia for Whelan to go home free, but they made it very clear that they would only release him, who they consider a spy, if they were to receive a spy in return. That's one of the reasons that the Biden administration has said that this current deal with Brittany would not have been including Paul Whelan. And so as of right now, we do know that there was a Russian prisoner being held captive in Germany that was suggested by Russia. And while U.S. authorities spoke to German authorities, they were not able to negotiate that as part of the deal. So if that is true, that would certainly be one more reason to celebrate with Whelan being in Russia now for several years.
We would love another reason to celebrate, especially this time of the year. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky for us there live in San Antonio. Morgan, thank you.
All right, it is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. With inflation making holiday shopping more costly here in the U.S., a lot of folks, get this, they're flying to Europe to get their gifts.
That's
Isn't
what you
that
do
wild?
with inflation?
I don't know, but
Buy a
some people
European
are
plane
apparently.
ticket?
I know, I guess so. Or they're ordering it. We're about to find out.
All right, we will. Joining us now, we have CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, make this make sense for us. I mean, what's pushing Americans to cross the pond to get their shopping done?
Sounds nice, doesn't it? But the strength of the U.S. dollar is really key to this story. It is at a 2-decade high against the euro. So prices in Europe are relatively low for Americans arriving with dollars. But as you guys guessed, you're probably not going to make the trip just to save a few dollars on a run-of-the-mill sweater. The Wall Street Journal reports Americans are flocking to luxury brands like Gucci and Louis Vuitton. The average transaction by Americans in European stores is $1,300, more than double what it was in 2019. The Journal is also reporting that small banks and credit unions are warning they may have to drop out of instant payment partnerships like Zelle. Lawmakers and regulators want reimbursements for customers who are scammed, and the smaller banks say their profit margins are not big enough to do that. And finally, guys, a majority of Americans say they'd need to earn at least $200,000 a year to feel rich, according to a CNBC Make It survey conducted in partnership with Momentum. The single most popular answer, with 22% of respondents, is $1 million a year. And hey, guys, with that, you could fly to Europe and get your Louis Vuitton sweaters and fly back.
You could also do this. I'm making $1 million a year. Austin Powers.
Okay, I was like waiting for it. No, I was waiting for it.
Evil.
No,
you got it?
I got it. I caught it. I caught it at the end. I caught it at the end. All right.
Deirdre Bosa, Deirdre, thank you so much, as always.
Well, stay with us. Hospitalizations are on the rise from flu, COVID, and RSV. Coming up next, new warnings from health officials to mask up yet again. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All right, so health officials are now revisiting mask recommendations as more and more people are either catching the flu or they're catching COVID. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on the health crisis that's facing hospitals this holiday season.
With the holidays bringing people together, new concerns as hospitalizations for both COVID and flu are on the rise.
When you think about like some of the winter and spring Omicron surges where it was just going crazy and we have like 100,000 plus cases, 1 million cases a day, we have higher hospitalizations now, which is mind-boggling.
According to the CDC, flu hospitalizations rose 32% from last week's report, with nearly 26,000 admissions, the highest in a decade, while COVID hospitalizations are up 14% week to week. In New York, health officials are renewing the call to mask up, indoors, on public transportation, and in crowded outdoor settings, as flu cases spike 64% from last week.
This is an unusual flu season, and it's being impacted by the fact that most Americans have been traveling and with cold weather have been indoors in smaller spaces and not wearing masks or taking the precautions that we did to keep flu numbers really low over the last 2 years.
For Kelly Trout, a mother of 2 toddlers in Virginia, flu season has already been a challenge for her family.
We had the flu last weekend, but before that, we'd been sick on and off, mostly on, for about 2 months.
She says she's thankful the kids were able to get their flu shots in time for the holidays, but worries about potential shortages of over-the-counter medicine.
We really don't have a plan, but probably after one more illness, I'll be scouring, the internet, trying to find a stockpile.
In a statement, Johnson & Johnson recognizing the high demand for children's Tylenol and Motrin, writing in part, while products may be less readily available at some stores, we are not experiencing widespread shortages.
We don't have the kind of shortages where we need to get manufacturers to make more. We need to just make sure they end up in the right places.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Well, tomorrow marks 1 month since the brutal murder of 4 University of Idaho students. Police are still looking for suspects as the campus empties out for winter break. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now. Steve, thank you for being with us. So there are these fears that this killer could still be walking around that community as students leave for the holidays. So bring us up to speed. Where does the investigation stand right now?
And Vicki, those fears are warranted. You freeze frame this investigation anywhere in the last 3 weeks or so, and it's maybe moved a few inches. Police are still looking for a killer. They're still looking for a murder weapon. They're still looking for a motive. And they're still looking for a white car. That is what the investigation has centered on recently, and probably about the last week or so. A white Hyundai Elantra, model 2011 to 2013. They say it was in the area at the time of the crime. They are heavily focused on that, as well as the time frame of where some of the victims were before they went into that house. But beyond that, details are still limited, Vicki.
And they are pouring through tens of thousands of tips, as you've reported earlier, Steve. Let's talk about the victims. They were honored at the school's winter commencement ceremony over the weekend. What do you know about that?
Yeah, I mean, somber, of course, celebratory, at least it's supposed to be. You know, these are seniors that are graduating. One of them, Kaylee Gonzalez, one of the victims, should have been walking that stage. So not only was there a warning out to the students and the faculty and the staff and the teachers and everybody on campus that, you need to walk in pairs because a killer is still out there, but one of the 4 victims should have been walking across that stage. So, obviously parents celebrating, the graduating seniors, but also it's still a very somber moment for not only students and campus, but really that whole town that is still going through this so heavily. Vicki?
So many emotions. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Steve, thank you.
Well, December is time for financial planning. What money moves you can make right now to set yourself up for success next year in 2023. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Ask Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All across the country, police are on high alert for stolen cars. Car thefts have soared this year, hitting the highest level in more than a decade. I spoke with an expert on how you can better protect your ride.
Caught on camera, a joyride in a stolen car in Milwaukee. These criminals in Chicago stealing 10 luxury cars right from a dealership. In Washington, D.C., this suspect captured right on the car's dash cam. And in Glendale, Wisconsin, thieves lead police on a dangerous chase through the streets off-road,
Lost the tire.
finally coming to an end. Scenes like these playing out coast to coast, with thieves even taking cars right from driveways. Already in 2022, 745,000 cars stolen, with experts predicting this year we'll see the most car thefts in 14 years.
Since 2008, we have not seen numbers like this. We are going to approach 1.1 million cars stolen, and that's a 24% increase during the COVID-19 pandemic.
David Glaoui is the president and CEO of the National Insurance Crime Bureau. He says last year, Bakersfield, California, Denver, Colorado, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Portland, Oregon had the highest rates of car thefts, with Kia and Hyundai the most popular cars targeted by thieves.
The price of used cars and car parts are up astronomically. Used cars are up almost 40%. The value is what's driving the criminal enterprises. They're worth a lot of money.
To learn how to make it harder for thieves to steal your car, I team up with Mike Sapriconi, former NYPD detective and now president of Squad Security.
So, Mike, here's the thing. How are these thieves making off with so many people's cars these days?
You know, Vicky, it's because we're lazy. We leave the key inside. We leave the fob inside. Always take it with you, even if it's for a second. If you have to run back in the house, remember, let's not make it easy for them. Take the key, lock your door.
Police warn luxury cars with folding mirrors are especially vulnerable.
When the mirrors are open like this, it usually means the car is open and your key fob might be inside the car.
Oh.
So by closing them, what you're doing is you're telling the bad guys, this car's locked and there's no fob in there. And they're going to just walk away and go to another car, an easier target.
If you have a garage, put your car, not your stuff, in it.
You pull into your garage, what's the first thing you should do?
Close the door. Close the door, wait till you hear the go down, and you see the door down. Then you can turn off your car and exit your vehicle.
Why do you want your garage door to be closed before you get out?
So nobody can run in behind you, okay? And then all of a sudden, if someone gets in behind you, now they have a shot at taking your car, taking your phone, taking everything, possibly even burglarizing your house.
What's your advice for the code when it comes to your garage keypad?
Be creative. Don't use 12340000. Don't use your address. Come up with something new and different.
As for parking in the driveway,
I like to pull in those first.
Okay.
Every second counts. It takes longer to back it out than to pull out.
What about these GPS tags? Tile makes one, Apple makes one, Samsung too. Do you think you should put one of these in the car?
I think it's a great idea, any advantage we can, but always keep in mind, the police know how to do their job. Let them track these, not you personally.
and hide the tracker where a thief won't look. Security cameras can be a good way to keep your property safe, so consider installing one and park your car in its field of view.
What if your only option is to park your car on the street?
Well, you want to park as close as you can to the other vehicle, and you want to turn your wheels to the curb, so it makes it more difficult for them to tow your car away.
Thieves are actually towing people's cars away?
Without a doubt. Of course they are.
Get this, thieves can even strike while you're driving.
It's called a bump and rob, okay, where someone's going to come up in front of you, stage a fake accident, you're going to run into them, and then someone may come up behind you. But the whole purpose is to get you out of the car so someone could jump in and take your car.
They'll steal your car when
you get out. In a second, that's right. So you need to know, don't ever get out of the car.
Okay.
Make sure your doors are locked, call 911, okay, wait for the police to come.
And that's the key. Wait for police. Now, this rise in car thefts, it's gotten the attention of lawmakers. There are now several bills moving through Congress aimed at cracking down on these car thefts.
Well, Vicky, in court today in Washington, the suspect accused of making the bomb in one of the worst terror attacks in U.S. history. Coming up next, the man now in custody for the 1988 Lockerbie bombing. You're watching NBC News Daily. And don't forget, you can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. That is wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. The news continues right after this.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
And welcome back this Monday. It's good to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Yeah, so glad you could be back with us. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what's making news right now. A potential government shutdown looming over Washington, D.C. Lawmakers have until Friday at midnight to secure a funding deal for next year. That's before this current one expires. The House and the Senate may have to pass a short-term extension just to avoid a full-blown shutdown.
More than 1 million people are without power in Ukraine after a Russian drone strike. Iranian-made drones were used to target energy infrastructure around the port city of Odessa. Officials say it may take as long as 3 months to get power fully restored.
And By Heart is recalling 5 batches of baby formula due to a possible health risk. The company chose to voluntarily take its formula off the shelves after a possible cross-contamination with bacteria. The FDA says as of now, none of the products have tested positive for that bacteria.
Well, the remains of American journalist Grant Wahl are back in the U.S. today, and tributes are pouring in after his sudden, unexpected death as he was covering the World Cup.
Now, Wahl is one of the best-known voices in the sport of soccer. He collapsed on Friday night during the Argentina-Netherlands match. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Qatar. Megan, there are these new concerns about the moments before and after Wahl's collapse. I know his brother spoke out saying that he felt that there was more to this story than just a simple collapse. What are you hearing from your reporting there overseas?
Well, Morgan, good to be with you. What we know is that there is a Sunday Times journalist who was inside the press box when Grant Wahl collapsed. And the recount of the journalist there is that when they called for the medics to come in, they did CPR on Grant Wahl for about 20 to 30 minutes. This particular journalist says that he was waiting to see a defibrillator brought in and that it never came. Now, to be fair, we don't know the circumstances surrounding Grant Wahl's death. We don't know what caused it, what contributed to it. As you mentioned, his body is now back in the United States where it will undergo an autopsy. And in the coming days, we expect to get some answers. But what we do know is that Grant Wahl was very candid and open about his health concerns and how he wasn't feeling his best coming into the World Cup. Once he was here, it started to deteriorate a little bit. He went to the clinic. He got diagnosed with bronchitis. He really chalked it up to just working around the clock, being exhausted, and how that was taking a toll on his body. But unfortunately, he took Thursday off, went to the game on Friday, collapsed, and later died. We had an opportunity to speak with his agent and longtime friend. I just want to play for you a little bit of our conversation.
Grant cared deeply about the sport, men's and women's. He was passionate. He would take on stories that others wouldn't. The realization that we'll not see him, hear him, or read an original word again. And that's sad. So I'll treasure the memories. I'll treasure the books and articles that he's written and the work that we did together.
Yeah, Grant Wahl is sorely missed, not only in U.S. soccer, but across the sports world. I mean, he is synonymous. His name is synonymous with U.S. soccer. We have seen the tributes pouring in from LeBron James, who, by the way, he interviewed when he was in high school, to some of soccer's biggest stars, Megan Rapinoe, Tyler Adams. So this is certainly a big loss that they are dealing with.
Megan, while we still have you, I want to switch gears now to the final 4 teams that are left here, with Morocco looking to continue their Cinderella story. What should we be watching this weekend?
Yeah, that's right. We've got 4 teams all vying for a spot in the finals. We know Argentina is taking on Croatia. Now, keep in mind, Argentina was upset in their first game by Saudi Arabia. They narrowly made it to the semifinals by beating the Netherlands, but that game came down to a penalty kick. And then, as you mentioned, we have the Cinderella story with Morocco being the first African nation to advance to the semifinals. They will be taking on France. And so, it's anybody's game who can win this, but the finals are on Sunday and all eyes will be watching, ladies.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald for us. Megan, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Well, a former Libyan intelligence operative suspected in the 1988 Lockerbie bombing, he is expected to be in federal court in Washington, D.C. this afternoon.
He's been accused of building the bomb that brought down Pan Am Flight 103, killing 270 people, including almost 200 Americans. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now from the Department of Justice. Ken, first, just walk this back a little bit for us. Give us some context. Remind us about this tragic event from 34 years ago.
Yeah, an absolutely horrific attack, Morgan. 4 days before Christmas, 1988, a Boeing 747 designated Pan Am Flight 103, traveling from Frankfurt to Detroit with stops in London and New York, blew up over Lockerbie, Scotland. Everyone on board was killed, as you said, and 270 people total, 190 Americans, people on the ground were killed. And the investigation ultimately determined that 2 Libyan intelligence operatives slipped a bomb on board, hidden in a Samsonite suitcase. Those 2 operatives were tried in Scotland. One was found guilty, one was acquitted. But now this third man, Abu Aguila Masood, has been taken to the United States, the first alleged participant in this plot who's been brought to the United States. And the evidence that the Justice Department released back in 2020 shows that he confessed in an interview with a Libyan interrogator to building this bomb on behalf of Libyan intelligence, and he was even congratulated by then Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi.
Wow.
Ken, let's talk about why this took so long. What are you expecting to see and hear in court today? What's going to happen now?
Why it took so long is a question the FBI and the Justice Department haven't answered. They haven't talked about how they got this guy back. He was flown by the FBI yesterday. What we expect to see today is a run-of-the-mill initial appearance in federal court. He will be brought to the courthouse in D.C., we're told. The hearing is set to begin around 3 p.m. The magistrate judge will read him the charges and make sure he understands his rights and will appoint an attorney for him if he can't afford one. And then the government presumably will ask that he be held without bail. We don't expect to learn anything significant about the nature of how he was brought here from Libya.
All right, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney for us. Ken, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
It is time now to talk money moves. December is a critical month for financial planning since a lot of us do some major spending during the holidays. So what can you actually do now to have a major impact on your overall budget next year?
That's right. From work to your savings and investments to spending and even giving back, there are some pretty key moves you should consider before 2023. So with Here on Those Money Moves, we have CNBC senior personal finance correspondent, Ms. Sharon Epperson. Sharon, it is great to see you this Monday. Thanks for joining us. A big time of year to say this past year was challenging is sort of an understatement for a lot of people. I mean, people are really trying to figure out how to make those pennies go. So what can people do at work to make sure that their savings can then last?
One of the things that's very important to do is figure out how much tax has been taken out of your paycheck and make sure you have not underpaid. Because if you have, you will have to pay interest, penalties, and fees that you don't want to have to pay. So. Good rule of thumb, look at what you paid in 2021. Make sure you're paying at least that much, that you've had that much taken out for your taxes. Or go to the IRS website and go to their tax withholding calculator. If you have underpaid, make that estimated payment to the IRS directly before January 17th.
Really?
Because if you've underpaid after January 1st, they're going to charge you 7% interest on
7%.
whatever you've underpaid. Yeah.
Oh, my. Okay. Well, that is actually really good advice and a good reminder in these few remaining days before January 1st. So it's obviously easy for people to go overboard this time of year, to overspend. So what can we do to try to stay on budget?
One of the important things to do is plan on how you're going to spend that money. Are you going to use cash? Are you going to use a credit card? Are you going to use a digital payment app? Are you going to use buy now, pay later? Understand what some of the issues are with each of those. Cash, of course, or digital payment app may keep you on track to budgeting better than anything else because the money's going to be gone. Credit cards, recognize that a low interest rate or a 0% interest introductory offer on a card, best way to go. Store credit card, know that you could be paying 30% interest. And if you don't pay that balance in full, February, March, April, you're paying 30% interest. So you really, really want to be careful and plan ahead of how you're going to pay for whatever you buy. And think of gifts that are financially savvy, that have a long life. And I'm thinking about stocks. People may think, who wants to give somebody in the down market a stock gift? But you're looking at giving a gift that's going to last over time. So it could be from a stock that you have. It could be a stock that you purchase for someone. And it could also be a fraction of a stock. You can't afford Starbucks that's over $100 a share, but you can afford a $50 gift card. What about a fractional share of Starbucks? Let them own that company instead.
That's a great idea.
Wow, that is
I like
great.
that a lot.
I'm trying to figure out how I'd feel if I got that Starbucks fractional share or enough for that chai latte. I might just take the $5 chai latte. Sharon, look, a lot of people are talking about donations this time of year. People are interested in giving back to charities and causes that are important to them. How can you donate even if you are on a tight budget?
Well, it's difficult to do on a tight budget. A lot of people say, well, I'm going to give because at least I get a tax deduction. That's something you need to be careful about, too, because you're not going to be able to just write off a certain amount like you did the last year or so. You have to itemize your deductions in order to take a charitable deduction. And the standard deduction is so high, it might not make sense for you to itemize. But that does not mean you shouldn't give. You're not giving because you're taking something off on your taxes. You're giving because so many charities need it. So if you have any money to give, stocks to give, goods to give, clothing, furniture, do that. And if you can't figure out what to give and you really don't have any money to give your time. Volunteer for a charity and use your network, your social media network. Tell people why this charity is important to you and to other people. What have they done? What good works can you share? And that's for free, but you've reached so many people, your whole network. So do that.
The why is almost just as important as the what.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, CNBC Sharon Epperson for us. Thank you so much, Sharon. And for more of Sharon's advice and Money 101 tips, you can go to cnbc.com/personal finance. Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, people in Guatemala are keeping an anxious eye on the Fuego volcano. That eruption is forcing the airport in Antigua to close.
Yeah, this volcano, it is a major attraction there, but it can also be a deadly one. In 2018, an eruption killed at least 215 people. So far, no evacuations have been put into place, but officials are watching the activity of that volcano, and they're looking for risks of ash, landslides, and lava flowing down to nearby villages. Straight ahead, you have heard of high alcohol prices, but how about $1 million for a bottle of whiskey?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh,
we are
that's
talking
Tennessee whiskey?
I'm not sure. We're going to find
Chris
out.
Stapleton come with it? Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Well, for $1
My
million,
word, for
I'm
$1
not
million.
sure. Well, we are talking about some rare liquor investing, Morgan. Okay, so you're
Wow.
going to stay with us. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
All right, we've been waiting for this one. Morgan here to answer your question. We know whiskey is in high demand. We're not just talking about a holiday shopping surge. Collectors, they are now investing in rare liquor bottles, with some of these bottles going for millions of dollars. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz got his hands on some liquid gold.
Long gone are the days where 2 fingers of whiskey was just a drink of choice. Nowadays, it's the bottle so many are after. As more investors trade stocks by day, but collectors booze by night. And the amounts they are paying on rare and fine bottles is staggering, but so are the returns. Up 402% over the past decade, beating out luxury cars and fine art.
It's like liquid gold.
Yeah, it really is.
Gold liquid wouldn't even be worth this much, right?
That's probably right, yeah.
Peter Jarjour is the owner of Flask Fine Wine and Whiskey in Los Angeles. The storefront might look like your ordinary liquor store, but behind the scenes, in a highly secured off-site showroom, you can find some of the most expensive bottles of whiskey in the world.
So how much are you selling this guy for?
It's about $190,000.
$190,000?
Yeah, be careful.
Oh my gosh. Yikes. Here, you take it. I don't.
Thank you.
That makes me very nervous. That is a down payment on a house.
You might think no one buys bottles this expensive, but old whiskeys are now regularly fetching 6 figures at auctions. A report released this year by Scottish investment bank Noble & Co. found that strong investor demand has pushed the value of fine and rare single malt whiskeys up by more than 20% this year.
How often are you selling something like this?
Pretty often. I mean, it is a retail store, so like we're supposed to be selling stuff, but it really kind of breaks my heart when people buy stuff like this because we don't have it anymore.
And as the markets continue their roller coaster ride, rare and fine whiskey could be a tempting investment, rivaling gold and silver.
Whoever bought this off the shelf paid $50 for it, and now it's about $7,500.
That is, if you don't pour yourself a glass first.
So when it comes to whiskey and investments, it's not just buy low, sell high. It's like, don't drink it. Ever.
If you have the willpower, yeah.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
All right, so 2 Pennsylvania dads are spreading holiday cheer using their baking skills. It started during the height of the pandemic when they wanted to just thank essential workers, but they're showing no signs of slowing down now. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow spoke with the duo behind Cookies for Caregivers.
All righty.
We ready to?
I think we're ready.
In this central Pennsylvania kitchen,
Your cookies look a lot more organized than mine.
Still taste the same.
delivering cookies is a year-round labor of love for friends Scott McKenzie and Jeremy Orrick.
Uh-oh.
The bell has rung.
I think that means it's time.
They're the founders of Cookies for Caregivers, an organization dedicated to giving freshly baked treats to hometown heroes.
Look at this. 3.
Perfect.
Worked out well.
It's a mission they started during the pandemic in 2020. Scott was temporarily furloughed from his job at the local college, and middle school teacher Jeremy was working from home. How did this happen?
We had a cookie bake-off that our local mayor judged.
This is cookie number 1 right here.
And we left the cookies with the 911 dispatch center and the police officers.
So then Scott created a Facebook group. In a week's time, I think we had close to 100 community members who were willing to bake.
Now there are 35 groups nationwide. In their own town of Huntington, Pennsylvania, they've already given out more than 100,000 cookies. Each week, volunteer bakers like Sandy Morelli.
Are you ready for some cookies?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Drop off the cookies with Scott and Jeremy,
Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it.
It's Christmas every Thursday.
who then deliver the treats to essential workers.
Hello. How are you?
How are you?
They've gone to the local hospital since the beginning.
Oh my gosh, these are so cute.
Early Christmas.
Thank you.
To have the community members still doing this 3 years later, we're just totally amazed.
It sounds like really at its core, it's about showing gratitude.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Our community happens because of a lot of people. There they are.
From the local college
We appreciate all your efforts.
It's definitely a good feeling, and it makes us feel better and wants to be here every day.
Guess what we have?
Looks like cookies.
Looks like cookies.
to the veterinary clinic, employees grateful for the special recognition.
It's almost embarrassing how excited we get when they pull in.
Everybody involved, whether you're baking, delivering, or receiving, there's the human touch. There's a heart that cares about the process and the people, and that's healing.
That was NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow reporting.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
So many of us use music for a variety of things like emotional expression, working out, or simply just to relax. But it turns out it can actually be a powerful tool for healing.
Yeah, not surprising. NBC's Molly Hunter spoke with members of the Dementia Choir in London. They're all in varying stages of the disease, but they all find peace and unity through music.
Nowhere. For so many, the sounds of this season flood us with happy memories of holidays gone by. But for this English choir, that memory recall means so much more.
Great stuff. Really good. Really good.
This is the Dementia Choir. The oldest here is 90, the youngest just 56. And they all have varying degrees of dementia. Some in early stages, others have limited verbal skills and struggle with social interaction. But they all find unity and therapy through music.
How old am I?
You're 86 here. You'll be 87 next year.
I have Alzheimer's, so anything that makes me get out and be with other people is really interesting.
It's like one big happy family, really, when we, where we can be happy, because dementia is a very demanding disease for both the person that's living with it and the people that are caring for them.
Karen Bonzer manages the choir while caring for her husband full-time. 56-year-old Mick has had dementia for 6 years. He's mostly lost the ability to speak, but can still remember lyrics.
Bring me sunshine in your time. Bring me laughter all the while.
Often when you get a diagnosis of dementia, you're cast aside in society, and actually what the choir does is bring you right into the heart of your community. It helps counter all the impacts of dementia, the loneliness, the isolation.
The group sings, performs, and has even recorded a single.
There are more than 55 million people worldwide living with dementia. There are nearly 10 million new cases every single year. There's no cure, no easy fix, but doctors, scientists, and caregivers too all agree that music has the power to heal.
But how does this work? People who can't even remember the names of their own family still sing, still play musical instruments, and remember lyrics from decades ago. That's because the parts of the brain that respond to music are separate. Music unlocks memories and kickstarts gray matter.
Our brains are these fantastically complex networks of brain cells talking to each other. There's something in music that's likely to trigger memories, to trigger language, even the perceptual elements of it are fascinating to the brain.
For the family members, instead of focusing on loss and pain caused by dementia, they can embrace the positive. All may not be calm, but with the help of music, some are able to regain their light and a sense of peace.
Our thanks to NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter for that report.
Okay, here is what's trending now. The nominations are in for this year's Golden Globe Awards. Here we go. The Banshees of Inisherin, Elvis, and The Fabelmans, they are all in contention for 2023's top film prizes. This will be the Globe's first televised program in nearly 2 years after the Hollywood Foreign Press Association came under fire for the lack of diversity within that organization. The show will air January 10th right here on NBC.
And let's talk about Wakanda Forever. Marvel's Black Panther has topped the North American box office for the fifth weekend in a row. With the release of Avatar: The Way of the Water coming up, some studios chose not to release any new films, allowing Wakanda Forever to secure its spot at the top. The movie grossed over $11 million this weekend alone, bringing its worldwide total to an impressive $767 million.
And I hear it's really good. I heard it's very good.
I heard it's great.
Well, a new trailer is dropping today for Volume 2 of Harry and Meghan's Netflix series. The second part of the series will focus on what Harry called institutional gaslighting from the royal family and British media. The show continues to highlight the struggles the once royal couple faced when they were choosing to step back. That all drops December 15th. I know you watched the first 3 episodes.
Did you watch the first 3?
Not yet. I'm really behind on all my pop culture.
Yeah, I was going to say, I haven't seen a lot of those movies that are nominated yet. Yeah, we've been doing too much news, Vicki.
I know, it's so true.
And we have our shot. We can still watch them. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily.
And don't forget, you can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and that's wherever you stream, YouTube, Hulu, Roku, you name it. Your news continues right now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everyone. Good Monday to you. Good to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
So glad you could join us. I'm Morgan Radford. Aaron is off. Kate's on assignment, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, December 12th, 2022, monster storm, a massive weather system dumping feet of snow across nearly half a dozen states. The millions of Americans under threat right now and where this storm is headed next.
Justice at last. 34 years after the terror attack on Pan Am Flight 103, a suspect is under arrest. We'll tell you how families of the victims are now reacting decades after their loss.
About face with flu and COVID surging, doctors say it might be time to mask up again. The area is seeing the biggest spike in cases of both viruses.
And talk about Grinched, how police are turning to technology to track down those so-called porch pirates.
It is 11 a.m. in Bakersfield, 1 p.m. in Milwaukee, and 2 p.m. right here in New York.
And we begin this hour with 10 million Americans under winter weather advisories. A powerful storm system crawling from the west coast to the east coast. Now, the focus is on the Rockies and the northern plains. Snow already blanketing North Dakota, parts of Nebraska and South Dakota. They could see a total of 2 feet of snow.
California was hit this weekend, and people there are still digging out. A different system dumped several inches of snow throughout the Northeast. mist. The winter weather is also proving dangerous. In Utah, a bus fell over on the slick road, sending more than a dozen people to the hospital. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now to help us. Bill, talk to us about where this powerful storm system is heading next.
Yeah, good Monday to you guys. We've already seen this major storm hitting the west. Now we still have to deal with a blizzard, a possible tornado outbreak, and a nor'easter the rest of this week, all from the same storm. So let's get into the details. The heart of the storm right now is heading over the Intermountain West. We've had some rain in Southern California. We've had some significant snows overnight in the Wasatch Range areas outside of Salt Lake City, like Alta, had 18 inches of snow. But the highest totals over the weekend were near the Lake Tahoe area, upwards of 5 feet in Soda Springs. Even areas of Idaho picked up 3 feet of snow. Heavenly and Mammoth in California, all the ski areas have gotten a lot of snow so far this early winter season. So now we take this storm into the plains. We're mostly concerned with areas that are going to deal with the blizzard. We have winter storm warnings that are in areas that have from Bismarck to Casper, but it's in between that purple color. That's where we're worried on I-80, I-90, I-25. That's where we're going to be dealing with the possibility of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 to 2 feet of snow. So the snow forecast map, Denver's not really in this. Only about 1 to 3 inches are expected for you. But outside of Denver, north of that, up on 25, that's where we're going to see some of the heavier snows later tonight into tomorrow. And then we're going to be watching the blizzard conditions continuing. This may last all the way into Thursday morning. Minneapolis, you notice, you're going to get a couple inches from this, but you're not in the heart of this. This is really a bad storm for the Dakotas, Nebraska, Wyoming, and portions of eastern Montana. As far as the severe weather outbreak goes, again, Louisiana, Tuesday evening is the biggest concern here. And then finally, we'll end our storm with a possible snow event, interior sections of New England. That would be on Friday.
All right, Bill Cairns for us there with the latest and greatest. Bill, thank you.
Well, nearly 34 years after the second deadliest terror attack on Americans, a key suspect is expected to face a judge.
An alleged bomb maker from Libya is set to appear in a Washington, D.C. courtroom in about an hour. He's accused of helping take down Pan Am Flight 103 in 1988. Now, that jet exploded over Lockerbie, Scotland, killing 190 Americans who were on board. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney is following the very latest developments for us from the Justice Department. Ken, first off, just how did U.S. authorities finally actually bring this suspect to American soil? Because that is what a lot of the families are saying they were finally waiting to see in terms of justice for their loved ones.
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. Well, they brought him here by airplane, and that's about all we know. Justice Department and FBI officials have been very tight-lipped about the circumstances under which they captured him and took him to the United States. There were local Libyan reports that he was abducted by armed men from his house in Tripoli a few weeks ago. People I've talked to who have conducted these kinds of operations overseas say almost certainly the CIA would have been involved, FBI hostage rescue personnel. But so far, the government is not saying how they got him here. They are saying, though, that he's expected to appear in court today at 3 p.m. in Washington, D.C.
Ken, here we are 34 years later. This attack happened just 4 days before Christmas. Some of the victims' families actually had a chance to react and speak. Tell us what they said.
Yeah, Vicki, this was an absolutely horrific attack, and these victims' families have been waiting decades for justice, and what they're saying now is they want this case to proceed expeditiously. Take a listen to one woman whose husband died on the plane.
270 lives were shattered, and thousands of victims' loved ones from 21 nations were left to pick up the pieces. It's the victims' families' fervent wish that U.S. criminal trial proceedings begin immediately. Justice delayed is justice denied.
Now, the Justice Department says this defendant confessed to building the bomb in an interview with a Libyan interrogator back in 2012. That's going to be a key issue if this case goes to trial, guys.
All right, Ken Delaney for us there from the Justice Department. Ken, thank you so much.
Well, Brittany Griner is back on the basketball court after being released from a Russian prison. Griner's agent tells ESPN she had a light workout on Sunday. Her first move, get this, she nailed a dunk. The WNBA star is still being evaluated at a military facility in San Antonio, Texas. But on Thursday, Griner was released after 10 months in Russian custody. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in San Antonio. So, Morgan, it's tremendous news. Here we are just before Christmas. This is what the Biden administration had been working towards. We haven't actually heard from Brittany yet, but what do we know about how she's adjusting now that she is back on U.S. soil?
Yeah, Vicki, what we have heard is encouraging news. We do know that Brittany Griner's agent spoke to ESPN earlier this week, and from all accounts, she is recovering nicely. We do know that she did have to arrive here at Brooke Army Medical Center, but she's staying nearby at Fort Sam Houston in an on-base apartment with her wife. And we do know that that first workout featured her trademark dunk. She was sporting those Chuck Taylor Converse sneakers. And right now, there's no firm timeline on when she'll leave, but all accounts are optimistic. We heard from her attorney earlier today who had this to say about Brittany being back home. Take a listen.
I'm in touch with Sherelle and with Lindsay, her agent, so they've sent us some photos and videos of them together smiling. So I think it's just like great news. I think everybody's happy. It's kind of, happy end just before the Christmas.
While Brittany has not said anything personally, her agent did say that she anticipates to hear a statement from Brittany sometime earlier this week detailing her potential future with the WNBA and the Phoenix Mercury.
I think so many people are hoping that she comes back to the WNBA, that we'll get to see her play again. It's remarkable that she's already in a workout as of Sunday. What else do we know about BG's plans for once she leaves that facility in Texas? When is that expected to happen, Morgan?
Right. Well, we do know that while she did have that workout that was described as a light workout, right now she has not expressed definitively if she will return to her team. Hopefully in that statement it will provide a significant amount of clarity going forward. But as of right now, all accounts of those who have interacted with Brittany say that she's upbeat, positive, good to be home, engaging with as many people as possible. We do know that a delivery of barbecue arrived at Fort Sam Houston over the last 24 hours or so for Brittany to share with her family. So all good things here in San Antonio for now. And Brittany Griner.
She's in a good place for barbecue. Morgan Chesky live in San Antonio for us. Morgan, thank you.
Meanwhile, the tragic death of a soccer star journalist is looming over the final days of the World Cup in Qatar. Grant Wahl collapsed during the match against Argentina and the Netherlands on Friday night. And just this morning, Wahl's remains were returned home here to the United States. Well, now organizers of the World Cup are facing some pretty serious questions over safety protocols and the lack of potentially life-saving resources there on site during the games. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is live for us in Doha right now. Megan, it's good to see you this Monday. First, I just want to start by sharing this quote from a journalist who was actually with Wahl when he collapsed. And it says, at this billion-dollar state-of-the-art stadium, why was there no defibrillator on hand? Many minutes passed, and we kept expecting it to come, but it never did. Megan, what more are we learning about Wahl's death, and really how are now the event organizers responding to allegations like this of these safety concerns?
Morgan, good to be with you. And, it's a good question. I think a lot of people are asking, how is it that a 49-year-old man who seemingly looked healthy just dropped dead? And as you mentioned, there's the Sunday Times journalist asking why there wasn't a defibrillator. But, at this point, we actually don't know the cause of his death. We don't know if a defibrillator was needed or not. We do know that his body right now is in the United States. It just landed this morning. It will go on to an autopsy. And in the coming days, or possibly even the coming weeks, we suspect that we will get more answers as to what contributed to his death. But there's a lot of love and a lot of support that's pouring in. In fact, I want to read this tweet for you coming in from Secretary Blinken. He says, I so appreciated Grant Wahl, whose writings captured not only the essence of the beautiful game, but also the world around it. I send my deepest condolences to his family and thank our embassy team and Qatari partners who worked together so effectively to fulfill their wishes. And of course, part of their wishes is that the body of Grant Wahl would be returned to the United States, to his home, to New York, for an autopsy. Morgan?
Yeah, a lot there to unpack. Megan Fitzgerald for us live from Doha. Megan, thank you so much.
Changing gears now, Twitter's subscription service is back again, and Dyson releases a rather unusual pair of headphones.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer joins us now with today's Money Minute. Contessa, tell us a little bit more.
All right, so this is breaking news right now. CVS and Walgreens to pay a total of $10.7 billion to settle claims they didn't do enough to stop the overprescribing of opioid painkillers that contributed to the addiction crisis. The money now goes to state and local governments, along with federally recognized tribes, to help fight the addiction problems. Twitter Blue is relaunching today. Version 1 quickly yanked after imposters paid the monthly fee to get blue verification check marks for fake accounts. Twitter says this time around it will do some checks before you can be verified, and it's going to charge $11 a month if you sign up on the iPhone app, apparently to offset the 30% slice Apple takes. It's $8 a month if you go to Twitter's website to start your subscription. Dyson's planning to sell Bluetooth headphones with detachable, are you ready for this? Air filtration system. Look at this. They are going to start selling it in March. It's going to cost almost $1,000.
No way.
No, come on.
Early reviews, ladies, are not favorable. I can't imagine why.
Whoa.
No, really? You don't want to have that? Like, just like Mad Max look?
$1,000?
I know, the price alone.
Oy. All right. Wow. Contessa Brewer with the latest and greatest. Contessa, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, how soon astronauts could return to the moon after NASA's historic mission to space. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All right, so the historic Artemis 1 moon mission has come to an end with a successful splashdown. The Orion capsule splashed into the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego after its nearly 26-day mission, which took it all around the moon. NBC's Tom Costello has been following it from the beginning and joins us now. Tom, great to see you this Monday. First off, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson called it a defining day. Explain to us, if you can, just how important this test flight was, sort of in the larger context of things.
Critical. I mean, this is the spacecraft that will one day take humans back to the moon, a lunar orbit, and then landing on the moon within the next 3 to 4 years. Now, this mission was uncrewed. This was the Artemis mission, and on top of that Artemis rocket is that Orion spaceship. So humans will eventually be inside that spaceship. They wanted to really give this a full shakedown. And this was a 1.4 million mile trip orbiting the moon, then going way out into deep space, further than any human-rated spacecraft has ever gone, then coming all the way back, slingshotting around the moon, and then coming back into re-entry. And what a spectacular re-entry this was, because it came in at 25,000 miles per hour, hotter and faster than any spacecraft ever. Finally, they slowed down, the parachutes came out, and look at that landing off of the coast of Baja California. It all worked perfectly. So now they can plan for that mission that will have humans on board, potentially at the end of 24, and then landing on the moon in 25 or 26.
And Tom, I mean, what data did NASA actually collect from this Artemis 1 test flight? What data can we use sort of going forward?
Yeah, well, first of all, they know the systems all worked perfectly. They exceeded the engineering expectations. But specifically, they were looking at the radiation exposure that a human might have inside that spaceship. They have mannequins inside that were gauging that, and the G-forces, and the temperature, and the stress that anybody might experience inside that spaceship. But perhaps most importantly is that shield on the bottom of the spaceship, because as that spaceship came back in, as Orion came back on re-entry, it was heating up to 5,000 degrees. That's half the temperature of the sun. They had to know that that shield will hold because, of course, the next flight will have humans. They believe it held perfectly. They want to do a fine analysis of the shield to make sure, but so far all systems are looking awfully good. Exactly what you would expect from NASA engineering.
All right, Tom Costello for us there. Tom, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Well, NBC News is going in depth on the growing turf war in space. We'll tell you why both the U.S. and China are working to make it to the next frontier. You can watch Battlefield Space tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
That's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
We turn now to a massive oil spill in Kansas that officials say is finally contained. The Keystone Pipeline rupture leaked nearly 600,000 gallons of crude oil into a creek. That's enough oil to nearly fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. NBC's Corey Coffin joins us now. Corey, do investigators have any idea what happened? How did this leak happen?
Hey, Vicki. TC Energy says it's still working to determine the cause of the leak, but we do know that the pipeline, which about 150 miles northwest of Kansas City, is shut down for now. Officials say the spill, which happened last Wednesday, is no longer moving downstream, and 250 crews are there in the area to handle cleanup. TC Energy also claims it's doing round-the-clock air quality checks and other environmental monitoring. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency says there are no known effects to drinking water wells or to the public, and that the oil did not move from the creek to larger waterways.
Certainly wildlife there, though, Corey. This is not the first oil spill involving the Keystone Pipeline. Give us some context. How does this one compare to others?
Yeah, Vicki, federal data shows that this is the largest spill in Keystone Pipeline history. According to transportation data from the Department of Transportation, there have been at least 3 significant spills along the original Keystone Pipeline in just the last 5 years. Past spills have led to outages that have lasted about 2 weeks. In this latest instance, TC Energy is still evaluating when it can reopen the system. The nearly 2,700-mile pipeline moves about 600,000 barrels of Canadian tar sands oil per day from Canada to Cushing, Oklahoma. Environmentalists said that the heavier tar sands oil is not only more toxic than lighter crude, but can sink in water instead of floating on top. Vicki?
All right, Corey Coffin, thank you so much.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Press Chuck Toddcast,
an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast,
an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters.
Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Now to a stark warning from some Democrats on Capitol Hill. A new report by the House Oversight Committee finds that major oil companies, quote, could doom global efforts when it comes to climate change. Here's NBC's Hallie Jackson.
Major players in the oil industry accused of greenwashing their public image with clean energy pledges, according to a new report just released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. Internal documents obtained and interpreted by the committee suggest BP, Chevron, Shell, ExxonMobil, and the American Petroleum Institute are, in lawmakers' view, not taking the necessary steps to move away from fossil fuels, despite making public climate pledges.
Talk to me about what you think is the most important thing people should know about your findings.
Hallie, we can't solve the climate crisis if we don't solve the climate misinformation crisis. And these hearings, 2 years where we had the big oil CEOs testifying for the first time in front of Congress, exposed that big oil has been misleading the American public.
The report finding oil and gas execs knew that what they were doing would not meaningfully reduce emissions and kept aggressively investing in fossil fuels. In one instance, the report says Chevron boasted of a $200 billion return in the next 40 years after upscaling oil production off the Australian coast.
They are actually increasing their carbon emissions. The internal documents show that they believe that this is a license to continue the status quo, to entrench the fossil fuel industry while claiming something totally different.
NBC News reached out for comment to the companies named in the final report. They have yet to respond.
Plans through 2025 are consistent with the goals of the Paris Agreement.
At a committee hearing last year, executives from several oil companies listed the steps they've taken to invest in clean energy and decrease carbon emissions.
By 2025, we aim to grow our low-carbon investments to $3 to $4 billion per year.
And they outright denied any allegations they mislead the public.
Any suggestion that Chevron is engaged in an effort to spread disinformation and mislead the public on these complex issues is simply wrong.
ExxonMobil has long recognized that climate change is real and poses serious risks. But there are no easy answers.
These companies have pushed back on some of the claims that are reflected here in this final report.
Well, I'm sure they're talking about it because they know it's good PR. But as the documents show, they're working to have lobbyists kill climate legislation. But they can't have it both ways. They can't call themselves clean companies and then commit to business plans to increase CO2 emission.
That's our Hallie Jackson reporting. Meanwhile, whiskey collectors are investing pretty big money in rare bottles, but not exactly for drinking. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz explains why whiskey is in such high demand.
Long gone are the days where 2 fingers of whiskey was just a drink of choice. Nowadays, it's the bottle so many are after. As more investors trade stocks by day, but collectors booze by night. And the amounts they are paying on rare and fine bottles is staggering, but so are the returns. Up 402% over the past decade, beating out luxury cars and fine art.
It's like liquid gold.
Yeah, it really is.
Gold liquid wouldn't even be worth this much, right?
That's probably right, yeah.
Peter Jarjour is the owner of Flask Fine Wine and Whiskey in Los Angeles. The storefront might look like your ordinary liquor store, but behind the scenes, in a highly secured off-site showroom, you can find some of the most expensive bottles of whiskey in the world.
So how much are you selling this guy for?
It's about $190,000.
$190,000?
Yeah, be careful.
Oh my gosh. Yikes. Here, you take it.
Thank you.
That makes me very nervous. That is a down payment on a house.
You might think no one buys bottles this expensive, but old whiskeys are now regularly fetching 6 figures at auctions. A report released this year by Scottish investment bank Noble & Co. found that strong investor demand has pushed the value of fine and rare single malt whiskeys up by more than 20% this year.
How often are you selling something like this?
Pretty often. I mean, it is a retail store, so like we're supposed to be selling stuff, but it really kind of breaks my heart when people buy stuff like this because we don't have it anymore.
And as the markets continue their roller coaster ride, rare and fine whiskey could be a tempting investment, rivaling gold and silver.
Whoever bought this off the shelf paid $50 for it, and now it's about $7,500.
That is, if you don't pour yourself a glass first.
So when it comes to whiskey and investments, it's not just buy low, sell high. It's like, don't drink it, ever.
If you have the willpower, yeah.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
All right, up next, how police are cracking down on so-called porch pirates setting out to Grinch your holiday season. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines right here on NBC News Daily.
A judge in Florida has formally dismissed former President Donald Trump's case, asking for a special master to review the documents seized at Mar-a-Lago. Now, that dismissal gives the Justice Department full access to all of those documents. It includes about 100 of those marked as classified.
The jury is deliberating for a second day in the Los Angeles sexual assault trial of Harvey Weinstein. The disgraced former movie mogul is facing 5 counts of sexual assault and 2 counts of rape. Weinstein could face 60 years to life in prison if the jury finds him guilty. He's already serving 23 years in prison after a New York jury convicted him of 2 felonies, including rape.
Well, today's show's Al Roker is sharing an update on his health after 2 recent stints in the hospital. Al was first admitted to the hospital last month due to blood clots in his leg and in his lungs. Speaking with Savannah and Hoda just this morning, he says it's been a tough slog, but he also says he's grateful to have an outpouring of support from his wife, his 3 kids, as well as his colleagues and his beloved fans.
We're all wishing that Al gets better soon, and we want to see him back on the air. Truly. Well, tomorrow marks 1 month since the murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
And police still have not named a suspect. The 4 victims were honored with a moment of silence during the university's commencement on Saturday.
NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now. He's been following this story. Steve, good to have you. Let's start with the investigation. Where does the search for this killer stand right now?
Yeah, well, you guys said it. I mean, no suspect, no murder weapon, no motive. Police still tracking down leads. Police do say there is an incredible amount of leads. Specifically over the weekend, they took in more leads than they can handle. They're now forwarding a lot of tips, calls, emails to the FBI tip line. So the FBI, of course, assisting with the investigation. We now know they're focused really on two fronts, or maybe you would say three. One is this car, a white vehicle in the area at the time of the murders. They're asking anybody with any information to give them a call on their tip line. Again, they say they have an overwhelming amount of information from the public, and they're tracking down every available lead. The second is where some of the victims were right before they went back to that house during the time of the murders. They're trying to nail down a timeline. The third is any DNA evidence that they can collect from that house. They will reverse match and try to find the killer that way. But so far, nothing released to the public by way of a potential person of interest. Guys, back to you.
And Steve, commencement weekend, when we talk about that, it's normally, a time for celebration, but it was a much more somber event on Saturday. How were the students remembered? What did the people there on the ground who are experiencing this tragedy firsthand really tell you?
Well, incredibly somber because of what happened, obviously, in that community, to that community, but also incredibly weary because people may believe that the killer may be walking among them. That is the confounding thing that so many people are frustrated with, that this person has not been caught. Meanwhile, one of the four victims, Kayla Gonzalez, should have been walking across that stage. She was set to graduate during the ceremony that you're looking at right now. I want you to listen to some sound from that ceremony, just about the safety, the students, and what that community is going through. Listen to this.
Ethan Chapin, Xana Carnodal, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves were taken from us far too soon by a senseless act of violence. They were bright lights on our campus and cherished members of our community.
That, of course, the university president. Meanwhile, people are still walking in pairs after 4 o'clock at night. Students still have to call their parents every time they go anywhere on campus. It is still very tense there until something is done.
In college, it's hard enough just to think about what those kids are dealing with that added level of stress and that added level of just not knowing, as you mentioned. Steve Patterson for us there. Steve, thank you so much.
Thanks.
To another mystery now, Morgan. The family of a college student missing in France is begging for help to track him down. He was studying abroad before disappearing last month. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin is following this story for us. Maya, it's good to see you. What do we know about this case? The student, when and where did he go missing?
Vicki, 22-year-old Ken DeLand Jr. has been studying abroad at a university in Grenoble, France, and was scheduled to return to the U.S. this week. His family last heard from him on November 27th, just before he boarded a train to Valence. His phone was last pinged on November 30th. This is the last known image of DeLand taken on December 3rd. It's from a surveillance camera at a sports store about 90 miles from where he was living. The family was first alerted to his disappearance when he had been missing for 24 hours. Before then, DeLand's parents say their son communicated with them almost daily. In a statement, French authorities confirmed that they are investigating the, quote, disturbing disappearance. The statement also says the young man reportedly told several people that he had arrived in France insufficiently prepared and that he had difficulty making friends. He appears to have left Grenoble voluntarily. Vicki?
Maya, this is terrifying for any parent to lose track of their child who's overseas. What do we know about what's being done back here in the U.S. to help find Ken DeLand?
So, Vicki, his family filed a missing persons report with the French police, so authorities would be notified if he tried to leave France using a passport. Officials at St. John Fisher University, DeLand's home campus in Rochester, New York, says they're also in close contact with the study abroad program. His family set up a website in both English and French, hoping to alert the public about their missing son and get any information. And community members recently gathered in their New York hometown Sunday for a prayer service. Vicki.
All right, Maya Eaglin, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, 'tis the season for porch pirates. Yeah, you know exactly who we're talking about. I saw one actually taking my water last week. Yeah,
I remember this.
Right? Yeah, it was terrible. Listen, those criminals who steal packages right from your doorstep, sometimes even when you're watching. Now some police departments are using technology to fight back. NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles is following the story for us. Nyala, it is great to see you. A lot of us, especially who live in urban places where we have porches, this is a big deal. Tell us more.
It is a big deal, Morgan. Unfortunately, I'm one of those victims here in LA. I've had several packages stolen.
We hate to see it. We hate to see it.
Hate to see it. But the bad thing is that when it's for someone and it's a gift, you really want that package on time, so for your loved one. So some police departments across the country are using bait packages to lure thieves, and those packages have GPS trackers. They say it's working.
It's holiday cheer upended by holiday crime. Across the country, porch pirates are stealing packages right from your doorstep. Whether it's in Oklahoma City, Rock Island, Illinois, or Austin, Texas, where this thief even tried to make away with Halloween decorations. In the last year, 79% of Americans had a package stolen, the problem most severe in California's Bay Area. Which is why Campbell, California police, like many departments across the country, has gone on offense, putting GPS tracking devices inside bait packages to track down thieves.
From here, dispatch will tell you where to go to find the stolen package.
Absolutely. Basically, the package will move, they'll get an alert, the package will have a ping, they will tell us the direction.
Officer Najib McGee showed us how it works with a demonstration.
It looks like a regular package with a shipping label on it, your normal Priority Mail Express sticker on it.
After a package is placed on the porch, our producer puts it in his car and takes off.
Okay, let's go.
Often they're going to want to know the fruits of their labor, and they're going to stop somewhere. So you can trace the line here. So it looks like they found their landing spot in a parking lot.
The GPS device brings the cops straight to the crooks.
So they're thinking it's a typical car stop. Once we start talking about the package and what they stole, the look on their face is priceless.
Since this program started, you see less people stealing packages.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a direct correlation.
If package thefts are a concern for you, there are ways to protect your holiday gifts.
Leave delivery instructions. A lot of retailers let you leave delivery instructions.
Video monitoring company Ring recommends signing up for alerts so you know exactly when your package is delivered and getting your order sent to a secure location. But if that doesn't work, law enforcement may be watching.
This crime in particular affects a lot of people. It's a thorn.
Making sure your treasure makes it under the tree.
Morgan, Officer McGee told me it's usually an efficient arrest because they usually find the porch pirates have other stolen items like social security numbers and credit cards. But he says in order to hold these thieves accountable, it's important that victims file police reports so that the porch pirates can be charged. Morgan?
Charged and stopped once and for all. We got to get those Grinches. Niala Charles, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
It's like personal for both of us.
I know.
Yeah?
It feels like Niala too. She was a victim of it too.
Believe it. All right. Well, it is crunch time on Capitol Hill. There are just 4 days left until the government runs out of money.
Which is why now Congress is scrambling to put together a funding package to really avoid a shutdown come Saturday. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now. Ryan, first off, Senator Leahy, the chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, said just yesterday that sufficient progress was made in those negotiations over the weekend. So where does this process sort of stand if we're assessing it today?
You know, it's weird. I think Christmas is the next big holiday, but it sure feels like Groundhog Day up here. These members of Congress seem to find themselves in this same trap, cycle after cycle, where government funding runs out and they don't have a plan to solve that issue until right up until the last minute. And you're right, Chairman Leahy does seem pretty confident that they're at least on the path toward passing a long-term omnibus spending plan, which is the way that Congress is supposed to appropriate money. But instead, what they often do are these short-term continuing resolutions, which is something that has been done for quite some time. Now, it looks like they're going to have to do a little bit of both here. You're right, they're up against that deadline on Friday for where government funding is going to run out. They'll probably pass a short-term continuing resolution to at least give them another week to continue to negotiate, and then they're hoping they can get that more solid spending plan in place before the end of the year, and then at least we won't have this Groundhog Day-like situation, at least for some time.
Yeah, the perfect analogy there, Ryan. So one of the key sticking points this time is an election overhaul measure. It's designed to prevent another January 6th riot, but where did the GOP, where do the Democrats, where do they stand on that issue?
Yeah, so the House has already passed a version of this a while ago, but you'll remember that in order for it to pass the Senate, it needs another 60 votes. There have been some negotiations. They've come to some resolution around this in the Senate. The question is just the form and fashion that it will ultimately get passed. And it may just be easier with the schedule of Congress between now and the end of the year, as opposed to rushing this through on a whole nother vote, that they just attach it to that omnibus bill. So there's a good chance that, you know, once they resolve all the issues with the spending plan, that the Electoral Count Act just gets added on to the back of it and it all gets passed in one fell swoop. They're still ironing out those details, though, before we get a full resolution to that as well.
All right, and they have until Friday. Ryan Nobles, thanks so much.
And coming up, why some public health officials are now revisiting indoor mask policies. We'll have more for you right here on NBC News Daily just after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so on today's Daily Health, New York City and Los Angeles are recommending indoor masking. This all comes really as the entire country has been overwhelmed for months with kids suffering from respiratory illnesses and COVID. And hospitals are really dealing now with the next wave of this so-called triple-demic surging flu cases.
Right. The CDC says so far this season there have been 13 million illnesses, 128,000 hospitalizations, and more than 7,000 deaths. Joining us now is NBC News medical reporter Eric Edwards and NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Good to have you both here. Dr. Torres, let me start with you. This season, the CDC is reporting about 25% of all flu tests are coming back positive. Compare that to just less than 3% last season. So we're about to gather again with family and friends. We've got Hanukkah, Christmas coming up. What can we do to protect ourselves against not only the flu, but also all the nasty bugs that are going around?
And Vicki, this is a great time to gather, and I want to make sure that people understand you can gather and you can do it safely, but you want to enjoy the holidays. You want to make sure you do it, and hopefully nobody gets sick because of it. But there are a few things to consider, and you're both right. We don't just have to think about COVID right now and the community levels of COVID, but we also have to think about flu and what's happening across the country. And most states are either high or very high in flu, and so that's a consideration. So what can you do? Well, number one, make sure you're vaccinated. COVID and flu both have vaccines 6 months and above, and they're very good at preventing you from from getting seriously ill or hospitalized because of the viruses out there. On top of that, you want to mask when you're indoors. And even if you're the only one masking, it can give you some protection. We call it unilateral protection. And so if nobody else has it, make sure you have it. If you're sick, stay home. And importantly, keep your kids home if they're sick too, because sending them to school and back, that's a good way to spread flu, unfortunately.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely better be safe than sorry. Erica, I want to switch gears here and talk to you because I know that hospitals are also struggling just to deal with the rise in COVID cases, as Dr. John was mentioning. We know, for example, in California, those COVID hospitalizations have soared 150%. And that's over the past month. And to be clear, we're talking about hospitalizations, not even people who get it, people who get it so severely that they're hospitalized. So what's fueling this latest surge nationwide, Erica? And should people sort of consider putting their masks back on?
Yeah, so there are several reasons for this fuel. Number one, as you mentioned, the holidays. People are gathering more indoors because it's cold outside. And also people are just over COVID-19 restrictions. Right. All of these together lead to more indoor gatherings where we are more likely to spread our germs. And in fact, as you said, there are those who we're gathering with who are more susceptible to more severe outcomes of the virus. What's more, a lot of people who got that initial round of COVID-19 vaccines have not gone back to get their booster shots. Now, when it comes to masking, there's a growing message among public health officials to put those masks back on, especially when it comes to people who are gathering indoors in large crowded areas. Officials in Oregon, Washington State, Los Angeles, New York City have all encourage their residents to put those masks back on. Remember, COVID is not the only respiratory virus right now that's circulating. We're also dealing with the flu and RSV.
All right, Erica Edwards and Dr. John Torres Forrest, thank you both so much for your expertise and your time. We appreciate it.
20 pounds in a 5-pound bag, Morgan. Well, a new study finds a link between COVID infection and a debilitating heart condition.
So the findings were actually published today in the journal Nature Cardiovascular Research, and it corresponds with earlier reports that COVID may actually trigger a disorder in the nervous system. NBC News medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace joins us now. Berkeley, it's great to have you with us. First off, what exactly is this heart condition, and how do people know if they have it?
Yeah, so this was basically one of the early discoveries of people with long COVID. So POTS is a condition of the nervous system where people can have several symptoms such as rapid heart rate, lightheadedness, chest pain, fatigue. And people can also sometimes confuse it with other things such as anxiety, depression. And so because it's so confusing about the symptoms, it can also take years for people to get a diagnosis.
Wow. So be aware of that heart condition. But here is what I found really interesting about this study. It also found a connection between mRNA vaccines for COVID and potential heart conditions. So this is the second condition. We're talking about those Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. How concerned should we be about this?
Right. So they did find a link between the vaccines and this condition, but it was to a much, much smaller degree than what we see with COVID infection. And so the researchers said the odds of getting POTS is about 5 times greater with a COVID infection than with vaccination.
5 times greater with COVID than with the vaccination.
Correct.
So that's really the takeaway, right? That if you are to get sick from COVID, you would be more likely to get this heart condition than if you get the vaccine, which could prevent you from serious illness.
So you're better off with the vaccine.
Correct. And so, experts say the best way to protect yourself is to get vaccinated, including developing POTS as well.
Wow.
Berkeley, thank you. Like, we're just so excited. We want to interpret this too. You're like, let me just finish.
Dr. Victi and Dr. Morad. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Berkeley Lovelace. We appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate you. Thank you. There is more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Well, President Biden and the First Lady helped pack presents for children today at a Toys for Tots event in Arlington. It was all part of a larger initiative by First Lady Dr. Jill Biden to offer support for military families. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now live. Josh, it's good to see you this Monday from D.C. What was the president's message overall to service members and their families today?
Well, Morgan, the president and the first lady are part of a military family themselves, and they talked about that, bringing up, as they often do, Beau Biden, the president's late son, who served in Iraq, later died of brain cancer. And he talked about the experience that so many American families have at this time of year when they have a member who is missing at the holiday table because they're overseas or somewhere else within the United States defending our country. The president sending that message to military families, particularly those children, to be brave and talking about the work that their parents are doing to help keep the country safe. They also talked about the value of this Toys for Tots program, now in its 75th year, with more than 200 million gifts delivered, including 22 million collected just this year, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Josh Letterman live for us from Washington. Josh, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Vicki?
And continuing on the feel-good train, Morgan, the holidays are all about giving back. But for two friends in Pennsylvania, that labor of love, that happens all year round. They stepped up to serve their community during COVID, and they haven't stopped since. Our Kate Snow has their story.
All righty. We ready to? I think we're ready.
In this central Pennsylvania kitchen.
Your cookies look a lot more organized than mine. Still taste the same.
Delivering cookies is a year-round labor of love for friends Scott McKenzie and Jeremy Orrick.
Uh-oh. The bell has rung. I think that means it's time.
They're the founders of Cookies for Caregivers, an organization dedicated to giving freshly baked treats to hometown heroes.
Look at this. 3. Perfect. Worked out well.
It's a mission they started during the pandemic in 2020. Scott was temporarily furloughed from his job at the local college, and middle school teacher Jeremy was working from home. How did this happen?
We had a cookie bake-off that our local mayor judged.
This is cookie number 1 right here.
And we left the cookies with the 911 dispatch center and the police officers.
So then Scott created a Facebook group. In a week's time, I think we had close to 100 community members who were willing to bake.
Now there are 35 groups nationwide. In their own town of Huntington, Pennsylvania, they've already given out more than 100,000 cookies. Each week, volunteer bakers like Sandy Morelli.
Are you ready for some cookies?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Drop off the cookies with Scott and Jeremy.
Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it.
It's Christmas every Thursday.
Who then deliver the treats to essential workers.
Hey. Hello. How are you?
How are you?
They've gone to the local hospital since the beginning.
Oh my gosh, these are so cute.
Early Christmas.
Thank you.
To have the community members still doing this 3 years later, we're just totally amazed.
It sounds like really at its core, it's about showing gratitude.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Our community happens because of a lot of people. There they are.
From the local college.
We appreciate all your efforts.
It's definitely a good feeling, and it makes us feel better and wants to be here every day.
Guess what we have?
Looks like cookies.
Looks like cookies.
To the veterinary clinic, employees grateful for the special recognition.
It's almost embarrassing how excited we get when they pull in.
Everybody involved, whether you're baking, delivering, or receiving, there's the human touch. There's a heart that cares about the process and the people, and that's healing.
Personally, I would make Buckeyes. That would be my cookie choice. The dads are now prepping to have enough cookies so that they can then give their volunteer bakers the week of Christmas off to spend with their families. It's just a wonderful idea, showing gratitude through cookies. Back to you.
A Buckeye. Kate is fancy with her cookies.
She is. What would your cookie be?
You know what? I love a good old-fashioned chocolate chip, but we just started making oatmeal cranberry with white chocolate chips. It's like on the Ocean Spray bag. They're so good. They're nice when you want to get away.
Chip?
Yes, I'll
very
make you
sweet.
some.
Well, I love the idea that they know that a human touch went into that gratitude.
Absolutely.
So very beautiful.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hi, everyone. Good Monday to you. It's good to have you with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. Aaron is off. Kate's on assignment, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, December 12, 2022, wintry wallop, a powerful storm dumping feet of snow across nearly half a dozen states. The blizzard-like conditions millions of Americans are facing and where this storm is headed next.
Justice served. The accused bomber behind the Pan Am Flight 103 terror attack goes before a federal judge. We'll tell you why it took so long to make an arrest and what the victims' families are now saying about it.
Incomplete. The FBI releasing a highly anticipated report on hate crimes. Why that report cannot determine whether hate crimes actually went up.
And hitting the brakes, Uber suing one of the nation's largest cities to prevent giving a raise to its drivers. Why some say their side hustle has them feeling sideswiped. Thanks for joining us. We begin this Monday with a massive coast-to-coast winter storm that's already slammed the West Coast.
Yeah, that powerful storm leaving the area around Lake Tahoe, California, buried under several feet of heavy snow. Rain and ice, you can see it there, also causing issues from Southern California to Utah. Check it out. This bus fell over onto its side earlier today in Utah, sending more than a dozen people to the hospital.
Now, that same storm is headed east with millions of Americans under winter weather advisories from California all the way to Wisconsin. And the same system is also bringing a tornado threat down south. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer leads off our coverage from Northern California.
This storm just walloped the west. It was brutal out here, a blanket of snow all across this region. I want to show you what it looks like here in the Sierra Nevada, where they were expecting heavy snowfall. That's exactly what they got. In a span of about 48 hours, they got 48 inches of snow, and in some areas, it was even deeper, about 5 feet of snow. And it wasn't just the snowfall that really created havoc across this area. Whipping winds topped 165 miles per hour. That created zero visibility on the road. Popular I-80, which connects California and Nevada, was shut down for several hours. There was motorists who were stranded inside their cars during the brunt of this storm. And at lower elevations in the San Francisco Bay Area and even in Southern California, there was several inches of rain, up to 5 inches of rain. That created some flash flooding and fears about mudslides and landslides. Fortunately, those widespread concerns did not materialize. But back here out in the snow, take a look at these conditions. I also want to show you the trees up here. All of that snowfall is hanging on these branches, and it's been doing so for several days now. And there's concern over the next 24 to 48 hours. Some of these branches could come snapping down and actually hit power lines, cutting power to folks in this area. And they need that power to stay warm. The conditions out here are frigid. About 11 degrees, 12 degrees here in Truckee right now. It's going to stay cold here, and folks will definitely need their heaters and heat to keep themselves warm here. Now, the good news, the brunt of this storm is over. The bad news, it's on the move, headed east. Back to you.
All right, that's NBC's Miguel Almaguer. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now for the latest on the forecast. Bill, where exactly is the storm system now heading next?
The storm's over the Rockies, and we still have we're only maybe in the second quarter of a game with this thing. We saw what happened in California. Now we have the blizzard to deal with. Then we're going to have a severe weather outbreak, and then finally ending with the nor'easter by Friday. So this storm was with us all week long, producing hazards from coast to coast. So the storm is over the Rockies. We picked up some significant snow in areas of Utah. Also, one of the ski resorts reported in with 17 inches of snow. It's still snowing pretty hard in the mountains of Colorado. I know Steamboat's going to pick up about 6 to 10 inches of snow, but the blizzard is the concern. This will begin late tonight and be with us all day tomorrow. That area in purple is the concern. Areas of Nebraska, Montana, Wyoming, heading through South Dakota and a little sliver of Colorado. The heaviest snow will be between Rapid City and down just outside of Denver. That's where 1 to 2 feet. So the Black Hills right outside of Rapid City, that's where we could have wind gusts up to 65 miles per hour and up to 24 inches of snow. And then the severe weather outbreak, this just updated, guys. We now are up to 17 million people at risk as we go throughout the day, Tuesday and Tuesday night. And finally, we're going to end up with that nor'easter. It looks like interior section snow. Big cities I-95, a rain event.
All right, NBC's Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thank you so much.
Well, moments ago, we learned Biden officials met with the family of wrongfully detained American Paul Whelan today. They went through the next steps of their strategy to secure his release from Russia. This all comes as Brittany Griner is back on the basketball court after her release from a Russian prison. Griner's agent tells ESPN she had a light workout on Sunday, and her first move on the court was to hit a dunk. She still got the jumps. The WNBA star is still being evaluated at a military facility in San Antonio, Texas. But Thursday, she was released after 10 months in Russian custody. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in San Antonio live for us right now. Morgan, good to see you. So we're all waiting to hear directly from Brittany, but what do we know at this point about how she's adjusting back here in the U.S.?
Yeah, Vicki, really a lot of encouraging news on that front. We do know that Brittany's agent spoke to ESPN and shared a lot of optimistic updates about the status of the WNBA star. She is being held, or not being held rather, but she's staying with her wife at nearby Fort Sam Houston, continuing that process of recovery. We do know that in addition to that light workout that took place with that trademark dunk happening in Chuck Taylor sneakers, that a special delivery arrived over the weekend. Texas barbecue for Brittany and her wife to share with family and friends who are visiting her as she continues to readjust to life back in America. One would think that, she would be taking some time alone to kind of get back to normal, but that's hardly the case. I want you to hear what her attorney had to say about her arrival back home. Take a listen.
I'm in touch with Sherelle and with Lindsay, her agent, so they've sent us some photos and videos of them together smiling. So I think it's just great news. I think everybody's happy. It's kind of, happy end just before the Christmas.
So after undergoing that medical checking out at Brooke Army Medical Center here, all optimistic signs for the Phoenix Mercury star. Vicki?
Yeah, a lot of people hoping we will get to see her on a WNBA court sometime soon. Morgan Chesky live for us in San Antonio. Morgan, thank you.
Right now, the alleged bomb maker in the second deadliest terror attack on Americans is facing a judge. The suspect, who's from Libya, has been brought back here to the United States, and he's accused of helping take down Pan Am Flight 103, a passenger plane back in 1988. We're talking 34 years ago. It exploded over Lockerbie, Scotland, killing 190 Americans who were on board that flight. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is following the latest for us. Molly, this is just a tragedy that back then really took the country by storm. How did authorities finally bring the suspect to American soil? And what does that mean in terms of now what's next in this case?
Yeah, Morgan, and I'm just looking down to make sure that we haven't actually seen him yet. We are expecting to see Masood in a D.C. federal court at 3 p.m. It was originally 1 p.m. Now it's 3 p.m. So I'm definitely keeping my eyes on that. Big question, though, is how did he get into U.S. hands? And we do not have that answer yet. 34 years is an incredibly long time to wait. Caused a lot of friction between British authorities, Scottish authorities, U.S. authorities, Libyan authorities. There has already been one Lockerbie trial. That was back in 2001, Morgan. Happened in the Netherlands. 3 Scottish judges, but prosecutors always said there would be more people to come, and that's exactly what we're seeing today.
And I know that this tragedy happened just a few days before Christmas, Molly. I mean, some of the victims' families spoke a little bit earlier. What did they say about how they feel this may be a step toward justice for their families?
Yeah, 4 days before Christmas, a lot of college students, for example, coming back from this side of the pond, going back home for Christmas. Take a listen to what some of the family members had to say earlier, Morgan.
270 lives were shattered, and thousands of victims' loved ones from 21 nations were left to pick up the pieces. It's the victims' families' fervent wish that U.S. criminal trial proceedings begin immediately. Justice delayed is justice denied.
Now, we did see a lot of the family members of victims outside that courthouse, but you got to believe Morgan and Vicki, a lot of relief. They've been waiting a very long time for this day.
All right, NBC's Molly Hunter for us there. Molly, thank you so much. Meanwhile, the tragic death of a soccer star journalist is looming over the final days of the World Cup in Qatar. Grant Wahl collapsed during the match against Argentina and the Netherlands on Friday night. And just this morning, Wahl's remains were returned home here to the United States. Well, now organizers of the World Cup are facing some pretty serious questions over safety protocols and the lack of potentially life-saving resources there on site during the games. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is live for us in Doha right now. Megan, it's good to see you this Monday. First, I just want to start by sharing this quote from a journalist who was actually with Wahl when he collapsed. And it says, at this billion-dollar state-of-the-art stadium, why was there no defibrillator on hand? Many minutes passed, and we kept expecting it to come, but it never did. Megan, what more are we learning about Wahl's death, and really how are now the event organizers responding to allegations like this of these safety concerns?
Morgan, good to be with you. And, it's a good question. I think a lot of people are asking, how is it that a 49-year-old man who seemingly looked healthy just dropped dead? And as you mentioned, there's the Sunday Times journalist asking why there wasn't a defibrillator. But, at this point, we actually don't know the cause of his death. We don't know if a defibrillator was needed or not. We do know that his body right now is in the United States. It just landed this morning. It will there go on to an autopsy. And in the coming days, or possibly even the coming weeks, we suspect that we will get more answers as to what contributed to his death. But there's a lot of love and a lot of support that's pouring in. In fact, I want to read this tweet for you coming in from Secretary Blinken. He says, I so appreciated Grant Wahl, whose writings captured not only the essence of the beautiful game, but also the world around it. I send my deepest condolences to his family and thank our embassy team and Qatari partners who worked together so effectively to fulfill their wishes. And of course, part of their wishes is that the body of Grant Wahl would be returned to the United States, to his home, to New York, for an autopsy. Morgan?
Yeah, a lot there to unpack. Megan Fitzgerald for us live from Doha. Megan, thank you so much. Well, Subaru is recalling thousands of cars, and Amazon ends a new program that lets you actually tip drivers.
Yeah, Steve Kovac joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Vicki. Yeah, let's start with Subaru. It's recalling 270,000 of its Ascent vehicles to fix a problem that could cause some components to melt, increasing the risk of a fire when the heater is in operation. Owners are being advised not to part near structures and to not leave the vehicle unattended while the engine is on until the free repair is done. Also, in a special promotion last week, Amazon gave the driver $5 if the customer who received a package asked his or her Alexa device to, quote, thank my driver. The promotion was limited to the first 1 million thank yous, and the company says it only took 1 day to hit that mark. And finally, 56% of Americans say they would feel rich if they made $200,000 or more per year. That's according to a CNBC Make It survey. And it includes the 22% of respondents who said it would take $1 million a year for them to feel rich. Morgan, Vicki, I'll send it back over to you.
All right, Steve Kovac for us
Thanks.
there. Steve, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All right, coming up, why NASA eased over the moon after the successful splashdown of its historic Artemis 1 mission. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The historic Artemis 1 moon mission has come to an end with a successful splashdown. Did you see it? If you didn't, take a look. The Orion capsule dropped into the Pacific Ocean off Mexico's Baja Peninsula after nearly 4 weeks in space. NASA is calling the test flight the foundation for returning U.S. astronauts to the moon and a key step for space exploration to Mars. CNBC's Morgan Brennan joins us now. Hey, Morgan, good to see you. So this final step, it was the most important and also the most dangerous of the mission coming back. Walk us through what happened.
That's right. It was the most dangerous, which really says something when you realize that this Orion spacecraft launched on what is now the most powerful rocket to have ever flown. Mach 32, 32 times the speed of sound. That's how quickly Orion came back into the atmosphere. It endured re-entry temperatures of 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about half as hot as the sun. And it was testing this new, never been flown before heat shield to basically make sure that astronauts, before they climb on board, are going to be able to withstand those temperatures. There was also a funky situation where the spacecraft basically dipped into the atmosphere, then dipped back out in that landing process.
I mean, you think about the NASA engineers, all of those people who have worked for years of their lives on a mission like this. The test flight, it didn't have any astronauts on board, but there were some high-tech mannequins that were collecting data. Morgan, tell us about that.
There were 3 high-tech mannequins. They had names as well, and 3,600 sensors. There were nearly 36 radiation detectors, and basically everything you can imagine being tested before humans get on board for a spaceflight was tested with all of these sensors to sort of mimic that experience that people are going to have when they fly, when they do a spaceflight on Orion. The radiation piece of this is actually really key because Orion traveled further out than any other spacecraft that's been designed for humans has flown before, and the radiation levels are expected to be very high. Also, the new astronaut suit was tested, so that was kind of cool because
really
humans
remarkable.
could be
That's going to be
for 6 days in that.
Yeah,
spacesuit.
some very valuable information that's going to be collected for the next, hopefully manned mission. Morgan Brennan, thank you so much.
Well, the town of Earl, Arkansas has elected the nation's youngest African-American mayor. 18-year-old Jalen Smith will now lead the people of Earl. Taylor Tucker from NBC's Action 5 News has more details.
Feel amazing, unbelievable, you know, breaking barriers, obstacles, it's just amazing.
Overwhelmed with emotion, Jalen Smith is coming to terms that he's the youngest African-American mayor in the nation. But his win didn't come as a surprise.
I did expect this to be the outcome because throughout my campaign, I was always told to outwork my opponents.
He outscored his opponent for sure, winning the election 218 to 139. A small community now getting national attention.
A lot of people get to see it, like congressmen, celebrities, probably the president probably saw it already. So it's just amazing, you know, getting all these interviews and different things, like speaking with different people about my why and my purpose.
His why, beautifying the city, housing, and improving public safety, starting with a 24/7 police department, plus bringing a grocery store in town, which the city currently lacks. All that Smith knows won't be an easy task.
I'm a little nervous, but throughout my high school time, I've been preparing. I'm a go-getter. So whatever the city needs, I'm going to get.
4 months ago, Action News 5 was the first to travel to Earl, Arkansas to speak with him. In August, he was fresh out of high school. And now, his first job has won him the title of mayor.
It's not going to take just me making our city better. It's going to take myself, the city council, the people to work together as a team, collaborative, to move our city forward.
His message to those who believe he might be too young for the position.
No, because I use that as motivation to me, to prove them wrong.
I don't know what you were doing at 18.
I was not the mayor of Greensboro, I can tell you that. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
news is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
All right, so we are tracking the housing market this hour, and as mortgage rates fall, you might think home purchases would be rising, but new data actually reveals that it's not necessarily the case. In fact, home purchase rate locks dropped sharply in November, remaining at their lowest level since February 2019. For more, I want to go ahead and bring in CNBC's Diana Olick. Diana, this is something we've been following pretty closely. It's an interesting measure of the economy and sort of where people are. Why aren't lower interest rates sort of luring these potential buyers back into the market?
Well, the answer is simple: affordability. Lower mortgage rates have helped a little bit on the edges, but not enough. I mean, take a look at what's happened with the 30-year fix. We went from 7.37% all the way down to just around 6.5%. And you would think that would really bring more buyers in the door. But while it might save you maybe $150 on the monthly payment, you're still up 70% in that monthly payment than you were just a year ago. We've heard some green shoots potentially. Redfin reported more traffic on their website. One of the home builders we track said that they had seen more people coming into the model homes, but it's just not translating into those mortgage rate locks, which are the precursors to an actual home sale. So we're going to need to see either rates come down more dramatically or prices come down to get more buyers able to afford the homes and qualify for the mortgages.
All right, CNBC's Diana Olick for us there. Diana, thank you so much.
Sure. Well, the housing crisis is a major concern in Los Angeles. The problem is so bad, the city's new mayor declared a state of emergency at her swearing-in ceremony over the weekend. Well, now some have taken matters into their own hands, breaking the law to make a home for themselves. Here's NBC's Gadi Schwartz.
This is our living room.
For the past 2 years,
I have a bunch of plants everywhere, paintings there.
Marta Escudero has worked to make this LA area house a home.
This mess is all donations for unhoused community.
But the house isn't hers. She and her 2 daughters moved into the El Sereno property in March 2020. No mortgage, no rental agreement, and no permission.
This is like extreme measures because we are in extreme urgent times. The housing crisis is at its boiling point, and it's popping right now.
Activists who call themselves reclaimers broke into the empty state-owned home at night and moved Marta and her daughters in. They are just a few of the 40,000 people in LA with nowhere else to go.
I was unhoused for over a year and a half. The rent was really high and I was unable to get a job. We really need to do something about it.
These houses were among about 700 homes that the state transportation agency Caltrans purchased to make way for a freeway extension that was never built. In October of 2020, after months of negotiations, Caltrans worked with the city's housing authority to issue 2-year leases to some of the group, including Marta. But now those leases are expired. Marta and her 2 daughters could be kicked out any minute.
You're like, finally, I have a house, and breathe and establish yourself. And then the minute you move in, like, you need to get out, you need to get out.
California State Senator Maria Elena Durazo, who represents the area, says there was a plan in place to get these houses to low-income people in El Sereno, and organized groups disrupted it.
It has interrupted the process that we were going towards in order to have affordable housing and to be able to sell back to the community.
The average monthly rent in LA County is $2,300. To pay that, renters would need to earn more than $45 an hour, 3 times the city's minimum wage. And it's not just in LA. Organized groups took over homes in Oakland back in 2019 and tried to move into even more El Sereno homes later in 2020, resulting in a confrontation with police.
Housing is a human right.
That ended with more than 60 people under arrest. The Housing Authority in Los Angeles says it's going to do everything that it can to help Marta transition into other housing options. What happens to these houses is up to Caltrans, who says it's planning to sell an initial 37 houses to organizations that provide low-income housing. As for Marta and her family, their future is still unknown.
I have a college degree. I was born and raised here, and this is stressful, but so is living a life that's not sustainable.
Now, despite the paperwork Marta received, Caltrans says the homes that had housing authority leases will continue to be used as transitional housing until July of next year, and that it's considering extending the leases past that to help families who are experiencing homelessness. Back to you.
All right, that's NBC's Gotti Schwartz reporting.
The 80th annual Golden Globe nominations are officially out. We will take a look at this year's biggest snubs and surprises. You're watching NBC News Daily. We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines right here on NBC News Daily.
That's right. The jury is deliberating for a second day in the Los Angeles sexual assault trial of Harvey Weinstein. The disgraced former movie mogul is facing 5 counts of sexual assault and 2 counts of rape. Weinstein could face 60 years to life in prison if the jury does in fact find him guilty. He's already serving 23 years in prison after a New York jury convicted him of 2 felonies, including rape.
The largest ever oil leak from the Keystone Pipeline has been contained in Kansas. The leak was first detected last Wednesday, causing an estimated 14,000 barrels of crude oil to spill into a nearby creek before crews were finally able to stop it. The EPA said in a statement over the weekend, quote, "The discharge has been contained. No drinking water has been impacted."
A Confederate monument in Virginia was taken down this morning after a judge refused to request to delay its removal. The monument is a statue of Confederate General A.P. Hill and is located at a pretty busy intersection there in Richmond. More than a dozen Confederate statues in the city have been removed over the past 2 years, those following protests after the murder of George Floyd. Now, this monument will be put into storage and then is expected to be moved to a Black History Museum or the Cultural Center of Virginia.
Well, tomorrow marks exactly 1 month since 4 University of Idaho students were murdered in an off-campus home. Today, the mystery remains unsolved as the fall semester comes to a close. One of the victims, Kaylee Gonzalez, was supposed to graduate on Saturday. All 4 students were honored with a moment of silence during this weekend's commencement ceremony. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us live now. Steve, there were extra police officers on campus for this commencement weekend. Tell us a little bit more about how the victims were honored by the university.
I mean, first of all, this is an event that should be nothing but celebratory, and clearly it was a lot more somber, a lot more muted in tone, obviously because of what happened there. As you mentioned, the upgraded patrols, police putting out a warning even before the commencement started to stay in pairs and stay vigilant, so that's already setting the tone there. The president of the university honored the victims by giving a speech before it started. Here's what he said.
Ethan Chapin, Xana Carnodal, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves were taken from us far too soon by a senseless act of violence. They were bright lights on our campus and cherished members of our community.
And one of the names he mentioned, Kaylee Gonsalves, was actually supposed to be at that commencement, walking across that stage, adding an extra level, extra layer of somberness to the community, to that commencement, and to the overall vibe in town there, since no killer has been caught. Back to you, Vicki.
What should be a celebration of their graduation, this achievement, this milestone, just so bittersweet. Steve, talk to us about the state of the investigation. It's been nearly a month, and still this killer is on the loose.
I would say in a month, this investigation, at least the information that we know in the public, has moved an inch. That is not to say it is not progressing. Police say tactically they are withholding some information because they are following so many leads. They want to keep that close to the vest. We know, though, that information is limited. They are following a few leads, one being that white vehicle that has been mentioned so heavily. It was a Hyundai Elantra in the area at the time of the murders. They want the occupants in that vehicle, anybody with any information needs to contact their tip line immediately. They say that's been happening hot and heavy, especially over the weekend. They've been getting dozens upon dozens upon dozens of tips, so many that they're also forwarding some of that information to the FBI tip line, also assisting in this investigation. The second piece is that they're following where the locations of the victims were before they were in that house, before those murders were committed. They're looking at a timeline that they're trying to piece together all of these pieces of this puzzle. They're trying to fit together to move this investigation forward, but it has been stagnant now for so long.
Godspeed for everybody working on this investigation. Steve Patterson. Steve, thank you.
A new FBI report out today shows hate crimes increased last year, but it's hard to say by exactly how much. That's because only 65% of police agencies reported data for 2021, and that's compared to 93% back in 2020. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney is outside the Department of Justice for us. Ken, look, the FBI changed the way that it collects data. Take us through the impact that had on today's report, and frankly, why are we seeing only 65% of these crimes reported?
Morgan, the FBI has been warning local jurisdictions for years that it was implementing this new method, this more detailed method of collecting crime statistics, as opposed to the old uniform crimes report method. But a number of local jurisdictions just didn't comply this year. And this was the year the FBI said, we're only taking the data the new way, not the old way. And so you had cities like New York and LA that weren't ready to comply, major parts of states like California and Florida. And so as a result, we don't have a full picture of the level of hate crimes in what most experts say was probably a record year for hate crimes in 2021. We just don't have the data because even though the Justice Department has spent millions of dollars trying to get states and counties and cities ready for this, apparently it's just a more detailed situation, and they're not required to comply, and so many of them have not.
And Ken, can you just sort of walk us through some of the numbers the FBI did in fact release?
Yes, with the proviso that they could be misleading because they're incomplete. But the FBI found more than 7,200 hate crimes in 2021, which even though that's a partial number, it's the third highest in a decade. And then in terms of what kinds of crimes we're talking about, reasons why victims were targeted, the most common reason, 65%, was race, ethnicity, or ancestry, followed by 15.6% sexual orientation, 13.3% religion. Our colleague Jacob Soboroff interviewed the DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas about this. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Nearly 2 years ago at your confirmation hearing, you said that you had wanted to tackle the issue of anti-Semitism once and for all. But what I hear you saying today is it's only gotten worse.
I think that's absolutely right. But our fight has only become more fervent. The resources we have invested in it have become greater. Our dedication to addressing targeted violence against any group has become more and more intense. Unfortunately, Jacob, as you correctly note, the need for it has increased as well.
So the secretary was speaking there about anti-Semitic attacks, which are on the rise, as are anti-Asian attacks, anti-black attacks. This whole spectrum of hate crimes are rising and getting worse, but we just don't have the full picture of the data, guys.
All right, Ken Delaney for us there. Ken, thank you. And to our viewers, you can be sure to see more of Jacob Soborov's exclusive interview with Secretary Mayorkas tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt on your local NBC station. Well, speaking politics, a Los Angeles City Council member is facing some fresh controversy after a video surfaced on Friday night showing him involved in a physical altercation with an activist. Now, that scuffle happened during a Christmas tree lighting event. NBC's Corey Coffin joins us now with more on this. Corey, it seems like L.A. and the City Council, I mean, it can't catch a break here. We've seen headline after headline. What were you able to learn in terms of details about this particular incident?
Yeah, that area has been in the news quite a bit, Morgan. There's a lot to untangle here. Los Angeles police have launched an investigation now into this altercation between L.A. City Councilman Kevin De Leon and a community activist. Now, each have accused the other of assault at that Christmas tree lighting on Friday. Listen here.
Resign, Kevin! Resign, Kevin! Look at Kevin! What are you doing? Hey, that's your Kevin! Hey,
All right, De Leon said that critics showed up at the event, which the event included families and children, and started to get loud, calling for his resignation, which you hear in that video. The video also shows the council member shoving someone in what appears to be the hallway there, that person nearly falling to the ground. De Leon said that he decided to leave when the crowd started getting loud, but as he tried to go, someone who he says has been harassing him in past events headbutted him and punched him in the face. The man who is apparently shoved by De Leon, Jason Reedy, issued a statement through his attorney saying, quote, Kevin De Leon is a disgrace. Video footage clearly shows him and his supporters initiating this assault while Mr. Reedy stands prone. His claims that he was the one attacked were simply underscore how he's lost touch with reality. Now, De Leon issued a lengthy statement of his own saying that he acted in self-defense to Reedy's advances and called the escalating political rhetoric, quote, unacceptable. Morgan?
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot to unpack there. Corey, what do we know about what actually led to this physical encounter just in the first place?
Yeah, Morgan, the video was shot by an organizer from a grassroots group that has previously called for De Leon's resignation. But what it doesn't show is what happened in the moments that led up to the scuffle. Protesters have been calling for De Leon's resignation for the last 3 months over his participation in a racist 2021 conversation with other council members and a labor leader that was leaked in October. But still a lot of unanswered questions here, Morgan.
All right. Corey Coffin for us with the latest there. Corey, thank you so much.
Well, there is a new battle brewing behind the wheel, and it could make your next ride more expensive. Uber is now suing New York City over a new wage hike that was passed by the city's Taxi and Limousine Commission, the TLC here. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin is following this story, and she joins us now. Maya, good to see you. So walk us through this lawsuit. Why is Uber suing New York over the wage hike?
Vicki, Uber filed this suit after New York's Taxi and Limousine Commission approved the first increase in metered fares for cabs and ride shares in over a decade. Uber claims these hikes will be a blow to the entire industry, and they will likely force riders to cough up more money. Under the new rules, drivers' pay will increase by more than 7% per minute and nearly 24% per mile. Across the New York City area, many taxi and rideshare drivers say they're expecting a bump in pay this holiday season, and they're not too happy about this lawsuit.
Now you're gonna make a little bit more money and Uber is against it? How come they can raise rates, they raise anytime they want, and we cannot get a little bit fair hike in 10 years?
I work very hard to provide food on the table. It would be devastating for the drivers, you know, because this is a holiday season. This is where
drivers actually work really hard.
Uber is hoping a judge will issue an emergency ruling to stop the fare increase while the legal battle plays out in court. Vicki?
These Uber drivers work really hard, often for just a couple $100s a day. So, Meyer, what does this mean for riders? Do they have to pay more starting December 19th?
So, Vicki, that's still unclear because these companies calculate their rates differently. But the looming fare increase for riders come at a time when prices for rides are still extremely high. The cost of an Uber ride was 37% higher in September compared to 2019, according to data analytics. But there's no indication that those fare hikes were passed down to drivers. And last month, the CEO of Uber told Bloomberg he thinks these elevated prices are here to stay. Vicki.
All right, Maya Eaglin, thank you for your reporting.
And still ahead, some steps you'll want to take today in order to save a little bit of money before the end of the year. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back to NBC News Daily. It is time to talk a little bit of money. It may not seem like it, but the holiday season is actually the best time to start thinking about your overall budget for next year.
I feel like there's a record scratch that we need right there. Yeah,
No,
thank you.
did I do
Yeah,
that? Yeah.
I loved it.
Nailed
Yes,
it.
absolutely. But here's the thing. Key financial moves that you make right now can actually help you stay on budget and out of debt for 2023. So that's why we're thinking about it now. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us. Sharon, you're always the best at this.
You are.
It's a challenging year for all of us financially, right? So what can we be doing right now to make sure that we don't go crazy with the holiday spending and then actually improve our savings going into the new year?
Well, the first thing you need to do is look at your income and make sure that you've paid enough tax so you don't get hit with a surprise tax bill in 2023. So you want to make sure that you are having enough taxes taken out of your pay, and you may have another pay period that you can change your withholding to make sure it's accurate. If it's not, then you can send an estimated tax payment directly to the IRS by January 17th. And if you're just unclear of whether you've paid enough or not, make sure you've paid as much as you paid in 2021, probably, if your situation hasn't changed very much, or go to the withholding calculator on irs.gov. The other thing you want to make sure you do is save enough. Make sure you're putting enough money into your long-term savings, your 401k. Max that out, or at least get the company matching contribution. But most importantly, make sure you're saving for emergencies, and you try to boost that amount of savings, maybe with a side job, maybe with money that you get over the holidays. If someone's kind enough to give you cash for your gift, make sure you put that into your emergency fund.
And Sharon, I mean, it's easy for people to really spend too much money this time of year. You start getting gifts, it just kind of snowballs. Is there any advice you have for us to make sure that we don't just blow our budgets?
Well, just like you have a holiday checklist for the gifts that you're giving, you should also have a checklist for how you're going to pay for it. Know ahead of time before you make that purchase. So you're going to pay in cash, you use your debit card, your credit card, and know what comes with that. If you're using cash or a digital app, then that money's coming straight out of your account. Likely, and you're going to be able to budget better. But if you're using a credit card, especially a store credit card, know that the average interest rate is 30%.
Wow.
Pay that off in full as soon as you get that first bill, or you're going to be hit with a very high interest rate come 2023.
And you can even pay before you get the bill if you've got the money. So that's always important, too. Sharon Epperson, as always, thank you.
That's very true.
For more of Sharon's wonderful advice and Money 101 tips, just go to cnbc.com/personal finance.
And if you're in the market for a new car, speaking of money, you may be considering going electric, and that might mean a pretty hefty tax credit. Part of the Inflation Reduction Act provides up to a $7,500 credit for buying an electric vehicle. Now, while that may sound great, it comes with a lot of rules and a lot of requirements. So NBC's Ann Thompson is here to break it all down for us. And, you know, this can get a little bit confusing for people. So walk us through some of the requirements to actually get your hands on this tax credit.
Well, let's start with income, Morgan, because that's one of the requirements starting in January 1st. And in order to qualify for that federal tax credit of up to $7,500, you have to have an adjusted gross income of $150,000 or less if you file as a single person. And if you file married, filing jointly, the adjusted gross income has to be $300,000 or less. Now, there are also caps on the price of the vehicles that are eligible for this. And it starts with sedans. That is $55,000. If the EV sedan is $55,000 and under, you're good. You can get the tax credit. It goes up to $80,000 for SUVs, trucks, or vans.
All right. And Annie, I know you also spoke with a couple who benefited from this tax credit. As we were looking at the screen there, those graphics were really interesting, showing us the single versus the couple tax credit. What did that couple tell you?
Well, let them tell you themselves. Scott Wilson and Abigail Bilbrey are from suburban Boston, and here's why here's the difference they say the tax credit makes.
What role did tax deductions play?
A huge role, honestly. I think if we didn't get the tax deductions, we might have had to get a gas car as opposed to an EV.
Basically, whatever numbers we put in that were reasonable for gas, it ended up being more expensive in the long run than the EV.
All right, NBC's Ann Thompson. Ann, thank you so much. And you can catch Ann's full report tonight on NBC Nightly News. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The 80th Annual Golden Globe Awards will return to their glitz and glamour in 2023.
That's right. The nominees were announced this morning, and this year's broadcast was canceled over diversity and ethics scandal. NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us now. Callan, it's great to see you this Monday. First off, let's just start with the big one. Which films were actually nominated for Best Picture in the drama category?
So, Morgan, in the drama category, we have Avatar: Way of the Water, Elvis, The Fabelmans, which is the autobiographical story about Steven Spielberg, Tar, and Top Gun: Maverick, which is a fan favorite. Now, in this category, we have a little bit of a question floating around online, which is, why is Avatar nominated if it hasn't even had its wide release yet? How do you know that audiences are going to love it, that it's credible, that people are going to have this reaction to it? So there's some questions around, nominating a film before the audience has even had a chance to see it. Of course, critics have seen it, and it has been getting really rave reviews, but it's a little bit of a question around that.
That's interesting. I don't really remember that happening in recent memory. What about for Best Picture Comedy, Callan?
Okay, so for Best Picture Comedy, this is one of my favorite films in this comedy, which is Everything Everywhere All at Once. We have films like Babylon, Glass Onion, which is a follow-up to Knives Out. I believe it's Ghost of Irishin. And then another film, which is, I believe, Triangle of Sadness. So we have a really wide range of films in this particular category, but Everything Everywhere All at Once, I think, is the breakout hit. It is one of the leading films in terms of nominations, and I think it's just really captured audiences' heart. So it is Michelle Yeoh's year. I agree. It is just a phenomenal film.
Speaking of that, who are the actresses to watch, Callan?
Okay, so I'm hoping again it's Michelle Yeoh's year, but we have actresses like Kate Blanchett to watch, Angela Bassett in Wakanda Forever. It's just every category this year feels so stacked. It is. I've heard some people say that last year was kind of a slow year for movies and for actors. This year, it is stacked on top of stacked. It is just guns a-blazing. Again, I'm rooting for Michelle Yeoh. I'm an Everything Everywhere All at Once girl, but many phenomenal performances this year.
Put me in that column, too. We also mentioned the controversy around the awards. Some actors have actually spoken out publicly against the Golden Globes. Walk us through that.
Yeah, so actors like Brendan Fraser will not be in attendance this year. Brendan Fraser having a huge comeback with the film The Whale, and people online just rallying around him. He had mentioned a case where he said he was sexually assaulted by a former president of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. And so he will not be in attendance this year despite the comeback. We also have someone like Tom Cruise, who returned 3 of his Golden Globes to the award ceremony after it came out that there were no Black journalists in the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. And that's been a big controversy. Hollywood Foreign Press Association said it's dedicated to rectifying this, but it's been an almost 20-year span that it's been reported with no Black journalists in the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. So diversity is a big issue here that many actors and actresses and people in the industry are boycotting.
Yeah, Black journalists matter. All right, Callan Rosenblatt for us. Callan, thank you so much. You can also catch the 80th Golden Globes on January 10th right here on NBC and also streaming on Peacock. Meanwhile, here are some of the other stories trending right now.
Volume 2 of Harry and Meghan's Netflix docuseries dropping this week. The trailer already creating some buzz around new claims by the Duke of Sussex. In a short clip, Prince Harry says, quote, "They were happy to lie to protect my brother. They were never willing to tell the truth to protect us." Wow. It is unclear, though, Morgan, who the they is. The final episodes are expected this Thursday.
And Black Panther Wakanda Forever is now the #1 movie in North America for a 5th straight weekend. The superhero movie brought in over $11 million, bringing its domestic total to $409 million. Now, the film doesn't have too much competition currently. Studios are actually opting not to widely release films ahead of Avatar, which comes out on Friday.
And a big birthday. Legendary Price is Right host Bob Barker turns 99 years old today. He hosted the longest-running game show in television history for 35 years. He retired back in 2007. Ahead of his birthday, his longtime girlfriend told Fox News that Barker's health and his humor are still in great shape.
Health and humor, the key to a good life.
Yeah, indeed. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. You are watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
If it's Monday, extremism in America. Has the fever broken or is it getting worse? New questions about the rise in hate crimes and political violence in the wake of a new report from the FBI. Plus, the U.S. is set to announce a scientific breakthrough on fusion energy. Could it be a potential game changer in the hunt for carbon-free power and the fight against climate change? And strengthening ties. President Biden prepares to back the African Union's entry into the G20 alliance as a high-stakes summit with dozens of world leaders kicks off in Washington this week. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. We begin with a question that has loomed over our politics for years now and taken on new importance in the wake of the midterms. What is the state of extremism in this country? It's a question that isn't easy to answer, and one widely followed report that is supposed to give us some clues into a key component of extremism in America has itself only raised more questions. Every year, the FBI releases its annual report on hate crimes. And this year, experts were expecting it to show a significant rise in incidents across the country. But the report out this morning is, in a phrase, woefully incomplete. According to the Bureau, more than 7,200 hate crimes were reported to the FBI last year. But experts say that represents just a fraction of the actual number, because the statistics are from just 65% of police agencies who reported their data to the FBI, down from 93% the previous year. And some of the largest police jurisdictions, including New York and Los Angeles, are among those departments that did not report their numbers. But for a more complete picture, a study by the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism at Cal State San Bernardino found a 20% increase in hate crimes last year compared to 2020. That study also reports a 4.7% increase in hate crimes for the first half of this year. Meanwhile, the second half of 2022 has been marked by a series of high-profile attacks suspected to be hate crimes, including last month's mass shooting at an LGBTQ club in Colorado. Combating violent ideologies is an issue that the Biden administration says is high on its priority list. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas spoke at an event on combating anti-Semitism in New York just this morning.
Our work continues. We hope to one day, of course, eradicate hate. To this end, each of us can reach out, use our convening power, and bring people together. As we do so, we will continue to dedicate ourselves to keeping our community safe and secure.
Joining me now is NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff. He sat down with the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas as part of a News Now special on anti-Semitism in America. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. And in a moment, I'll be joined by Cynthia Miller-Idris, the founding director of American University's Polarization and Extremism Research Lab. Ken, let me start with you. Break down what we have learned from this report and where it falls short. There are still a lot of questions, right?
That's right, Kristen. I wouldn't say we've learned very much, because with only 65% of police departments reporting, you really can't draw many conclusions from the numbers that the FBI provided today, except that they counted an aggregate number of 7,200 hate crimes, which, even though that's incomplete, would be the third highest in a decade. But most private experts who've studied this say that they believe that 2021 was a record year for hate crimes and that 2022 may break that record. But we just don't know that from the data, because the FBI changed its reporting requirements to a more complicated methodology that they say ultimately will tell us more about crime, but it's more difficult for local police departments to comply with. And although they've had years to figure out how to do this, many have not done it yet. And so not only local cities like New York and LA did not report anything, major parts of big states like Florida and California didn't report. And so we just have an incomplete picture of the situation with hate crimes. By the way, this reporting problem also surfaced when the FBI put out its aggregate level of crimes a few months ago, but they used estimates to fill the gaps. They're not able to do that with hate crimes because there aren't enough hate crimes. So we really have an incomplete picture, Kristen.
Well, Ken, let me follow up with you, because when you're talking about major cities like New York and LA, the expectation is they would be able to report out these statistics. So why is their data missing?
Well, for one thing, experts say they are not required to do this. And so if they decided that this was too technically complicated and they didn't have the staff to report it exactly the way the FBI wanted it, they weren't able to do it. Now, the FBI promised that things will improve next year. It's a gradual process. The Justice Department has awarded grants to various jurisdictions to help them comply, because it's more labor intensive, apparently. Look, New York knows how many hate crimes there were, but they haven't reported them to the FBI in the way that the FBI wanted them.
Well, and DOJ did put out a press release pegged to the crime numbers, basically listing various initiatives to quell hate crimes and extremism. So is the implication and the message that they are taking serious action despite the fact that they have this incomplete data?
That was certainly what I got from that news release, which came out hours after this FBI release. It was almost the Justice Department saying, look, we know this isn't great, but here's everything we're doing on hate crimes. And the Biden administration has really made a point, and the FBI under Christopher Wray, of going after these crimes, and they're horrific crimes. I mean, just a few weeks ago, a man pleaded guilty to burning a cross in Mississippi in his yard to intimidate a black family. And back in August, a Texas man was sentenced to 45 years in prison, Kristen, for slashing an Asian family, including a 6-year-old child, in a Sam's Club in Midland, Texas. So really horrific crimes, and the DOJ is taking them on.
Such incredibly disturbing details that you lay out there, Ken. Jacob, let me turn to you. Congratulations on this exclusive with the DHS Secretary. What was his big message to you? You obviously were focusing on the issue of anti-Semitism. What did he say?
That data or not, Kristen, that there is an epidemic of hate in the United States of America. Those are the words of the second gentleman, but Secretary Mayorkas himself has been out front and outspoken about the issue of potential domestic terrorism targeting not just Jewish Americans, but religious minorities, ethnic minorities, LGBTQ plus individuals. He issued a national terrorism advisory bulletin just last month saying that all of these groups could be subject to violent attack here in the homeland, in the United States of America. But in particular, anti-Semitism is important to Secretary Mayorkas. He's Cuban-American, but he's also Jewish-American. His mother fled the Holocaust. He lost 9 family members in the Holocaust himself. And when he sat down for his confirmation hearing, he had said anti-Semitism and combating it is one of the top issues for him. He wanted to eradicate hate. I asked him about that. Here's what he had to say. Nearly 2 years ago at your confirmation hearing, you said that you had wanted to tackle the issue of anti-Semitism once and for all. But what I hear you saying today is it's only gotten worse.
I think that's absolutely right. But our fight has only become more fervent. The resources we have invested in it have become greater. Our dedication to addressing targeted violence against any group has become more and more intense. Unfortunately, Jacob, as you correctly note, the need for it has increased as well.
You know, we didn't just talk about that need, Kristen. We talked about the causes, and one of the causes that we spoke about was words and how anti-Semitism and those words matter so much. They turn into more than words. We talked about former President Trump's dinner with Nick Fuentes, the words of Kanye West, who was also at that dinner with them at Mar-a-Lago. And Secretary Mayorkas very pointedly called that type of language that we heard from Kanye West horrific.
Jacob, you talk about some of the actions that DHS is planning to take and has already taken, but what kind of resources does DHS have? Do they have enough, or are they going to need to ask for more funding from Congress? What's the outlook there?
I think his perspective is it's both. They have given grants to state, local, non-governmental organizations to help harden targets against potential attacks, anti-Semitism or hate or otherwise. But he is also well aware that there is a lot of work yet to do, and especially in the area of speech. And what a fine line that is. Ken knows this well. There was a Senate Homeland Security Committee report that called out the Department of Homeland Security for not being tough enough on rooting out domestic terrorism on the internet. And Secretary Mayorkas and I talked about the challenges associated with that. He said, look, speech is protected. Free speech is enshrined in the United States Constitution. But it is when that speech veers into hate speech that turns into violence, that's when there is a real challenge. And that's where the Department of Homeland Security is trying to step in and put their resources towards combating.
Ken, let me get your take on what Jacob is saying, because it's such an important point, right? That what is happening online it can be very dangerous in and of itself. So talk a little bit about what the FBI, other law enforcement agencies are trying to do. And as Jacob rightfully notes, it's really a fine line. To some extent, hate is protected under free speech.
Yeah, it's an excruciating dilemma, and I'm so glad that Jacob was able to ask the Secretary about it, because DHS has actually taken some steps this year to more heavily scrutinize public social media. Again, we're talking about things that people put in public, not private communications, which would require a warrant. But what we learned from January 6th is that there was a lot of signals from public social media, people saying they wanted to do violence and wanted to come to the Capitol, that the FBI and that other agencies, including DHS, did not feel they could act on because they didn't think it was specific enough, and they were worried that they were crossing into First Amendment considerations. And they may have learned a lesson from that, because certainly that Senate report that Jacob referenced was urging DHS and FBI to do more within the law, within the First Amendment, to look at things that people are posting publicly to the extent that they're calling for violence, that they're espousing hate. Because at the end of the day, this is what we call open source intelligence. It can predict bad things happening, and it can mobilize the government to take steps to stop those things.
You know, it's so interesting, Ken. I was talking to someone over the weekend, a top U.S. official, who said in the wake of January 6th, the message was not only that there are real vulnerabilities, but that we can never let that happen again on U.S. soil. What are your conversations bearing out about that in the wake of January 6th?
Well, it's so interesting that you asked me that, Kristen, because right now we're in the middle of a debate over what exactly is going to be in the January 6th committee's final report, because Ryan Riley, my colleague, and I have written stories about a particular team of investigators whose whole job was to look at law enforcement failings and why January 6th was able to happen, leaving aside what Donald Trump and the people around him did. Where was the FBI? Why didn't they stop it? Where was the National Guard? Why didn't they get there quickly enough? There are some findings on that. It's just, it seems to be up in the air right now whether those are going to see the light of day and be in that final report. But I have to believe that eventually they will find their way to the public in some manner, because they're very, very important, Kristen.
Certainly, indeed, they are. Jacob, final to you. Based on your conversation with the DHS secretary, where do you think this issue goes from here?
Well, he says it's extremely important, Kristen, to create a larger national conversation around hate in America. The second gentleman used the words an epidemic of hate. Clearly, Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas sees this as a central part and a growing part of his job. And it's one that he, quite frankly, has not been able to tackle in the way that he wanted to tackle when he came into this office almost 2 years ago. So now faced with potential impeachment, threats to resign or be impeached over his handling of the border with Kevin McCarthy going down to the border and saying that to him directly, and it's something that he and I talked about today. He's doubling down on focusing on not just the border, but this issue in particular as a signature hallmark of his tenure as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security.
Well, Jacob, we look forward to seeing your entire interview a little bit later. Jacob, Ken, thank you both so much for your incredible reporting. We did have some technical difficulties with Cynthia Miller-Idris, and we will have her on to speak about this critical topic very soon. And you can catch more of Jacob's interview, as I just said, with DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas tonight on Nightly News and on the NBC News Now special titled Epidemic of Hate, Anti-Semitism in America. That is streaming this Wednesday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. You do not want to miss that entire conversation. Coming up, we are live on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are struggling to reach an agreement on a government funding deal, and the clock is ticking. We'll have the very latest next. Plus, President Biden prepares to host the biggest international gathering in Washington since the pandemic began on the future of U.S.-Africa relations. That's ahead. You're watching Meet the Press now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Lawmakers on the Hill have until midnight on Friday to pass legislation that will keep the government funded through the next fiscal year. Now, negotiations have been at a standstill for weeks now, but in a hopeful sign, Democrats scrapped their plans to introduce their own partisan proposal, citing sufficient progress in negotiations over the weekend. Lawmakers have until the Friday deadline to pass either an omnibus deal that would basically include a number of other priorities or a short-term spending agreement in order to avert a partial government shutdown. Joining me now to discuss all of this is NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake. Garrett, it is great to see you. So you and I do a lot of tea leaf reading whenever one of these deadlines comes up, and we got a big one over the weekend, which is the Democrats scrapped this partisan proposal they were planning to put on the table. What do you make of it? Where do things stand?
Well, by scrapping their partisan proposal, you're basically saying we think there are still good faith negotiations going on here. Kristen, look, this appears like it's going to go right down to the wire. And in fact, the wire may yet move. We've got a situation right now where kind of 3 out of the 4 entities, if you will, parties per chamber, have the same goals in mind here. And that's to pass something before the end of this year. If you're a Democrat in either the House or the Senate, whatever you can get this year before Republicans take control of the House is the best deal you're going to get. And among Senate Republicans, there's a little bit of a division on this point, but if you're Richard Shelby, who's the outgoing chair or ranking member on the Appropriations Committee, who's got his own earmarks on this bill, he's got his fingerprints all over it. If you're Mitch McConnell, who's has a sort of his own background in appropriations, you kind of like what you're seeing in this bill. You want to pass this omnibus. What you don't want to have happen if you're in any of those groups is to get this kicked into next year where House Republicans, who are going to be a fractious, difficult to lead majority in the House, whoever ends up getting the gavel, get a seat at the table. And so I think what we're going to see over the next couple days at least, and possibly well into next week, is a lot of posturing here, a lot of back and forth about the deadline, and sort of everybody staring each other down to get this done this year. So there's a conversation right now, the tea leaf reading that I'm doing is the possibility of a very short continuing resolution, moving the deadline from this Friday to next Friday, and then a combination of all that brinksmanship and a little Christmas magic, getting a deal done before the end of next week. That's the most likely outcome, Kristen, but anytime, the Senate in particular starts flirting with a deadline, all it takes is 1 or 2 people who don't like that plan to slow things down and potentially stumble into a shutdown.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Garrett, can you break down, I guess, first of all, big question, are folks in Washington going to get a Christmas? Are they going to be here still working through the holiday? And what are the biggest sticking points that remain?
I think they'll get a Christmas regardless, but it will be right up until the end of next week, potentially. I mean, the best way to think about this is this. In a traditional omnibus package, Republicans say we want defense spending here. Democrats say we want parity. We want the same level. If not the exact same dollar amount, we want it to be really close. Republicans are arguing this year that defense spending should be here, but because Democrats have passed now 2 reconciliation bills, a bunch of domestic spending that isn't included in this package, that maybe domestic spending should be down here. It doesn't need to be equal. Democrats don't want that. They want that. It's about a $26 billion gap. They want to see it closed. But the point I was making earlier is if you're a Democrat, whatever you can get this year is going to be much better than what you get next year when House Republicans have a seat at the table. And then I think the other little piece of this is because this is going right down to the end of the year, this omnibus is going to be the last train leaving the station. If you have a bill, an earmark, a policy, something you're passionate about, and you don't get it passed on this piece of legislation, you're not getting it passed this year, or maybe at all. And so everybody's pet project is elbowing for room on this last piece of legislation this year.
That is for sure, Garrett. And speaking of the new Congress, I have to ask you before I go, you and I have spent a lot of time talking about this already. Leader McCarthy obviously wants the Speaker's gavel in the new year, but you have a lot of knives out right now. What is your take? What's happening behind the scenes? Is he making deals to try to make sure he gets the 218 votes he needs?
Well, look, this is part of that same discussion, Kristen, because he's getting, a lot of pressure from the right flank to do everything he can to drag this fight over a spending bill out into next year so that his fellow House Republicans get a say on what's going to be in it. So it's an opportunity for him potentially to appease those conservatives by fighting at least as hard as he can here, even if he can't win it. I think the thing that went McCarthy's way last week is the Freedom Caucus, the folks who were opposed to him, kind of showed their hand. They at least laid out, many of them did, what they want to see from him, the rules changes they would want, the agreements they would want from him to, do things like stay out of wading into primaries in future elections. Now McCarthy knows the cost of the Speaker's gavel. He's got a couple weeks now to decide whether he's willing to pay it, and if so, how. It might be much, much harder for him to keep it, given some of these changes that conservatives want, but he knows what the cost is going to be. It's up to him to decide if he can pay it.
All right, well, high drama coming up in the new year. Garrett Haake with your fantastic reporting and tea leaf reading. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you. Coming up next, will Democrats find a challenger to run against Kyrsten Sinema? The Arizona senator faces new criticism as her party faces an uncertain political future. My panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Many say you're considering a run for that seat in 2024. What are your thoughts?
Well, look, I've been very clear about me interested in this race. Kyrsten has decided to move to an independent. I think, that's not the end of the world. What really is in the world is that she really doesn't match Arizona values anymore. We'll be making a decision, and we'll be making a decision based on what's best for Arizona and based on what I hear from the actual constituents of Arizona.
Welcome back. That was Arizona Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego expressing his interest in a potential 2024 Senate run now that incumbent Senator Kyrsten Sinema has switched her party affiliation to independent. Another Arizona Democratic Congressman, Greg Stanton, is also expressing interest in a potential run as Sinema's party switch has turned a key battleground on its head nearly 2 years before Election Day. Joining me now on set is Reed Wilson, founder and editor of Pluribus News, Eugene Robinson, columnist for The Washington Post and an NBC News political analyst, and Sarah Chamberlain, president and CEO of the Republican Main Street Partnership. Thanks to all of you for being here. Happy Monday. No shortage of things to discuss with this bombshell last week. Reed, let me start with you. What do you make of what we just heard from Congressman Gallego, and how much is Senator Sinema essentially daring Democrats to run someone against her.
Well, I think she was going to get a primary challenge pretty much no matter what. She has never had a good relationship with the Arizona Democratic Party. I remember being out there covering her race against then Congresswoman Martha McSally, and it always struck me that the Republicans didn't like McSally very much, and the Democrats didn't like Sinema very much, which made them sort of anathema in this modern political climate. I think the real thing here is that Angus King must be terribly jealous that Kyrsten Sinema is getting all this attention for being an independent, and here he's been an independent for years and years, right?
He has not garnered the same type of backlash for being independent.
And Bernie Sanders.
And Bernie Sanders, too.
Okay, you bring up Bernie Sanders. Let me play you what he had to say about this over the weekend. Get your reaction.
I think the Democrats there are not all that enthusiastic about somebody who helps sabotage some of the most important legislation that protects the interests of working families and voting rights and so forth. So I think it really has to do with her political aspirations for the future in Arizona. She is a corporate Democrat who has, in fact, along with Senator Manchin, sabotaged enormously important legislation.
A corporate Democrat, Eugene. This is what we've heard.
Okay. So there's different flavors of Democrat, different flavors of Republican, right?
Is it a mistake, though, that Democrats have taken such aim at Senator Sinema? Is that part of what has not? I mean, obviously, a lot of it has to do with 2024, but it didn't encourage her to stay in the Democratic Party, I imagine.
So who knows what encourages or discourages Kyrsten Sinema? I don't know. I mean, frankly, it's because she doesn't talk, she doesn't tell people what's on her mind, so you have no idea whether, does she like this, does she not like, what does she want? And that has been a question, throughout the last couple of years, including getting down to the wire on legislation. And there's the big question, what does Sinema want? What's she going to do? What's she going to say? So I'm not sure Democrats could have played it much differently. I'm also not sure how Republicans can lose the seat in 2024 if you have Sinema and a Democrat and a Republican.
Sarah?
Exactly.
So are Republicans licking their chops and any names being floated yet?
Absolutely. No names quite yet, but we're excited. Certainly she has helped the Republican Party in the past, as you pointed out. And absolutely, we think this is a seat we'll be able to get back in the Republican category.
And you heard Sanders kind of link her with Senator Joe Manchin. I want to play what he had to say over the weekend.
People will listen to your comments and be like, Joe Manchin is leaving the door open to potentially becoming an independent. What do you think?
I don't know how you get more independent than I am.
No, I'm talking about not running as a Democrat, running as an independent, doing what Sinema is doing. People will interpret what you're saying as leaving that open.
I'll look at all of these things. I've always looked at all those things. But I have no intention of doing anything right now. Whether I do something later, I can't tell you what the future's going to bring. I can only tell you where I am and my mindset and what I want to accomplish, and as long as I'm here in the Senate. I want to work with Kyrsten every day the same as I have before. I respect that. And with that, all my other counterparts.
Reed, at this point, it doesn't really seem like this is going to be a trend to move into the independent column.
Well, I'll tell you, there are more independents in the United States Senate as a share of the body than there are, both not just in the U.S. House of Representatives, but in state legislatures across the country. I mean, 3% of the entire Senate is independent. For all of the angst that Sinema causes, it is remarkable, as one of your colleagues pointed out on Twitter over the weekend, just how at the center of a lot of these big deals that she's been. The American Rescue Plan, the same-sex marriage bill that just passed. She was one of the key negotiators on that. And Mr. Robinson makes a good point that she doesn't make herself known a lot, but when she speaks, she often speaks with the 50th or 51st vote.
I mean, as Eugene says, though, she is an enigma when you are negotiating with her. And I've spent a lot of time talking to White House officials who say, we just don't know if she's going to be on board at the end. And I wonder, Eugene, if you think about a re-election campaign as an independent, does that in and of itself become a liability for her, not only splitting this potentially three ways, but not really vocalizing where she's coming from?
I mean, it's hard. It is, Bernie Sanders did it and Angus King did it, but it's hard to get elected as an independent. It really is. And it's going to be really hard in a state where she has frankly alienated the left of the Democratic Party, certainly in Arizona and some of the rest of it. Republicans, I don't think, are going to flock to vote for her. There are a lot of independents in Arizona, but again, you are squeezed by these two giant parties.
Can I point out one thing, though? I'd say one thing that she did not say in her op-ed announcing that she would register as independent, she didn't say she'd run for re-election.
Right. No, exactly, exactly.
And that is a very important point.
And I actually kind of doubt that she will, because I think she'll make the calculation that if she's number 3 in a 3-person race, she ain't going to win.
It's almost like her saying, this is, if I run, my best chance of potentially winning. Speaking of running for re-election, former President Trump is. We have new polling out from CNBC, which shows a strong majority of, say, both Trump and President Biden should not run for president. Again, look at these numbers. 60% say no, Trump should not run. 70% say no, President Biden should not run. Reed, what do you make of these numbers? How much of this is going to be a drag on both of them?
So I think we have disliked our politicians for a very long time. Here's a crazy stat. There have been, I think it's 216 months since George W. Bush was reelected in 2004. In 3/4 of those months, the president's disapproval rating has been higher than his approval rating. That goes across Bush, Obama, Trump, and now Biden. We are ready for a next generation. I say we, the royal we. I think Americans are ready for the next generation of political leaders, and here's further proof.
Sarah, are you surprised by those numbers, though?
No, not at all. I mean, I agree with you. The country, we're talking about 2 men who are 80 years old. I mean, it's time to switch generations and let them retire and go play golf and do what they do.
But will that happen?
and you can never count Trump out.
I'm not sure it's going to happen. And I think if Trump runs, I think Biden's going to want to run.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. I think Biden thinks that the country needs him to defeat Trump.
Yeah, I mean, he's done it once.
Yeah.
Let me play a little bit of what John Tester told Chuck over the weekend when it comes to Democratic messaging broadly. I want to get you guys to react to that. Let's take a look.
We got to focus our message more on the things we're doing for rural America. The infrastructure package is a prime example. It's going to help rural America big time when it comes to broadband and electrical distribution and roads and bridges. We didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about it from a rural perspective. It has to be a concentrated effort, and we are very bad at message, and we need to work at that.
Eugene, does he have a point? Do you agree with him? What do you think?
Well, yeah, he's got to defend his seat in 24, and so does Sherrod Brown in Ohio. So, you know, there are some tough seats for Democrats to keep that are up. Joe Manchin has to defend his seat, and so I understand why he wants Democrats to focus more on a message that will connect with rural Americans. The DNC says that it has and wants to have a 50-state strategy, and that means that you need to talk to rural voters and not just talk to them, but listen to them. And I think there's something the party had better do if it wants to keep those seats.
Sarah, what are the Republicans, when you think about messaging, what do they need to do?
While the Republican-Main Street Partnership, we're working on that. You know, energy, talk about environment, talk about a bunch of things, inflation, that we can work on as a party. And hopefully the best thing we have going for us is the Democrats' messaging isn't that good. So we're going to continue to rely on that and hopefully get the Republican message out there.
Final point to you, Reed.
Democrats are not going to win rural voters, but they can keep the margins down. Consider Terry McAuliffe when he ran for governor. He lost all of those counties in Shenandoah, but he lost them, 45-55 or 40-60. This time when he ran and lost to Governor Youngkin, he was losing those counties 25-75 or even 20-80. So it's all about cutting down those margins.
Great final point. Great panel. Thanks to all of you. Wonderful to see you, Reed, Eugene, and Sarah. Turning now to new developments in a decades-old case. A former Libyan intelligence official was taken into U.S. custody Sunday in connection with the 1988 bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland. Abu Aguila Massoud was charged 2 years ago for his alleged involvement in building the bomb. He was scheduled to make his first appearance in the U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C. this afternoon. 2 others were previously tried in Scottish courts. One was convicted on 270 counts of murder, the other acquitted of all charges. Massoud is the first to be charged in the U.S. The widow of one of the passengers, Victoria Cummock, spoke today, calling the detainment a major milestone and the first step by the U.S. to address a decades-long miscarriage of justice. All 259 passengers on the flight and 11 people in the town below died in that tragic bombing. After the break, billions of dollars and 60-plus years of research may have just paid off. I will talk to a nuclear innovation expert about a newly reported breakthrough in fusion energy and whether it could also be a breakthrough in the fight against climate change. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. All eyes will be on the Department of Energy tomorrow for a reported announcement on what could be one of the most important scientific discoveries in the last century. As first reported in the Financial Times, scientists have made a breakthrough in their pursuit of fusion energy. So why is this so significant? Well, scientists have been trying for the last 70 years to find a reliable energy system that could generate clean and carbon-free electricity that does not involve conventional nuclear energy. This discovery may do just that. I'm joined now by Alex Gilbert, a nuclear innovations expert fellow and PhD candidate at the Payne Institute of Public Policy at the Colorado School of Mines. He's also the director at a nuclear startup. Alex, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. So put this into context. How big of a breakthrough is this? What does it mean?
This is a significant breakthrough, and this really represents a number of innovations that have been happening in both the commercial and government sector for many years now. As you said, this has been the dream of fusion scientists for decades. What specifically happened here is that we were able to get more energy out of a fusion reaction than we put into it, and that is a prerequisite for any energy source. We need to be able to produce more energy from the use of it. This is a major change, and we expect to see things only accelerate in the coming years.
It's just incredible. What are the potential implications for climate change?
So if you look at our energy system right now, we have made significant progress for a number of things. We have more solar and wind online. But if you look globally, hydro, traditional nuclear fission, solar and wind are still only about 40% of power around the world. So 60% still comes from fossil fuels. And if you look beyond the electricity sector, the entire energy sector, it's over 80%. We need to decarbonize that. And even if we use all the tools that we have in our tool set right now, fusion is one more tool that can help us decarbonize more quickly. And it can also be used around the world so that we can help those emerging economies develop cleanly.
And I guess the big question on people's minds, because this is a breakthrough, but it's not yet being implemented in terms of an actual energy source, right? So how far away are we from that actually happening? Is it 10 years? Is it decades? What are you thinking?
Yep. So the specific breakthrough, we have yet to have the official announcement. If it is what we expect and what has been reported.
Important caveat there. Yes. Thank you.
It'll be net energy gain.
Yeah.
And that is something that has been done at a research facility, the National Ignition Facility. Now, that specific design is not meant to produce power. It's meant to show that the basic physics, the ability to do this general reaction is possible. Now, we need to use other methods that are being developed by an international project, ITER, in France, that the U.S. is partnering on, as well as commercial companies. Those are things that we will have to do demonstration projects over the next decade and a half to be able to get this to market. We need to be able to get not just energy out of the reaction, we need to get it all the way to producing electricity, which is a number of other steps we need to develop.
But you think that we could start to see this implemented practically as an energy source within a decade?
There are a number of commercial companies right now that are starting demonstration projects that will prove out their base technology. Those will be followed up by commercial projects that would break ground potentially within a decade. And the international project is set to also prove some of these principles out. It's something that if you were to ask people, say, 5 years ago, fusion was 30 years around the corner. Today, that's not the case. We could actually be relatively close to having it as a commercial source.
And help people understand exactly what fusion energy is. Is it cleaner? Is it safer? What specifically does it mean?
Yeah, so fusion energy involves the combination of atoms, lightweight atoms, to produce energy. It's the energy that we use that happens in stars. And it's really hard to combine atoms. They don't naturally want to come together. So you need conditions like a star, very high pressure, high density, high temperature, to enable it to happen. So for us to do that on Earth, we have to do a number of other innovations. We have to use specialized facilities. But if we're able to do that, it has a lot of opportunities. First, the fuel. We can actually use water that we've processed and do several things with to make that fuel. So it's not a fuel-constrained resource. It is something that the technology you can build out, it doesn't have some of the same concerns as fission. So when you're actually looking at this, there's not any concerns about, say, a runaway chain reaction, any sort of those type of safety concerns. It could just be something that you don't have the same safety cost associated with other sources of energy.
Okay, and what are the potential roadblocks? Because as you say, this is a hugely significant moment, and yet there's still a long way to go, right?
Yes. So the specific technology that is being used here at the National Ignition Facility uses laser inertial confinement fusion. What that means is that you just use very high-powered lasers to push the fuel together. Now, that technology we actually don't think will be the one that is commercialized. There's other technologies that are focused primarily on using magnets. So we actually need to develop a whole new technology path to be able to get to something that can produce energy. Then once we've done that, the ability to convert that energy into electricity is a big challenge. The energy that's produced is in the form of the kinetic energy of the charged particles. Capturing that and converting that into electricity involves multiple steps that we don't have. And even though the fuel is abundant in the long term, it is a specialized type of hydrogen. So we need to develop the fuel cycle to be able to do that. That is something that is eminently doable, but it will take time and it will take cost. And if we're talking about the urgency of climate change, we need to get started on that now to make sure that those supply chains are available.
And just very quickly, if this is the announcement we're expecting from the Department of Energy tomorrow, what do you hope people take away from this moment?
I believe that this is a potential inflection point in the future of fusion energy. This is no longer a future energy source that is conveyed to the realms of sci-fi. This is actually something that is tangible, that deserves investment. Commercial companies have raised almost $5 billion in the last several years for their different approaches. This needs more money from a public and private perspective, but this is something that the entire grid can benefit. We can see this technology come to fruition if we put the will behind it.
Okay, well, this is complicated stuff, and you helped us to understand it a whole lot better. Thank you so much, Alex Gilbert. Really appreciate the great information. Now turning to some exciting news from space to kick off this week. NASA's Orion capsule making a picture-perfect splashdown after a 25-and-a-half-day flight that took it into lunar orbit. It finally came home with a gentle landing in the Pacific Ocean yesterday. Look at that. It's right out of a movie. This uncrewed test flight wraps a successful first step for the Artemis mission. Up next, Artemis 2 plans to launch 4 astronauts for a lap around the moon in 2024. And if all goes well, NASA will be bringing humans back to the lunar surface for the first time since Apollo. Exciting stuff. And that select group of astronauts could include Jessica Watkins, who joined us right here on Meet the Press Now earlier this year from the ISS. And before we go to break, we are excited to celebrate 75 years of Meet the Press with clips and highlights from the best archive in news, given NASA's mission to return to the moon and the Orion spacecraft's safe return to Earth yesterday. Here's Colonel James McDivitt on Meet the Press, days before the historic Apollo 11 moon landing.
Colonel McDivitt, once man has landed on the moon and made a few preliminary explorations over the next few flights, what do you feel man will be doing on the moon? What will it look like up there, say, at the turn of the century, some 30 years from now?
I'm glad you asked. I think that we're going to go to different places and find out in general what the moon has. Then we're going to go back to specific places and really start concentrating on certain areas. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we don't have a station on the moon in 30 years.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. As Congress weighs whether or not to pass more aid to Ukraine, the White House is looking to reassure lawmakers that any money passed would not be a, quote, blank check. According to exclusive NBC News reporting, the Pentagon is working to shore up efforts to track weapons it has provided to Ukraine. Included in those efforts is discussion about sending a small number of U.S. troops into Ukraine. I'm joined now by NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube, who has the very latest on that exclusive reporting. Court, it's great to see you. So tell us about this. What is the size and scope of any troop presence that the U.S. is considering?
Very small, Kristen. So we're talking about a very small presence that already exists there in Kyiv, and a lot of viewers may be surprised by that. There's a couple of dozen of U.S. military personnel who are attached to the embassy there with several different missions, security. There are a very small number who are already assigned to this accountability mission, but now the Pentagon is discussing shoring up that effort. Single-digit numbers of additional troops that would be sent in there, but they have a very specific expertise. They know these weapon systems, and they would have the ability, the goal would be for them to have the ability to get outside of Kyiv and to actually check some of these weapons that the Ukrainians have. This is part of the accountability mission that the Biden administration has started to make a real priority in recent weeks. There's a widespread belief that once the Republicans take over the House in January, there are going to be more and more questions about weapons and money accountability that's going to Ukraine in the coming months. And the Biden administration, including the Pentagon, are just trying to get ahead of that effort and make sure that they can say with confidence that there has not been widespread weapon diversion to date in Ukraine. That's the line we keep getting from Biden administration officials, is they don't believe many of these weapons are actually getting into the wrong hands, Kristen.
And Court, with less than a minute, what type of pushback is the administration bracing for to this plan?
So far, the officials I'm speaking to are saying this is such a small and limited presence. The scope is very narrow. It's specifically an effort that both sides of the aisle really want here. So as long as the mission remains small and specific, they're not expecting a lot of pushback. The one place where they may have to face a little resistance is the State Department's country cap. So the U.S. military can only have so many people on the ground in Ukraine right now. As long as they stay under that number, they shouldn't have a problem. And that's not just because of security reasons. It's also just basically taking care of people. Think of the situation in Kyiv. There's not always reliable electricity, water. Sometimes there's issues getting supplies. The State Department just doesn't want to take on more people than they can sustain at any given time. That's the one place we may see a little bit of resistance here, Kristen.
All right. Well, I know you will continue to track it. Courtney Kube, congratulations on a fantastic exclusive report. Appreciate it. In less than 24 hours, President Biden will host dozens of leaders from African nations in Washington for the first U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit. According to the White House, the summit is an opportunity to strengthen partnerships across a range of sectors, including business, health, and peace and security. But the meeting also comes as Russia and China have both turned their attention to the African continent in hope of deepening their ties and their influence with African nations. During the three-day summit, President Biden is also expected to announce his support for the African Union to have a permanent membership at the G20. Now, that move comes after years of frustration by African nations who have felt left out of discussions on a range of global issues. Joining me now is the president of Niger, Mohamed Bazoum, who will be participating in this week's U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit. He is also joined by his interpreter. Thank you both so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Katrina.
So let's just start with the big news. President Biden is going to push to get the African Union to join the G20 summit. How significant is this push by President Biden?
Je pense que c'est une chose que l'Afrique mériterait en effet. Et le président Biden a été bien avisé de suggérer ça, de le concevoir.
I believe this is a very good thing that Africa deserves, and President Biden has been enlightened to organize and conceive this.
Do you believe you have the support of other G20 countries, and how significant is that going to be to a smooth transition?
Oui, je le pense en effet, parce que tous ont conscience que l'Afrique mérite de siéger là.
I believe that because all of them are very conscious that Africa deserves to have a seat in the organization.
And what will the impact be for the African Union, for your country?
Notre voix sera entendue. Il y aura des préoccupations spécifiquement africaines qui reflèteraient les desiderata de tous les pays africains qui ne sont pas à un même niveau. Voilà pourquoi il est important que nous ayons quelqu'un qui soit notre représentant.
This will allow our voice to be heard. As African countries are coming from different places, it will be good to have a unique voice to bring Africa matters to the global stage.
Former President George W. Bush announced the PEPFAR initiative to fight and combat AIDS. Former President Obama announced Power Africa. And yet, President Biden is not expected to announce a major new initiative in Africa. Are you disappointed?
I'm not disappointed because, pardon, je ne suis pas forcément déçu parce qu'en effet, les États-Unis d'Amérique vont continuer leur même engagement qui ne faiblira pas, j'en suis convaincu. C'est parce que peut-être il n'y a pas quelque chose de très précis sur la base duquel on peut organiser une mobilisation spécifique, mais le niveau d'engagement, à mon avis, va rester le même.
I am not disappointed because I believe the United States will continue their commitment to Africa, and as long as the level of commitment, and that's my belief that it will be at the same level, so it's a good thing.
China and Russia have been investing heavily in Africa and in the African Union. What more does the United States need to do? What will your message to President Biden be on that point?
Écoutez, nous avons une relation sur le plan bilatéral qui est importante, mais qui a pris de la consistance au Niger. La coopération américaine a un volume qui s'est accru considérablement. Et nous souhaiterions que le président Biden conforte cette dynamique-là. C'est une dynamique importante. Ne pensez pas que les États-Unis font moins que la Russie ou que la Chine. Non, je ne le pensais surtout pas.
So we have a specific cooperation agreement with the United States. With very large investments in Niger. So don't believe America is doing any less than China or Russia. It's just different types of engagements.
One more very quickly. Obviously, Russia has invaded Ukraine. Given all of the investments by Russia, what is your reaction to the war in Ukraine? And do you denounce Russia's actions?
Donc, compte tenu de la guerre en Ukraine et tout ce que la Russie fait, quelle est votre position sur ça? Est-ce que vous dénoncez l'action de la Russie?
Oui, nous, au Niger, nous sommes un État de démocratie respectueux d'un certain nombre de valeurs, et notamment le principe de la souveraineté des États et la nécessité d'assurer à chaque État le respect de sa souveraineté, même quand il est faible et même quand il a un voisin qui est fort.
So in Niger, we are a young democracy with strong institutions and strong shared values. And these values include the rule of law, the rule to autodetermination. And we believe that each country, whether they are strong or a weak country, deserve to determine their own path, and to this regard, no one should be threatened.
Et donc, nous ne sommes pas d'accord avec ce que la Russie entreprend en Ukraine. Nous y sommes opposés. Nous l'avons prouvé à l'occasion de tous les votes qu'il a pu y avoir au niveau de l'Assemblée générale de l'ONU.
So we do not agree with the war in Ukraine. And we are totally against that, and we already proved that with all the votes that happened at the United Nations by condemning the war.
President Bazoum, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. We will follow this week's summit very closely.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for watching. That does it for us this hour. Hallie Jackson picks up News Now coverage.
We're coming on the the air with a coast-to-coast storm so intense that the National Weather Service calls it an atmospheric bowling ball. You serious? This thing's ripping through the west, burying cars, jamming up roads. It is coming for the south and the east. We're live on the ground in California, and we've got more on the storm's path. And it's a breakthrough nearly 75 years in the making. Scientists cracking the code on nuclear fusion. So what does that mean for you and the climate? And can we explain it all in plain English? The answer is yes. Hang tight. Plus, an American family desperate for clues after their son went missing in France while studying abroad. We're live overseas with that investigation. And in our original, you know the holidays are right around the corner. And the question's coming up, how do you give gifts sustainably? We've got tons of tips for you on how to crush this new trend. And the Golden Globes already under a microscope for a lack of representation, under fire tonight because not one woman, not one, was nominated for Best Director. We've got the backlash and what's next later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and right now, people across the entire country are either already experiencing or getting ready for what this next-level winter storm could bring their way in the next couple days. Because listen, weather-wise, it sounds like everything is on the table. Tornadoes, hail, wind, snow, all of it expected to hit more than 50 million people coast to coast this week. Look at what it's doing already. So much snow, you can barely even see ahead in some of these shots. There's the Lake Tahoe area we're going to show you. These are some cars right now. Did you know that? Probably not, because they're suffocating in mounds of snow. Those are those lumps. This place has already gotten 5 feet of snow. It's not just snow. It's not just cold. We're talking rain, too, especially in places that aren't used to it. Look at this big flash flooding in L.A. They got more than 4 inches. And when you have this kind of extreme weather, right, it can be dangerous. This affects people's lives. This rollover crash in Pennsylvania, just one example. That's a car turned upside down in that ditch. In Utah, more than 20 people are now in the hospital after a bus slid off the road this morning. 5 people are in critical condition from that. And then you've got this separate storm bringing tons of flight delays over at Boston Logan. Look at these people sleeping in cots at the airport. And this thing isn't even anywhere close to over. Tomorrow, millions of people are at risk across the South. Places like New Orleans and Houston looking at potential tornadoes and hail before this storm pushes east. And by the way, this really isn't normal. Experts say it's pretty rare to have this kind of severe weather, like winds and tornadoes this time of year. We're going to get more on where this storm is headed with Bill Cairns, but let's start with Miguel Almaguer, who's live for us in California. And Miguel, looking at that shot, you are in it, right? We know that it is winter. We know that it snows in winter, but this is unusual, and this is affecting a ton of people in a ton of ways.
Yeah, Hallie, they're calling this an epic storm. Yes, you're right. This area is accustomed to snow, but not like this, at least not this quickly. They got about 48 inches of snow in about 48 hours, and at some points, it was actually snowing 5 inches an hour during the peak of this storm, and it came down for 2 solid days. It was simply too much snow too quickly. It led to blinding conditions. Wind speeds in this area reached 169 miles per hour. That's hurricane speed. It was blowing snow everywhere. It shut down the major interstate, Highway 80, that connects California and Nevada. So that thoroughfare just became a disaster. Drivers were stuck in their cars. Further down the hill, the San Francisco Bay Area, some cities got upwards of 5 inches of rain. You mentioned flash flooding earlier. We also saw that in Southern California. There was a rescue in Orange County. That's how serious this weather system was. Essentially, most parts of major cities in California were experiencing some of this snow. Back out here in the Sierra Nevada early this morning, just around midnight, the snow finally stopped. But this is what they're going to have to dig out of. And it's still very dangerous. I know it looks beautiful, but this is still a very dangerous situation for many people in this situation. And that weather system is still on the move, Hallie.
And that's the thing that's so important, Miguel, right? Yeah, it looks like a holiday postcard where you're standing, but as this storm moves south and east, it is going to look dangerous. People have to get ready. The Weather Service has said, yeah, there's going to be hazards all across the country from this thing.
Yeah, you were talking about all those road accidents in the intro here, and they're saying expect that all across the country. To stay home if you're in the path of this storm. Simply don't go out. Folks here experienced that firsthand. As we mentioned, you know I-80, Hallie, that major thoroughfare. Yeah. It was shut down. People were essentially sleeping and hunkering in their cars because they couldn't see 5 feet in front of their windshields. That's how bad this storm was. It's still very active. It's still on the move. Yes, it left behind this winter wonderland, but it certainly also left behind a path of destruction.
Miguel Almaguer, thank you very much for being with us, kicking off the show tonight. Appreciate it, friend. Let me bring in meteorologist Bill Caron. So, Bill, you heard Miguel, you heard him lay it out, you heard us lay it out. Talk us through what's next.
Yeah, I'd say we're only heading into the second quarter of this storm. I mean, the first quarter was the California event this weekend, and then we still have to deal with a blizzard tomorrow, severe weather outbreak, and then a nor'easter to end the week, and all from the same storm system. So let's show you what happened yesterday and over the weekend. Some of these snow totals, it's pretty incredible to think that you can get this much snow in just 2 days. But this is what they did in the Tahoe area. Soda Springs was the highest, 5 feet of snow. And they also reported that they've had 7 feet of snow since December 1st. This is great. We need to build up the snowpack so when it melts, we can help fill up the reservoirs, which are so low in the West. But again, it causes a lot of issues when we get storms this big moving through many areas, 2 to 3 feet. So what's next? The biggest concern tonight into tomorrow is going to be this area of blizzard warnings. It incorporates about portions of 5, 6 different states there, much of western Nebraska, western South Dakota, the border with Wyoming, a portion there of northeast Colorado. Denver avoids the worst of this. You're only looking at about 1 to 3 inches. The highest totals and the worst driving conditions are going to be from Rapid City to Casper, heading on 80 through Nebraska, 90 up through South Dakota. That's where they're going to be telling people to stay off the roads. We could have snow drifts of 3 to 5 feet. And this is going to continue Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And then when that's still going on, a severe weather outbreak is possible starting Tuesday afternoon. This should go right after sunset. So we're talking about those nighttime tornadoes are possible. We're mostly concerned with East Texas and central Louisiana. Make sure you have your family safety plans in place and ready to go tomorrow night. And then on top of all that, our nor'easter will develop as we go into Thursday off the Delmarva. It looks like this will be just mostly a rain event from D.C. to Baltimore, Philly, New York, Hartford, and Boston. But once you get inside of the coastal areas, that's where we should be talking about a snowstorm, possibly even a significant snowstorm for the mountainous areas of the Northeast. So, Hallie, everything and the kitchen sink. I don't know what else we're missing on this one.
Well, stay close to that camera, friend, because I'm sure we're going to see you over the next few days, too. Bill Caron, thank you very much.
We will.
Let's talk about what's going down in Washington, because within just the last couple of hours, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said his team met with Paul Whelan's sister virtually today, the American who remains detained in Russia. They are together trying to figure out what is it going to take to get Whelan out of Russia ASAP. And if you're like, great, Hallie, what is it going to take? Tell me. Sullivan didn't say. He didn't get into specifics, and there's a reason for that, right? The White House's view is that details have to be kept quiet, kept in sensitive channels with Whelan's family and with the Russian government, and that's pretty much it. Remember, Whelan is currently serving the 16-year prison sentence over there on what the U.S. calls these trumped-up spy charges. And there's been so much attention on his case after the release of Brittany Griner last week, the WNBA superstar who is back home in the United States after nearly 10 months overseas. Her lawyer, for the first time now, speaking in a TV interview, her Russian lawyer, telling us how grateful Griner's family is that she came out on the other side of her prison sentence. Watch.
I think it's just like great news. I think everybody's happy. It's kind of, happy end just before the Christmas. So it's unbelievable.
Morgan Chesky is joining us now from San Antonio, where Brittany Griner is. And Morgan, let me take this in a couple of buckets, right? And let's start with the Paul Whelan bucket and this question of momentum around movement to try to get him out of Russia now that Griner is back. His family is desperately hoping, I know, that momentum stays in their favor. But there are real questions about what leverage the U.S. has now. I think even more questions now after this meeting with his family and top national security officials today.
Yeah, Hallie, there's certainly a renewed sense of optimism on bringing Paul Whelan back home with the safe return of Brittany Griner. And in fact, we heard from State Department spokesman Ned Price within just the last few hours speaking to bringing Whelan back home, saying that the White House remains committed and determined in this relentless pursuit of getting him back home safely, just as they did with Brittany Griner. He did make a point to say that they cannot speak to specifics. That's not how they operate. But he did comment on two things specifically. Number one, that a dialogue, or that the conversation, the ability to have a conversation between President Biden and Putin exists, that began back in 2021 in Geneva when the two leaders met. They credited that with the ability to get Brittany Griner back home amid an ongoing war in Ukraine, and saying that despite that, there still remains a channel in order to conduct these negotiations of sorts. And that is why, that's at least one of the reasons why, they're hopeful that relatively soon, their words, a plane should be able to go home and hopefully bring Whelan back home. Allie?
Just like what happened with Brittany Griner, a plane going for her, bringing her back home now. So let me take that as bucket number 2 here, because we're finding out some of these extraordinary new details on how she's doing, what she is doing, what she is saying, because apparently she's saying a lot. It seems like she wants to talk. She was talking with people on the plane, talking about her time in this penal colony, etc.
Yeah, she's talking to a lot of folks that she's had a chance to interact with in that plane and here in San Antonio. She hasn't made any public comments just yet. We do anticipate a statement at some point this week that, of course, all eyes will be looking to. But from what we have heard, the accounts are optimistic. We know that Brittany arrived in San Antonio, underwent a medical evaluation, according to her agent, who told ESPN that she took, of course, that first light workout in a gym where she dropped that trademark dunk in Converse Chuck Taylor sneakers. That is, of course, good news. We don't know whether or not she'll return to the WNBA. Her agent told ESPN that is strictly Brittany's decision. And she says that, keep an eye out for that statement as she'll detail her future. But in the meantime, we've heard that a special delivery of Texas barbecue made its way to Fort Sam Houston, where friends and family have been showing up to, of course, catch up with Griner and her wife following this 10-month-long ordeal. We heard from one spokesman who sat with her on the plane and initially thought she might want some space. But no, I mean, after spending 10 months in a penal colony, hearing mostly Russian, we've heard essentially she's excited to have people that she can converse with regularly again. Of course, something we take for granted, conversation. She hasn't had the opportunity to do so in such a long time. So all positive signs right now from those close to Brittany Griner. And of course, everyone waiting with a lot of anticipation, hearing from her directly after coming home safe and sound. Allie?
Morgan Chesky, live for us in San Antonio. It is good to hear some good news on that front. Morgan, thank you. The State Department late today is saying they've seen no indication at this point there was any foul play in the sudden death of a U.S. soccer writer in Qatar, Grant Wall, while he was covering the World Cup this weekend. The State Department is also saying they got excellent cooperation from their Qatari partners and that Wall will have an autopsy here in the United States. Earlier today, his remains were brought back to the U.S., arriving at JFK up near New York early this morning. We also have Secretary of State Tony Blinken remembering Wall today, saying his writing captured not only the essence of the beautiful game, but also the world around it. Wall made some headlines last month when he was detained in Qatar for wearing a rainbow shirt in solidarity with the LGBTQ+ community. Same-sex relationships are illegal in Qatar, so he was held for something like 30 minutes before getting released. He was a friend of this show. He was on with us a lot of times. It is obviously incredibly tough for people who knew him, for people who loved him at this moment. So many people sending thoughts and prayers to his family. Megan Fitzgerald is joining us now. And we know that the State Department, from, I think, the day that this happened, had been working pretty closely with Wall's family. Talk through some of that, because there is still a process now that will be followed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was his family's wishes that that his remains return back to the United States as soon as possible. And we are hearing from the State Department that's exactly what the Qatari government did. They worked well together to try and fulfill those wishes. And as you mentioned, that autopsy will be conducted in the United States. So many questions about how this seemingly healthy-looking 49-year-old man died, although we do know that he was very vocal about his health concerns leading up to the tournament and then being here in Qatar, talking about how he thought maybe it was just working around the clock and just not having a lot of sleep mixed with stress was taking a toll on his body. So he went to the clinic several times and got diagnosed with bronchitis. And then this idea that he took Thursday off to just rest and recuperate and, cutting off meetings and canceling things. And then the next day, Friday, at the game, he passed away. So we are seeing tributes coming in left and right, certainly on social media, across the sports world, and most certainly in U.S. soccer and the world of soccer. I mean, just Saturday, for example, we saw FIFA honoring the late journalist with a picture of him on the Jumbotron, an empty seat in the stadium before the England-France game with flowers. We're hearing from LeBron James. We know that he interviewed LeBron James in high school for his first cover page for Sports Illustrated. And LeBron had just amazing things to say about him. the person that he was. And that was years ago, but he still remembered. You know, we're hearing from some of soccer's biggest stars, Megan Rapinoe and Tyler Adams. You know, he had such an impact in the sports world, but certainly soccer, because he cared so deeply about it. He was so passionate about spreading his love throughout the United States. And we actually had a chance to interview him, you know, just days ago. And he said, look, I love the World Cup. By the way, he covered 8 of them, because it's an opportunity for millions of Americans to be inspired by the sport of soccer. And that is part of his legacy, is trying to spread the love of soccer to as many people as he could. Hallie.
Megan Fitzgerald, live for us there in Qatar. Megan, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So this new report out from the FBI tonight on hate crime says it looks like they went up between 2020 and 2021. And you might be saying, well, why are we saying it looks like they went up, right? Wouldn't the stats tell us for sure? Well, the FBI changed the way that local law enforcement agencies have to report the data, and not all of them switched to this new system. So the bottom line, especially if you have cities like New York and LA not contributing data, is that it's actually a really incomplete picture of what hate crimes look like in this country. We did learn something about the motivation behind some of these crimes, things like race, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender identity. Plenty of groups have been tracking hate crimes on their own, including GLAAD. I talked with Sarah Kate Ellis today. She heads that organization, a group that fights for LGBTQ+ rights, and talked about how she has seen and her community members have seen attacks going up nationwide. Watch. What do you want to see happen here moving forward?
Well, a lot needs to be done. We need regulation around social media companies so that they start protecting us and stop monetizing us. We need the Equality Act. We need legislation at the state level.
I want to bring in now Jacob Soboroff, who's reporting on this for us today here at NBC News. And Jacob, you talked exclusively with the Homeland Security Secretary about this, specifically the uptick in anti-Semitism, right? Something we've talked a lot about on this show, especially with some of the things that have been in the news lately. Walk us through what you heard and where this goes.
Hallie, just like the first gentleman, Doug Elmhoff, said that there is an epidemic of hate in this country, Secretary Mayorkas believes that anti-Semitism is one of the central crises when it comes to the surge of not just hateful rhetoric, but hateful acts in this country. You can see him there speaking at an Orthodox synagogue here in New York City today, which is where I had the chance to sit down and talk with him. And I asked him on several fronts what DHS is doing to prevent and combat the rise of anti-Semitism. You don't need that scheduled release of the FBI hate statistics to see that there's been a rise in anti-Semitism in the United States. And in fact, Secretary Mayorkas himself has issued a national terrorism advisory bulletin saying that not just Jewish people, but many ethnic and religious minorities, LGBTQ+ communities are potentially the subject of violent attacks here in the United States. And so he emphasized that it's a top priority for him, but it's also in some measure a failing of the United States and the law enforcement community, because he said he wanted to squash anti-Semitism as we know it at his confirmation hearing 2 years ago. 2 years later, he said it's only getting worse.
Jacob Soboroff. Appreciate it. Jacob, thank you for your reporting. We're going to play more of the exclusive interview with Secretary Mayorkas that Jacob did later on tonight on NBC Nightly News. That's 6:30 Eastern, wherever you get your NBC broadcast. We're learning this afternoon that the Justice Department's special counsel investigating former President Trump and January 6th has issued yet another subpoena to a local state official, this one in Georgia. And this one, a name that you probably know and a face you might know, that guy on the right side of your screen, Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. Raffensperger, remember, was on the receiving end of that now infamous call from Mr. Trump in 2020, asking him to find the votes. It was actually early 2021 to try to flip Joe Biden's legitimate win in Georgia. A source familiar with the subpoena says it's not a request for Raffensperger to testify in person, but a request for him to hand over some documents. Sources also say that Raffensperger's lawyers are weighing the options on what the timeline is for his response. We got a lot more show to get to here, including an election police force and more prosecuting power. Some of the things Texas Republicans want to bring up in new bills next year. We'll talk about what's behind those proposals. Plus, if you're still really hoping for a blue check mark on Twitter, you can buy it again. But if you're using Apple, it's going to cost you more. That's later in the 5 Things.
big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We are learning just before we came on the air, the Justice Department says it will not be seeking the death penalty for a former Libyan intelligence official accused of making the bomb in the 1998 Lockerbie, Scotland attack. Abu Aghi Mohammed Musad appeared in a federal court for the first time in D.C. today, being charged in a 3-count indictment, including 2 counts of destruction of an aircraft resulting in death, 1 count of destruction of a vehicle resulting in death. Bottom line, all of this results in a prison sentence, potentially of life. He's accused of making the bomb that destroyed this Pan Am Flight 103, killing a total of 270 people, the majority of them Americans. The attack happened nearly 34 years ago, just a few days before Christmas. The plane exploded 38 minutes after takeoff, crashing down in Lockerbie, Scotland. Masood's arrest, now a huge milestone in this investigation that is decades old, especially for the families of those victims. Listen.
The time for justice is now.
Her belongings were scattered all over the Lockerbie countryside. We got a notebook, and the notebook had on the cover the quote, "No one dies unless they're forgotten," and I tried to live by that.
Ken Delanian is joining us now for more on this. And Ken, we understand the indictment here has just been unsealed. I read it super briefly during the commercial break, and unless I'm missing something, it doesn't shed any light on what is one of the central mysteries now that still remains on this, which is how he got to the United States, how he came to be in custody of law enforcement in the first place here.
That's right, Hallie, it does. And that indictment actually says less than the criminal complaint that was released in 2020, which had a pretty interesting narrative about why the DOJ believes that this man built the bomb, principally because he confessed, allegedly, to a Libyan interrogator back in 2012. We didn't learn anything more about the circumstances of his arrival here at today's hearing either. What we did learn is that this defendant appears to have a pretty good command of English, speaks English well, told the court that he believes he may want to hire his own lawyer. So the public defender who was on hand at the hearing today sort of represented him in today's hearing, but it's up in the air as to whether he'll be able to hire his own lawyer. And then we also learned that the DOJ has taken the death penalty off the table in this case. So as you said, a maximum of life in prison. So the big questions, which is, how did the FBI get him here? One thing that they say in the news release associated with the indictment, attached to the indictment, is that there was an Interpol notice for him that was put out that basically made him subject to arrest anywhere around the world. So what legal experts say is presumably the DOJ has some kind of legal process, some kind of way that they can show the court that they didn't just kidnap this guy off the street, that they got, there doesn't necessarily have to be an extradition, but some legal way that he was transferred here on an FBI jet arriving yesterday. And then the other big mystery in this case is, or question really, is the circumstances of that confession in Libya in 2012 when there wasn't even really a government. Gaddafi had just been overthrown, and Libya is not a place where interrogations are known to be very pleasant. And so you could just bet that one of the defenses in this case is going to be that coercion, confession was coerced, and the DOJ is going to have to overcome that, Hallie.
What I think is people have to remember here, especially people who maybe weren't old enough to remember this initially, is what a huge deal it was. I mean, obviously, horrific. The deaths of so many people, so many Americans, and those families, so many of them, who have still been pushing for some kind of accountability on this. Talk through some of that, because what you saw today, we played a little bit of it in the introduction here. It's just like skims the surface of the emotion from these families now.
Yeah, it's been such a long and painful saga for them in pursuit of justice. And this was, at the time, the largest terror attack against Americans ever. It was supplanted, obviously, by 9/11. But this was a horrific incident. People were coming home from college, from There were students on that plane. There were 190 Americans killed out of 270 total, and they just fell out of the sky. They were all killed, and for the families, it was absolutely horrific. And then there were 2 trials of the 2 alleged intelligence operatives who helped slip, according to the charges, slip the suitcase with the bomb onto the plane in Malta. One of those people was acquitted, and another got a long prison sentence, but then was released in 2012 on compassionate release, had cancer. He later died. But so for these families, they've never seen a defendant in the U.S. courtroom facing U.S. justice, and they never really had the whole story of what happened. And now they're getting an account that says that this guy built the bomb. And not only that, Hallie, the criminal complaint also says that he built another bomb that was used to bomb a disco in Berlin back in 1986, where U.S. service members were killed, that led the Reagan administration to actually conduct airstrikes in Libya. So this guy, according to the Justice Department, has been building bombs for Libyan intelligence for a long time.
Ken Delaney, and thank you so much for being on top of this story for us today. More to come on that front. Thank you. To some news now, making serious headlines because it could go a long way to solving energy supply shortages in this country, maybe forever. That's because NBC News is confirming that the Energy Department plans to announce less than 24 hours tomorrow, that scientists in California have been able to produce a nuclear fusion reaction that creates a net energy gain. Wait a second. If you're like, okay, Hal, LOL, don't even know what that is. That's not even English, right? That was our challenge here in telling you the story, because this is a huge deal. This is a huge deal. Here's what it means. It means, in the plainest of English, okay? It means scientists have basically been able to copy the way that the sun and stars generate power, carbon-free power, BFD. Probably still decades away from actually being able to use it, but like still, it's a major step toward developing technology that could generate cheap electricity with no carbon footprint. Scientists have been trying to figure this out for like 75 years. Josh Letterman is joining us now. There is a major climate impact. There is a major sort of human accountability impact here, because every time we talk climate change, we talk about the carbon footprint. In the least nerdy way possible, talk to us about why this is such a big deal, the kinds of things that could be powered using this kind of energy, which sounds like stuff that like you read in science books. You can't tune it out because it matters.
Yeah, exactly. And if you think of the opportunity presented here, Hallie, by the possibility of taking hydrogen, the most abundant element in the universe, and using it to generate endless amounts of electricity that doesn't create emissions the way creating electricity does from fossil fuels like coal or natural gas, and then using that electricity to power all of the things that we do, our homes, our cars, our airplanes, you really start to see a potential solution to the climate crisis. And Hallie, I'm not a scientist, and I'll try not to play one on your show, but basically the way that they have done this is to take the world's largest laser and beam it at these tiny pellets filled with hydrogen. It gets really, really, really hot, and then inside of these pellets, these 2 hydrogens fuse together to become helium, and in that reaction, there's a massive amount of energy that is created that they then could hypothetically capture and turn into electricity. And the beauty of it, again, it doesn't create those greenhouse gas emissions. So truly an exciting possibility here.
To be clear, because I want to ask the question that I think people may be thinking, like, when you talk about nuclear fusion or nuclear, it does not relate to nuclear bombs, right? Just explain that, make sure people know.
That's absolutely true. It is not the kind of technology that you would use to create a weapon. There's no real risk of this being diverted to that kind of use. And we should also point out, it's not like this is on the horizon tomorrow. I think the way that people should think about this is like a proof of concept, right? It's like the Wright brothers at Kitty Hawk in 1903. It shows that flight is possible, but it doesn't mean it's ready for prime time. And it's going to take years, probably upwards of a decade or more, to be able to turn this into something that would be commercially viable. And there are still huge scientific challenges ahead. If you think about this reaction that they're going to be announcing tomorrow, they were able to create this amount of energy for a tiny fraction of a second, and they can only use that laser once a day to do it. To make this something that could actually power our homes and businesses, you'd have to be able to fire that laser dozens of times per second, try to get this something that doesn't take up 3 football fields, but instead would be much more manageable, commercially viable source of energy, potentially years into our future, Hallie.
Well, I was just going to ask you, Josh, like, what's the grain of salt caveat here? And I think you just laid it out, because the timeline is part of that, right? And the scalability factor of this is part of that. That said, is it your sense that, like, I think about you and me, we're around this, before we're on Social Security, you know what I mean? Like, is this something that we could actually see realistically commercially? What do experts say? Or are we talking about, like, my kids' kids are going to see this?
I spoke earlier today with the former Undersecretary of Energy who oversaw this research until just about a year and a half ago. He said he could easily see within 15 to 20 years this being commercially viable. He compared it to the way 15 or 20 years ago we were starting to see the first models of electric vehicles, but it was still kind of prototype scenario. Here we are a couple of decades later. People drive electric vehicles.
Yeah, Teslas are on the road every day, and so are other brands as well. Josh Letterman, thank you so much. Great to see you. Thanks for, like, nerding out with us, but keeping it chill. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Iran has executed a second known prisoner today, convicted over alleged crimes during protests there. This person was publicly hanged from a construction crane. Activists are obviously furious. They're warning that at least a dozen people have already been sentenced to death in closed-door hearings, all, of course, sparked by demonstrations after the death of a young woman in Iranian custody. Number 2, China is dropping some of its COVID travel tracking. Part of a smartphone app that recorded a person's movements stopped working today. A different app meant to stop people who test positive for COVID from traveling is still running. Last week, the country ended some of its toughest COVID rules after widespread demonstrations against them. Number 3, CVS and Walgreens agreeing to pay a combined $10.7 billion to settle allegations that they did not properly oversee opioid painkiller prescriptions. The companies have been accused of contributing to the U.S. opioid crisis. The money's going to go to state and local and tribal opioid programs. As part of the settlement, neither company formally admitted to wrongdoing. Number 4, Mississippi State's head football coach, Mike Leach, has been hospitalized in critical condition. The university saying he had a personal health issue at his home. He was airlifted to a medical facility in Jackson. The defensive coordinator has been put in charge of the team in the meantime. Number 5, Twitter, relaunching now its Twitter Blue subscription service today, and it's more expensive if you use Apple. If you want to edit tweets or get a blue check mark, you got to pay $8 a month to get verified. Apple users have to pay $11. No official explanation on why that's the case, but according to some reports, Twitter wants to offset some of the fees that the Apple App Store charges. Coming up, a U.S. family desperate for information with their son now missing, studying abroad in France. He hasn't been heard from in more than 2 weeks. We've got the latest on the investigation from overseas in just a sec.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
One family tonight searching for any clues about where their son is after he went missing in France a couple of weeks ago. 22-year-old Ken DeLand Jr., a senior at St. John Fisher University in Rochester, New York. He's on the study abroad program in France that's supposed to end Saturday, but there's been no word from him in more than 2 weeks. Here's what we know, that his family last spoke with him on November 27th. They say he left his host family's house in Grenoble, France, and was boarding a train headed to Valence. On December 3rd, he was spotted on a surveillance camera. He was going into like a sports store, basically, like a shop in Mantes-la-Mer. Yesterday, family and friends held a prayer vigil just outside of Rochester. And Grenoble's public prosecutor says they've launched an investigation. Let's bring in Molly Hunter. Molly, first of all, what are we hearing officially, like from investigators, et cetera, about this, about where this is headed? What do we know factually here?
Very little, Hallie. And we've been asking French authorities at all levels. And the Grenoble prosecutor's office finally released a statement this morning. And this is really all we have officially on the record to NBC News. So they say they launched an investigation on November 29th. That is 2 days, as you just walked us through the timeline, 2 days after his family say they last spoke with him. Now, they say they launched an investigation not because there was a criminal report or because anything kind of had been filed officially, but because students reported that they had not seen him. Now, they are also saying reportedly, and again, this isn't a statement from the Grenoble prosecutor's office, they are saying that he reportedly told people that he arrived for the study abroad program insufficiently, is the word that they used, that he had difficulty making friends, that he was having a hard time. They also said then he left Grenoble voluntarily, that he appeared to leave at his own will, suggesting that there was no necessarily kind of foul play or kidnapping or anything. Like, they're not leaving any wiggle room there for anyone to interpret that as foul play. And then they say that French authorities, they say that he was scheduled to leave on the 15th, so just in a couple of days. Now, we know from his family, Hallie, that he was planning to come home for Christmas, but all we know is that French authorities are saying, look, he reportedly had a tough time, according to people, and they also say, look, he apparently mentioned to a few people he wanted to also visit Marseille before going home. That is all we know, and we have been going back all day, Hallie, to try to get more information from them, and really, they're keeping quite tight-lipped.
And I'm thinking about this family, too, because they've got to be managing this and be thinking about this and be dealing with this from a continent away.
Yeah, a continent away, really far, thinking time change, thinking language barriers. I have no idea. Look, he was, of course, studying French. I have no idea if his family speaks French. We have, of course, Hallie reached out to his family in the States. And the other thing to consider is privacy laws. He's 21 years old, so the French authorities are not necessarily going to release a lot of information to his family or to NBC News about what is happening and their whereabouts. Hallie, we will absolutely stay on this one.
Molly Hunter, thank you for being on this one for us. Appreciate it. We're learning tonight that back here at home, Texas Republicans have something like 20 bills in the works that would make a bunch of new changes to the state's voting laws, including creating an election police force that would be dedicated to enforcing and prosecuting election and voting crimes, very similar to the one that exists in Florida. The other legislation on the table, raising the penalties for election and voting rights crimes to felonies from misdemeanors and expanding the state attorney general's power to prosecute these crimes. This is legislation that's been a priority for Governor Greg Abbott after former President Trump's false claims that he lost the 2020 election over widespread fraud. Obviously, no evidence that that fraud exists. Coming up, sustainability in style this holiday season. How's that for a little tease? We're going to have tips for how to make your holiday gift giving more eco-friendly. This is actually really interesting. Big trend. We'll talk about it. The Golden Globe nominees also announced today. One big snub, or snubs plural. That's coming up. Stay with us. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. So tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. And these days, there's been so much news about the climate crisis with sustainability, right? How do you have a sustainable holiday, for example, on people's minds, especially with the holidays coming up pretty soon? You got a lot of folks who want to spend their money in a greener way, knowing that all of this stuff around the holidays can be tough on the environment. Think about it, from the shipping to the wrapping paper, even the gift itself. Gift giving this time of year can add up to a pretty big carbon footprint. So our Dasha Burns takes a look at how to make gifting easier on the planet and maybe your budget, too. Watch.
Less than 2 weeks until Christmas and holiday shopping is in full swing. The National Retail Federation predicts holiday sales will grow between 6% and 8% over last year, totaling around $950 billion this year. And 83% of customers will seek sustainable products in shipping this holiday season, according to research by Salesforce.
The consumer has a certain expectation now of what they want from the companies they're buying from. And so the retailers, want to be part of the solution. And there's more emphasis on what do you stand for? What are you doing about climate change?
So what makes a gift eco-friendly?
I consider a gift to be eco-friendly if the materials that are used in the product are as sustainable as possible. And then at the end of the product's useful life, there is a way to dispose of it or for it to biodegrade or for it to be recycled.
Here are 5 tips Preston, founder of Mindful Mama, says can make your gifting more sustainable. 1, focus on quality over quantity.
So focus on buying one really nice gift instead of a whole bunch of cheaper gifts, something that will last.
2, look for products made from sustainable materials.
So you can find wood toys, you can find soft cloth dolls or other types of toys as opposed to plastics.
She says you can also find plastic toys that are made from recycled materials. Companies like Green Toys make their products from recycled milk jugs and plastic bottles. 3, give experiences instead of stuff. For young kids, that could mean a membership to a science or children's museum. For older kids, think movie gift cards and activity adventures that are available where they live. And for adults, maybe concert tickets or a cooking class. Tip number 4, shop local.
When you shop local, there's not as much incurred in the way of shipping. You're also supporting a local business or a local artisan. At this time of year, there's often a lot of craft fairs around, so you can find really nice children's toys or gifts that are made by local artisans.
And 5, gift reusable items, things that replace disposable products. Think reusable containers, water bottles, and straws.
The user uses them over and over again, and maybe they'll think of you as they use that gift. So the gift, it kind of keeps on giving over time.
Also, when it comes to wrapping paper, don't buy it. Use old newspaper or other paper you may already have in your house to cut down on additional wrapping paper waste.
Dasha Burns is joining us now. Dasha, this is a topic that I'm super interested in. I just think it's something that so many younger people especially are thinking about. How can you sort of do the thing where you're feeling like you're able to give generously at the holidays while also not feeling like you are, doing things that are maybe not super sustainable?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head here, Hallie. A huge part of this push is this new generation of consumers. There's more focus on buying used or pre-owned, even renting with the rise of companies like Rent the Runway, for example, and just generally getting more use out of any given product. So hence our quality versus quantity tip you just heard about in that piece. And all of that translates to gift giving during the holidays and gift receiving as well. I think expectations have changed on both sides of that equation.
The other thing that's hard for people, right, especially in the day of buy online, which so many people are doing, is packaging, because you know, everything from one order comes in a different box, or something small comes in a big box, or you're getting 17 different packages from 17 different places.
Well, so number one, we talked about it in the piece, shop local, right? But sometimes you do have to buy online. And if you're ordering from Amazon, for example, one thing you can look for is try to get those packages to come on the same day rather than just choosing the fastest possible option. That way they can package things together and you're not getting, you know, 3 different packages, each with their own tiny little trinket. Small things like that can add up to make a big difference, Hallie.
Dasha Burns, great to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Midwest Bureau, the biggest oil spill in the history of the Keystone Pipeline has been contained, according to the pipeline operator. Investigators are looking into why this leak started happening in Kansas last week. Something like 14,000 barrels of crude oil spilled into a creek nearby. That's like 500,000 gallons. The part of the pipeline that failed is now closed until it can be fixed. Environmental officials say the drinking water there has not been affected. From our Northeast Bureau, a Christopher Columbus statue in Philadelphia is out in the open again, and the city's mayor is not happy about it. A spokesperson for his office says the statue should be removed, that it's been a source of controversy there. A box went up a couple years ago after protests against racial injustice. Some of the protests focused on taking that statue down, too. A judge ruled late Friday that the box had to be removed so the statue can be revealed, and said if the city didn't like its message, it can add a plaque more in line with what the mayor wants to convey. And from our Washington Bureau, D.C. has a plan to make riding the bus free starting this summer. They're trying to boost ridership for people doing public transportation in the city. They want to take away some of the burden, too, on lower income commuters. Similar plans had been put into place as a trial around the country during the height of the pandemic. D.C.'s plan would be permanent. The council has another vote on it later this month. The Golden Globes trying to make a comeback after allegations of ethical issues, a lack of diversity, and the nominations that came out today may not be much help because none of the nominees for Best Motion Picture Director are women, even though some very well-reviewed movies like Till, The Woman King, Women Talking were directed by women. We've reached out to the Hollywood Foreign Press Association, which puts on the Globes, for a response, but haven't heard back yet. You'll remember the Globes got some real backlash last year after the LA Times published that expose about alleged ethical issues inside that association. It also revealed the organization didn't have any black voting members, hasn't had any since at least 2002. Variety Senior Awards Editor Clayton Davis joins us now. Clayton, you reported that in the history of the Globes, only 9 women have been nominated for directing. 3 of them won. What's, like, I think a little hard to process here, it's not like no women are directing movies at all, right? I mean, it's not like women don't exist in the industry and aren't directing movies that are really well reviewed. What's up with this?
Hi, Hallie. Thank you for having me. Yeah, contrary to popular belief, women make movies, and they make actually some pretty exceptional ones. Yeah, it is a gross oversight by the Hollywood Foreign Press to overlook some fantastic films this year that you mentioned: Women Talking, The Woman King, Till, even some smaller independent films like After Sun and Nanny are critically acclaimed and loved by critics. However, none of the women made it into their director lineup, and no films that were directed by a woman were nominated in either Best Picture category of drama and comedy and musical. And even look further down the line, in the screenplay categories, just Sarah Polley is the only woman to represent her film in that lineup of 5. So it was just a gross oversight on their part. And even with that gross oversight, there were some big omissions, like Danielle Deadwyler from Till missing from the Best Actress Drama lineup. It was a little sad to see.
What's interesting here, and like we talked about, I think people probably remember, at least vaguely, like the issues that the Globes have had just recently. Did nobody at the Hollywood Foreign Press Association just like, nobody said to them, hey, read the room? You know what I mean? Like in this moment?
So what I tend to tell a lot of people is it's not always the best films that are recognized by any awards organization. It's what's the most seen. And if voters aren't making the proper time to watch these outstanding films, a lot of people are looking for a quote-unquote good time. Listen, this lineup of Best Picture nominees is probably our most consumer-friendly, populist lineup we're ever going to have. You have Top Gun Maverick, you have Elvis, you have Glass Onion, you have Everything Everywhere All at Once. As we saw last year with Coda, that when they won the SAG Award, that took place just a few days after Ukraine got bombed. People were looking for some joy and some hope for the future, and it seems like a lot of people are still looking for that. And something like Till or Women Talking, as excellent as they are, it takes a lot of work to get them to press play.
You mentioned Top Gun Maverick, but I don't think Tom Cruise, right, got nominated here. Will Smith didn't either, which feel like a couple of interesting snubs just in light of everything that's gone down over the past year. Obviously, I think Will Smith, remember, it was this calendar year that the slap at the Oscars happened.
Yeah, it feels like 10 years ago. Yeah, Tom Cruise isn't nominated for Best Actor. However, he is a producer on Top Gun Maverick, so he is recognized in that category. And this comes after he returned his 3 Golden Globe statuettes, and we still don't know if he's going to attend the ceremony or if anyone who's going to attend the ceremony. Brendan Fraser, nominated for Best Actor for The Whale, has come out publicly and said he won't be attending the show. However, he is the front runner to win the Best Actor category. So it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds over the next several weeks. In general, I was going to say, as you saw today, not a lot of people came out with statements or are congratulatory or just like thanking the Globes or sitting down with any journalists to talk about it, because people are going to ask, are you going? No one wants to answer that either.
It's going to be a thing. It's going to continue to be a thing. Clayton Davis, thank you for getting on top of it. I'm sure we'll talk again over the course of award season. I appreciate you being on. Coming up, NASA taking one giant leap towards sending U.S. astronauts back to the moon with the safe return of the Orion space capsule. We're going to talk about what this means for the next Artemis mission coming up in just a sec.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NASA is now a step closer to sending U.S. astronauts back to the moon thanks to the successful uncrewed Artemis 1 mission. So now it's all about Artemis 2. Big difference with astronauts on board, tentatively scheduled for 2024. Of course, tons of